Game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Friday to all of you. I think it's a football Friday still, right? Until the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
It's a football Friday. Yeah.
Football-like events.
Give me some of that Football Friday. Thank you. Yeah, we're off to Vegas in a little over 48 hours. Should be fun. Seth, I went on Mix 96.5 this morning with Sarah and Jesse. I do that every Friday to chat a little football with them. Very surface-level stuff. Taylor Swift prop bets, things like that.
Yeah.
They want me to check in with them periodically in the mornings when we're out in Vegas. I think they're expecting me to be a train wreck, and I think they're looking for entertainment.
Yeah, you know, I was thinking about this the other day. I guess we need the younger guys to really pull their weight.
Step it up.
Yeah, and I think the only young guys, Tyler Miller might be the only kind of young guy we have right now, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's not going.
Brandon Scott's a full-grown man with children that are like at least one teenager. I don't know.
Yeah. 3 kids.
So I think Tyler Milner's that's a lot to put on his shoulders, but we're going to need him for content.
He's not going, so he's not going to be there. Yeah. Tyler's not going, so he's.
Well, that's why they were laughing about me putting him up as the guy that is most likely to get in trouble in Vegas.
Probably.
He's going to think I'm the one that got him banned from Vegas.
Maybe he'll get in trouble back here, and you'll end up being right. You know, you didn't say where he was going to get in trouble. You just said when he was going to get in trouble. The week leading up to the Super Bowl.
I feel like you're the guy who's got the best stamina and capacity for it, so we might have to have you take one for the team. And just go ahead
I don't even know if it's something I'll need to be coerced into doing. I think just by the happenstance of being Sean Pendergast, it'll happen at least one night. It'll happen.
Yeah, but it's not like you're going to be streaking down the strip naked and arrested or anything.
I don't know what people are going to slip into my drink. Who the hell knows, man? I can't control that.
That's true. I'd get somebody to drug you good. I got drugged once in Tampa.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I got drugged in Tampa once.
Really?
Because I did. I ended up just running through the streets, and but the people I was with corralled me. But I'm not too much of a dancer. I dance a little bit and everything. Yeah. I was out in a serious club, dancing. Yeah. Like I was born with glow sticks in my hand, and then at 4 a.m. at the hotel, I was down there with a group that. Do you remember Jeff Lageman, the defensive end?
I do very well. Yeah,
he was there with his wife, and I was pounding on his door at 4 a.m. wanting to go get some breakfast, just wide awake, and he sent his wife out with me. So we went.
So you went to breakfast with Jeff Lageman's wife?
Jeff's wife, yeah. Jeff tried. I had a lot of faith.
Oh, sure.
Jeff trusted me. He didn't know how drugged up I was. Right. I don't know what happened. I'm not a drug guy, and that's the only thing that I could have. I usually even no matter how hard I'm going with the conventional stuff, I want to go to bed by 2 a.m. or something.
For sure, yeah.
So somebody slipped something in my drink.
Okay.
And it was kind of scary when I thought back on it.
I'm glad the side effect though was you having extreme joy and dancing as opposed to other things, as opposed to you blacking out and waking up on a roof somewhere.
Right. Yeah. The only the most dangerous it really got was I just remember I was. I was swimming out in the Gulf at 6 a.m. Just wanted to see the sunrise, man.
Okay, well that's not dangerous. Nothing bad has ever happened with somebody walking into the Gulf.
Walking into the Gulf of Mexico.
Fully clothed.
It was dead calm. Dorsal fins of what I assumed were kingfish all around me. It was all good. Yeah.
Sure. Oh, man, that's funny. Okay, let's get into some of the stuff here. Pro Bowl games were last night. I was very excited about this. Thankfully, they did the C.J. Stroud precision passing drill, which I've named after C.J. Stroud. They did that first. He lost to Baker Mayfield by 1 point last night. That drill, the contest was harder than I thought it was. It was a lot of moving targets that were way high up in the air. Kind of moving around.
The final one, I only saw the one that had the blocking dummies, the pass rush dummies moving around on little carts.
Those were the dink and dunk
GPS
passes.
Stats.
Yeah, those were the 1-pointers. The 3 and 4 pointers.
Yeah, I saw the ones up in the air. Yeah, that was. You're right, because it's not like it was realistic it wasn't like a normal football drill or anything you would ever do. You're never aiming to hit birds out of the sky.
Yeah. And then they had one, everybody got a final bonus 10-point shot at the end, which was more like a basketball shot. You had to throw it into like a big bucket for 10 points. CJ finished second. 26 points. I think Baker Mayfield had 27 points, something like that. He finished.
I'd say this, though.
Yeah.
Baker did not have the touch on his throws that CJ did.
No.
That was if they could grade for touch. If we had judges out there, CJ would have won over everybody, including the Soviets. It would have been there was no Baker was just drilling them in there like an amateur. Yeah.
Can I tell you my big takeaway from this thing? Tua Tagovailoa is trash. He stinks. He was horrible. And I wouldn't give him a contract.
He throws a catchable ball, Sean.
Not to these tackling dummies. He wasn't. There was nowhere near their catch radius. I'm telling you right now. He was horrible. And the announcers for this thing, it was Orlovsky and Ryan Clark and a couple other ESPN people. God, they were rooting for him so bad. They're like, all right, here's where Tua. Because Tua went last among all the quarterbacks. He was the last one to go. And they're like, all right, this is where Tua's going to show it off here. Let's go. And he was horrible. And I wouldn't give him a contract based on that contest if I were the Dolphins.
If there were arbitration, if they did it like in Major League Baseball and there were arbitration, I would totally bring the passing skills competition.
It was a microcosm of the season. They didn't win any big games. They couldn't beat good teams. In the biggest of moments, Tua shrunk. And in the biggest of moments, in the precision passing at the Pro Bowl games, Tua was trash. That's my takeaway from the contest last night.
I wonder all that catchable ball stuff that Mike McDaniel was bragging about a couple years ago.
Yeah.
It was weird. I thought more people would bring it up this year when they were talking about all of Tyreek Hill's drops. I'm like isn't this exactly what's not supposed to happen when you've got the quarterback who's thrown the most catchable ball ever?
Yeah.
A description I've hardly ever even heard used all of a sudden was being loud, thrust upon Tua Tagovailoa.
How are they not catching
the catchable
these?
ball?
How are they not catching these? I tuned out after that. I was so excited to watch this thing because I haven't gotten to watch it the last couple of years since they've switched to this format, since there were actual Texans there this time. And they went from the precision passing thing to like Puka Nacua and somebody else. It was David Njoku. Who could make the best circus catch while on the back of a boat or something like that. And then they had a closest to the pin, actual golf they're playing. And I'm like, all right, I'm out. I just flipped over to The Office. It wasn't as fun. The precision passing was fun because of CJ, but the rest of it, I give it a D+, thumbs down. For that.
Yeah,
for
that's a niche world we're living in, everybody.
Big time.
You don't want to. Your niche is football. Don't try to cross over.
They're leaning heavily on the Mannings in their personality in this thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because it's Peyton versus Eli in the flag football
and
game
in all this stuff, because the conferences get points for each of the contests, so they're in on everything. Yeah, they're really leaning on them.
The flag football game at the end isn't that's just for points.
It's probably like the final exam. You know what I mean? It's probably for the most points. I can't say I know format.
It's not winning the game itself isn't necessarily the be all end all.
I guess not. I'm out over my skis right now a little bit on the scoring.
Feels too much like NASCAR. I don't know. Yeah.
John Weeks.
I need my nephew to explain everything to me the way I do with NASCAR.
and I'm not a good version of your nephew. I was just watching for CJ. John Weeks is back. Did you see that yesterday? Got a nice little deal. That's a good gig if you can get it, man. Snapping in the NFL for $1.3 million. If you've got that skill set, 15 years now for John Weeks. He's seen it all, man, with the Houston Texans.
I wonder, as far as specialists go. I would imagine he'll go at least another 5 years. How old is he? Is he 35?
I'm guessing he's 37 or 38, right? 15 years, probably.
The biggest thing they've changed is that they don't take hardly any physical abuse on the actual snapping the ball anymore because you're not allowed on the field goal kicks. We used to beat the crap out of those guys. I used to try to chop them on the back of the neck. I learned that from my brother, who was a wrestler. In wrestling, and you get up into the upper levels, it's a lot more violent than it looks. And there's you do a really quick chop to the back of a guy's neck, and it's like you're pithing a frog.
Yeah,
you kind of stun them for a minute.
Yeah, it's like a nerve hold.
Yeah, so I would do that to centers, to long snappers, and try to pith them. Yeah,
that's mean.
Yeah, they chose their life. What, were they born into a caste or something? Sorry. Look, you chose this life, all right? I'm going to beat you about the head and neck.
Were you the only one that did it? Was this your secret move, or did you tell other guys about it?
What's that? No, I didn't tell anybody.
Yeah, that's good.
I just chopped those yeah.
He's going to be...
It was free violence, Sean.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm a red-blooded American.
That's
I'm
right.
Turn down free violence? My God.
He's going to be in Vegas, John Weeks, for the Walter Payton Man of the Year stuff. I texted him congratulations on the deal yesterday. He's like, yeah, hey, man, I'm going to be in Vegas. Maybe we can catch up. I'm like, yeah, Seth and I are on from 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. He's like, well, they got us doing a lot of stuff out there. So I think that was a signal like he ain't showing up before 8 a.m. on Radio Row.
Sounds like John Weeks is the guy we need to put a mic on and follow him around for his fun lifestyle.
Oh, yeah, maybe so.
Just, he can be our young guy that's out and about. I wonder if we can get a Texans player to show up before 8 a.m. I feel like we should have a championship belt for him or something.
Yes, something.
Like that he's distinguished himself as the guy that actually gives a damn about football.
Yeah.
And that's what we'll say. We will call out every Texan who doesn't have the gonads to show up before 8 a.m. in Vegas.
Well, it's funny because we're going back for the first time in 4 years to Radio Row. Thank you to Yingling Flight and thank you to the Low T Center for sending us there. And we get different kind of texts from people and interaction, Seth, when we go, from my experience, which is there's some who are excited, they like Radio Row. Then there's some who don't like when we go to Radio Row because more often than not, it's not the normal show that we do. It's a lot of people pimping things on Radio Row. Here's what I'll say about that if you're one of those people. One, our show is going to get hardly any interviews because we're out there so early. So our show will probably sound the most like what a normal Payne and Pendergast show sounds like. But I would even say the other two shows, we're being, as a station, I think, very judicious about who we're saying yes to this time around.
And it's been like that It's been like that for a long time. We just going back to like 2 program directors ago. We try real hard not to take bad interviews. And if it's an interview that you're like, why is this guy on? Usually it's because it's tied to another really good interview. The Peyton Manning's publicist or Peyton Manning, Omaha Productions wanted us to do this, and then we could get Peyton or something like, hypothetically. I've never had that situation with Peyton, but it's usually a little bit something like that. But for the most part, we don't do interviews with people that are thrust in front of you, and then they talk about how you need to buy their insoles for 3 minutes.
Right. Or some miracle drug or whatever. Yeah. Sometimes there's some quid pro quo. That's true. All right, so we leave Sunday, and we're off to Vegas, and it should be a hell of a week. All right, up next on the show as we roll on here on a Football Friday, teams copying the Houston Texans. Is this NFL team Texans East? That is next.
I don't know if the
Zadok.
Texans East was that. Yeah, I know. I got you.
Sorry.
Zadok Jewelers it's the best place to go for Valentine's Day. It's as simple as that. Look, hey, Valentine's Day is like a reset on your relationship after you have after a long football season.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. All right, so the final head coaching vacancy in the NFL has been filled. Shortly after we got off the air yesterday, Washington hired Dan Quinn, which was interesting because it felt like the final two jobs that were open. If you had told me Dan Quinn and Mike Macdonald would be the two hires, Mike Macdonald, the former defensive coordinator for the Ravens, I would have said, oh, okay, that makes sense. Dan Quinn is going to Seattle and Mike Macdonald's going to Washington because Dan Quinn had been heavily rumored to be going to Seattle. It actually went flip-flop the other way around. So Washington fills their vacancy with Dan Quinn. We'll get to some of the reaction to that in Washington in just a second. Colin Cowherd yesterday, I'll give him credit for this. Could there be a copycat thing going on here with the Washington Commanders? First, I'll have him lay it out here. Laying out the situation in Washington with the Dan Quinn hire yesterday. Keep in mind, Cowherd, a noted honk for hiring offensive coaches, not defensive coaches. He's big into that. Quinn, a defensive coach. Here's Cowherd.
Dan Quinn should take care of the defense. The cap space should take care of the O-line and some roster deficiencies. And the young wide receiver talent will take care of whoever the young quarterback is. And we know where a young quarterback lands really, really matters. You also have a sharp GM from San Francisco, Adam Peters, to spend all that free agent money. So Drake May is probably going to Washington. So an East Coast kid can stay on the East Coast, Drake May, whose comp is Justin Herbert. It's a pretty good comp. I've watched enough of him. I see a lot of Justin Herbert. Big kid, moves well, power arm. Good player.
I had to extend the cut to make sure we got in the comp.
The comp. It's not my comp. It's not a comp. It's the comp.
The comp.
And that is all there is to be said ever about it again. Including, and like I think somebody thought I was trying to start something with Lance or something when we used to criticize Cowherd calling the comp for C.J. Stroud Jared Goff, because that's where Cowherd got it from, was from Lance. I would imagine, like, Lance would be the first person to tell you, like, don't take these comps literally. Except Colin ran with it like it was the word of God, that was the comp, and everything that Jared Goff has ever done is going to be exactly what C.J. Stroud does. So prepare yourself that now the comp in Colin's mind is Justin Herbert for Drake May, and that'll be it for the rest of the time. It is
so decreed. He is the comp.
This part's kind of similar to what we went through with CJ.
Yeah, okay. And I would say right down to number 2 overall pick. You know, and so Colin's laying some things out about Washington for a reason.
GM from San Francisco.
Yep.
Just obviously that's not a Nick Caserio directly thing, but yeah, here we go.
Yeah, here we go. So what is the comp for Washington as a team for Colin Cowherd?
You know what this sounds like? The Houston Texans. Number 2 pick, cap space, defensive coach, a connection to the San Francisco culture, some interesting wide receivers, and the previous 7-8 years, a laughable either executive office or owner. And C.J. Stroud and DeMeco Ryans turned it around. Laughing stock to the playoffs. Laughing stock to a playoff win in 1 year. So I think Washington's a really good job.
All right, so does the comp of the Washington Commanders' current job, Seth, and the Houston Texans last year hold up? Does that hold water for you?
I'm psychoanalyzing myself and trying to figure out whether it's actually a good comp or a bad comp, or if I'm just sitting here feeling feelings of just still anger over how dismissive he was of the Texans last year. I think realistically, I think the Texans taught Colin a lesson about just exactly how a turnaround might happen.
Yeah.
And there are some common elements there. You know, like obviously there's a boatload of differences too. And a lot of it, as he pointed out, it's going to come down to who do they get at quarterback. Now, I saw somebody yesterday making the claim that it sounds and seems kind of like Colin Cowherd's getting might have a cozy relationship with Caleb Williams' agent. Because
oh, really?
He just said, Drake May likely goes to Washington. That would be presuming that Caleb Williams goes number 1 overall. That's not set in stone by any stretch of the imagination right now. So I don't know. Let's see.
We're going to get to the reaction in Washington over the hire of Dan Quinn in just a second, because I think that's one big thing that's being ignored in the analogy is the welcoming of the new head coach, whereas DeMeco Ryans was hailed as a conquering hero. Yeah. Dan Quinn is being viewed as very much a fallback in Washington. We'll get to that in a second. As far as Cowherd's analogy, the only two things I listen to there, Seth, where I feel like it's revisionist history with Cowherd is where he says, intriguing wide receiver room. Let's slow down on that, because a year ago, I'm fairly certain that Colin Cowherd would have been among the people saying the Texans wide receivers room was far from intriguing. Everybody was ranking it last in the league. This is the worst wide receiver room in the league. There's no big names. They're signing these journeyman veterans. Who's Nico Collins? They drafted Tank Dell. Turns out Nico Collins and Tank Dell are pretty damn good. And the other thing, the 7 or 8 years of, poor management and ownership and things like that. Maybe I'm nitpicking here. I really feel like it was just like a 3-year period where O'Brien and Easterby were in charge of things that was really, really bad.
I think he was probably including in that a lot of the inmates running the prison type stuff.
Maybe.
There was a lot of drama. Even as the team was doing well, there was still drama.
There was drama,
there.
yes.
So I think, yeah.
Okay.
Like non-football drama.
Yep. So I listened in yesterday on 106.7 The Fan because I like listening to these other cities when they hire coaches just to see what the reaction is. And their reaction was probably a turned-up volume version of what it was around football. I think most people are like, okay, that's Dan Quinn in Washington. All right. They were not excited about it in Washington. Here's the afternoon show on our sister station, 106.7 The Fan, the Grant and Danny show. This is Danny, I believe, Danny Ruhr, who, and I hope I'm pronouncing your name right, Danny, who said not excited about the fallback candidate, Dan Quinn.
Waiting around, waiting for 7 other teams to select their guy. You didn't select anybody, and you went, this guy. Like, I would have loved it had they been excited. Like, if they were juiced up and he had blown them away, at least I'd understand that. Do you know what I mean? Like, your point about how we got here is true. I mean, I think 2 people turned them down for different ways, different reasons, or whatever. We don't know the totality of it.
I knew you'd like that.
This guy.
I knew you'd like that.
I like that Danny Wu.
Yeah.
He's, what's his name?
Danny,
what?
it's Rouhier. I said Ruhr.
Rouhier?
Rouhier is how Danny. They were the guys, Seth, doing their show in the studio next to us when the Nationals came here to play in the World Series. Yeah.
They were emotionally battered and beaten down by the time the Washington came back to here. Yeah. Remember, they were here at the beginning.
Yeah.
Then they went away.
Yeah.
And the Astros won every game on the road, as everybody recalls.
Yeah.
Then they came back.
They were fine by the end of their trip.
yeah. But I remember when they came back the second time, they're like, what are you going to do?
They were beaten.
Astros are just a better team.
Yeah.
Like 2 days later, like, you clowns.
We knew
you
it.
idiots.
We had it all along.
But I like that I like that reaction.
Play it one more time, just the very beginning. It's just the very beginning.
Waiting around, waiting for 7 other teams to select their guy. You didn't select anybody, and you went, this guy.
Good enough.
Like,
hey,
this is the guy I've always wanted.
Waka, waka, waka.
Yeah, what? I don't know. I applauded teams for taking their time and being more patient this year and interviewing a bunch of people. Washington interviewed somewhere around 8 people or so that we know of. And so that I think is good. I think that shows that you're not just going after the hot ticket or whatever. At the same time, if you're the last one, it's impossible not to feel like, well, one of these first 7 guys hired, at least one of them is probably going to work out.
Yeah.
And what did you miss out on that guy because you were being so patient and so careful?
It was clear to me, Seth, they felt very despondent that they missed out on Ben Johnson and Bobby Slowick. And if I were to glean one thing from listening to their show yesterday and listening a little bit this morning, because I think we've been kind of up in the air a little bit, at least I have, about whether or not it was Ben Johnson and Bobby Slowick saying, no, we're good, we're going to go back to where we were, or Washington sending signals to them like, you're probably not going to be our guy, and then them saying, okay, well, you can't fire me, I quit, that sort of thing. It seems like in Washington they think that Ben Johnson and Bobby Slowick said, no, we're good. That's the perception in Washington right now, is that they were rejected by these 2 guys.
I know that's the perception. I wonder, though, too, when Ben Johnson said, I'm good, That was as Washington was flying out to Detroit to reportedly interview Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn again. So I think either way, whether it was Bobby Slowick and Ben Johnson turning down Washington, or it was just that Ben Johnson and Bobby Slowick were sitting out there knowing that Washington still had multiple other guys. So, like, if you're Bobby Slowick, you're looking at it, and you might know, wow, they're still considering both Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson. Meanwhile, the Texans are offering me a wad of cash. And, okay, I'm going to take the bird in the hand. And not to mention, I've got a really good situation going here. And maybe I don't feel awesome about Washington right now. Yeah, all of it, though, goes back to Washington perhaps not being aggressive enough. Maybe they're a little too careful. And I wonder, with Josh Harris, the new owner, he already owns 2 other teams and 2 other sports. And he brought in a baseball person and somebody else for, like, this coaching search committee. And I wonder if some of the candidates maybe thought that these guys were a little too exploratory.
Yeah.
Like, they're like, okay, I want to go in. If I'm a coach, I want to go in where the owner knows what he wants and is going to give me license to do what I want and have a conversation about that. I wonder, this is pure just me actually wondering, did Josh Harris and his people come off as a little too open, and a little too much just like, hey, we're still learning the biz. I don't want to be the tutor to my new owner.
Yeah. I think it was Myers, the GM of the Golden State Warriors. I know was one of the guys they brought in to help kind of vet candidates and things like that. I'll tell you the guys we've only heard Danny. We'll hear from Grant in just a second on another element of all this. I'll tell you the guy that they would have been happy about hiring. Was Anthony Weaver. They were very pro Anthony Weaver on that show yesterday, and I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's in Baltimore, so there's a proximity to it. If they don't follow the Commanders, Baltimore's probably the next team they follow the closest there.
Yeah.
So there was a familiarity, and I think the overall thing was I think they feel like Dan Quinn's a retread candidate. Like there's no newness to this whole thing.
It's tough with Dan Quinn though too, because even if you look at like Mike Macdonald versus Dan Quinn, I think Mike Macdonald is viewed as maybe more of innovative or maybe like a multifaceted thinker as a defensive coordinator, where Dan Quinn, it's not the same as it always wasn't back in Seattle when it's just cover 3 all the time, but not as diverse of a coordinator. Yeah. And he really he did his best work as a coach when he had Kyle Shanahan, and Matt Ryan is his offensive coordinator and quarterback. And after those guys were gone, after Kyle Shanahan was gone and then Matt Ryan got old, there really wasn't much to speak of. Nope. And I think, if you're in Washington, you're like, all right, well, I guess if you hire a baller offensive coordinator and you nail it in the draft, you might have something.
That was the other thing. Boy, they got their greasy mitts all over the Kubiak brothers right now in Washington. They want somebody from San Francisco to at least run the offense. Here was Grant Paulson, the other host on 106.7 The Fan, this is what could make the Dan Quinn hire a moot point.
Also, the number 2 pick is the whole deal. And a lot of this is just me talking myself into not being crestfallen today. But the GM hire was good. Is the number 2 quarterback pick the guy? Because if Drake May's Justin Herbert, Dan Quinn's fine. If Drake May doesn't go 2 and you take Jaden Daniels, and Jaden Daniels is Lamar Jackson, whatever. You just found yourself an MVP caliber quarterback. You got to hit on that pick, and it can make today a footnote.
So there you go.
If you look in the annals of disappointing coaching hires that ended up being exactly what that team needed, a lot of times it is a defensive-minded guy. Sure. I think Belichick was an underwhelming hire at the time, looked at as like a retread failure.
Yeah.
Pete Carroll especially was looked at as a like, oh my God, he's the consummate college guy.
Yep.
And you're telling me he didn't even actually win the national championship anymore? My God. So those guys ended up working out and being just fine. I reread that article in The Athletic about the Jets, Sean, yesterday, and I got angry on behalf of the Jets for this reason. For one, there's basically a couple accusations of Robert Saleh, defensive-minded head coach, being paranoid in that article. You go to read the article, one of the examples they bring up of Robert Saleh being paranoid is one in which he held a meeting because he believed that there were leaks. and he was trying to find out who the leaks were. Then, according to the article, at least 2 of the people in that meeting leaked information about the meeting.
Yeah.
And used it as evidence that Robert Saleh is paranoid about people leaking information. All right. I'm just too dumb, I suppose. I'm just a dumb jock.
Yeah.
I don't get these things, apparently.
Yeah.
But as I was assessing the Jets, and I'm looking at a team that won 6 games last year with an abomination of a quarterback, it really is. Yes, the Jets are dysfunctional. Guess what? So are 31 other teams in the NFL. It's run by a bunch of alpha male cavemen. Okay, like we're dysfunctional people. When you stick us all in a room, everybody's trying to get ahead. So, really, all that matters is that you get the GM, the head coach, and your quarterback right.
Quarterback's big.
Yeah, and that's not even essential. But if you have those 3 things, you can overcome a lot of dysfunction. So you look at the Jets team, and as far as what they've wanted to do on defense, they've nailed it defensively. As far as what they are trying to do on offense, I don't know. Nathaniel Hackett's really the biggest stupid thing they've done, I think. But if Aaron Rodgers comes back and he's healthy, or if he'd stayed healthy this year, they very well could have been in the playoffs. Sure. So I just those hit piece articles annoy me sometimes.
Yeah, and I think just to circle this back to the original analogy with Washington and Houston, I think to me the biggest thing is that where Cowherd's analogy does not hold up is what we just heard. They're not excited about this hire in Washington at all. We were over the moon about DeMeco Ryans coming here, and I think just to take it a step further, if they're that thirsty to get a Kubshanistan offensive coordinator, if that guy comes in and Drake May or whoever they draft is the real deal, and there starts to be noise about whoever was coaching Drake May becoming a head coach somewhere, I think the danger Dan Quinn faces that DeMeco Ryans will never, ever, ever face here is that depending on how Washington looks as a team overall, there would be noise about, well, let's just promote so-and-so and make him the head coach, like they did with Lovie Smith in Tampa Bay with Jameis Winston after his rookie year. Remember? They fired Lovie Smith and promoted Dirk Cutter because he was the OC for wonderkin Jameis Winston rookie quarterback. So I think that's, to me, is the big difference between the two, is that the head coaching situation is a much, much firmer situation here than Dan Quinn is in Washington moving forward.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. On a Football Friday. Let's get to some headlines. John Weeks is back. We'll talk about that a little bit. The head coaching carousels we just mentioned is done. We're going to take a look at that big picture in the 7 o'clock hour. Some Rockets news as well. Rockets made a trade yesterday. Is that the first of what could be some more activity before the trade deadline? That is next.
In the Loop. 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Hey, quick update. According to Adam Schefter, breaking news. Punxsutawney Phil did not see his shadow today. It's Groundhog's Day today. I don't know if people...
I'm 48 years into this thing, and...
You're 48 years into this thing?
I'm 48 years into this thing, and I don't know whether it's what it means that he sees his shadow or doesn't see his shadow. If he doesn't see his shadow, then that means spring is coming early?
It means he did not see his shadow, yes. Now predicting an early spring.
Okay, good. Yeah, you know what you have to remember that it's counterintuitive. Because I would think if he saw his shadow, that would mean that the sun was shining. And that, okay, that means it's early spring, but it's actually the opposite. Doesn't see his shadow, okay, then it's not sunny. But for whatever reason, that means it's going to be an early spring.
Yeah.
Like we're using up all our cloudy days right now up in Punxsutawney.
Right.
I've been to Punxsutawney.
Have you?
Yes.
And?
I was 100 yards away from Punxsutawney Phil. You know what I did? I said, nah. I don't need
You don't
to,
want to give him that shine. Yeah.
Yeah, thinks he's something else. Yeah, he's a Nepo baby is what he is. So I let my kid go see it.
Yeah. We must be on like Punxsutawney Phil like 22 or something like that, right? I don't know what the average life cycle.
What's the lifespan
of a groundhog?
A celebrity groundhog at that. You got to factor in the sex, drugs, and rock and roll.
That's true. But if he's like Keith Richards or something, who knows? Maybe we're only like Punxsutawney Phil 4 or something like that. All right, so anyways, early spring, everybody. Now to the real headlines. I just like that I got that from Adam Schefter, that it's like breaking. He's treating it like breaking news. C.J. Stroud, Pro Bowl games last night. He finished second in the precision passing. I know that you guys were... that you were going to have a hard time sleeping if you did not know what happened. He finished second to Baker Mayfield, but...
Is that second out of 32?
Second out of 6. Yeah, second out of 6.
Okay. He's in the top third.
Luminaries, he's in the upper third tile of the third tile or whatever.
No, he's in the bottom 50% of the top third.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, sorry, you were saying. My bad. Peyton Manning, though, when pressed for an MVP for the flag football game on Sunday, a prediction, here's what the great one Peyton Manning had to say.
We will even the score in Orlando, and MVP, they used to give a car to the MVP, so we're working on the gift. Maybe, Pat McAfee wants to, name the MVP, but I'm going the early MVP candidate as I'm going C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud for the MVP.
Ooh. Hey, rookie, too, so it's his first time. He's going to want to ball out just like he has all year. I'm excited to see what Wes Welker cooks up for the boys.
I think Wes is coordinating the offense for Peyton's side of things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where's he coaching now? Wes Welker is still coaching.
He was in San Francisco. I know that.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's...
I saw him on the side. It must be in San Francisco. I saw him on the sidelines recently.
I'm guessing it's not in San Francisco because they're kind of preoccupied right now. I'm guessing he's not drawing up ball plays for Peyton Manning in the Pro Bowl. Hey, Kyle, I got a previous engagement.
Yeah, good call. He's wide receivers coach for the Miami Dolphins.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, you're right. No, I knew he was still coaching. Oh, that's a good gig. Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. Good for you, Wes.
On the YouTube comments section, there's concern about CJ's health here. Somebody said I lost it, but he said that he was more concerned about CJ at the Pro Bowl than he is about the Astros at the World Baseball Classic.
Oh,
and the potential for injury.
That's interesting. I will say this: CJ Stroud is singularly more important than anybody, including Jose Altuve, who was at the World Baseball Classic, to his team.
That is true. I mean, there's no position almost as important in sports, except other than like goalie in various sports, than quarterback.
Yeah. It's the nature of the position. That's no shade at Jose Altuve. It's just we're cross-comparing sports here.
Abigail, who's on the YouTube comments, and she's from Australia. Okay. So I don't know what time it is in Australia, but good on you, Abigail.
Payne and Pendergast time is what it is, baby.
Abigail said that he was hanging out with like a bunch of guys. Like you could see him palling up with people, which I assume is like free agency, maybe a little bit of recruiting, but also sitting next to Quinnen Williams, he who concussed C.J. Stroud at one point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so they made up.
Quinnen Williams isn't. I don't think they were ever like that was a clean hit. Yeah. We got one of our listeners despises Quinnen Williams, like wants to fight him. And he's a Marine. He's a retired Marine veteran. I think that's how he settled in on describing. He wants to fight Quinnen Williams. He just hates him. I think like CJ, maybe it'll help him to know that CJ was hanging out with Quinnen Williams.
Yeah, if CJ's okay with it, then you should be okay with it too.
Yeah.
Flag football game on Sunday night in Orlando. On to other NFL news. We just picked this apart in the previous segment. Washington has hired Dan Quinn, former Cowboys defensive coordinator, former Atlanta Falcons head coach. We'll go through the head coaching hires in the 7 o'clock hour. Since we're done now, all 8 jobs have been filled in this cycle. If you had to, I don't know, if you were a Washington fan, how would you be feeling about the Dan Quinn hire right about now, Seth?
I'd feel like the Osweiler hire for the Texans. When they traded for Osweiler, I feel like I think everybody was like, all right, well, yep, here we go.
He's
okay,
a quarterback.
He's a quarterback. You know what? He's got a promising start there, and when his stretch as a starter. So we'll see where he goes. And I think maybe that's how most people are feeling. I know that the sports radio people we've heard are very, very skeptical.
Yeah.
And I would be the skeptical person too. I would imagine most fans are like, just for one, tired that it's not Daniel Snyder hiring this coach, and that they're hoping that with the number 2 overall pick, maybe trade up to number 1 with either Caleb Williams or Drake May or whoever it might be, that all you need is you get the right offensive coordinator, you get the good quarterback, and then let's go.
I think here's how I would feel like, okay, and I felt this way about Washington from afar. We don't cover them every day. I'm just looking at the just empirically looking at the job. I'm like, this is a good job. You've got the number 2 overall pick. You've got extra picks from the guys you traded at the trade deadline. They traded they traded Chase Young and Montez Sweat at the trade deadline and got some pretty good draft capital back in that deal. The division looks like it's falling apart a little bit right now with Philadelphia and Dallas. Like those are the 2 lead teams, but they look like they're on the ropes a little bit. You do have some pieces there offensively, as Cowherd pointed out in that cut we played in the 6 o'clock hour. So I felt like this is a pretty good job, and that's why I feel the same about the job that Washington was this year, like I felt about the Texans last year. Like they got the 2 overall pick, they got all this draft capital, you got an owner that's willing to spend all these things, and I was overwhelmed by the Texans getting DeMeco Ryans. I would be underwhelmed by getting Dan Quinn. I'd be like, man, we had one of the best jobs on the market, especially for an offensive head coach.
Yeah.
And now here we are.
And then, and I think the perception is that they just were kind of almost maybe too careful, too cautious, or that there's something about us that still stinks. And like, why are Ben Johnson and why are Bobby Slowick just actively turning down the opportunity when it's still out there? If something about us doesn't still stink,
right.
I don't know. I'd have a hard time thinking that there's something in the organization that stinks. I think it might just be. They take an analytical approach with Josh Harris, the new owner, and maybe the combination of them. Like, they've got this big hiring committee that they got people from outside the NFL to come in on, and maybe they're just being ultra conservative and taking the careful financial route, the Moneyball approach, and people sense that. Mm-hmm. The coaches felt like, okay, this isn't the right time.
All right, Rockets.
It's a pure speculation on my part.
Yep. Rockets headlines, no All-Star game, at least now, unless somebody pulls out for Alperen Şengün. They announced the reserves for the Eastern Conference and Western Conference for the All-Star game yesterday. So Alperen Şengün did not make it. We'll see. Maybe somebody backs out. Maybe he gets in. The other news for the Rockets yesterday, they made a trade. Trading for Steven Adams, the longtime center for the Oklahoma City Thunder, more recently of the Memphis Grizzlies. The Grizzlies they're kind of done for the season. Ja Morant was suspended, then he came back, and then he got a shoulder injury. He's knocked out for the year. So the Grizz are kind of going into the tank a little bit. So they're picking up some draft capital in this deal. Victor Oladipo's contract goes over to Memphis, a few second-round picks that the Rockets never would have been able to hang on to anyways because they've got so many young guys on the team. So they pick up Steven Adams, Seth, who is a nice veteran pickup, a big body, but he's out for the rest of this year. This is more like a pickup, unless he gets included in a deal as some salary fodder just to balance out salaries for a trade over the next week or two before the trade deadline. If he sticks around, this is a nice vet to have on the team in 2024-25, Steven Adams. $12 million his salary.
I feel like I like them stockpiling big, scary, goonish-looking centers.
Yes, he looks like
Boban and Steven Adams, and just like first off the bus, the type of guys where you're kind of like, they're big, and I don't know exactly what that creature is coming at me. Yeah, that's I like that. I like that for the intimidation factor. More and rumors keep popping up about the Rockets and their interest in Mikal Bridges.
Yeah,
and So everybody's saying that that's not that big a deal. But I don't know. Brooklyn doesn't want to let go of him, but the Udoka is just dead set on getting something that takes this team over the top.
Yeah, and that would be a deal that is heavily rumored to involve Jalen Green if they were to make that trade. So that'd be significant if the Rockets were to move Jalen Green in some sort of deal like that, because he was, I think when he was drafted, he was viewed as one of the cornerstones of the franchise. Circle of Life, by the way, Steven Adams, Oklahoma City selected him back in 2012, 2013, thereabouts, with the pick that they acquired in the James Harden trade from the Rockets. How about that? So now Steven Adams, Circle of Life. He was used with the Rockets pick, and now he's back. He is a Houston Rocket. Other coaching news in the NFL. The Las Vegas Raiders are hiring Cliff Kingsbury as their OC. So Cliff Kingsbury, after spending a year at the collegiate ranks after getting fired from the Arizona Cardinals, is back in the NFL. He will be coordinating the Raiders offense. I think the big question is who will be the quarterback that he will be coordinating that offense for, because they had Aiden O'Connell playing quarterback for them by the end of the season, rookie, day 3 pick, I think, out of Purdue. And then Jimmy Garoppolo is still in the building there, but he was benched during the season. So the Raiders would be a logical spot, Seth, for either a free agent quarterback. Maybe they were 8-9 with a janky quarterback situation. Maybe this is a team that feels like, hey, if we get Kirk Cousins in the building, we can get over the top with this. Maybe trade for Justin Fields, something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. Like Cliff Kingsbury as an offensive coordinator, I'm intrigued to see what he does perhaps differently here, and maybe Kyler Murray was holding him back a little bit, but Kingsbury has never struck me as a guy that cares about pass protection or what the second option on a pass play is doing. They're just he tried to run the same offense in the NFL with a few little tweaks here and there. I keep seeing people say, like, no, he actually ran the ball a lot too. Like, well, yeah, because Kyler Murray ran the ball a lot. It wasn't. I don't know. So we'll see. Maybe when he's not having to devote all of his attention to the other head coach stuff, he can learn how to be an NFL offensive coordinator. Or in the last year, he's kind of reflected on and he's learned some things. Or maybe Kyler Murray was the one holding him back. I'm just surprised that that's who they chose.
Yeah, Titans are looking to hire Bill Callahan as their offensive line coach. Why am I mentioning that? Well, his son Brian Callahan is the head coach there, so you got a little father and son thing going on. Patriots hire Alex Van Pelt as their OC, and Bill O'Brien mentioned as a candidate for the open Boston College job.
The thing to pay attention to with Bill Callahan as the offensive line coach is that he's very, very good. And in running like a Kubiak-Shanahan type system, that might be something that entices Derrick Henry to stick around in Tennessee.
I don't like that. You've got me sold on Henry as a Texan.
Yeah, I know.
I don't want.
I know. That's why they need to be putting the full court press on with the legal tampering by other players.
Yes, absolutely. Okay.
When I first read that report, I thought that it said Bill Callahan to bang his son.
Well,
I was like, that sounds on par with the state of Tennessee.
Well, let me just say let me tell the people what you're referring to. I typed in the rundown, Titans hire Bill Callahan as O-line coach to hang with his son. I typed
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, that's why I misread it.
Yeah. That was not a report.
Tennessee, everybody is not aware. Tennessee leads the nation in breeding.
Yeah.
In general. Yeah.
Yeah. Just look at the analytics.
They don't actually. Okay, that's all right. But they were in the top third of cousin marriages.
Okay.
I did that research once, and they were definitely in the top third of cousin marriages.
Good. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. 7 o'clock hour we go. The Texans accomplished a first this season. We will tell you what that is next. Men's Tea Clinic. Oh yeah, today's my Men's Tea Clinic day.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Cynthia Freeland, she makes good content on NFL.com, I would say. She's, especially if you like numbers, she's sort of their numbers guru on on NFL.com, and she does an article at the end of each year where she looks at the units around the NFL that were the biggest overachievers based on preseason expectations, preseason win share rankings, okay? So how, it's win share, it's just a measure of how good certain units are, how much do they contribute to winning. Units, overperforming units, like the Detroit Lions offense, which was forecasted to be 14th and was 4th in the league. Units like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers passing offense, starring Baker Mayfield, champion of the precision passing drill at the Pro Bowl games. They were slated to be 26th before the season. They finished middle of the pack, 14th. Big overachievement going on there, Seth. For the Houston Texans, this is the first time this has ever happened in the history of her doing this sort of thing. She usually isolates a position group or a side of the ball. She's never honored a whole team before. She's honoring the Houston Texans. The entire team was slated to be 29th according to win share rankings before the season. Yeah. And they finished a somewhat shocking, for some people, 11th in win share ranking at the end of the year, the 11th best team.
That's interesting. That's right about where they were in a lot of the power rankings at the end of the year, too.
Yeah.
They were right around 11th or so.
Yep.
So, you know what? I'm a little bit insulted on behalf of the special teams unit. If you're going to say the entire team, okay. I'm guessing the special teams, the special teams was probably projected to be pretty high, and they finished pretty high. So, you know what, Cynthia? I reject your first time ever doing the entire team. You should have done the offense and the defense and left the special teams out of it, okay? They didn't overachieve. They achieved just like they expected to achieve.
Okay. All right.
Damn it. Cynthia, I'm sick of this disrespect.
On behalf of Frank Ross and John Weeks signing his new deal, this is there's some good stuff in here if you're looking to get excited as a Texan fan or looking at some of this stuff you already know as a Texan fan, but it's fun to read because this is the first January and February in a long time where we've been able to read fun, cool stuff about a team that's going to be good next year.
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud, 8 touchdowns, no interceptions, 142.8% passer rating on passes that traveled 20-plus yards through the air.
Yeah.
That's dude. A 142.8 passer rating on deep balls.
On deep balls, right? That's usually you're doing awesome if you just complete 40% of those. And CJ was dealing on deep balls. It was I think that's the one thing you got to remind yourself when you get frustrated with the way the Texans were running the ball and that it seemed like Bobby Slowick was just way too committed to the run at times is that you can't brag about that deep ball stat if you don't also accept that running the ball consistently was part of it. You've got to set up, even though it's not working, it still helps set up even though the run's not working, it does work to set up the deep balls, and that made a big difference for CJ.
Yep. She also says that Will Anderson, mentions him here, wildly impressive stuff from CJ. He was complimented by a defense that includes strong candidate for Defensive Rookie of the Year, Will Anderson. Oh, that's right. We get the awards this coming week. And Andre Johnson, possible Hall of Fame this week. Sorry, I'm just thinking out loud about how excited I am for next week.
They do the NFL awards usually on Saturday, the night before the Super Bowl.
Is it Saturday or is it Thursday? I thought it was Thursday.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, okay. No, it's definitely Thursday because Casario's flying in for it on Thursday.
Oh, okay.
It's Thursday, yeah. So that's when it'll all get announced.
Casario's flying in for it?
He is, yep. He is. He's going to come on with us next week. Yeah.
I wonder why. Okay, wait. Why is he flying in though?
Because to support the many Texans who are nominated for the awards.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, CJ, Will, D'Amico, and Bobby Slowick are all nominees and finalists. So,
I didn't know if they also. I thought I was just wondering if maybe the executive of the year was announced that night too. But I don't.
It's a good question.
It is.
Yeah, I don't think it is either. I don't know. Maybe it is. I have no idea. Either way, I think he's. I think he's in and out just in one day. But yeah.
Yeah. I guess you know where I am with this is this is a portion of the season, off season, and by that I mean from now until September, when I worry that sometimes you get a little too comfortable and you anticipate you look at overachieving already there. And I don't think D'Amico is thinking that way. I don't think Nick is thinking that way.
No.
But as a fan, I have to remind myself, all right, yeah, overachieving does not mean already there. and that, okay, you finished in this ranking 11th. And that's way better than people thought, but momentum doesn't carry you on up into the top, just like it is with the offense. The offense made a boatload of progress. CJ had a very promising year, but as a total, the sum total of the offense still has work to do. Yeah. So, it's a very, very good sign. But I'm looking at, look at what's going on with Tampa right now, where they might try to re-sign Baker Mayfield. The scary thing about that, if you're a Bucs fan, is that, all right, they were expected to finish 26th in this ranking based on the data. They ended up finishing 14th in win share. The difference
for their passing offense, right?
For their passing offense. Yeah. The difference there is Baker Mayfield's like a bona fide veteran quarterback. How much more upside is there for Baker Mayfield as he's thrown to Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, one of whom might not be back? Like you got to be really objective about, okay, just how much more can we take this? Just because they were way better than people expected doesn't mean that that's the answer.
Yeah, well, I'll take it a step further with Baker, Seth, is that he's a veteran guy who's been in the league 6 years now. There's a better chance that the year he just had is some sort of outlier and he's going to regress than there is of any sort of growth from here. You know what I mean?
Especially if Mike Evans is gone.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, and his OC is gone now, too. The guy, they got to find a new guy to call plays in Tampa Bay because Canales took the Carolina job. I think you make a really good point about the just kind of pumping the brakes on things. To get excited, obviously, for the Texans. But as far as expectations go, the thing I go back to is, and I'll go back to throughout the offseason, is the schedule. And I know the schedule can change. Teams that look really hard in March can become different by the time September or October. Certainly when injuries roll around, especially at quarterback, that can change things. And some teams are just better. Like some teams were penciling the Texans in as a win last year at this time, and they turn out to be 10-7. Some teams just turn out to be better than you think they're going to be. I would point out that as far as quarterbacks go, if you look at the quarterbacks the Texans faced this year, and they went 10-7, right? They faced Lamar Jackson. I'm just talking regular season. They faced Lamar Jackson. They faced Joe Burrow. Those were clearly the two best. Depending on how you feel about Trevor Lawrence, he might be third. Baker Mayfield might be third. The version of Joe Flacco that you played in Week 16 might be third. Those are three names. Lawrence maybe, but the other two, you would have never thought that at the beginning of the year. The Texans next season, Seth, play the four quarterbacks that got named to the Pro Bowl ahead of C.J. Stroud. C.J. was fifth. He was a second alternate. They play all four of those guys next year. They play Lamar Jackson. They play Patrick Mahomes. They play Tua, who I just called trash an hour ago, but nevertheless, that's a potent Dolphins offense they play. They play Josh Allen. You want to go over the other side? They play Dak Prescott. They play Jordan Love, who both had really good seasons. Jared Goff. They play the Lions. Aaron Rodgers is back. They play the Jets in New York again next year on that concrete turf.
Sounds to me, Sean, like a good recipe for an MVP.
Yes.
You beat all these various teams.
You had mentioned that a couple weeks ago. Yeah.
And I'm not even like when I bring all that stuff up, it's not because I'm being pessimistic about it or anything. It's just as I feel like it gives me a little edge as I start to think about the draft and free agency.
Yeah.
That it's not look. It's not just like some luxury that you're tacking onto this team. It's that you've got to keep this going, you've got to get markedly better in at least a few areas. So, they've got to nail some of these draft picks. They've got to nail some of these free agency signings. One of the best stats in here that I really liked was Nico Collins led the entire league with 399 receiving yards over expected.
Yeah.
So whatever his expected receiving yards were based on where he caught the football. And Cynthia used a lot of the GPS data. Yeah. So how many people were in proximity to Nico when he caught the ball? This is a run after the catch stat. This is run after the catch combined with how many people did you have to bulldoze to get all of those yards after the catch. So that meets the eyeball test. It's really, it's cool that he led the league in it.
Yeah, he led the league.
Yeah.
Hell, he had I think you may have said it, 399 yards above expectations was the number. That's about what he got total in receiving each of his first two seasons. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Dude, Nico Collins, and he missed a couple games, too, in the season. He finished with 1,300 yards receiving and 80 catches and I think 8 touchdowns, and he missed a couple of games.
It's also a testament to CJ's accuracy.
Yeah.
Because the yards after the catch come when the ball's right out in front of the dude. Yep. Yeah, and at his eye level or chest level, and he can just turn up and go. And we saw that a lot with Nico.
Yep. So, yeah, man, I'm excited about next year. Like, I look at that schedule, and I get excited about it because I think this team is maybe not right now equipped. They need an offseason. They need a good offseason, but I feel like they're going to have a good offseason. They got money to spend. They've got not a ton of draft capital like they've had the last couple of years, but they've got the appropriate amount of draft capital to make improvements in the draft. They're not missing a first-round pick yet. Maybe they make a trade or something.
Sean, this is my favorite part of the year, too, when I start to watch some of the stuff on YouTube from, like, really smart people out there. But sometimes I think they lose a little bit of perspective when I see things like the Chiefs showed the league how to beat Lamar Jackson. And all you got to do is have some awesome pass rushers and also the ability to play man and also the ability to basically do a lot of things that very few defenses are capable of doing. You know, like it's hey, rush 5 while you cover wide receivers with linebackers and it's just a lot of the stuff that Chiefs did versus the Ravens. Yes. Every defensive coordinator in the league knows that he can do that, or that he could scheme up the X's and O's. It's that Spagnuolo does such a good job of getting it executed, and he has the talent to do it. Spagnuolo's awesome, but it's not like he does this every single year in the league. He's got an awesome defense.
That would be like when I was a kid, Seth. When I was a teenager, I wanted nothing more than to be able to dunk a basketball.
Yeah.
Like, I wanted that more than I wanted a woman. I wanted to dunk a basketball, by God.
Well, because you dunk the basketball and then you get the women.
Yeah, one leads to the other for sure.
In America, first you dunk the basketball, then you get the women.
You get the ladies. But I wanted to dunk a basketball like it was nobody's business, man, on a 10-foot rim. And if I were to see like an ad for something or a headline for an article, how to dunk a basketball, this is how you go ahead and dunk. I'd be like, okay, I click on this, jump higher. Okay, that's what these people are with the Kansas City defense. We got the formula on how to shut down the Baltimore Ravens. How do you do that? Get Chris Jones, the Mick whatever his name kid, the cornerback who's an All-Pro, McDuffie, Snead. Go get Snead. Sign Justin Reed. Get a couple really good linebackers as well. Get Karlaftis coming off the edge there. Yeah. Get Menahu. Yeah, that's all you got to do.
That was the whole
Spagnuolo orchestrating.
Beating Tom Brady is easy. All you have to do is rush the passer with 4 defensive linemen. Yeah. Like, a football coach never thought of that before. Okay, I'll just get the pass rush with 4 guys, and then that'll make it easier on the guys in the back end. Yeah. It's so simple. I can't believe nobody thought of that before.
How did I not think of this? Yeah. It's an interesting question. Text page 6453. Hope I got that number right. I'm squinting. When you're in the building and you know the players personally, can you get caught up in thinking you'll be okay, or will they be able to keep perspective and replace guys with better players? The pronouns I'm sure they're referring to are Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans. Will they? Yeah. Do you get too caught up in your guys in the building? I think Bill O'Brien had that disease for certain guys.
Yeah, that's a matter of knowing your blind spots, and like a lot of, Nick's very well aware of that. You can tell just by the way he talks. He's aware of bias and how it creeps in, and like more and more in the NFL, you hear more personnel people talking about that. Like almost like the same way hedge funds or financial traders will do the same thing. You got to know your blind spots. You got to know your weaknesses. You got to know the fallacies and biases that everybody has. And that's probably one of the hardest things to do in scouting, and then in coaches too. Coaches especially fall in love with a guy, or they know they can rely on a guy. And that's when ideally scouts and coaches aren't going to see eye to eye. And a lot of times it's that the personnel guy just sees that a player has diminished, his skills have diminished, but the coach just likes the guy and feels like he can trust him, like O'Brien felt about a lot of his guys. Yeah. That's when that's why it's so hard to be a GM and a coach.
Yes.
Like, that's why Belichick, like, say whatever you want about him, about not having Tom Brady or anything like that. He was able to both be a good coach on the technical side of things on the field, but then also divorce his emotions from it. And I think it was pretty rare that Belichick made a decision based on emotions. Like, Tom Brady for him was, I think, almost his, I think it was like almost his personal test every year to prove to himself that he wasn't going to get too wrapped up in an individual player.
Yeah.
And ultimately, it ended up maybe screwing them out of an extra Super Bowl or two. But they got 6 because of that strategy. So, who's to say it was wrong?
Absolutely. I think my feeling is I think Nick Caserio is appropriately dispassionate about connecting emotionally. I think he connects emotionally with certain players, with the players. Like, I think he's friendly with them. But I think he looks at it through the right lens. And I think, too, D'Amico, because they do collaborate on this stuff, I think D'Amico, having not only been a player, but having been a player who's been through that sort of up and down. He was at the tippy top. He's a Pro Bowler. Then he tears the Achilles, comes back. He's in a scheme where he's not a real fit, so then he gets traded somewhere. And then at the end of his career, gets an Achilles again, and then his career's over a year later. I think the fact that he's been looked at through that lens a couple times by GMs probably gives him a unique perspective that maybe a head coach who didn't play in the league, like O'Brien, may have had with players as well.
I remember the part of like Gary Kubiak that people didn't realize existed when people would worry that he was too nice or what have you. I remember that first year Kubiak was there in 2006. There was one day, a few games into the season, and there was an offensive player that felt he deserved more opportunities, and Kubiak basically got up in the team meeting and gave a speech about how, like, listen, I want the best for each and every one of you, and I love you guys, and I really want everybody to be able to thrive, and I want to help you do that. But on game day, he used more colorful language than this. On game day, I do not give a damn about what your stats are or what your needs are or whatever. I care about winning the football game.
Yes.
And basically, it said a few more choice words, but I just remember him saying, I do not give a damn. Which is true. I think that's like you always need to try to, if you keep your eye on the prize, so to speak, it's a matter of doing that, and then that's how you can ignore some of the personal feelings or loyalties, but then you also need people that can cover your blind side and see the things that you don't see.
Yep. Text message, I think it's so exciting, the schedule they're talking about here, this texter, because instead of playing the NFC South with trap games, we get competitive games against the best. That's interesting, because, they were 2-2 against the supposedly janky NFC South this year. I mean, they lost to Carolina and Atlanta on last-second field goals. They beat the Saints and the Bucks in close games. So this texter,
lost to the Jets. The trap games were just that's the dose of reality you got to always remember. Like, all right, wait a second, how the hell did this team lose to the Panthers and the Jets?
Yeah,
and it wasn't. I would I'd be able to lie to myself a little bit if CJ had a horrible, it had gotten concussed in the first quarter or something.
Right. The fourth quarter.
We lie to ourselves. We maybe lie to ourselves a little bit when we wonder whether CJ was already concussed going into that game.
Yeah.
So maybe that was a little bit of it.
The Texans losing the way they did to the Jets made the petty cast that you and I did yesterday, getting petty about the New York Jets, 22% less enjoyable. It was still enjoyable. I still love taking pleasure in other people's pain. Yeah. But the fact that we were doing it for the Jets and Nathaniel Hackett, who schemed up that game for the Jets, it made it slightly less enjoyable.
Felt like a movie where, the rich guy was making fun of the pool boy, but meanwhile the pool boy was having an affair with the rich guy's wife.
There you go.
It kind of he's looking down on him, telling him whatever. And meanwhile the pool boy's like, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sucker. Zach Wilson was sleeping with our wife.
Yeah, that's, you know what? That analogy holds up.
Well, our moms.
Yeah, moms.
Zach Wilson was sleeping with our mothers.
Our moms.
Yeah.
Yep. Coaching carousel has stopped. All 8 jobs are filled. Did any of these teams do better than the Texans did last year with their hire of D'Amico Ryans? Little report card action for you on the head coaching hires in the NFL is next.
presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Well, you look like you got something on your mind, Seth.
One of our, we made a mention about strength shoes earlier on, and I don't think they sell strength shoes anymore, but kids, when we were kids in magazines, like especially, it must have been like in Sports Illustrated and stuff like that, there would be these full-page ads for these strength shoes. They were like really ugly sneakers, but with like a platform that extended out from underneath, from the ball of the foot, and it was supposed to train your calves. So you're supposed to do like these jumping exercises and everything. Yeah. If you've ever seen old episodes of Seinfeld, it's when those are strength shoes. I don't think they call them by name in those. And one of our listeners said, we mentioned that, and somebody said we were given false hope because of Spud Webb and those strength shoes that all of us could dunk. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, I was saying in the previous segment, my dream as a teenager was to dunk a basketball, and it's true. 5'6" Spud Webb winning the dunk contest in 1986, and those damn strength shoes that were in big ads, little ads, all over any magazine where there were a bunch of ads in the back, any sports magazine, add 6 inches to your vertical leap. I'm like, I need more than 6, but I'm going to get close. I'm touching the net right now
like
as it is.
Yeah.
Now I get hit.
It is. You know what, though? I mean, it's one of the, like, with or without the strength shoes, just, like, it takes a lot of jumping to get good at jumping.
Yeah.
If you want to get better at jumping, go jump a lot.
That's right.
I know my friends that were like basketball and football players would always talk about how, like, yeah, you'd come out of football season, and like the guys who are the genuinely great athletes, they come out of football season, you think you're in great shape and everything, then you go out and try to and play basketball, like you couldn't jump for crap.
Yeah.
You know?
So stay away from the strength shoes, kids. That's the warning label on this segment right here. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure they've got value. It's just they're not going to teach. You're not going to. You might dunk. You might be the guy that dunks.
Maybe.
But I would say just go out and just play a lot of basketball.
You're 5'9" and white, you won't. I promise you right now. I got the proof. I was in pretty good shape back in the day.
We need what's the shortest?
What?
What's the, I don't know. I was sitting next to a guy on the plane last week he was a point guard at Illinois State. He was 5'7", 5'9".
Right now or back in the day?
No, back in the day.
Okay.
And I didn't get his name. I'm sure I could do the research, but
it
was funny. I was talking to him. I was like, "So do you?" And I did like he told me he was, he's a shooting guard actually.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
And I kind of like I was like I had to bring it up. He didn't mention his height, but I was sitting next to him. Like, how tall are you?
Yeah.
And so I asked him, like, do you have any stories about like coaches telling you that you were never going to make it because you're so short? He's like, yeah, I didn't play high school basketball because my coach.
No way.
It's not like I didn't make varsity. My coach just said I couldn't play basketball, so he played AAU and ended up going to Illinois State.
That's wild. Okay, that's a cool story. That's a cool story. Okay, so I'm looking, Seth. During the break, I jotted down the 5 hires from last year's coaching cycle. We finished up this year's coach hiring cycle yesterday. Dan Quinn, hired by the Washington Commanders, much to a collective yawn in Washington, it feels like, if not shaking fists in Washington. Very few smiles in Washington today over the Dan Quinn hire. These were the 5 hires from last year's coaching cycle, and my contention would be that DeMeco Ryans, on the day he was hired, I thought was the best hire of that coaching cycle. I thought it was an A. As we look a year later, is it still the best? And here are the 5. Carolina, Frank Reich. Fired 11 games in. I think it's fair to say that one was an F in retrospect.
Yeah.
Arizona, Jonathan Gannon. I think that's been a decent hire. I know they're 4-13, but I think they were a plucky 4-13. I think they're 4-13 with the chance to improve if Kyler Murray gets his game together in 2024.
Yeah, and I guess that one too, like just as it will be with DeMeco Ryans at some point, you almost can't grade the defensive coach until you either A, win a Super Bowl, or B, like replace your offensive coordinator after he leaves.
Yes.
That's the first huge hurdle that a defensive-minded head coach is going to face.
Yep. Indianapolis, Shane Steichen.
Yeah, I got to give him a A-.
Yeah, I don't know what the grade was the day he was hired, but the grade now is better than whatever that was. That was a good hire.
You know, the trouble, too, is when you hire those coaches, with some of those guys, like with Shane Steichen, you don't know exactly who their quarterback's going to be. Now, having watched Shane Steichen work, they worked the RPO a lot with Gardner Minshew.
More than anybody.
Gardner Minshew does not run like Anthony Richardson.
Yes.
Now it all comes down to, like, okay, just what is Anthony Richardson as a quarterback, but he is, like, Shane Steichen is definitely the right guy to get the most out of Anthony Richardson.
Denver, Sean Payton. Do we feel like Sean Payton, if you were doing a grade today versus what the grade was the day they hired him, higher or lower grade, do you think?
Boy, that's a tough one.
Very tough.
There's us. We had a grudge against Sean Payton.
We did. Yeah,
for the information he was feeding Colin Cowherd, most likely, and everything else. I would have to say you're at a B with Payton right now, because ultimately you got to find a quarterback, and I don't know if anybody realistically expected him to salvage Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
And that's what it's going to depend on. I didn't. So I'd give him a B- right now.
I think Sean Payton's done a masterful job of turning this past season into like a moot point, not even a rebuild season, like a reset season for him to get Russell Wilson the hell out of the building and start to target his next quarterback.
And it was like they needed a definitive culture shift. I feel like they accomplished that.
Maybe.
It was a much cleaner football team. It didn't start out that way, but they were a much cleaner, crisper team than a Nathaniel Hackett-led joint.
I think my overall feeling, and we're going to look at this year's coaching class in just a second, but I think as we get to DeMeco Ryans, the fifth of the 5 hires, boy, you got to feel great as a Texan fan. It was an A the day they hired him, and it feels like an A or an A+ now. That hire has been a massive home run for DeMeco. The DeMeco Ryans hire has been a huge home run for the Texans. You look like you're thinking right now.
I'm trying to think. This is what happens whenever I have to grade a bunch of people. Like, as soon as you're done, you're like, okay, wait a second. I was too high on this guy, too low on this guy. Some of those B- I probably would have turned to B+. Because DeMeco doesn't have anything to do with, well, he has something to do with it, but some of it's just dumb luck as to what quarterback you get.
Yeah.
And
that helped.
Yeah.
We'll admit that helped.
Let's say they had gotten Bryce Young instead of C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
And even if they had done better things with Bryce Young, I have a hard. It's very clear. The biggest thing that's glaringly clear without really looking at things too closely is that C.J. just got such better mechanics.
Yeah.
And is just so much more technically pure than Bryce Young that it's hard to think of Bryce Young stepping in and getting a lot of the upper level stuff that C.J. Stroud did. So yeah, I think if they had gotten Bryce Young instead of C.J. Stroud, this isn't even like a peeing contest between those two.
No.
I think like the ceiling for DeMeco may have been like a B+. I think the defense would have improved a lot, but the offense might have really struggled.
The ceiling might have been 7 wins or something like that. Are we still giving him an A if he gets 7 wins on the season? Maybe not.
It's a big improvement.
Yeah. But maybe not.
Being too tough on hypothetical DeMeco.
Yeah.
That's how you raise good children. You're tough on your hypothetical.
The hypothetical versions of them. Yeah.
Just like a hypothetical parent I was in my mind. As much. Oh yes, I was
Still
very
am,
strict. Very strict.
Yes.
Yes.
Who is the DeMeco Ryans of this coaching cycle in your mind, Seth? As you look at, I know there's 8 teams here. Chargers with Harbaugh, Raheem Morris, Atlanta, Canales in Carolina, Gerard Mayo in New England, Brian Callahan in Tennessee. These are all the hires. Antonio Pierce getting promoted in Las Vegas. And then the last 2, Michael McDonald in Seattle and then Dan Quinn in Washington. Is there a DeMeco Ryans in terms of just a home run on this list that you see?
Okay, the interesting thing about this is DeMeco had become one of the darlings of the coaching search. His name was out there. A lot of people really expected him to be a hot candidate. He was a hot enough candidate that there was broad skepticism around the league that he would even lower himself to interview with the Texans.
That's right.
Oh, why? I turned my nose up at the Texans. So I don't know. Was there a guy that was quite like that? Gerard Mayo's the first guy I would think of just because, former player, defensive guy. And yet, all the enthusiasm for Gerard Mayo seems to have been generated by people who leaked information about Gerard Mayo.
I'll tell you, there's an element to the Mayo hire that feels like Easterby is secretly in the building up in New England, where a lot of it is just like, he's just this amazing guy. And I know he's never coordinated a defense before, but he's just, it feels a little McCownish with some years of experience. Mayo at least has been a position coach in the NFL for a few years before they promoted him, but it has that feel, because I can't. The only comparison to me with Mayo and DeMeco Ryans is they were both high-level linebackers in the NFL at some point. DeMeco Ryans was a high level coordinator and position coach.
It's the same, and real. I mean, let's step back a moment. If you're in New England, and I'm sure multiple people up there have said this, but it's been proven that trying to hire out of the Belichick tree is a dicey proposition. They've doubled down on the Belichick tree on this one.
Yeah.
It's he both played for and coached for Bill Belichick.
That's right.
This is a Belichick tree hire, and Belichick tree hires don't work out. The best guy by far has been Bill O'Brien. Some people argue if Mike Vrabel is in the Belichick tree. I say no way in hell, because he wasn't he didn't coach for Belichick at all. Yeah. So okay, I'll leave Gerard Mayo playing for Belichick out of it. This is a Belichick tree hire. And O'Brien was the best of all of those. But let's remember, O'Brien had a lot of experience outside of the Belichick tree, and had a lot of mentors in coaching, George O'Leary or whomever else.
Sure.
And he still wasn't ultimately successful. Yeah, I would say, I guess Antonio Pierce, but again, I feel like it's a little bit of an insult to D'Amico to say Antonio Pierce just because he's a linebacker turned coach.
Right.
He didn't have that same success as a coordinator that D'Amico had.
I think if we're just going based on if the comparison is who's just the best hire, forget about their background or whatever. To me, it's Harbaugh.
Yeah.
But I'm going to admit it. My blind spot is I'm a big sucker for this guy's been successful everywhere he's been and every stop he's been at, so he'll be successful there. It's why I wanted Urban Meyer for the Texans a couple of years ago. I'm not afraid to admit it. I want the year that the Jags hired Urban Meyer, I wanted Urban Meyer for the Texans, and it was a disaster. So I'm a sucker for that sort of thing. I guess the difference with Harbaugh and Urban Meyer would be Harbaugh's actually had great success in the NFL before. With less talented quarterbacks than Justin Herbert, by the way.
Right. Well, it'd be interesting to see with Jim Harbaugh, who, you think about the last time he had a quarterback with a cannon of an arm where he could run. Harbaugh loves to run old school. When I say old school, I mean plays out of the 1920s, play action, and throw it deep. And it's going to be interesting with the Chargers this year. The other thing about Harbaugh is I've always gotten the sense that people talk about how his personality starts to grate on people over time. It seems like that's much more about the other, I would say, quote unquote, adults in the building more so than the players themselves. Mm-hmm. It seems like it's more of an issue for either executives or administrators more so than it is with the players themselves. So a lot of this is going to be more on the Spanos family, I think, and how they kind of handle everything around Jim Harbaugh. But I think he'll connect. He's been connecting with college kids for the last decade.
Yeah.
I think he'll connect with young NFL players just fine.
That's a really good point. It's fair to say, Jim Harbaugh it's been a decade since he's been in the NFL. He's probably evolved in multiple ways since then, right?
And he's also, and it is because I've seen some. I think there's almost a knee jerk. I don't know if how he's gonna relate to today's NFL players. He's been relating to today's college kids. He's already related to today's NFL players. And now they're in the NFL.
Literally, 20 of the guys on the team he just coached to the national championship are going to be NFL players come April.
Nico Collins was related to by Jim Harbaugh.
yes. Just fine, just fine. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. We're headed to Vegas on Sunday. Yeah.
And just one more thing about Jim Harbaugh and Nico. There is that former player part of it, too, I think. Different side of the ball. Right. But it's weird. I feel like I told you this. I think when Madden died, it was a lot of younger people didn't even realize that Madden had been a coach in the NFL. Right. Or even a color commentator. Some of them, the really young ones.
Patriarch of a video game, yeah.
I would bet the average 20-year-old NFL fan might not even realize that Jim Harbaugh was a quarterback.
Played, and a decent quarterback, too. He had some good seasons in the NFL back in the late 80s and the 90s, for sure.
He was captain comeback for a little while.
He was for the Colts, mid-90s, absolutely. All right, top of the hour, we'll do the top 8 at 8. Hey, speaking of the draft, John Harris, who was at the Senior Bowl all week, is going to join us at 8:25. So we'll get some Texans thoughts on maybe a few prospects, a few names to watch from John Harris, and just get general thoughts from Johnny on the draft coming up as well. He's the best when it comes to that stuff. He'll join us in the 8 o'clock hour. Up next, this Super Bowl is a rematch from one 4 years ago. Let's take this over to baseball. Astros have been in this spot 4 times against 4 different opponents. What is the sexiest rematch that you could see in baseball from the last 10 to 20 years, and how many of them involve the Astros? We'll get to that next.
Place your bet.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you. Rematch, Super Bowl rematch from 4 years ago, San Francisco and Kansas City. At that point, that was the toughest ticket or the most expensive get-in to the Super Bowl ticket until this year. It was over $6,000 to get into that Super Bowl back 4 years ago. This year, it's over, as of yesterday, over $8,000. If you want
to get in the door.
Just to get in the door, and your team could potentially lose. Per ticket.
$16,000
It's not
if you don't want to go by yourself.
It's not a 4-pack for $8,000 and with a Coca-Cola label or something. No.
I know, but I thought, I can't imagine. You'd have to be pretty damn diehard to spend $8,000 and go solo. Like that's that's your lifelong dream, or you're you're really, really, really rich.
Yeah. Well, it's funny you say that. Sarah Pepper and Jesse Watt, I was on with them this morning on the Morning Mix, just talking about the Super Bowl a little bit, like just very surface level stuff. And we were talking about ticket prices and how hot this ticket is. And Sarah said, like, boy, that must mean, like, man, if you're paying $8,000, you just got to be. It must just all be really, really rich people that are there. And I say you'd be surprised how many people. Now, maybe Kansas City may not be a great example because they've been to a ton of Super Bowls the last few years. But let's take a Detroit fan, for example. And let's pretend Detroit made the Super Bowl this year. I bet there would be a lot of blue-collar Lion fans who feel like, I've been waiting 50 years for this.
Yeah.
I may never see this again.
Yeah.
I'm going to find the $8,000 to be in the building. Results of the game be damned.
There are a lot of people that might max out their credit cards.
That's exactly what I said to them. They'll max a credit card to go to the Super Bowl.
Max out or take a cash loan out or whatever.
Something,
they'll do it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's
They offer that financing on your airline tickets now too.
Do they? Okay.
Yeah, there's a little tab you can get it's like one of those. Yeah, you can. You're putting the flight on layaway, but you're taking the flight. I don't know.
I had a point.
You can finance your air travel, Sean.
Yeah.
Right there, boom.
Boy.
So I think that's how it works. I don't know.
I'd have gone into even more debt back in the day visiting my kids when they were much younger living in Chicago. I knew I could do that.
Well, the biggest playoff game that I went to by myself was when I happened to be in Seattle when the Astros were playing the Mariners.
That's right.
And I went by myself there, and I spent a pretty good chunk of change there to go, and I really enjoyed myself being there by myself. Like I said, I was lucky enough to sit by some really cool people, Mariners fans that knew a lot about the Astros, and so that was cool. But yeah, so I could see a lot of people just, especially if they're lifelong fans of the team, going by themselves for that month.
Was that the Pena game? The Pena home run 18-inning game?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. So you got your money's worth for that one. That was. It's like you got 2 games. That was great.
Yeah. Well, I had to leave early.
Oh, okay. I would say
it was pretty brutal. It was pretty brutal. I had to leave in the 10th inning.
And there were still 8 more innings to go. You didn't know at the time.
I had no plans on the trip had been planned months before, and it just so happened that that's who the Astros are going to play in the playoffs. So I had a very, very hard appointment that I had to get to, and it sucked. It was the worst I've ever felt leaving a game.
Yeah,
because it was in the 10th inning, and I was sitting in the way they have it set up there. I was able to leave over this walking bridge right over to the garage that goes right to the same level I was parked on. So from the time I was sitting in my seats to where I decided, I just have to leave now, I was out on so I went from, the club level, which is, up in the upper decks there. I was on the road in 90 seconds.
Oh, wow.
I walked out across the bridge and then down, I guess probably more 2.5 minutes, and then down a completely empty parking lot out onto an empty highway, and I was gone listening on the radio while I drove to Spokane in shame.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Missed the moment. That was out. How was that stadium? Did you like Seattle? Was it cool?
I liked it a lot, except the one thing I still to this day. I'm convinced that the reason there was no offense in that game was because the smoke from the wildfires was pretty bad.
Oh, that's right.
And the roof was open, and you could you really couldn't see all that well.
Yeah.
I think it affected the guy's perception of the spin.
Could you smell the smoke?
Yeah. I was really hoarse by the end of the trip there. September in the Pacific Northwest, there's still. That's the fire season, I think.
Okay.
So it's still dry. The rains haven't come yet.
Yeah.
It's dry and hot, and you get some wildfires.
So in baseball this century, since 2000, there's only been one rematch of a World Series. There's only been one time or one matchup that we've seen more than once. It was the Red Sox in 2004 against the Cardinals, and then they played the Cardinals again 9 years later. So really just, other than David Ortiz, really just a rematch in terms of uniforms. I doubt there were many guys, unlike this Chiefs-Niners matchup where there's still some major players involved in this game that were involved 4 years ago. But it's interesting, Will Leach, who writes for MLB.com, in the spirit of this rematch between the Niners and the Chiefs, which is a pretty sexy rematch, if you take out the emotions of, for me at least, hating the Chiefs and not really being a Niners fan, like there's a lot of fun aspects to this matchup, which we'll be digging into all week next week. He ranked the potential World Series rematches for this coming season from this century that we've not seen yet but could see in terms of which ones he would most want to see. 3 of the top 4, Seth, involve the Houston Astros. 3 of the top 4 out of 22 or whatever it is, however many World Series there have been in this century. Astros versus Dodgers in 2017 is number 1 on the list, and I feel like that is a sellable matchup if you're Fox and you
Super
carry that.
sellable.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. The only thing that I wouldn't like about that would be just they'd have no choice but to bring up the being better than everybody else scandal over and over and over again. It would you'd have to stay off social media the whole time because it would just be so. The worst part about it would be, Sean, the jokes. Like those same 6 jokes that were told over and over again, there would be a whole new crop of people that thought that they were creating new jokes about trash cans and whatnot. So that's the part. But ultimately, if it ended up with the Astros beating the Dodgers, sweeping them probably, then it would all be worth it, obviously.
I'll give Will Leach credit here. He says there will be many 2024 preseason predictions that will include this very matchup in the World Series, and that's true. He said, don't let any lingering controversy about this Astros team distract you from how great the 2017 version actually was. The only bummer was that Game 7 was the least exciting one of the 7 games those two teams played. This year was also the start of the Astros' active streak. When he says this year, he means back in 2017. 2017 was the start of their streak of consecutive appearances in the ALCS.
Well, no, and honestly, when he says that right there, when he talks about he didn't say how great the 2017 Astros were, but they were. And realistically, the only reason that Fires and everybody else was still the only reason that the being better than everybody else scandal ever happened was that the Astros kept being so damned good offensively that by 2019, people were convinced that they must be doing that thing that so many other teams were also doing in 2017. They thought that, everybody got the memo and the Astros were the only team that didn't stop. No, they were just that damn good at that point. They'd already, that's, so I don't need to relitigate all that stuff.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Number 2 on the list was Braves versus Astros. So Astros-Dodgers 1, Braves-Astros 2. They met in 2021. Unlike the Dodgers series, the Astros lost that one. At many points during the regular season, the last 2 years, it looked like this is the matchup we would get. It may look that way at several points this year as well, is what he says. 2021
still feels, it's weird. It feels like a dream to me. There's just something about it being against the Braves and the way everything happened that I would include just even the ALCSs and various other ones. That's the one that I feel like I didn't really live through.
I'll tell you why. Yeah. By the time the World Series, by the time the NLCS rolled around, or ALCS, I should say, you operated without Justin Verlander all year. That was the year he was out with Tommy John. Yeah. And by the time you got to the ALCS, you were operating without Lance McCullers as well. He got knocked out in that Chicago ALDS. So and Fromber hadn't really become Fromber yet. Fromber didn't become Fromber until 2022 with all the quality starts in a row. So that to me is when I think back to that postseason, I think back to just kind of piecing it together with some Jose Urquidy here and some Framber Valdez there. And so that for me, I'm with you. That postseason feels a little strange. That's probably why for me.
So these other fan bases, they don't know how good they have it to what it's like to lose entire World Series in the shuffle to have to try to keep the details from year after year after year of ALCS games straight in your head. It's hard.
You know how long it takes to sit down and compare 7 consecutive trips to the ALCS? It is time consuming, man.
It is, because even Chiefs fans don't understand or realize it's basically 5 to 7 times as much mental work for us as it is for a Chiefs fan. Sure, Chiefs fans might get a little bit confused, more so than their usual state of confusion, about like which AFC Championship game it was or was not. Where we're looking at, 7-game series all over the place that you got to keep track of.
So Astros versus Phillies is 4th on the list. Astros versus Phillies 4th on this list right here for the rematches we'd like to see. I wouldn't mind seeing a rematch with the Phillies. That was fun. That was the fan base going against us that had the most juice for sure. Astros Phillies. That was a Mattress Mac almost got into a brawl at their stadium out there in Philly.
Mattress Mac and Kate Upton too.
Yeah.
And, it turns out that Kate Upton was just having fun with that fan. I don't know if we ever made an on-air correction about that. Remember the fan that she flipped off?
I do.
And she was just having a good time because her husband, remember, had flipped off a fan a couple days earlier.
Coming off the bus.
Was having a good time. Yeah, that one. Even Philly fans tried to get triggered about that, and like other Philly fans stepped in and were like, hey, look, this is Philly. Like, we can't.
Right.
He's obviously having fun with it, and let's not pretend that we're going to get all up in arms anyways, even if he was serious in Philly about somebody flipping off somebody around a professional sporting event.
Getting a lot of texts from the previous segment where we were talking about the coaching carousel this year and last year and kind of comparing it. You guys give Payton that high of a grade as a head coach. What do we give him, Seth?
I thought I gave him a B-.
Yeah. You give him that high of a grade, even though they had to give up picks. They had to trade picks to get him.
Oh, that's a good call. Yeah, I guess I'm just grading the performance itself, not the compensation. Like, if I had all of their contracts out in front of me to see exactly how much they were getting paid as well, then maybe we would skew it. But you got to remember that we don't know that part of it.
Yep.
So, like the best budget. If we factor in trade picks given up and how much you're actually paying them, I don't know. Maybe one of those other guys would have been the
I'm
winner.
Purely looking at his performance as a head coach this past season, which I thought was okay. It was a bad start. He righted the ship, and then it was a bad finish. And I think Sean Payton got what he wanted out of this season, was to get the hell out of the Russell Wilson business, if you want my opinion on it.
If you're a team if you take a team that's an abomination and take them to 8 wins, then there you go.
Yeah, that's what they were. To that end, I know it's not Texans related. This is a text message, but how are the Broncos going to get out of Russell Wilson's contract? They're going to cut him and take the hit.
Yeah, it's not as bad. Like for a long time, it seemed almost impossible. Now it's like it's very uncomfortable, but it's not impossible.
Well, they have to do it as a post June 1st one, so they can spread the hit out over 2 years. I don't want to get too cap nerdy on the whole thing. Yeah. If they just cut him today, it would be like an $80 million hit. But if they do it designated as post June 1st, they can split the hit up over 2 years, which isn't ideal. And it just goes to show you how bad that trade. I mean, that is one where I do factor in what they traded. If you look at that, he was a bad player, and they're taking a huge cap hit. And they basically, with that trade, kept Seattle relevant.
Yeah.
With all those
right. Yeah. If we're grading Sean Payton, you have to look at the degree of difficulty to get where they were. And they probably, if they had kept Russell Wilson engaged, they might have won 9 games or so. I look at that first year as, all right, did you make improvement, and what are your constraints? And really with Denver, I think Payton got a long contract partly because he expected, one, because he could get it, but also 2, because I very much doubt that he thought Russell Wilson was going to be the answer.
Yeah.
And I think he knew that they were going to have to take a year or 2 to kind of reset everything. So to actually improve on your win total, what am I going to give him, a C for improving?
Yeah.
I feel like you got to get up into the B's if you improved the fortune of the team in 1 year.
Yeah. Will we feel the same, text message, will we feel the same about D'Amico next year if the Texans go, say, 6-11 or 7-10 with the tougher schedule?
I want him fired.
I have to know how it looks. That's. Yeah. I can tell you right now, if they go 7-10 next year, I don't care if C.J. Stroud's healthy for 17 games. I'm not going to be calling for D'Amico Ryan's head or anything like that. I can't envision a scenario after 2 years where I'm coming in here and sitting down and saying the Texans need to get rid of D'Amico Ryans as a head coach.
Right. It would have to be a really sloppy affair.
Yeah.
Or that there'd been all kinds of just a complete loss of discipline or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. The obviously the honeymoon would be over.
For sure.
Then it would become, we wouldn't be calling for D'Amico's head, but we would be talking about the possibility of calling for D'Amico's head the next year. If they didn't turn it around from 7-9.
We would be doing
or Caserio. Caserio would end up getting would become, I don't want to say scapegoat, whatever, like
hot seat.
He would have the hot seat first, before D'Amico, depending on exactly how everything went.
Yeah, because unless there's a major injury involved, if they're 7-10 next year, it'll get blamed. If I had to guess, just thinking blindly right now, it'll get blamed on they didn't do enough during the offseason to build on what they did in 2023. I'm purely guessing what the storyline would be, but that's the most likely storyline is they don't. The things that need to get fixed don't get fixed. You got to fix the running game. They got to fix other things.
I think so far with D'Amico, the biggest thing I think is the things that immediately, like think about Nathaniel Hackett in Denver. They were so sloppy. Like you would just watch when the Texans played them. When any other team watched the Broncos, even if the Broncos won, when Nathaniel Hackett was the coach, you're like these guys don't know what the hell they're doing.
Yeah.
This is a clown show out there. And they're just managing to win because they've got enough good players to string together a few good plays here or there. But it was just an absolute mess from a game management perspective, discipline, all that stuff in Denver. I have a really hard time seeing that out of a D'Amico-led team, given how clean everything was this year. It just, with everything being new. So if they go 7-9, 7-10 next year, then I doubt there'd be many calls for it. But it definitely puts you in that like, oh, okay, we've hit some adversity. Let's see how we respond.
Yep, absolutely, no question. All right, it's 8:00. So let's get to the 8 at 8. Mattress Mac going to jump in at 8:15 for Mac's picks pre-Super Bowl. Going to make the official Super Bowl pick next week, but we'll get his thoughts. 8:15. You're listening to KLT and KLT HD2 and Odyssey Station.
One.
And by the way, John Harris joining us in about 23 minutes or so. He was at the Senior Bowl all week. We'll get some draft thoughts from the great John Harris, Texans sideline reporter and draft analyst. Starting with the Texans, the Pro Bowl games took place last night. At least some of them did, including the precision passing in which C.J. Stroud finished second to Baker Mayfield among the 6 quarterbacks. So the NFC got the points in that one. The way this works is they get into a bunch of fun little contests, including things like closest to the pin at a golf course, stuff like that. The NFC leads the AFC right now 12-6 going into Sunday. But there's still several contests, including the flag football game on Sunday, Seth, in which Peyton Manning told Pat McAfee he has this pick for MVP of the flag football game.
We will even the score in Orlando. And MVP, they used to give a car to the MVP. So we're working on the gift. Maybe, Pat McAfee wants to, name the MVP, but I'm going the early MVP candidate as I'm going C.J. Stroud. Yeah. C.J. Stroud for the MVP.
Ooh. Hey, rookie, too, so it's his first time. He's going to want to ball out just like he has all year. I'm excited to see what Wes Welker cooks up for the boys.
Yeah, me too. C.J. Stroud was built for flag football.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to piece, man. I can't wait. So
flag football, what do we have to worry about with I worry mostly about broken fingers. And I worry about cheaters who tie their flags in knots.
Oh, okay.
I know that used to be the big gym class thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
I missed out on that.
Well, because our gym teacher was just a jackass that didn't even realize it.
Dullard.
Yeah. Guys, I remember my friend Aaron would tie it in knots.
This guy's unstoppable.
Yeah.
2.
John Weeks is back with the Texans for year 15. God, John Weeks is going to be around when C.J. Stroud is winding his career down. How long can John Weeks go, do you think, long snapping if he wanted to, Seth? As long as he doesn't have somebody chopping him on the back of the neck like you revealed you did to long snappers back in the day.
Back when we were allowed to. Back when men were men and they beat on helpless long
snappers. Now they're so protected. With that in mind.
Back when they let men be men and chop at their heads when they had no way of defending themselves.
Chop it, undefended guys 70 pounds lighter than you. Yes.
Yes. That's when men were men.
John Weeks, year 15.
As long as he keeps in shape, which he has, a couple of years ago, you could tell he recommitted himself to being like super lean by long snapper standards. I would guess until he's 40.
Yeah, I think so too. I wonder if that's his target. It's a good gig, man. $1.3 million he got yesterday for long snapping for
a
the
lot
Texans.
of pressure, man. I wouldn't handle the pressure very well.
That's true.
I don't even like talking about like that. There's a lot of pressure because he might be listening, and I don't want to get into his head.
I
know?
think he's okay, but good thought. I would.
I've told him my little things that I used to do to try to mess with long snappers' heads, and he acts like none of them would have worked, but I know they would have worked.
Oh, that's nice of you trying to get into the head of the Texans long snapper. Good job, Seth.
I think the one he said that might have made some sense was like I would just start to describe how sticky the grass was.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh man, this grass is sticky. It's weird. It's sticky. Have you noticed how? Hey, long snapper, have you noticed how sticky the grass is?
So he put some extra torque on it, and it would launch it over the punter's head?
I wanted to put an image in his head of like his knuckles getting stuck on the turf or something. Just anything to mess up. You know when you're throwing darts and all of a sudden the dart doesn't feel right in your fingers?
Yeah.
I was always trying to get him to overanalyze how everything felt.
Boy, that's next level three-dimensional chess right there, I tell you.
If that didn't work, I just said that I boned his leg.
Banged his mom.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
3.
I never said that to a long snapper.
You said it to opposing guards and tackles.
Yeah.
Washington Commanders have found their head coach. They're the last ones to make a hire in this coaching cycle. The coach is Dan Quinn, the former Dallas defensive coordinator, who was last seen coordinating a defense that was getting run through like poop through a goose against the Green Bay Packers.
Who at various times this year when I tuned in to watch the end of a Cowboys game had commentators saying like, oh, well, you don't see this very often.
Yeah.
I seem to see it every time I watch like Dak Prescott have a game-winning drive, but if he leaves more than a minute on the clock, the Cowboys defense would fall apart into shambles. Yeah.
Underwhelming.
That Dan Quinn.
Underwhelming, I would say.
Hell of a regular season defense, kind of, except for the close games that they needed to stop at the end.
Yep. So Washington hires Dan Quinn, and that's it. We close out the 2024 head coaching cycle.
4.
Let's get to a couple Rockets bullet points here. No All-Star game for Alperen Şengün. They named the reserves in the Western and Eastern Conference yesterday. For now, maybe somebody backs out of the All-Star game. I don't know if guys necessarily back out of the NBA All-Star game, though. Feels like that's just kind of, even with all the things they've been doing with them picking teams and stuff like that, other than the last 5 minutes, it's...
Well, plus the NBA All-Star Game has such appeal as like a cultural event.
Celebrity,
it's like a huge,
it's very glitzy. Yeah.
It's the it thing. Like the NFL's still got kind of a dorky, crew cut 1950s feel to it. No matter how hard we try, we can't get out of our image of A lot of OGs on the Western Conference team for the reserves. Steph Curry, Anthony Davis, Paul George, Kawhi Leonard all make the team. The younger guys that made the team, Devin Booker, his 4th appearance. Karl Anthony Towns, his 4th appearance. Anthony Edwards, the 2nd time he's made the team. So Alperen Şengün looks like we'll have to wait at least one more year, but
5.
He's going to have a new teammate. Will not see the floor this season, but might see the floor for the Rockets next season. They make a trade yesterday, trading Victor Oladipo's contract and 3 second-round picks to the Memphis Grizzlies for Steven Adams. Veteran center,
Steven Adams.
Big body, looks like a James Bond villain.
So came back to his rightful home.
Yeah.
Instead of that James Harden fella.
That's right. Yeah, that
pick comes back to the Rockets.
The pick that was in the Harden trade, pick that got traded to OKC was the pick OKC used to get Steven Adams. Circle of life.
We are owning that draft 100%.
We're going back and owning the 2013 draft. Yes. Absolutely.
We've had Harden long enough, and now we'll reclaim our draft pick.
I reserve the right to change this opinion if it turns out Steven Adams is just a body they throw into a bigger trade coming up in the next several days before the trade deadline. But if they are inclined to keep him, I kind of like that they've got an eye on next year and adding some KG vets to the team for next season. That's Steven Adams, Şengün's your starting center, but Steven Adams kind of that stage in his career where he's a big body off the bench for you. So good job, Rafael Stone. Thumbs up on that for me.
6.
Okay, this Mark Andrews story, I wanted to make sure we left enough time for this because I had not seen this story. I just came into an argument tuning in on the Odyssey app to In the Loop yesterday afternoon with Lopez arguing with a caller about this Mark Andrews, about an element to this Mark Andrews story, and I couldn't tell what they were arguing about. Here's the Mark Andrews story, just so all of you are not in the same boat I was in yesterday. Baltimore Ravens tight end Mark Andrews was on a plane on Thursday traveling from Baltimore to Phoenix and assisted a woman who experienced a medical emergency during the flight. He was on a Southwest flight to Phoenix. Now, Andrews is a type 1 diabetic. That's been pretty well publicized, and he provided a diabetic testing kit that led to the woman being stabilized for the rest of the flight. There's a passenger on the flight that said it was really scary. It was touch and go for a while. I think the coolest part is if anybody who's ever watched Mark Andrews, they knew exactly what was going to happen. It was just classic Mark Andrews where it's like in a time of need, people like that step up.
So this woman's heart rate, pulse, and blood pressure were extremely low. There was a doctor and a nurse attending to this woman, and Andrews popped over and said, like, could she have low blood sugar? And he whipped out his kit that he had and then helped them use it to test her blood sugar. So she did have low blood sugar.
Right.
I guess we're wondering what the argument might be between Lopez and the caller. This is what I'm guessing.
Okay.
Don't tell me yet, Sean.
I won't.
This is what I'm guessing.
Okay.
I'm guessing that the word hero was used, or something that painted Andrews as the hero when somebody else, either Lopez or the caller, was arguing like, well, he helped out, but I mean, it's not like he performed CPR on the woman or something.
Here's what Landry said. I texted Landry, and I said, so what was the dust up about with Lopez and that caller regarding Andrews? I said I hadn't seen the Andrews story when I dipped in on your show yesterday. Here's what Landry texted me a few minutes ago. Person texted in that he was in the medical field, and there were holes in the story, and we just started laughing. And I said, I'm in the medical field guy. And then Lopez went on a rant, and that's when maybe this texter, I'm guessing, called in and began arguing with Lopez. And the best part about the segment was Landry, after they hung up with the guy, after the very heated discussion between Lopez and this guy, because I think Lopez is just going, hey, man, we're just reading the reports of what happened.
Yeah.
Landry going, you just got schooled, Lopez. You just got served. You got taken to the woodshed. Lopez was heated.
I was hoping it was like somebody, because the first Twitter was like Mark Andrews hero. Mark Andrews saves woman's life. Like the articles I read about it were more like, this headline was Ravens Mark Andrews assists with in-flight emergency.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm guessing the doctor would have probably realized that she had low blood sugar, but maybe who knows? But I feel like the real hero is Todd Monken. Because if Todd Monken hadn't been such an awful offensive coordinator and didn't have such a horrific game plan versus the Chiefs, Mark Andrews wouldn't have even been on that flight to offer up his blood sugar testing.
Monken getting an emergency invite to the NFL honors next week, and he's like, why?
He's going to be comeback player of the year next year.
Yeah, like tomorrow.
Saved the woman's life by being so bad at having any kind of a game plan that makes sense versus the Chiefs.
Oh, my God. That's funny. That's funny.
7.
All right, we're going to get to a few other sort of sub-stories to the head coaching hire cycle here. Probably the most intriguing one, other than Dan Quinn to Washington yesterday, Seth, Cliff Kingsbury back in the NFL as the OC for the Las Vegas Raiders under Antonio Pierce. So Antonio Pierce himself, a defensive head coach, is outsourcing the entire offense, it would seem, to Cliff Kingsbury. Do you expect Kingsbury to deploy the traditional air raid offense? And I guess how traditional was the air raid offense he was using with Kyler Murray in Arizona? Like, how do you?
I mean, it's not the air raid. Like they have to make different. I guess the question really is is it going to be the same thing they did in Arizona?
That's my question.
I would imagine. I'm thinking that with a little time for Cliff Kingsbury to sit back, and I know he spent time consulting with teams this last year. I can't remember if he was attached to one specific team. I think he probably got some good input from other NFL people, which you don't always get while you're the active NFL coach and people are competing against you, about some of the things that maybe he needed to focus on. I know just from talking to a couple different defensive backs that it was like just plainly obvious which receivers weren't involved in the play. Like it was still a first read offense in a lot of ways, and there was so little chance that the guys who weren't designed to be the first or second read weren't going to get the ball that they just shut it down. And it gets fun to play against offenses like that after you get a half season worth of film on them. So that doesn't fly. And I'm guessing that maybe maybe Cliff Kingsbury got some good, valid input on stuff like that. Pass protection never seemed to be something that Cliff Kingsbury was keen on really learning and understanding in the NFL. So, like, I think we see a different version of what he was doing in Arizona.
Here's a question. Should Devontae Adams be excited about the hire of Cliff Kingsbury as the offensive coordinator? Because we know he's not been very excited about being a Las Vegas Raider the last year or so.
I don't think he should be. I think Cliff Kingsbury's still got to prove it in the NFL.
Yep.
They had some competitive offenses there for a couple years, but a lot of it was still predicated on Kyler Murray's athleticism, and just they kept signing and drafting more and more receivers. More so than it was like actually putting together a cohesive offense.
I think vibe is half the reason Cliff Kingsbury gets hired in these jobs. He's just that sort of handsome, smooth-talking dude who, boy, at certain times there's been a lot of yards generated by this offense. Wow, you know? I think that's half of it.
He got an NFL head coaching job after not having had a winning record as a head coach
at Texas
in 4 years.
Yeah,
it was insane.
It was incredible. All right, let's knock out these last two. Then we got to get to Mattress Mac and Mac's picks.
8.
Is that 8 or are we on 7? I thought we were on 7. Are we on 8? Okay. Bill Callahan is going to be the offensive line coach for his son Brian Callahan in Tennessee. Alex Van Pelt is going to be the new OC in New England. He was Deshaun Watson's OC in Cleveland last year. And Bill O'Brien, at least on one candidate list for the now vacant Boston College job. Boston College's head coach left to become the defensive coordinator for the Green Bay Packers. Leaves a head coaching job in the Power 5 to become a DC in the NFL. That is your 8 at 8. The Ocho, we get you started each and every day with that. It is 8:15. By the way, John Harris is going to join us in the next segment. We'll talk to Johnny about his trip to the Senior Bowl. Give us a few names to keep an eye on during the draft process for the Houston Texans that he saw there. Some needs to be filled. And just general thoughts from Johnny as we start to head into draft season here. The Combine will be coming up here shortly. So the great John Harris will join us next. But first, speaking of greatness, the owner and founder of Gallery Furniture, Mattress Mac, Jim McIngvale, joins me at this time each and every Friday. We've been doing it for a couple years now. Mac's picks, and we know we got the big game coming up next week, Mac. Get some thoughts on that from you for sure, but we'll make the official pick next week. But before we get to that, let's get people fired up. That 2-for promotion you got going on right now, huge for Cougs and Stros fans.
They are excited about the 2-for promotion, Sean, especially since they can buy $4,000 of better Tempur-Pedic mattress right now. Change their life for the better by an adjustable sleep set. Sleep great every night, 8 hours, have more vitality, more cognitive ability, fight off viruses, feel better, and look better, maybe even lose weight. So change your life for the better by a $4,000 Tempur-Pedic adjustable sleep set right now. Get it delivered free today. And if the Cougars win it all, and they're playing excellent right now, your purchase is free. If the Cougars don't win it all, your purchase flips over to the Houston Astros. If they win it all, you get it free. Giant 2-for promotion on mattresses right now. Buy a Tempur-Pedic adjustable sleep set. Change your life, change your spouse's life for the better. Starting tonight, Gallery Furniture delivers your Tempur-Pedic adjustable sleep set right now today.
I love what a sleep advocate Mattress Mac is. It's so true. Sleep is the foundation for everything. Mac, I'm heading to Vegas on Sunday for the big game. We know it's Kansas City and it's going to be San Francisco. We're going to get your official pick next week, but you got any early thoughts on this matchup?
It's real simple, Sean. I figured this out. Don't bet against Mahomes and don't bet against the girl.
Oh, there you go. Don't bet against the girl. There you go. Okay. Well, we got a little foreshadowing for your pick is going to be next week for sure. So we don't have any football this weekend, but you mentioned the Cougs. Cougs have a huge one coming up this weekend. The first trip as a Big 12 member to Fog Allen Fieldhouse in Kansas. So we got the Cougs, a top 5 team, going against Kansas, a top 10 team. Cougs, well, from what I've looked at, Mac, a small favorite in this game at Kansas this weekend, like a 1.5 favorite. I think I know who you got, but you go ahead and tell us who you got in this one.
I got the Cougs all the way. I saw them play last Saturday in Fertitta Center, and they were running around there defending like a bunch of wild people. It was they really did a great job. And then, of course, they beat Texas in Austin, which is a tall task. So I got to go with those Cougs in Lawrence, Kansas. We did a basketball promotion a couple of years ago, and the Kansas Jayhawks won the tournament. We gave back $15 million, and Coach Self came down for our giveaway party. So he's a great guy, but I like Coach Sampson and the Houston Cougs in this one on Saturday.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, welcome back. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Sorry, guys, I was screaming at our producers, and they're like, I'm looking down at the hotline. I'm like, do we have John Harris or not? And I forgot that Johnny can just join us on the back channel here from NRG Stadium, and we welcome him in right now. Texan sideline reporter John Harris, and for this time of year, more importantly, draft guru, the best in the business when it comes to the NFL draft, John Harris joining us. Johnny, how was Mobile, Alabama treating you? How was it?
It was very, very good. I, in fact, got back last night, probably 8:30 or 9, and so it was good. It was interesting, talking to some of the people there and some of the scouts that I know on hand. This was probably as much talent as that has been in Mobile in a long time, and the difference between the Senior Bowl and East-West Shrine game, like last year, it was closer in talent. Like you had Juice Scruggs last year at East-West. He went in the second round, obviously. You had some other guys at East-West last year. Zay Flowers was at East-West last year. This year, it was a complete difference. It was like if you're a player, if you're thinking you're a day 2 or better player, you were going to Mobile. The talent was really, really good in Mobile this year, I thought. And at some positions that I think the Texans have some I don't know if needs is the right words, maybe some needs and some wants, but there were some definite guys on the radar screen for sure.
Yeah, I guess if you're just taking the broad view of this draft right now, and if let's say the Texans end up drafting in the late 20s, where they sit, or in the early 20s or so, what would be what position groups would you say are the most likely or the most coveted that might follow right around there?
Well, I feel like it's a pretty deep defensive line group up and down, whether it's interior or on the edge. I feel like there's going to be that push for quarterbacks. We always know that's going to happen. So you're probably going to have, Caleb Williams, Drake May, Jaden Daniels, if those three for sure. Bo Nix and Michael Penix had a really good opportunity to kind of push for that first round, but Mobile was not that time for them. It was not a great look for either one, although Penix I thought was okay. Nick struggled the first 2 days and third day. There's going to be that push for quarterbacks. It's a loaded wide receiver draft. Loaded. I was just watching what was in Mobile, and that didn't even count Malik Neighbors, Keon Coleman from Florida State, Marvin Harrison Jr., Rome Odunze. I mean, those four guys are probably going, I don't know, top 20, and maybe one of them ends up falling to 23 where the Texans are. And, those guys would be top 10, top 12 in most any other year. So this is a loaded wide receiver draft. I like the interior in this draft. Byron Murphy from the University of Texas, which I thought was interesting. He saw Daniel Jeremiah's mock draft and saw he was in the first round. And then the day before the Senior Bowl said, I'm out. I don't need to prove anymore. So he bounced. He bounced the day before the Senior Bowl. So
Jim putting a lot on Daniel Jeremiah.
That's right.
Man.
Yeah, Jim Nagy was not too happy about that because I think Byron Murphy would have showed it off. It would have been fun to watch him. But, his partner in crime, Devondre Sweat, is very interesting. And he declined to weigh in at the Senior Bowl, if that tells you anything about how big that human being is.
He's so big. I know. He carries it pretty well, doesn't he?
He carries it. No, here's the funny story about Devondre Sweat. This was probably, 5-6 years ago. I'm watching a playoff game in NRG, and it was Huntsville against, I can't remember who. It was Huntsville High School. And they got this good-looking dude, number 44. I'm like, oh, man, that's a D1 player. So I'm talking to a couple of the kind of high school recruiting gurus. I know Ryan Broniger, who does it for Texags. I'm talking to him. I said, hey, who's 44? He goes, oh, that's Tavondre. And all I got was Tavondre. Like, I'm supposed to know who that is. And I was like, Tavondre. And he goes, Devondre Sweat. He was 255 playing out on the edge. And I'm telling you, he was not a pound less than 360 at the Senior Bowl. So I don't know what they fed him at Texas, but holy smokes. And I'm telling you, when he turns it up, my comp, in fact, I was talking with our buddy Lance Zierlein, and I said, man, that dude is Albert Haynesworth all day, every day. I said, he chooses when he wants to be a Pro Bowler, and he chooses when he's going to take a break. But he also has a long memory because on Tuesday, Bo Limmer from Arkansas got him. He got by Limmer. The next day, when Limmer tried to anchor against him, Sweat nearly broke him in half. I mean, literally, if you see it, oh my God, how did he not break his knees? So it's wild. He is incredibly strong. But I think because people are going to see him as a two-down player, Seth, I think he's probably going to go a little bit later, maybe on into the second round. And, maybe the Texans in the second round have got, pick 59. We've seen Nick move up and do some things. So he's a large individual. I think he's got to cut some weight to get to about 345, 350. And once he's there, I think he's probably in pretty good shape, but he's one heck of an athlete for sure.
Yeah, the Tavondre, I'm showing Sean.
Seth just sent me the video of what you were talking about with Sweat.
Oh, yeah, against Limmer.
Folding him up like a chair.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm standing like 5 yards away from it. And as I see Limmer go down, you know how people are when they're in a group. When they're in a group and they're just, you have this gasp of like, oh, like there's just, oh, what just happened? And then everybody was like, oh my God, is Limmer going to get up or did he tear 3 ACLs? And Limmer popped right up and everybody's like, oh, okay. Like there was some nervousness amongst people standing around watching whether he was going to get up or not.
Poor Limmer. Johnny, how did Limmer do the rest of the time there? I don't want this to be his testament to football right here.
No, and I'm glad you brought that up, Seth. Limmer is fantastic. And I know we've talked about the Texans in the interior and how they're going to do this. If they ended up drafting Limmer on day 3, I would dance a jig in the studio. He is tough. He's physical. He's played both center and guard. He's strong. It obviously doesn't show up on sweat on that rep. But if you saw the rep from the day before, you'd see a guy that's 305, 310 getting up under a 370 guy and moving him 2 yards off the line of scrimmage. So I like Limmer. I talked to a few of the scouts there. They really like him.
Okay.
As an interior player, I think Limmer would be a really, really good fit for the Texans. But, again, they've put so many assets into the offensive line. It was kind of hard to watch the offensive line and fall in love with guys because I don't know that they're going to end up in Houston. Now, wide receivers, I fell in love with a lot of those guys.
Yeah, that's where, the more I watched you guys at the Senior Bowl, for one, gush about the wide receivers, and two, complain about how bad the quarterback play was, because there was a lot of shots I saw of wide receivers being wide open but with no football to catch. It was that. I'm getting the sense that my dream of perhaps having a Mike Evans might be really irresponsible, just because, A, the Texans already, they've got some strength at that position to begin with, and then B, you might be able to get younger and still improve at that position.
Yeah, absolutely, Seth. And I mean, it becomes kind of a supply and demand thing in some sense because, these guys, like I said, weren't even in Mobile. Marvin Harrison Jr., Rome Odunze, Keon Coleman, Malik Neighbors, Troy Franklin, Jalen McMillan, Jalen Polk, Xavier Worthy. Those guys, Adonai Mitchell, none of those guys were in Mobile. And the guys that were in Mobile were super studs. Malachi Corley from Western Kentucky. I call him kind of a fake Debo in a sense. This dude's got his thighs are huge. I mean, he's a running back. Yesterday he was running a slant route, and the defensive back was waiting for his cut and didn't move. And Malachi was like, "All right, I'll just run you over." And he just literally ran him over, caught the ball for a touchdown. And the refs threw a flag, but they didn't know what to call. He is a great runner after the catch. I think he would be a good fit with what the Texans do. Roman Wilson was fantastic. I know everybody gushed about his one-handed catch. And a lot of people wanted to compare him to Tyler Lockett. My comp was Will Fuller, just because Wilson has that easy acceleration away from guys like Fuller had. Like, you didn't even think Fuller was running fast, and you're like, boy, he's running 5 yards away. He's got 5 yards of separation from a defensive back. This is incredible. I'll give you a guy that I really, really like, and I think he would be the perfect fit with Tank and Nico in due time, and that's Ricky Pearsall from Florida. He was fantastic, and I think he's going to run better than people think, and when you see him, you'll get exactly what I'm talking about. I think he's faster than people anticipate. He runs tremendous routes. He's got glue sticks for hands. He had the catch of the year in college football, a one-hander down the seam that was just absolutely incredible. He cooked everybody he went against, and it reminded me a little bit of what Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua did at the Senior Bowl. Now, Nacua only did it for one day, and then he was gone, and everybody's like, well, where did he go? But he caught everything. Cooper Kupp, it was funny because you'd have all these DBs kind of fighting for, getting a piece of Cooper Kupp early on the first day of practice. It's about 5-6 years ago, and he's at the Senior Bowl. By day 2, dudes were getting out of line. They wanted no part of him. And that was kind of the way it was against Ricky Pearsall. Nobody could cover him. Didn't matter the route. Ricky Pearsall just lit them up. So Pearsall, Roman Wilson, Malachi Corley, all really good. Jamari Thrash from Louisville, I thought had a tremendous week. And then Lab McConkey, WCC from out of Georgia. He's going to run in the 4-3 range. He could play in the slot. He can return kicks. He can play outside. The first day, nobody covered him. Nobody. The only guy that covered him on the second day was Louisville nickel corner, Jarvis Brownlee. So there are about 5 guys that were in Mobile that I could see them taking maybe, sometime day 2, with pick 59 or whatever they've got after that. They don't have to go into the Mike Evans bucket. And, driving home, I was listening to you guys and listening to Landry, John. I heard, Brandon Scott, and, talking about this. And, I was listening to you guys the last few days. And I think you guys were all about it. Look, if they were able to get Mike on a good contract, sure, let's go for it. But you're at a point, and I know everybody's like, you got a lot of money, you got to spend. And I'm like, yeah, I understand spending, and I want to make 2024 a good year, but I don't want to spend to a point that we can't do the things we want to do in 2025 and beyond. That's the one thing I want to be careful of. So if you get into bed with Mike, so to speak, with a really, really big contract because you got to have Mike Evans, well, how does that hamstring you going forward, at that position? I think, and I would love Mike. I love Mike. I think he's everything that they're looking for in a Texan. I don't think Mike's going to give him a hometown discount. So they're going to have to pay some money. Or you can look at one of these young guys. You look at what a guy like Puka Nacua did last year. Look what Tank did as a rookie last year. Rookies can come into this offense and do some things, especially if you've got skills and you've got guys around you like Tank Dell and Nico Collins. So that's why I really was looking at those wide receivers and trying to figure out how do they fit with Tank and Nico. And all those guys I felt like would be a really good fit with the two Texan star receivers.
Hey, John, okay, you had mentioned guys like Jocelyn to get out of line to not have to do a one-on-one. Does that actually happen all that often? And do these guys realize that people see him do it?
Oh, yeah, totally. It's so funny.
Man.
It's so funny some of the things you end up seeing at times. It happens more so with a guy that wants a piece of a guy.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
You can kind of see the guys like, Kupp would step up to the line of scrimmage, and you'd see a couple of 3 DBs kind of look at each other like, okay, which one of you is going out there? There's this kind of hesitation. It wasn't like, running out of the way, but you can kind of tell there was hesitation like, no, he's about to cook me, man. I'm not really, okay, I'll go out there. Dang, it's kind of that thought. I'll tell you this, my favorite story is at the Senior Bowl, and I was talking to a former Baylor coach, and his name rhymes with Smart Schmiles. And I was talking to him, and we were watching O-line, D-line, and I said, Coach, tell me about your guy. Now, his guy didn't avoid going in the one-on-ones, but he probably should have. And he goes, oh, John, let me tell you, this guy's a top 25 guy. I think he's going to be a first-rounder, no doubt. And I swear to God, he got first-rounder out of his mouth, and Aaron Donald absolutely destroyed Sorrell Richardson. I mean, destroyed him. And Coach is kind of looking at me, and I kind of nudge him like, Coach, you need to watch to make sure what you're saying is true. And then Aaron, they did 2 reps in a row, and Donald beat him one time just ripping on the outside of him, just getting on his edge and just ripping and bending. It was unbelievable. Then he goes in the second rep, and he does that kind of jump through cross chop that he does. Little cross chop, and just cooked him. And I'm like, man, holy cow. I think guys need to be avoiding him. And Aaron Donald turned out to be Aaron Donald. But it was just amazing to watch these guys kind of stand like, you want a piece? And then there's some guys that are like, when you do this, you do those one-on-ones, and Seth, you know this, when you get joint practices, especially down in the trenches, and you've been going against the guy because, you're a 1 and he's a 1, and you're just – by day 3, you're ready to fight. You're ready to fight. Yeah. And so it got a little testy on day 3, but no big brawls. I've seen a few before, but you start getting some after a few days that get a little testy. But, yeah, there were some DBs that were, you know what? Nah, man, I'm good. And the other thing about the Senior Bowl, too, is along those lines – you have guys that have a day like Aaron Donald did, and they'll have it on day 1, or maybe they'll have it on days 1 and 2, and then mysteriously they've got a sleeve on their leg the next day on day 3.
Drop the mic. Yeah.
And some guys just don't even show up.
Yeah.
Like, hey, wait a second, where's that guy? Where'd he go?
Yeah.
So day 3, you look out there and the rosters are like, whoa, that looks like a game day NFL roster.
Yeah.
It was small, to say the least.
John Harris joining us here on Sports Radio 610, Texan sideline reporter, draft expert, footballtakeover.com, by the way, if you want to get his
draft
work there.
Season, go to footballtakeover.com.
The best, the absolute best. Hey, Johnny, before we get you out of here, I know running back is a position of huge interest to Texan fans. It doesn't feel like there's Jahmyr Gibbs or Bijan Robinson in this class, but given where the Texans are right now, and we know that's always subject to change with Nick Caserio as the GM, what does this draft look like possibly for the Texans if they were to look at running back the first couple days of the draft?
This isn't the strongest running back class. Travion Henderson decided to go back to Ohio State. Jonathan Brooks from Texas is coming off an ACL tear. Now, we've seen that not be the death knell for guys, but those are 2 guys that, would figure pretty, prominently, I would have thought, in this running back class, especially Henderson. I was a little shocked by that. But you're right. It's not it's not even like last year. I mean, there, besides, Bijan, there were a couple other options you could look at running back. And I don't even know where my running back one is going to be. My gut tells me it's Blake Corum from Michigan. And the reason I say that about Corum, I mean, he's got all, he's tough. He runs hard. He never misses a cut. Like, you watch the end zone view of his film, and you're like, there's the hole. He hits it. I mean, he sees he doesn't miss a hole. And I think he would fit in either a zone or a gap scheme. They did a little bit of both, more so the kind of man gap schemes at Michigan. But his vision's so good. He's 5'8", 205 probably, but he's tough. And that's what a lot of these guys in this draft are. They're kind of 5'9", 210, tough. The guys at the Senior Bowl that I saw, one really intriguing one. And when people hear the name of the school, they're probably going to tune it out. But I'm telling you, you better not. And that's University of New Hampshire running back / slot receiver Dylan Labe. This guy he's 5'9" if he's lucky, but he's rock solid like 210. I mean, he's cut up. The first day they put him in the slot as a pass receiver, and he was just whipping DBs. The next day they put him in the slot again, and I was down watching the offensive line. I come down, the first route I see is a deep ball. I see the ball in the air. I see, great catch. Man, that dude, he cooked the defensive back. That's Lobby again, running routes from the slot. Then they put him in the run game, and he's running the zone. He's making good cuts. He's fast. He's strong. I comped him to Austin Eckler meets Mike Allstott. So I got a chance to talk to him after practice, and I told him what my comp was, and he goes, that's funny, because he was wearing number 40. He goes, my dad's favorite player is Mike Allstott. I'm wearing number 40 today because of Mike Allstott. I was like, oh, my God. So he's got power. He can catch the ball in the backfield. I mean, that's the kind of guy you really – I think in this class you're looking to get. Ray Davis from Kentucky. It's funny, I was watching him yesterday, and I thought, well, he looks familiar. He was wearing number 21, kind of big butt, kind of high cut. I was like, man, that's Frank Gore. That's like his body. And this guy caught the ball very well in the backfield. He is one hell of a story. I mean, he was homeless in San Francisco. They took him off the streets. They sent him to Blair Academy in New Jersey. He ended up at Temple. Then he went to Vanderbilt. Then he ended up at Kentucky. He had a great year at Kentucky. So he's been through it. That would be a guy I think, day 3 you could look at. I just don't know that I'm ready to take, a Blake Corum or a Will Shipley or somebody like that on late day 2 or even early day 3, given what's at receiver, given what's at defensive end, edge rusher, those kind of things. It's just not a tremendous running back class from that standpoint. You probably needed Travion Henderson and Jonathan Brooks to be fully healthy. And at that point, somebody's going to take a risk on Jonathan Brooks from Texas, and it's going to pay off because he'll be healthy in, 9 to 10 months from now, and you'll have an opportunity to do something with him maybe at the end of this year or going on into year 2. So that might be a guy you draft and shelve and get him healthy and see what he can do for you late in year 1. But just not a great running back class. So y'all's conversation about Saquon, Derrick Henry, Josh Jacobs, that is absolutely relevant to me because I think it's going to end up being one of those guys.
You just provided my tease into the next segment, Johnny, right there. Absolutely. John Harris, Texan sideline reporter, the best in the business with the draft, footballtakeover.com. Go check it out. It's worth your time for sure, especially this time of year. Johnny, we appreciate you making time. Glad you made it back safe from Mobile, and we'll see you soon, my friend.
Absolutely, boys. Appreciate you having me. I'm going to hang up and listen.
All right,
Love
thank you. Love you too. Appreciate you, Johnny. You're the best. All right, I do want to go there. The running back, that's the first time I've heard somebody really lay out this running back class, and if you're somebody's like, well, just go find a running back in the draft, that was some pretty dire stuff right there from Johnny.
As far as, expecting to go get a running back.
So I want to talk about the effect that might have on the Texans free agency board and how that might look. So we'll hit that coming up next. We'll top of the hour. Is there a team copycatting is there a Texans East in the NFL after yesterday as well? We'll get to all of that as we roll towards the top of the hour. Stay there.
Place your bet.
presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good conversation with John Harris, Texans sideline reporter, footballtakeover.com. Glad to see Johnny finally generating revenue from his website. He was writing way too much stuff for free. His stuff is good. It's really good. Check it out, footballtakeover.com. That last part, Seth, the running back part of the conversation with Johnny, I think every Texan fan can agree the running game needs to be upgraded. Whether you're blaming it on the line or the running backs or whatever, probably everybody has a role in why the running game was subpar this year for the most part. So I'm a big believer they need to. They could nuke the whole room and start over with a bunch of new running backs. As far as I'm concerned, if they bring guys back, great. They've just got to be better next year. As far as finding them, though, finding new guys. That was a pretty Johnny laying out this running back class was I don't want to say discouraging. It just tells me that these free agent running backs that are high-level free agent running backs, the Texans might end up spending. That might be where they end up spending a little more money than we think, is with guys like a Josh Jacobs or a Saquon Barkley. I love your idea of Derrick Henry, obviously.
Derrick Henry, I was looking on the YouTube stream. A lot of people are skeptical of my Derrick Henry love, and I think there's some misconceptions about the year that Derrick Henry had. Part of that is my fault, because I've long looked at Derrick Henry as one of this team's biggest nemesis, and I was so excited about the Texans just flat out destroyed Derrick Henry. They shut him down. So I think. More than anything, a lot of Texans fans watched Derrick Henry. The only times they really watched him this year were when the Texans were shutting him down. He had a couple of the worst performances of his career. It makes it that much more impressive that he had those two bad games and still was second in the NFL in rushing this year, led the league in rushing attempts, and he did it behind an offensive line that on the first four offensive line rankings that I went to, the final offensive line rankings for 2024, the first four all had the Tennessee Titans as dead last. It was just an abomination of an offensive line. So I think that Derrick Henry appeals to me for a couple reasons. One, and I don't know why people think this is not the case, he's a very good scheme fit, a very, very good scheme fit. He excels at outside zone run-based stuff. He's awesome. I think people look at him and they think he must be an old-school power runner. He can do that, but they've been the Arthur Smith scheme is a Kubiak-Shanahan-based system in a lot of ways, and he was very, very good at that. He actually credited the outside zone as the thing that really ignited his career. Because remember, his first 2 or 3 years, it really wasn't that impressive.
That's right.
So I say all that to say I think the fact that he's 30 years old is going to scare a lot of teams off, and I don't think he's going to get a marquee contract. I would absolutely love Derrick Henry, who amongst all these free agents has the most impressive run after yardage after contact and everything else. I would love to get Derrick Henry, but it's got to be at that discount because he's 30.
Yeah, and what Johnny Harris just said about this rookie class of running backs coming in makes me nervous that it's going to get pricier for guys like Derrick Henry, Josh Jacobs, Saquon Barkley, Austin Eckler. There's a few other names out there. Devin Singletary is probably a name that other cities are bandying about that are looking to upgrade their run game this year. And I say that because we saw the reverse of that last year with the tight end position. That's how that was a big reason the Texans were able to get Dalton Schultz so inexpensively, is there were a ton of teams going, okay, we need help at tight end. This is an amazing tight end class. You saw about 5 or 6 tight ends go from late first round with Dalton Kincaid to Buffalo through the second round, where you saw Laporta go to Detroit and Musgrave go to Green Bay. Michael Mayer from Notre Dame go to the Raiders. We saw other tight ends get picked in that day 2 area as well. So it can go both ways. And when Blake Corum looks to me like a really, really good running back out of Michigan. And then Johnny Harris says, yeah, probably late day 2, maybe early day 3. And he's among the best of the crop. I'm going, okay, well, this we know. There will be a couple rookie running backs, that show themselves to be high-level running backs, because there always are, and they get in the right situation. And maybe the Texans are one of those teams that finds one that gets in the right system. It's just going to be much more of a crapshoot when you're doing it on day 3 than on day 1 or 2.
Right. I mean, that's all. There's always an Arian Foster or somebody that emerges. But when we're talking about the draft, you're trying to get guys that you feel like, okay, these are guys that might really have a good chance of playing and starting in the first couple days here of the draft. So there don't seem to be a bunch of those guys, and it gets to be more of a crapshoot the further you go down in the draft to depend upon them.
Yeah.
So you go into the season with, I don't think you can trust Dameon Pierce at this point in this system. It's just so clear how much better Devin Singletary was at adapting to and thriving in this. Or I shouldn't say thriving. He just thrived a lot more than Dameon Pierce did. So it's a huge bonus if it does click for Dameon, but you gotta address it somehow. Free agency or the draft.
If you had to ask me to make a prediction, like is Dameon Pierce on the team in training camp or is he somewhere else? I think Dameon Pierce is a prime candidate to get traded for like a day 3 pick. Like one of those picks that Nick likes to use to do the slight maneuvering in the 2nd and 3rd and 4th round. Like they don't have a ton of those types of picks, the Texans, right now. They've got 3 7th-round picks. I don't know that they have a 5th or a 6th right now. I know they've got the number of picks they have is the full complement. They've got 7 or 8 picks, but they're a little janky in terms of where they are in each round because of all these trades they've made and stuff. And I think they're missing some day 3 picks that Nick would normally use to maneuver to move up 10 spots in the 2nd round to go get John Mechie or whatever. And so I think Dameon Pierce is a candidate to get moved for maybe, a day 3 pick or 2. So now Nick has his pocket change he can use to go get guys and target guys that he wants.
Right now they've got a 1st, a 2nd, a 3rd, 2 4ths, and a 7th. So the 5th and the 6th round are the ones that are missing.
Okay, that's what I knew they were missing a 5th and a 6th. I didn't know I knew they had multiple picks on one of the day 3 rounds. So it's the 4th round. They've got a couple 4ths. Yeah, I always feel like he'd like to find some way to take some of the chum at the bottom of the roster and turn that into 6 and 7 round picks. Because here's the thing with Pierce, Seth. I think Pierce can play. Dameon Pierce can obviously play. He ran for almost 1,000 yards as a rookie. There's a place in the league for Dameon Pierce. I just don't know that it's running in this offense if this is what Bobby Slowick wants to do.
Right, yeah, and if they don't, it's kind of a big flyer to go on for an entire offseason on into next season to figure out whether it worked or not. And Dameon Pierce himself, this is all coming from Dameon Pierce,
right?
As far as him not figuring this scheme out and him he told Sean, this isn't something I can fix this season. It's going to be something we have to do in the offseason.
Yeah.
So, by the way, speaking of how active Nick had been with all of that, If you take just the Texans draft picks that are their own original draft picks for 2024, they have a 2nd, a 4th, and a 7th.
Wow, yeah.
Those are the only remaining ones.
And I bet
they've got the 1st from Cleveland, the 4th from Cleveland, and then a 3rd rounder from Philadelphia.
3rd from Philly. They traded that 4th round pick last year for that 3rd from Philly. And I guarantee you, at least 2 of those 3 picks you just said, they will not pick in those spots. They'll maneuver out of those too. So I guess the last thing on Pierce before we hit the break, it'd be different, too. Like, he can play in the league, obviously. He has, and it's, it wasn't an issue of conditioning or anything with him this year. Came in great shape. The problem for me is it's not as though he was getting it at the end of the year and he put together a couple good games at the end of the year. We're like, okay, he's starting to get it. He had no offensive snaps in the playoffs. He was not playing running back for the team. He was a 2nd-string kick returner by the time the season.
Didn't he have 1 snap in the first game?
Maybe.
It was or maybe that I might be thinking of the final Indy game. I'm not sure.
Yeah. It was, but he was attached to the bench at the end of the year. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. It's a football Friday. We're off to Vegas on Sunday. We can't wait. Yingling flight, Low T Center. Thanks for sending us there. We appreciate you guys sending us there. And there'll be plenty of Yingling flight, I would imagine, on that trip as well. As we head into the 9 o'clock hour, teams copying the Texans. Is this NFL team Texans East after yesterday? That is.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, are they copying the Houston Texans up in Washington? Is DeMeco Ryans a trendsetter, defensive head coach for a team with a high pick looking for a quarterback? Cowherd put this out there yesterday. You know, I'm not always Cowherd's got some takes that were I think are a little sideways. This one I was willing to listen to. Here's Colin Cowherd laying out the Washington Commanders offseason.
Dan Quinn should take care of the defense. The cap space should take care of the O-line and some roster deficiencies. And the young wide receiver talent will take care of whoever the young quarterback is. And we know where a young quarterback lands really, really matters. You also have a sharp GM from San Francisco, Adam Peters, to spend all that free agent money. So Drake May is probably going to Washington. So an East Coast kid can stay on the East Coast, Drake May, whose comp is Justin Herbert. It's a pretty good comp. I've watched enough of him. I see a lot of Justin Herbert. Big kid, moves well, power arm. Good player.
Yeah. Drake May, welcome to your comp. That'll be your comp forever, according to Colin
That is your comp,
Cowherd.
and that is what you were married to forever.
Yep.
The very person who gave you that comp never intended it to be used literally like that. Basically, anything that happens from now forward with Drake May, Colin Cowherd is going to say, well, this is how this is how Justin Herbert would have done it. So This is exactly how Drake May will do it.
That is your comp. So he lays out an offseason here for the Commanders. I think lays out a picture of a team that is obviously it's a bottom feeding team. They're picking second in the drafts, but I think it's a pretty similar situation to the Texans last year. With the hire of Dan Quinn, Colin Cowherd thinks it's real similar to the Texans.
You know what this sounds like? The Houston Texans. Number 2 pick, cap space, defensive coach, a connection to the San Francisco culture, some interesting wide receivers, and the previous 7-8 years, a laughable either executive office or owner. And C.J. Stroud and DeMeco Ryans turned it around. Laughing stock to the playoffs. Laughing stock to a playoff win in 1 year. So I think Washington's a really good job.
Does the comp of Washington to Houston hold water for you, Seth Payne?
In a weird way, he's not trying to make like a perfect comparison or anything. There's a lot of differences, obviously.
For sure.
I do think that he's pointing out that, there is an avenue to the team getting a lot better, faster perhaps than people thought, except that you can say that about every single team every year. That's why it was so annoying and so frustrating last year that guys like Colin Cowherd thought it was such an impossibility that the Texans might actually do something with a defensive-minded head coach. And, the second choice at quarterback, who's so clearly and obviously not as good as Bryce Young. That's what was so annoying. So, yeah, I think lots of teams are kind of like the Texans were this year. In any given year, there's a really good chance that team might turn around. In terms of the laughingstock part of it, I think in a weird way, I didn't really look at Washington as a laughingstock last year because they'd gotten rid of the biggest problem, which was Daniel Snyder. So I think a lot of people are in wait-and-see mode, and they knew that Washington was just kind of treading water with brand-new owners that took over. When did they officially take over? Like August of last
in the
year?
summer. It was July or August, yeah.
Yeah, like right before
the season, yeah.
So I don't think they were – I think they're in in terms of how they're perceived, I think that Washington's actually in a more stable spot. Remember, a lot of people, myself included, were pointing out Washington as like, man, you know what? This might be the best coaching job.
Yeah.
They've got a number 2 overall pick. That's what it begins and ends with. Okay, kid, you have an avenue to go out and get a potentially really good quarterback, and Washington does have that, and they've got a better roster, I think, than people realize. So, yeah, I would say it's in him comparing Washington to the Houston Texans, I find myself insulted yet again because I don't think he's acknowledging like how far the Texans actually had to turn it around.
Well, there's that. I think there's 2 big things that, and I'm with you on there's elements to it. There's certainly, if you squint hard enough, you can go, yeah, they look kind of alike, that sort of thing. I think the 2 biggest things that are being ignored, and we're going to hear evidence of the first one in just a few minutes here, because we've got audio from our sister station in Washington, D.C. yesterday afternoon, their reaction to the Dan Quinn hire, is that DeMeco Ryans is beloved in Houston. This was hailed as the prodigal son returning to Houston. It was nearly unanimous on a freaking Twitter poll where 2,000 people voted that this was the right move, 98% to 2%. That ain't Dan Quinn in Washington. I would say that if Dan Quinn hires a really good offensive coordinator and the offense looks good with the rookie quarterback next year, but the record's not all that good, I think there could be clamoring that Dan Quinn get fired and they promote whoever the offensive coordinator is so he doesn't leave, the OC, leave for another job. I think that could happen. I think the other thing, too, and I didn't notice this the first time we vetted this topic, Seth, but I noticed it this time, is that Adam Peters is the new GM in Washington, and Colin Cowherd is kind of treating it like he's already a good GM because he's coming from San Francisco.
From San Francisco.
Like he's already treating it like they got a good young GM. Like Nick Caserio is a seasoned GM. Like Nick Caserio has made 2 years worth of successes and failures and taken his bumps. It hasn't all been perfect, but he's made some good moves as well. Obviously. We don't know what Adam Peters is as a general manager. We just know he comes from a place with a great culture that's been really, really good at evaluating talent, and he's probably been part of that. That's all we know. I think just sort of throwing in that you've got a GM as if that GM is going to make the right picks like the Texans did last year is a big assumption in all this.
It's and then the biggest thing of all of this is just, all right, which quarterback do you get?
Yeah,
do you end up getting Caleb Williams? Is Drake May any good? Does Bo Nix fly up the board? Who knows? Who knows at this point? That's if you have a good GM and you have a good quarterback and he ends up getting the right offensive coordinator, then he'll be just fine for the short term. It is as it is with DeMeco though, and every defensive-minded coach now. Yeah, you got the big hurdle. This is where I am, Sean. These are my two new theories and philosophies I've decided. When it comes to running backs, I would actually prefer to take a running back on his third contract than his second contract because so many guys just fall off a cliff in their second contract. Turns out they don't have any cartilage in their knees, and they're commentators by the time they're 30. You make it to the third contract, and you're doing all right. With a defensive-minded head coach, the first big hurdle, the genuine hurdle is, okay, you lose that offensive coordinator. What do you do?
Yeah.
Mike Tomlin had to do it in Pittsburgh, obviously. Pete Carroll, you could argue that Pete Carroll never really genuinely figured it out. Blame it on Russell Wilson, but whatever. Bill Belichick was challenged somewhat, but he managed to have Bill O'Brien and Josh McDaniels kind of tag team the deal over the course of 2 decades. So that's the big hurdle for D'Amico as well as Dan Quinn or anybody else.
Yeah, as far as the number 2 pick goes, this is our sister station, 106.7 The Fan. The Grant and Danny show is their afternoon show. Here was Grant Paulson yesterday on how crucial, kind of echoing what Seth just said, how crucial the number 2 pick will be, not only to the team being successful, but making the Dan Quinn hire not nearly as big a topic.
Also, the number 2 pick is the whole deal. And a lot of this is just me talking myself into not being crestfallen today. But the GM hire was good. Is the number 2 quarterback pick the guy? Because if Drake May's Justin Herbert, Dan Quinn's fine. If Drake May doesn't go 2 and you take Jaden Daniels, and Jaden Daniels is Lamar Jackson, whatever. You just found yourself an MVP caliber quarterback. You gotta hit on that pick, and it can make today a footnote.
Yeah, crestfallen is my favorite word from that cut right there. That's a great word, crestfallen. That's how they felt in Washington yesterday, crestfallen. In fact, here is Danny Ruhr, who is whose name I'm sure I'm butchering, but he's Grant's co-host. I think he laid it out. This is how people are feeling about the Dan Quinn hire in Washington.
Waiting around, waiting for 7 other teams to select their guy. You didn't select anybody, and you went, this guy. I would have loved it had they been excited. Like, if they were juiced up and he had blown them away, at least I'd understand that. Do you know what I mean? Like, your point about how we got here is true. I mean, I think 2 people turned them down for different ways, different reasons, or whatever. We don't know the totality of it.
Yeah, and I wonder. So Ben Johnson and Bobby Slowick are, I presume, who he's talking about, and turned them down. But it's not. I don't get the sense that, and it hasn't been reported that those guys were officially offered the job and then turned down Washington. Washington was trying to be careful and methodical about this, but in doing so, everybody else had gotten hired and all the spots were filled up. And if you're Ben Johnson, you're Bobby Slowick, and you're getting this huge pay, I don't know how big the pay raises were, but presumably a pretty big pay bump to stick around. Well, look, put yourself in Bobby Slowick's shoes. I'm talking to the Commanders. They seem to like me, but they're on their way to interview Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson again. And, but meanwhile, the Texans are offering me an increase in pay. So I'm one of 3 at least, maybe, and whoever else was still out there.
Quinn, the guy they hired.
Oh, yeah, Quinn, yeah. So
yeah.
I'm one of 4 at least. I'm one of 4 at least right now versus the bird in the hand. And him and Ben Johnson both may have been like, all right, that's enough, man. I gotta get moving. I got to get out to the Senior Bowl. I got to do all this.
Yeah.
And so, I think the way Washington went about it, if I were a Washington fan, I think what I might be thinking is like, all right, that's cool. We got this new owner who seems to be super into analytics and everything, but he hired this committee to come be a part of the job search that includes an NBA executive and whomever else. And I feel like this might be death by committee. This might be
overthinking it.
What's the joke I heard this weekend was like, what's a camel? Is a horse designed by committee. It's like a horse that was designed by committee.
I love that.
It's like somebody was like, no, you know what this thing needs is a hump.
A hump.
Should it be 1 hump or 2? I don't know. Maybe 3? I don't know. What? A hump. Yeah.
Trying to appease everybody. That's great. That's funny.
So, I feel like they might have overcommitted to this thing.
Yeah.
And instead of just kind of going with your gut and offering a wad of cash to somebody, they just kept pedaling. They just kept treading water.
Hey, even maybe in the worst of times with the Texans, they proved that committees aren't really the way to go. Because remember when they were looking for the new head coach and GM in early 2021, and they had Tony Dungy involved, and they had a bunch of people involved. They had a search firm. They had Korn Ferry involved. They had a bunch of internal people. Hey, man, ultimately, they just jumped a flight up to New England, Jack Easterby, and snagged Nick Caserio, and that's worked out just fine. They ignored the committee.
I can't find. I guess that's an old saying. I can't remember where I saw it recently. But a camel is a horse designed by.
You can't find it, then go ahead and take credit for it. How's that?
Yeah.
Bob Myers, the Golden State GM, and Rick Spielman, the former Minnesota Vikings GM, join an advisory committee to guide the Commanders in their search for a new head of football ops and a head coach. So they went and found Adam Peters.
Yeah.
Who Colin Cowherd has dubbed a great GM. And they went and found Dan Quinn, who is
they found a camel. They drew up a sketch of a camel. Can we give it a horn?
Yeah.
Can we give it a horn on its nose? I'd like to have a horn on its nose, like a unicorn.
I'm so happy that they hired DeMeco Ryans. I'm looking down at this list of the 5 head coaches hired last year. Frank Reich, bust. Jonathan Gannon, we'll see. Shane Steichen, good hire. Sean Payton would have been insufferable, and DeMeco Ryans for president of the universe.
Well, this is all. We know how this goes. Usually the coach that's most hyped up ends up not being all that, and then a lot of times the coach who is most like Nick Sirianni'd or Pete Carroll'd or Bill Belichick'd. All those guys were treated like, I don't know, this is uninspiring. And they ended up...
Works out.
Well, Sirianni worked out for the kind of, and then I don't know what the hell's going on.
We'll see. Yeah.
So, no, that goes to show you. You vacillate from one year to the next.
Yeah.
As far as this year goes, though, the most curious criticism I've seen about the Washington hire was that Bill Belichick was out there. How could you not hire him? Like that, I have to say, okay... 7 other teams also knew that Bill Belichick was out there and turned their nose up at him. So I'm not going to criticize Washington for not hiring a guy that nobody else wanted to hire.
Sure.
That's where I am on that one.
Now, that said, there's some big names out there for next year. Schefter laid this out in a tweet. I mean, Belichick is out there, in a year removed from how it ended in New England.
Yeah.
Pete Carroll will be out there. I could see a team wanting Pete Carroll even at 72 or 73. Mike Vrabel's the big one. If I had to guess, Mike Vrabel will be one of the highly sought after ones next year. Eventually, you got to feel like Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn. Anthony Weaver worked his way into several head coaching conversations. Yeah. He was a guy that the guys I was listening to in Washington yesterday would have been much more hyped about having Weaver than Dan Quinn. Schefter lists Eric Bieniemy, who I feels like the ship has sailed on Eric Bieniemy. There's no disrespect to him. It's just his interview, I think the only interview he got this cycle was with the team he was the OC for last year, the Washington Commanders.
It'd be interesting if I were one of those guys. Like, ideally, what's the thing that you would suggest? Somebody like Ben Johnson, who's been in it a couple of years now. At least part of it is that he wants, he got a pay raise, and then he also wants to stick around and maybe see this thing through and go to a Super Bowl. But then the other part of it would be, and I think sometimes people are skeptical of this, but I 100% believe that. Sometimes it's 100% true. Is the guys that just want to hone their vision and head coaching plan or strategy or their leadership ability, whatever it might be. I guess but you don't always have that much time to work on that stuff as a football coach. Where would you send them? Would you send them off to some leadership boot camp or something for 3 weeks?
I don't know.
You can't even do that. You don't really have 3 weeks.
I'm a big believer. Yeah, I mean you don't have much time to do it, which is sometimes why you got to take 2 or 3 years as a coordinator. It takes a long time.
Yeah.
I'm a big believer in that you learn the most from doing and observing people doing.
Yeah, but you don't really. I mean, this is the problem with leadership in football, is that there's very few genuine leadership positions.
Yeah.
Where you're the actual decision maker, where you make decisions with your gonads on the line.
Yeah.
And that's where I think that there is the military does a really good job with formal instruction and leadership. But yeah, part of what they do is they put guys in position where they have to lead.
Yeah.
In training or what have you, you're leading today.
Yeah.
In football, maybe it's a matter of just working with the head coach that you're with about taking the initiative to be in charge of things and on more of a you're the actual head coach of the offense or head coach of the defense.
I would be at every big league meeting thing that head coaches normally go to. I would see if I could go, and then I would try to be there, not to network to get a job. Yeah. I probably would network to get a job, but part of my being there, to your point, would be to just pick the brains of guys who are there and they're available to you. Sitting in the bar one night over a drink and just picking their brains and getting anecdotes and examples of leadership for them. I think it's always better to me than the seminars and stuff like that. All right, Patrick Mahomes going for Super Bowl number 3. It's the GOAT conversation is gonna pick up steam, even with Mahomes only in about his 6th full season as a starting quarterback. Where does his old man rank him on the all-time list of GOATs? Patrick Mahomes Sr. How does Patrick Mahomes feel like this is where his dad is ranking him? We will have that for you coming up next.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen.
They say what.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, now Patrick Mahomes has a unique situation. Not totally unique, but more unique than most, in that he's got a dad who is a professional athlete in another sport too. Like a lot of times you see second generation and it's the same sport. Pat Mahomes' dad, Pat Mahomes Sr., was a pretty good pitcher of Major League Baseball for a while back in the day.
It's funny. I've never heard anybody talk about how important Pat Mahomes' baseball background is to his off-platform throws before.
Yes. I don't know if you noticed, but he throws sidearm from time to time. This is AI Sean talking to you. I pulled some
Patrick Mahomes is a high school college football player who that's most AI articles you can tell within like 3 sentences. Like, oh, okay.
If it's AI.
Yep.
Yeah. But Pat Mahomes Sr. was on ESPN Radio this week. He pitched for a decade plus in MLB in the 90s and early 2000s. He was on with Evan Cohen, who was hosting Mike Greenberg's show. And during the interview, Cohen asked whether the elder Mahomes believes his son is the greatest quarterback ever. My apologies, I don't have the audio, but I do have the quote here. And Mahomes says, I like this. This is a little bit of tough love. That's still to be determined. He's got a ways to go. This is on his son being number one. Yeah. I have mad respect for Tom Brady, and I grew up as a Joe Montana fan. Patrick is on the right trajectory, but right now I would still say those guys are better. Yeah. So he's got his son third all-time in the GOAT conversation, which I think is actually that's a pretty good argument. I think, man, Mahomes is catching up on Brady. Obviously, he's not going to. He needs a few more years to get to 6 Super Bowls or 7 in the case of Brady with that extra Tampa Bay Super Bowl. But, man, if you're comparing the first 7 years of both guys, like Mahomes is right there, if not ahead, especially if he wins this one and he has 3, then the 7 years of Brady and the 7 years of Mahomes they're right there with each other. You know, they are right there with each other.
Yeah, I guess he said that, was he talking about Tom Brady when he said he was damn near perfect in all of his Super Bowls?
I didn't get down to that quote.
Actually, not Brady. You would have been talking about Montana.
Montana, yeah.
Yeah, because Montana didn't lose.
Winning
the Super
4,
Bowl.
yes, he says this. Tom Brady is the best as of right now, and Joe Montana, how can you dispute the things he did? Winning 4 Super Bowls and being damn near perfect in all of them. So, yes, Montana. Right now, they're still ahead. But Patrick is coming. He's always my number one quarterback, though.
Patrick was outplayed by Jalen Hurts in last year's Super Bowl. Barely even counts as a championship ring, in my opinion.
He was handed it to him with a cheap pass interference or defensive holding call.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. That's so that's what Pat Mahomes Sr. probably says. Mm-hmm. He's right. That's how he keeps him
ultra
hungry.
Critical.
Yeah. That's how Barry Sanders' dad was. Look how well it worked out for that. Barry Sanders just one day said, like, screw this, I'm done.
Yeah.
My dad can't even. Like, Barry Sanders' dad would just gush and gush and gush about how Jim Brown was the man and nobody would ever be close to him or anything like that. I probably in his mind he was keeping Barry hungry. And at some point, Barry was like, man, I'm a full-grown man. Enough of this crap. I'm playing for the Lions. Probably not going to make a championship game for another 20 years from now. I'm done. Screw you, Dad.
Mahomes sitting down with his old man. He's like, I won 2 Super Bowls. I mean, I got 2 so far, just the first couple of years. Just the first, 3 or 4 years, I got 2. Yeah, but one of them, there was a defensive holding call at the end of the game that handed the game to you. What the hell, Dad? I thought you were my dad, man. I thought, what the hell? He's on his way, though, man. Like, this is a big one for him.
Are they still? What's the line on this game right now?
Oh, good question. It had gone back up to San Francisco 2. So let's see here for a second. I
like that Nick Bosa's using some gamesmanship. He was asked yesterday about the offensive line, and I should point out the sound clip that's going around is Nick Bosa just saying they hold a lot, talking about the Kansas City offensive tackles.
Yeah,
which they do. They're very, very penalized, but. Like the reporter had specifically said something about how they're the most penalized offensive line. The Chiefs' offensive line, in some respects, plays that game that the Patriots used to play, which is, all right, look, Seattle was really good at it with their defensive backs. Like, all right, look, they can't call every penalty. So we're going to go ahead and we're just going to push the envelope. Seattle, the Legion of Boom was awesome at it. They look, they're only going to call so many defensive holdings or interferences in the game.
Yep.
We're going to really, really push the envelope, and maybe we get more penalties, but the sum total of it's going to work out in our favor. You get a little bit of that feel with the Kansas City offensive line. So I think Nick Bosa just being blunt about it, maybe it's good, plants a little seed in the officials' minds about, like, all right, You're gonna just gonna let this happen on the biggest stage?
Yeah,
huh?
yeah.
Okay.
San Francisco -2 is the current line. So basically a coin flip, pretty much.
Where would you put Pat Mahomes on the all-time quarterback
Third.
list right now?
I like his dad's rankings right there. I have John Elway very high up my rankings, higher than most. John Elway getting some of the Bronco teams that he got to a Super Bowl. I mean, only to have their heads handed to them. That's tough. But, boy, those were not very talented Denver teams, and Elway was able to get to a few Super Bowls. And then he eventually got over the hump and won a couple of them at the end of his career. I think Elway is the most physically gifted out of all of those guys that are in that conversation.
Elway is the one that it's weird that it's almost like his 2 Super Bowl championships. I feel like they almost hurt him more than help him because he wasn't at the peak of his powers when he won those Super Bowls.
Yeah, the Terrell Davis championships.
Yeah, you think of that man into the Gary Kubiak, Mike Shanahan system, and all of he just wasn't as good as he had been in his prime.
Yep.
If you could remember those Super Bowls as him just absolutely dealing and shredding people, then maybe it would change it a little bit. But I don't know.
Where are you?
So you put Elway above Peyton Manning?
I put Elway above Peyton Manning. I do. Yep. I put Elway above Peyton Manning. I
bad because I didn't. It's like I watched Otto Graham or went in deep on Johnny Unitas.
Yeah, anytime I have these conversations, to me, it's got to be somebody I watched in my lifetime.
Right. Which takes all time out of it, so it's more almost like it's the modern passing era of quarterback.
Well, I think most people use it in football as the Super Bowl era. That's still a manageable era. It's only 58 years.
But then you got to include Staubach in it. It's not like I really genuinely can appreciate Staubach.
I think Mahomes. I'm not a huge Mahomes guy. I think he might be top 5, man. And I know it's only been 6 years. He might be top 5 right now. I don't think his dad's off base at all.
I have to put Peyton Manning above Pat Mahomes, just at least partly because I know you look at Manning right now and you think okay, well, gosh, he doesn't even I don't know if he'd start for some teams. That's extreme. But I mean, you know what? I don't know if some teams would look at him as a prospect and think, yeah, that's the guy we got to have.
Would he be the number 1 overall pick in a draft in 2020? 1998, Peyton.
Right, because they really want you to have some level of athletic ability now, and I don't know if he would have passed the muster, right?
He had some, obviously. He played in the NFL, but yeah.
Well, no, but it's not by modern quarterback athletic ability, actual running ability.
Able to run. I know what you meant. I knew what you meant.
So, but he and Brady just kind of re-engineered expectations for what you should get and expect out of your quarterbacks.
Yeah.
So that was there's a pioneer element there where those two bridged the old NFL passing league and the current one. Not to mention Peyton's constant whining about rules and everything ended up making a lot of the rules easier for quarterbacks.
Which quarterback did you forget about all time and Super Bowls and everything else in your 10 years? Which one did you hate playing against the most?
Well, Marino, even as Marino is old and slow, his release was so fast that it sucked. As a defensive lineman, you'd feel like, oh, I'm going to get a really nice hit on Dan Marino. Oh, there it goes. That part of it, in that Mike Vick sucked because it didn't. You could play the perfect game except for 2 plays and you lose. So that sucked. This is why defensive coaches so often will fall in love with a super athletic quarterback because they know how hard it's impossible to game plan for them. So they might, in their minds, it's like, oh, if I could just get him to do what he did to us, back in 2005, every single game. So there was that. Elway, I would say Elway because of, yes, that offense was a whole lot more than just John Elway, but because Elway executed it so well, as a defensive lineman, when you bite on the play action and all of a sudden Elway, who's barely able to run and he's hobbling around, is 30 yards away from you down on the other, rolling out on a bootleg to the other numbers, it's just exhausting.
Yeah.
And then he could still tear you apart because he was so savvy by that point. So I guess I'd fall into, for the guys I played against, I think it would still be Elway because he was a part of that offense at the time.
I was expecting Steve McNair to be in that list for you as well, just because what it was like to hit him. You're great at describing
he was frustrating. No, he was really frustrating. Because that game where I could have had 5 sacks and I only ended up with 2. I had a 2-sack game, which I was I've never been more angry about myself afterwards. than when I had 2 sacks in a game.
You could have had so many.
Because I could have had 5 if it
Yeah.
were any other quarterback other than Steve McNair.
Yeah.
And he also, same thing in the AFC Championship game. Like we had a good down going, then all of a sudden he decided to just run 70 yards on us.
Yeah, he's one of those guys too.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, and he was so strong.
Yeah. All right, we are heading to Vegas on Sunday, so the next show you hear from us after this upcoming segment will be live from Radio Row at Mandalay Bay. Yingling Flight getting us there, Low T Center as well. We thank them for getting us to Vegas on Sunday. Shows on Monday through Friday. It's going to be a great week of radio. We promise you that. Live from Las Vegas. First time in 4 years we're headed back to the Super Bowl. Speaking of which, one of the big events during Super Bowl week for NFL fans has Mike Florio back in HOA Florio mode.
Oh, yeah. We got angry old man Florio.
We got angry old man Florio
right.
big time.
Yes.
He's angry with Roger Goodell big time. We'll have that for you coming up next.
In the Loop.
This team has
Vegas on Sunday. We'll be out there Sunday afternoon. Seth and I will be on the air bright and early, 4 a.m. Vegas time.
We're flying Southwest, so I'm gonna bring my blood sugar testing kit. So just like Mark Andrews,
Just in case, yeah.
Maybe I could be a hero on a Southwest flight if somebody goes low blood sugar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Seth Payne, former defensive lineman, hero on a plane. So we get out there.
What's a medical emergency that you could help out most in?
Boy, that's not a long list. I would say.
Hey, have you guys checked to see if that guy's just drunk?
Maybe
he's drunk.
Yes, I know because I've been drunk many times, such as right now. He
Mark
seems
Andrews.
a lot like me.
Mark Andrews recognized hypoglycemia because he's diabetic.
Right.
So, yeah,
dude,
you could recognize
I could
drunkenness.
easily sniff out a high blood alcohol content for sure. I'm basically a walking breathalyzer is what I am. Yeah.
Or just hangry. That's a form of low blood sugar.
That is.
That guy's hangry.
You know how I know? I am too. Your snacks suck. Nice pretzel bag. Oh, one apiece, eh? Yeah. No, I would probably be able to provide maybe like a Band-Aid for my backpack for a small laceration if someone were to cut themselves. Here's a Band-Aid, sir.
Your fanny pack.
Yeah, my fanny pack.
Fanny packs have made a comeback, though, haven't they?
Little bit.
They're kind of like, but people carry them differently. They're like, they don't carry them on their waist. They carry them like around their
over
shoulders.
the shoulder. Like
stuff.
Figgy carries a bag like over his shoulder. He can pull that off. It's like a designer bag too. You know what I mean?
It's a fanny pack shoulder bag.
Fanny pack
it's a
shoulder
fanny
bag.
Purse. A panty purse.
That's clearly made by an elite designer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's not it's not like a fanny pack you buy it's in a bin in Academy.
It's
or
not
something
nylon
like
and Velcro like
right,
our fanny
$7.99, and they're trying to get rid of all of them before the new models come out. Yeah, exactly.
I feel like it's a long time coming that the fanny pack would make a stronger comeback with all the crap we have to carry these days.
I know. I think about that all the time. I've always got stuff falling out of my pockets, man, because I like wearing sweats. So among the things that take place next week in Vegas for football fans that aren't in Vegas, there's a lot of things. They got the awards show. There'll be plenty of content. All the shows will be there on TV. I don't know if other radio shows in Houston are going to go there, but we'll be there for you. The Roger Goodell Super Bowl press conference is always an interesting one. And I don't know what the big topic will be at this one, but we know in previous years, like there was a time where the big topic was kneeling during the anthem. There was a time where concussions were a big topic at the Roger Goodell press conference.
Yes. COVID.
COVID was a big topic at one. Yeah, of course. The discipline, the player conduct policy.
Yes,
that was a big topic.
Oh, good call. Is anybody up in arms about anything right now?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to think.
Other than like conspiracy theories about the NFL wanting Taylor Swift and Trevor's, but that's not mainstream necessarily. That's just the stuff that you see.
I'm just spitballing. This might not be the biggest one, but this is the first one that popped into my head when you asked the question. Officiating. I feel like officiating has been under a great deal of scrutiny in 2023.
Good call.
Officiating.
What are you going to do about this officiating?
Right. And if you and I don't think you and I are going to get to go to that press conference, even if we wanted to, Seth. And here's why: Mike Florio.
I want to bust down the son of a gum door.
Well, damn it. You know who's going to be running in right behind you? Who? Michael Florio. That's who. Check this out. Florio puts this on his website, Pro Football Talk. And we know, if you listen to this show, we get amused by the things that Florio gets overly agitated about.
He's a rules and regs guy, for sure.
Big time.
He really, he'll go on. It was kind of like me. Brandy told me I was hitting the defending the Lions in their fourth down decision making. I was defending Dan Campbell a little too. I was getting a little obsessed with it. She's like, Seth, you probably got to let this die.
Okay.
And I'm like, but people need to know. He's like, Seth, she said you're a little Florio right now. So, okay.
I just used Florio.
That was like the Beastmaster to me. Yeah, just calm me right down. Okay, I got Florio.
Right. Like in the recent past, we've seen Florio probably do 10 too many posts on Tyreek Hill's possible divorce. Jonathan Gannon possibly being tampered with while he was the DC.
Legal tampering.
Right.
The tampering, he goes in deep on that stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know what the shelf life will be for his latest cause celebre, but here's what it is. If you want to attend, this is Florio talking now. If you want to attend Roger Goodell's Super Bowl press conference, you'd better get to Las Vegas earlier, and you'd better hope for an invitation. This year, the NFL is moving the Goodell press availability to Monday. For years, it was on Friday. when Maximum Media were in town, and they were present for the shotgun-style Q&A. Several years ago, or longer, it moved to Wednesday. Now it's moving to Monday. It's also an invitation-only event, and I did not get an invitation.
Oh, snap. Man. Not you, Florio. You're the best aggregator there is. How are you going to... You need to be there to watch the people who are going to write the news that you aggregate.
I want to look him in the eye.
I want to watch him answer the question that somebody else asks and then writes about.
I want to be in the room with the people whose news I'm going to aggregate. Oh, that's funny. Okay,
Florio does break news every now and then when an agent spoon feeds him something.
He's connected. He's connected. Yeah. Would you like to know what question he would ask, given the opportunity, Mike Florio?
Yes.
If invited, I would have tried to ask a version of the same question I posed on Tuesday to NFL Executive VP of Communications, Public Affairs, and Policy, Jeff Miller, especially with the Super Bowl being played for the first time in the epicenter of American gambling. Okay, Florio, this is you know what? Good topic. I was sitting here talking about officiating, gambling, big topic right now, especially with the Super Bowl in Vegas. Here's his question. Here's how he would phrase it. Mr. Commissioner, I'll bet you would say that.
I don't think you would say that.
No, I don't either. In 2012, you said this. Okay. If gambling is permitted freely on sporting events, normal incidents of the game, such as bad snaps, drop passes, turnovers, penalties, and play calling, inevitably will fuel speculation, distrust, and accusations of point shaving or game fixing. In nearly 6 years since the Supreme Court, and that's the end of Goodell's quote, this is Florio, in nearly 6 years since the Supreme Court opened the floodgates for state-by-state legalized sports betting, do you believe that speculation is happening? And what is the NFL doing to counter it or prevent it? So the speculation that janky plays of penalties and drop passes, if it's connected to gambling.
There is a very easy answer to that, in that it's anything, like if anything, like everything else, when you let things see the light of day, that it actually gets easier to police things like that. And having the big gambling houses and sponsors on board, like they have the most advanced technology there is to detect when things are askew. So that's the first part of like the substantive part of it. And then the PR side of it is, okay, that's a good question. I don't know what the answer to that would be. Like, how do you counteract? Like, okay, you guys kind of made light of the whole NFL is scripted thing. I don't know if that was necessarily the best tactic. Like, for the NFL, who's stodgy as hell about most things and never has any fun, the fact that they decided to have fun with the NFL is scripted part of it, like, I don't know if that was the right choice for them. Because the people that believe that stuff they're not participating in the joke.
No.
So that's a good question, Florio.
I think it is
take
too.
It back. I feel like Florio feels somehow jaded, like he wasn't allowed to see the corpse of Bin Laden or something. Like he needed to be in on that too.
Right.
How come everybody? I need to be invited for all this.
Part of the inner circle.
The important stuff needs to be seen by me. Remember those like 5 journalists that were allowed to see the deflated footballs?
Yeah.
I think fewer people got to see the deflated footballs than got to see Bin Laden's corpse. But we're supposed to take everybody's word for it.
Florio says this. I mean, he goes on to talk about his question. He says it's a fair question. It's a necessary question.
Yeah.
And he'd really want to press Goodell on it. Florio says more people than ever believe the fix is in thanks to legalized gambling. What is the NFL doing about it? Will the NFL even acknowledge that it's happening? Do you feel like more and more people think the fix is in?
That's where he makes a mistake, as you know. Like you better.
You're speaking for people.
He better have that. He better have data to back that up.
Yeah.
If I were Goodell, I would ask, the first question I'd be was like, well, do you have, like, it would be an honest question. It's like, do you have evidence that more people than ever?
Right.
Because then all of a sudden Florio's in the position of either he has that information or he's like, well, I just, based on my aggregation, I feel like it probably is.
You should see my Twitter feed. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got all kinds of people coming at me with theories on the games being fixed.
But maybe he does. Yeah, maybe he does have that data. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Ever feel it's fixed.
I don't know either. I don't know. Like, I see more and more like silly conspiracy theories about scripted games and this referee's officiating that game and so forth.
I see more conspiracy theories about everything in general in life now.
Right.
Because it's all out there.
Yeah.
And I think people have gotten smarter and smarter at how to find the little loopholes in our psychology to make us believe the conspiracy theories. Yeah. That's a scary place out there right now.
It is.
So at some point, Brandy and I are just getting our catch of weapons fortified, and we'll be good.
Plenty of bottled water.
Yeah. We don't know who to believe, so we're just going to shoot anybody that comes to the door, basically, is what I'm telling you. Yeah.
Let's see here. This goes back to you asking me what I could possibly help with on a plane if somebody were sick or injured on the plane.
Yeah.
Texter, I can do amputations, cuts, and stuff like that because I do tree work and I've cut myself a few times. Cut my skin with a chainsaw kickback. It was a clean cut, chipped tooth, caught my chin, and then it bounced off my steel toe boots.
Oh, man. Chainsaws are no joke.
Dude.
Sean, you cannot be drunk when you're operating a chainsaw. I'm sorry. I know you're kind of cocky about it.
It was only a couple of times. What's the big deal?
They are. You know what happens with chainsaws sometimes is people kind of get. It's weird. They're almost like they're such incredible machines that you almost forget like how lethal and sharp and deadly it is, and people almost is like they'll like try to stop the chain with their hand, like really really stupid stuff.
Yeah.
Because it just doesn't compute somehow. Talk about like loopholes in your psychology. There's something about a chainsaw that turns some people into just to doing the most moronic things that they would never think they would actually do.
I was walking the neighborhood the other day, and there was a landscaping crew out in front of a house. And the guy had his back to me, and it wasn't a chainsaw, but it was like one of those long saws, those long devices that you hold that has a saw at the end of it to trim trees. Yeah. And he was doing the he's trying to start it up, and I'm walking like right towards it, right as he's starting it up, and I make this beeline around him and walk into the street, and he looks at me, he's like, "It's okay. It's okay." I'm like, "No, dude, I'll walk the extra 10 feet.
You've got a motorized death sickle.
Yeah. You seem very anxious to start this. I think you care about that tree more than you care about my limbs. So, yeah, I'm just gonna keep moving here. Text message: Goodell will talk gambling and diversity. For sure, those will be two topics. I agree with that. Different texter. Absolutely, officiating should be called on the carpet at the press conference.
On the carpet. Okay. No, it is. Okay, so no, I'm glad that. Thank you, listener, for bringing that back around. The officiating is tricky. There's something about me where I don't. Maybe it's the wannabe businessman in me. You look at other sports where you've got full-time umpires, full-time NBA officials, full-time hockey refs, and it makes sense because they play every day of the week, during the season.
Yep.
Football, they don't. One crew works one game per week, and there is a part of me that wonders, like, all right, it's like. It's not even the money of it. It's just like, what are they working on the rest of the week? They've got to sit down and do reports and watch film and know what the other team's going to do.
Yeah.
But it's not the same as going out there and actually working every night of the week. I don't I guess the simple answer is like, yeah, they got to figure out. They're going to do homework. They're going to be graded. They're going to just get better at and smoother with the operation and maybe work as a crew more. Maybe go out and do some high school games. Just to work as a crew. Yeah, maybe. Just to get some extra reps.
Because that's always been my question. We'll make them full-time has always felt like one of those things that people say to sound smart about it. And then when you ask, like, okay, well, what would that full-time job look like? What would they be doing 7 days a week, 52 weeks a year?
Yeah.
To fill that time, like
that's especially that part of it is the entire. Well, I guess the NBA refs and everybody else, like they get a full off season off, so that part of it is it turns into a really you know what I mean? It becomes a pretty damn lucrative job, and with nice off days, and that makes it highly coveted, which is that much more incentive to do it. Like a lot of right now, it's guys that already have good jobs. Yeah. Which tends to take up a lot of time and energy.
Right.
And then they also go and do a football game here and there.
Yeah.
Like every week.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why it feels like it's gotten worse. And sometimes I feel like maybe we just have way too many angles on things. Like we just have.
I think high definition doesn't help. And then they ask him to do more.
Yeah.
Like they were not sitting back there trying to basically act like a gymnastics judge every time a quarterback gets hit.
Correct.
Like they're like trying to decipher all these different things that can happen. I think that makes it difficult.
John Lopez is here. So John, I I'm a loophole, as you know.
I know it.
I listen to the show. I don't get to some days I don't get to listen to the whole show. So yesterday I was getting ready to go on my walk, and it was about 1:30, and I dip in on In the Loop because that's what I listen to when I'm on my walk. And I came on, and you were in a heated discussion with a caller, it sounded like.
Oh, yeah.
And I didn't know what it was about because I hadn't seen the Mark Andrews is an American Hero story where he helped save that woman on a Southwest flight. So I didn't know what it was about. And so I haven't gone back and listened to it. Okay. What exactly were you being yelled at for?
So he said that there were all kinds of holes in Mark Andrews' story. He was a first responder. He was a paramedic.
Okay.
And said
thank him for his service.
We did. But he was saying there's all kinds of holes in the story that can't be true because most doctors and nurses know right away, that it could be high blood sugar, and you can get those blood sugar tests at CVS or wherever.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's not true. I mean, a lot of doctors can fumble like everybody else.
Yeah.
And he stood up and said it. And said that this happened, and I'm like, you're kind of making assumptions about the assumptions.
Yeah,
yeah. So yeah, we got into it.
Okay, yeah, you got into it a little bit. All right, yeah.
He might have been a doctor of letters.
Yeah,
like he was a philosophy professor or something.
I contended that
tried to talk to the president about the meaninglessness of life anyway. Don't worry, it's all meaningless.
President of some university.
Mark Andrews is like, wait a second though, but let's try to save it anyway.
As much as we obviously respect the work that he did, I said that he's one of those guys that in our world would say, well, as a season ticket holder.
Yeah.
I think.
That's a good analogy.
Blah, blah, blah.
Landry was trying to get under your skin a little bit, saying that guy took you to the woodshed.
Yeah, and that is news how.
That's the third segment where that happened on the show. Yeah, Day that ends in Y. Yes, exactly. What are you most excited about for next week?
Really just, the kind of the bedlam. After every home game and road game, I do something called passing thoughts on everything, kind of
loophole.
Stream of consciousness kind of thing. I'm gonna do passing thoughts every day.
Oh, on Vegas,
live in Vegas.
Do you plan on Ubering or walking to the venue?
Probably a little bit of both,
because that'll be better passing.
I'm a little worried about our shirt situation.
Oh, really?
We only have 4 shirts, and we're going to be doing a lot of walking.
Yeah, but I look, the high is supposed to be like 52 every day.
Get a little rank by the end of the week, I think. So
you may have to do some laundry.
Yeah, you might have to do some laundry.
Might do some laundry.
I do laundry while I'm traveling a lot. So I'll just, if you want to throw yours in with mine.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Seth's going to do our laundry.
Remember in San Francisco, I found that bar laundry that was also a comedy club at night? Yeah.
That was a good get.
Yeah, going out to do laundry when you're on vacation is actually one of the best ways to get to know a city.
Mm-hmm.
And the prostitutes.
Yeah.
Of course.
And there will be those in Vegas. It's legal in Nevada. How you doing, Landry?
I'm living great, man.
You ready? You ready for next week? I mean, this is your trip. I feel like you're almost our quasi travel agent on this thing.
I'm pretty pumped, man. Yeah. I'm pretty excited. Yeah, it'll be a relaxing time.
Yeah.
Look what I just found. Radio Row from 14 years ago.
Good for you, John. Way to make it about you, man.
Landry's taking us out for sushi on Sunday night.
Yeah, this is it's gonna be interesting. The sushi, and then I got 4 reservations I think throughout the week.
I've got one that's an adjunct to one of yours.
Yeah,
I'm just climbing on the Landry train.
So that restaurant on Tuesday is legit, man.
That's Italian
our big boss Sarah Fraser frequents the place. It's kind of like a dive hole in the wall. And this didn't travel well with time, but I still look at it as cool. So you can cancel me if you'd like. But there's like pictures of celebrities in this place. It's like a mafia style place.
Yeah.
And one of the pictures, they've kind of pushed it further to the back over time, but it's still there. Was Bill Cosby shirtless partying in the restaurant?
Oh wow! Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to that. It's got to be good if it's a dive hole in the wall, and our boss Sarah Fraser likes it because she does not do many dive holes.
No, she does not.
She lives a good life for sure. All right, we are done. We are out of time. Seth, I will see you on Sunday afternoon in Las Vegas.
And I'll be re-upping selfies with Seth for the Super Bowl.
Oh, awesome! Awesome. Oh, that'll be good.
Usually, since every the drill is I do selfies with Seth and then say I'm not doing it next year unless I've lost 20 pounds and I've got a chiseled jaw. And this marks the 11th year that's
not happening.
So I'm just gonna I've given up on.
You look good. You look good. Yeah. All right. Antibodies to you. Antibodies to the crowd. Antibodies to everybody. We are done. We are out of time. Next we see all of you, or you hear from us. We'll be on Radio Row in Las Vegas, 6 a.m. on Monday. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
Football Friday, baby. The last one before the last one of the season. It is the time. The time has flown. The off season is upon us. I got so giddy today because I was driving in listening to Payne and Pendergast, as I always do, and I was listening to John Harris, man.
Oh yeah,
that draft energy is just so much more. It's weird because the less you need and the further down you're picking, the more hope you have, the more the possibilities are just endless. Like last year, it was, hey, should they take a quarterback? Are they going to take a quarterback? Are these quarterbacks going to suck? Are we going to suck for a long time? Now it's just like, we can go position by position. It's not urgent. And it goes back to what I talked about yesterday. The best pass, the best routes, the best time to get on the road, and this is where the Texans are, is when you have multiple routes. You have multiple routes, and you can still reach your destination. You can take the toll road. You can take the highway. You can take the back roads. There are so many possibilities right now for the Texans. There are so many formulas for success that it's giddy. John Harris had me really giddy. He had me really, really, really excited looking ahead to this draft.
Well, because you're selective now. We're going to go eat sushi at your favorite place on Sunday night in Las Vegas. We're not going. You can be selective to the ones that you want and you think are the best for you. You don't have to be like, I'm just starving.
You don't have to be selective because it's a gym it's a gym all you can eat.
Yeah, but
they'll do half rolls and they'll do half rolls for you.
But isn't it like
so you don't have to. You can do whatever you want.
Different types of sushi.
120. You can get skewers. You can get miso soup. You can get some edamame for the table if you'd like.
Yeah,
whatever you want to do, man.
Yeah,
whatever you want to do.
But I'm going to be selective. I'm going to pick the ones that are just right for me. That's where the Texans are right now. They're going to pick the ones that
strike me as like a California roll or Philadelphia roll. You strike, yeah. That's let me get John Lopez's order. 1 edamame, 1 California roll, 1 Philadelphia roll, and 1 dumpling.
What's wrong with the California roll, though?
Come on,
it's
bro.
just plain.
It's called gyoza. Okay.
Once again, you have no idea.
It's the Lay's chips of sushi.
Nah, California roll is just something you throw in there. It's just there.
It's kind of run of the mill, very down the middle of the road kind of thing.
Yeah. I usually have it to the
There's
side.
nothing wrong with it.
What's your favorite roll?
I get sashimi. I like just the fish. Sashimi is really good.
I'm a rainbow guy.
No, I'll get some rolls on this. I'll mix in some rolls.
They got some baked rolls too that take like 15 minutes.
Yeah, well, those are good.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you're getting them, you're getting them.
But like, I always like the sashimi because you get all the flavor of just the fish. You know what I mean? Yeah. So you're wrong again.
Nah, I was just messing with you. Nah, you're adventurous. I'm just effing with you on that. Rainbow rolls do it for me, brother.
Philadelphia rolls and California rolls, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, whatever.
There's nothing wrong with that.
That's all right.
No,
that's something you throw in a Chinese buffet or something.
There's a lot in that. Yeah, there's a lot in that.
That ain't it. Mm-hmm. But the possibilities are endless. Is all I'm saying with the Texans. Like there's multiple roads. Like in the past, it was Deshaun saves all butts. Mm-hmm. Before that, it was. I mean, I don't even know. Like, I know that they had a good team with.
Well, you just had to grab and go.
Yeah, you had to grab. Know. But in this situation, like, there's just so many. There's so many paths. CJ gets better and he gets more capable of carrying you. They figure out how to run the ball. They look at the defense. They look at the offense, and there's just no matter what the path is, there's reason for optimism.
Yes, absolutely,
and it's fun.
It's fun.
It's not stressful.
You're selective. You can get particular things. You can actually be like not just position of need. I mean, you can go position of need rather than boy, we need everything. No, it's a good place to be. I did listen to John Harris this morning, and it was pretty strong. It got you all fired up and jazzed up.
Working a jugs machine
for what they're going to be doing. We're in a good spot, man, and it's it's a very weird feeling to be like that.
Well, it's just nice because we're not trying to get to know a coach, Right. I mean, you're not trying to get to know a coach and figure out, what is this guy about and what's
this type of player?
Yeah, like, hey, what offense are they going to run?
Yeah.
You know what the offense is. You know who the coaches are going to be. You know what the quarterback is. You know what the coach is. You know that you got some young players you're excited about, and that's just where we are, man.
That's exactly where we are.
Now, that's the good
Is the GM and the coach on the same?
Yeah.
Are they on the same path?
Yeah.
Hey, that's the good news. I got some bad.
Are they aligned?
I got some bad news.
Aligned.
I got some bad news in 13 minutes.
You have bad news.
I have bad news.
I don't want bad news.
We've really got to address it in 13 minutes.
All right.
We really got to address
I'm up
this.
for anything.
I'm a little concerned about this.
Does it have to do with us or the Texans?
It has to do with the Texans. I don't make the show about us, man. It's about the people.
Yeah.
It's about the team.
Yeah, I will say we are Twinkies today, by the way.
Yeah, I noticed.
Did you notice that, Figgy?
Yeah, that happens when
I
you get the
almost
freebie.
wore that shirt today, too, man.
Damn, are you wearing joggers? Look at you.
What's wrong with that?
You look like a beast. This dude looks like a freaking monster today.
man.
Look at this. Look at
be
this
cool.
classy dude.
I can be cool.
No, those are like adult joggers, man. Those are sick.
Oh, yeah.
What are we doing? Who got you those, Jacob?
Jan.
Okay, Jan.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see you.
She can't keep her hands off me.
Oh, I can see why. I can see why, my
Actually,
friend.
I don't know the last time she got her hands on me.
Are you the new? So you're the new. My wife doesn't love me guy.
No, God, no. No, I was just kidding around.
We got to fill that void.
Yeah.
After this week.
Oh yeah. We do have to fill that void. So, with back to the point at hand, being selective and being able to get the players that you want that fit a particular need, etc. You know what made me feel good last night? And it's a little bit of a confession because I said I was absolutely positively not going to do this. I watched the Pro Bowl skills a little bit.
I did too, and I loved it. No, I did too, and I loved it.
And it made me feel good.
I loved it, dude. Dude, it's better than NBA All-Star Weekend now.
It's pretty dang entertaining.
It's cool.
It's pretty entertaining.
No, it's pretty cool seeing CJ throw. I was into that throwing thing.
Yeah.
That was tight.
That's
and
the
he
only part
almost
I
won.
watched.
He almost won.
Yeah, he did.
And then they did the trick catch, and they were doing all that. Yeah, it was sick, man. I enjoyed it. They might have something.
Well, they're on to something if you're not going to have contact for sure.
Well, they're going to have the flag football Sunday, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool, man. And CJ was doing his thing. But CJ was pissed, by the way, they lost. I was glad he lost.
Thank you. That's what I was going to say.
Confession, I was glad because I think that type of stuff bothers him. I think that'll motivate him, and it's not like a huge L.
That's what made me feel good. First of all, you got a guy that people want to watch doing that.
Yeah.
He's the quarterback, and he looked like competitive. Like everything you've heard about him.
Oh, he's pissed.
Oh, he was really competitive.
He was pissed that he lost.
Like that last one over the top down the middle. He was like, dang it.
He had to throw the long one, but he was like, and then Baker said something to him, said, all right, we'll see. By the way, Baker Mayfield's a likable guy.
He's the best.
He even made a joke about, well, last time I went against CJ, 39 seconds was too much time, or 43 seconds or whatever was too much time.
Yeah. No, he's the best. I've said it all year long. He's just likable. There's nothing not to like about Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, I enjoyed watching that, man. The CJ Stroud pump up, all that stuff. I enjoyed it.
But all that stuff
very
just
much.
makes you feel better about where the Texans are.
Yeah, you feel
It shouldn't
good.
even be related.
I'm just glad I don't have to get to know a coach.
Exactly. Some silly.
I'm so glad.
Some silly Pro Bowl competition should
let's
have.
hear what D'Amico says at his press conference.
Exactly.
Willie had the final say.
Like that little silly event last night shouldn't have anything to do with how we feel about the Texans. And yet it does. Because you're like, okay, we got a dude, and he's popular, and he's doing these things, and he's competitive.
This is how into it people are, man. The 713's pissed off on the text line. Shout out to all the people on the YouTube. They didn't follow the rules in the final. The targets were supposed to be dead once it was hit. Baker took multiple one-point hits. They're pissed off that
those bastards
that Baker Mayfield took the skills comp from them. That's the passion we got with the Texans. They used to not even be able to fill the damn stadium.
Exactly.
We got people. There's another person. Baker Mayfield cheated. Here's another person. C.J. Stroud should have won. I don't know what the hell was going on there.
I didn't even
look at this, man. You got people ticked off that he lost.
Yeah, that's the difference.
That's where we're at.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yes,
very much. NFL honors next week, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
C.J. Stroud, D'Amico Ryan's going to be there. Talked to Weeksy yesterday. He's going to join us.
Oh, I got some Weeks stuff that'll blow you away.
Yeah, he'll be there. John Weeks got a one-year contract yesterday. Mm-hmm. So John Weeks will hashtag run it back. He'll come cut up with us. We'll have some fun with him. We'll have some fun with him a little bit.
Absolutely, for
Common folk, John.
Mm-hmm. He's one of us.
Yeah.
He's a loophole.
He's up for Walter Payton Man of the Year.
Yes, he is.
So he's they're not going to give it to a deep stamper, though, right?
How do you know?
I mean, they're just not. They're going to give it to a deep stamper.
No, they're not. I was just trying to state the case for him.
No, they're not going to. I mean, he's our Man of the Year, but
he got to wear the sticker at the end of the year. That's good. The little Walter Payton sticker on his helmet.
What is that?
You know, the little Walter Payton sticker.
I didn't notice.
Yeah. If you win it, the actual Walter Payton Man of the Year for the league, you get the patch for the rest of your career. But when you get nominated, you get the little sticker on your helmet. So he had that.
Cool. I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
Awesome.
You should pay attention.
That's sick, dude.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah.
It's legit.
Yeah. What's the matter with you today?
No, nothing. I'm saying. That's cool, man. Good for him. Cool patch, dude. That's cool. Nice patch, Weeks.
Yeah.
It looks great.
I'm sure we got some pictures.
Yeah, let's get it.
Mm-hmm.
Get the patch. Figure it out. Good guy. Who would the Walter Payton Man of the Year be at Sports Radio 610?
I don't know. Let me think. Probably Sean or
No.
No?
No, not this year. No,
not this year.
No, not this year. Maybe in the past, not this
Maybe
year.
Figgy. But it has a lot to do with charity.
Perhaps Figgy. No, but like I want authentic charity. I don't want like I'm emceeing with a big name and here's the cause.
Yeah.
I want like authentic. Figgy's in the sticks.
Yeah.
You gotta give it to Figgy.
I'd have to say me.
Figgy or Tyler.
I raised $20,000 for the Texas Boys Outdoors.
Yeah, but you were wearing an OG Sauce shirt when you did it. Like there was a yeah. Like let's be honest.
You don't like $20,000 for first responders?
It was free. It was free. Good pub. Let's be real.
What's the matter with you today? How much money did you raise for first responders? By the way, Mr. Whoever you were yesterday was giving me a hard time.
What do you mean?
I raised. Remember when he called in about the
the Mark Andrews
thing,
life-saving thing?
I raised 20 large for you, man.
Yeah,
that's right.
You did your thing, man.
That's right.
Yeah, you did your thing. Now I'd say the Walter Payton Man of the Year. I'd have to give it to Figgy. I don't know. Tyler's kind of a slime ball.
What charities does he work with?
Figgy?
Well, I mean, Tyler's absolutely a slime ball.
Well, I'm just talking about the vibe here.
I'm just kidding.
I think he's good for the vibe. Yeah. Not Sean, not Seth, not me.
It's got to be me.
Not you, not Clint.
It's got to be me.
Yeah, it's got to be Figgy.
It's got to be me.
It's got to be Figgy.
It has to be me. And I've done other charity stuff, too.
It's got to be Figgy.
Yeah. All kinds of appearances.
I think John be in the sticks a lot, too, man.
Is there, like, I've done charity. What does that mean?
I didn't say it till you brought it up.
I know, but I mean, like, I've done charity.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying that's a big element.
So did Jerry Sandusky. Like, I did charity. Like, I don't know. Like, that's charity is like the biggest front for sliminess ever. And I'm not saying you're doing Sandusky things. I'm just saying I've done charity. I feel dirty you just saying that.
I'd never said it. You brought it up. You brought it up. So charity's bad.
No, it's not bad, but it's one of the biggest fronts that there is. That there
can be.
Yeah,
I'll put it that way.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest fronts that there can be, right?
Yeah, it can be
for sure. Jack Easterby has a charity.
Does he raise any money?
Greatest champion.
Yeah. Does he raise any money?
Yeah, he raises money so he can take plane flights and do job interviews.
B. Scott says it's definitely him.
B. Scott is up there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree.
B. Scott and Figgy are up there for sure.
Yeah.
I would say they're up there.
But not me.
No.
No chance.
No, you have a chance, but I would say, like, yeah, you got a shot. No, you got a good chance. But don't say it's because I do charity. That scares me.
I didn't say that.
That worries me.
Yeah, never said that.
Yeah, you did.
No, I said I raised $20,000.
You said I did charity.
No. I said there's...
You said how much charity you got.
No, I never said any of that. I said there's a big charity element. I got to be involved because I raised $20,000 for first responders, and then I've done some other little stuff that I can't remember right now, but here and there.
It's got to be B. Scott.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What charity did he work with?
B. Scott?
Yeah.
So do it got to be charity?
It's a big element of it. I mean, look up the Walter Payton Award.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. There you go. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Figgy, I'll ask you, what the hell's the matter with him today?
I don't know.
Like,
I think he giddy. I think he ready for Vegas,
I mean, he always
man.
dumps on stuff. Just look at Twitter. But
what I do on Twitter? What I do on Twitter?
There was an article written about you.
Where?
On Twitter.
I didn't see it.
Yeah?
I didn't. I legit didn't see it.
But
who wrote it?
You seem to be. Who wrote it, Figgy?
I think it was Lamont.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Okay. Someone wrote an article.
Is Landry a hipster?
Oh, okay. I didn't see that. Yeah, I didn't see any article on that.
Oh,
Must
boy.
have missed that one.
Mm-hmm.
Must have missed that one. But yeah, I'm just saying, like, Walter Payton, man, you gotta.
You're just excited and you're anxious. You're like the kid before Christmas.
No, I'm actually focused, man.
Mm-hmm.
I got some work to do.
Mm-hmm.
I got some work to do to get ready for these shows, man. Because I do. The one thing about these shows, these Super Bowl shows, is I think sometimes people take this like cool experience and they just make it about them, and it's basically just bragging about everything you did and talking to crappy ass guests and
yep,
and just making it like not. It should feel big, but it should also resemble a
show, man.
Yeah, it should also resemble a radio show.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's got to be a show.
Like where everyone doesn't know.
It should feel like the same show, but y'all just in different
We
locations.
don't need to break down everything. It'll come up every once in a while. There'll be some stuff.
No, there's cool stuff. In fact,
I think it's an extra challenge, man.
We made a decision independent of you yesterday about the show next week.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
We're going to do passing thoughts every day on everything we see.
That's good.
On life in Vegas.
I think that's good.
Guests. Who was a hit? Who was not a hit?
Yeah.
Maybe things we see in the casino, restaurants.
That's a really good idea.
Yeah.
That's a really good idea.
Passing thoughts every day.
Yeah, passing thoughts every day. That's an excellent idea.
Well, thank you. Thank Parker, too.
Yeah, I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Not, hey, dude, we saw that.
Isn't it cool to be here?
Hey.
Look over there.
Hey, what's up? It's Leon Searcy here on behalf of, I don't know, Nerf football. Is Leon Searcy alive?
I'm going to say.
I always feel so bad.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm going to say.
Tell me Leon Searcy.
I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say yes.
I'm going to say yes.
Yeah, he's alive. Thank God.
Yeah. 54 years old.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Lord.
You didn't kill Leon Searcy.
Thank goodness.
Pretty young.
Yeah, he's 54, man.
Coming up, with all the positive changes with the Texans, has the biggest problem remained the same and perhaps gotten worse? We need to get into this.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Figgy has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
All right, so with all the positive changes with the Texans, has the biggest problem remained the same and perhaps gotten worse? I'm talking about the offensive line. I heard John Harris this morning with Sean and Seth, and I've said it, you've said it. I think if you follow the money and you look at what's happened, it seems like the Texans, for better or worse, you don't feel awesome about the offensive line, but you feel like they're, quote, set because of everything that they've invested in the O-line.
Mm-hmm.
You have the highest paid left tackle in the league. You have one of the highest paid right tackles in the league. You have one of the highest paid right guards in the league. You have a left guard who's a first-round pick. You have another guy who's a second-round pick that might play center, and you have an array of other guys in the mix.
Mm-hmm.
So when we say that the Texans are set, we're not even saying that they're set at the offensive line, like as far as you feel awesome that this is going to be one of the best offensive lines in the league. It's that they're set and that they've invested a lot in there. And C.J. Stroud is a good enough quarterback to where maybe he can overcome a meh offensive line, which he did this season without Titus Howard. And we don't even know what Titus Howard's going to be. But I heard John Harris say this, John.
Mm-hmm.
And it got me thinking. The offensive line has been a problem for this organization for a long time. Even when they've invested, it's been a problem with King Bill and with Nick Caserio. Here's what John Harris said, and it just had me wondering. Is the Texans' biggest problem remaining the same? And is there something that they can do about it, or are they stuck?
Limmer is fantastic. And I know we've talked about the Texans in the interior and how they're going to do this. If they ended up drafting Limmer on day 3, I would dance a jig in the studio. He is tough. He's physical. He's played both center and guard. He's strong. It obviously doesn't show up on sweat on that rep. But if you saw the rep from the day before, you'd see a guy that's 305, 310 getting up under a 370 guy and moving him 2 yards off the line of scrimmage. So I like Limmer. I talked to a few of the scouts there. They really like him.
Okay.
As an interior player, I think Limmer would be a really, really good fit for the Texans. But, again, they've put so many assets into the offensive line. It was kind of hard to watch the offensive line and fall in love with guys because I don't know that they're going to end up in Houston.
That last part right there is what you were talking about, right? Because I thought the same thing when I heard that. It's like, well, what are we doing here? If you're trying to find those final pieces everywhere, why are we just sort of like raising our hands and saying, well, except the offensive line because we're, quote, set. By the way, set, I don't like the connotation on set because set means like you're good to go, right? We got to come up with something. Like they're trapped. They're trapped. They're stuck with the offensive line. That's better, Figgy. So if you're like, all we got to do is tweak here and tweak there. All we got to do is find one player here and one player there. Man, why are you just tossing up your hands and saying, oh, well, except the offensive line? I said this last week. I know it's very, very, very difficult. You got to find a way, man. You got to manipulate, I don't know what, redo I don't know. But you got to find a way. If you're just like tweaking, why are you just like raising a white flag on the offensive line? Well, hopefully they'll be better.
I don't disagree. It's just you're stuck, man.
You're stuck.
But I don't know if it's a bad thing. Like it's not like being stuck with like it's not like being stuck with Brock Osweiler or something like that, where they found their way to get out of it. They got creative and I don't feel like it's like that much stuck. I think it can function, but it's almost like having a car with 100,000 miles on it that doesn't run as well as you'd like. You can make it work, but let's say that you're upside down in that car. You're still not getting your return on investment.
Would you drive it to the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
No.
I don't know that the Texans. I don't know that we'll find a place where we look at the Texans' offensive line and we look at the chunk of pie that it's taking through draft equity, through salary cap, et cetera. I don't know that we'll get to a place and say, man, they're really getting their money's worth there.
Right.
And that's unfortunate.
It shouldn't be.
But there are other ways that you can make it better. But I think that's just what it is, though.
No, it is what it is.
I don't want to say it is what it is, but in this situation, I think it fits.
So do you just raise the white flag and say, oh, well, when everything else is pointing toward maybe a run at the conference championship, if not further?
I'll put it this way. If it will be a damn shame. It will be a real damn shame that with how we feel about D'Amico's ability to call defense, with how we feel about the potential next step, which is an elite step for Derek Stingley, Will Anderson, Christian Harris, C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, and Tank Dell continuing to develop, and Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans filling in those holes, it will be. I mean, it'll be more than a kick to the junk. It'll almost be a John Wayne Bobbitt removal of the junk. if the offensive line is what prevents you from getting where you want to get, given everything that you've invested in it.
Yes.
And it also, the worst thing about it, of all the possibilities, it seems like the most realistic thing that could end up being something that we look at a year from now and say, damn, they paid Titus Howard like an elite right tackle. He ain't that.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to put some names on this because I think it's going to illustrate even more.
Are you going to put offensive line free agents?
No.
I don't want to go in those sticks.
No,
right now.
Imagine this. And I tried to make it as realistic as possible, okay? Realistic in a perfect world. Let's say they sign Gabe Davis as a free agent wide receiver. I was talking about him yesterday. Let's say they sign Saquon Barkley, and they draft Blake Corum, the receiver out of Michigan. And we're going into camp. We're going into the 2024 season saying, man, we got all these dudes. We got C.J. Stroud. We got, whatever. They get another tight end somewhere down the road. Oh, wait a minute. How good are they going to be with this offensive line? Like if you get Gabe Davis, Saquon, draft a Blake Corum, draft a tight end that's pretty good, we're like, hell yeah. Oh, wait. It depends on the offensive line. That's what I'm saying. You have to figure out something. You can't just raise the white flag on a position that is that crucial. Maybe you're going to say, oh, well, they're making the offensive line better, and maybe they will. But we're going to have this question 4, 5, 8 games into next season until they start proving otherwise. Even if you get all these guys.
I mean, what do you do, though, man?
There's nothing. I mean, it's nothing, bro.
Unless you, take your loss and try to trade somebody.
All right, let me ask you this. What do you do? What do you do, Figgy? And you and I can relate to this. I don't know if Lopez can. Sorry, it's just been you've been very established for a long time, sir.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do when you sign a bad lease? You try to make do, right?
Yeah.
You try to make do. You try to figure out what am I going to do here?
Or some people try to skip out on that lease, man, and just take the bad credit.
Oh, that's a long-term problem.
That's what I'm saying. So do Nick Caserio try to possibly trade Titus or something and
no one wants that.
I know that, but
who's going to trade for him?
Yeah, of all the,
but it's going to be a lump side trade if he do.
It seems like a small thing, but right now, I'm looking at Titus Howard and I'm saying, man, I guess I'm glad they don't need a right tackle, but I don't know. I'm not comfortable enough to say they don't need a right tackle.
No,
I mean, that's how I feel about it. I'm not even comfortable enough to say that. Is Titus Howard as good at what he does as Devin Singletary is? And we're saying they got to upgrade Devin Singletary.
No,
we've seen is Titus Howard as a right tackle, and I mean, hell, he probably should be there the whole time, but that's another issue on itself. We won't go in those sticks, but we're sitting here saying, man, Nico Collins was awesome, Tank Dell was awesome, but hey, maybe they should sign Mike Evans, maybe they should try to upgrade, right? Yeah. We're sitting here saying, hey, Devin Singletary, he did a good job, he was better than David Pierce, but hey, they probably need to upgrade that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Titus Howard's just kind of there. I mean, how good is he? He's top 5. The point is he's a top 5 highest paid right tackle right now.
Yeah.
That's the whole issue.
How's that going to work? I don't know. I hope it works great. I hope he's awesome. I mean, if he can attack like he does searching his name on Twitter, then you're in good shape. Then you got bookends right there.
Yeah.
But I can't sit here and pound the table and say, okay, the Texans are set on the offensive line.
Well, that's why I put those names. You would be set everywhere, but then you would go, oh wait, we got to see how the offensive line plays. Oh, it's only one of the most important things there is to C.J. Stroud.
Because right now it feels like with this offensive line, Saltgrass is one of my favorite restaurants.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of my favorite restaurants. I love Saltgrass.
I am aware.
I'm a big fan.
Yes, sir.
But I don't want to pay steak 48 prices for Saltgrass. Mm-hmm. That's what it feels like the Texans are doing with their offensive line.
Yeah.
You're going to Saltgrass, and the check comes out, and all of a sudden you're dealing with the 3-figure check instead of the nice 2-figure check that makes Saltgrass. Still good.
Yeah.
Still some good food.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, that's you don't really – most people are going –
I got a steak at Kirby Ice House the other day.
Yeah.
$25. What a deal. Yeah. I enjoyed the heck out of it.
Yeah.
Would I have paid $130 for it?
Exactly.
Nope.
That's what I feel like they're doing.
Nope.
Yeah, that's what I feel. That's what I feel like is going on right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got some ground beef chuck, and we're paying for fillets. And hopefully that changes. That can change. We can see. I mean, maybe it becomes more cohesive. Maybe the running back makes the offensive line better. CJ naturally, all that type of stuff.
No, that's what I'm saying.
We'll see.
That's going to be said.
It's not a lost cause.
But we won't know until, 4, 5, 6 games into the season.
But I don't look at it as a lost cause. Do you?
I didn't say anything.
Hey, yeah, and sometimes not saying anything speaks volumes, sir. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Oh, my goodness.
I didn't say anything.
Is that problem still here? Coming up, CJ Stroud goes national. Super Bowl business is picking up. We're going to localize it next.
Nighttime.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, so the Super Bowl, big game. It's 9 days away. San Francisco 49ers, D'Amico Ryan's former team, Bobby Slowick's former team as well. They're going to be in action against the Chiefs. And I'm wondering, have D'Amico and Nick Caserio gotten comfortable? And I don't say that as a bad thing. Sometimes being comfortable can be a bad thing, whether it's a relationship, whether it's hell. I mean, Bill O'Brien probably got a little bit comfortable, King Bill. But if you look at the why you always got to give the creepy smile when the chick walks by?
I did not give a creepy smile.
Anyway, D'Amico.
Let me look on YouTube to see.
Yeah, I curled my lip like most people do.
Check the tape.
Like
Check
most
the
people, when
tape.
you see somebody
Check
go,
the tape.
Check the tape.
kind of nod your head.
Check the tape. I thought your tongue was out. D'Amico and Bobby Slowick, like in their history, outside of the first 2 years, 2017 and 2018, 3 out of their last 4 years in San Francisco, they were in no worse than the NFC title game. So they were right there on the edge. They lost in the NFC ship in 2021 and 2022. They lost in the bowl in 2019. Feels like the Texans right now are kind of a little bit closer to that. They've also had the gradual climb up where they went from 6-10, 4-12 to Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So they've been in. They went in there with Shanahan, 6-10, 4-12, Super Bowl.
Yes.
Lost. Jimmy Garoppolo make the throw. So they might be more in their comfort zone with functioning as an organization right now with where the Texans are as opposed to where they were heading into last season.
Right.
This is where they're at, year-to-year league, all that type of stuff, the standard and all that. Nick Caserio, though, is the one I want to focus on as we localize this. For 20 years-ish, Nick Caserio was with an organization where the offseason was pivotal because a good offseason would put you perhaps in this game, but at the very least very close. You had a quarterback that you felt good about. You had weapons that you felt good about. And you approached the offseason basically as a way to take the next step, which could end up being the ultimate step.
Mm-hmm.
For 3 years now, Nick Caserio, he's had to hire coaches. He's had to clear cap space. He's had to go into drafts looking to just start a foundation, just establish a foundation.
Yeah.
There's no elite core. There's no top-tier talent. Hell, a year ago at this time, we were arguing about whose jersey you buy at the effing shop.
Yeah.
Now I think it's a little bit of a difficult decision with all the guys that have been established and that have established themselves. It's a tough decision. Is Nick Caserio now, and again, it's obviously different because he had to answer to Bill Belichick in New England.
Mm-hmm.
But is Nick Caserio now kind of like in a comfort zone where this is where he knows where to function, he knows what it takes, he's seen the mistakes that have been made, perhaps that in certain years where New England came up short and maybe they lacked certain stuff, he saw the way that was approached. Like, is it possible that Nick Caserio, after 3 years of being out of his comfort zone, is now right where he knows where to be and is comfortable being?
I'm going to answer that with a question. I actually thought of this yesterday when you and I were talking about this. If the big bosses came up to you and said, "Hey, Mark Vandermeer is sick. you got to do play-by-play on Sunday of the Texans game.
I can't do play-by-play.
No, you don't have a choice. You have to.
I'd suck.
Okay? You'd make the most of it.
No, I would
you,
suck.
You would try your very hardest.
I'd be terrible.
You would try to
I can relate to that.
You would try to do everything you can to make it work.
I've done it twice. I suck.
That's what I'm saying. But you would you don't have a choice. You have to.
Yeah.
All right? You would make the most of it and maybe actually come out of it on the other end pretty good. Who knows?
I mean, I might, but less it would be more.
But then after Sunday, you're back to doing talk radio.
I would just say, what would Al do? What would Al Michaels do?
But that's what Nick Caserio was doing. He was not doing what he does best, what he excels at.
Or what he knows, right?
What he knows and what he can be elite at. He's back doing what he can be elite at. He was Landry Locker trying to do play-by-play of a Texans game.
Yeah.
Rough. But no, he was trying to get coaches knowing that they wouldn't last. He was getting players knowing that they were just here for a cup of coffee. He was trying to manipulate the most controversial moment in Texans history, more than likely, with Deshaun Watson. He had 8 balls up trying to juggle.
8 balls.
He had 8 balls up trying to juggle 8 balls. Now he's just doing what he does elite. So that's the answer to your question. Yes. I in fact, speaking of elite, I think he can have an elite offseason because there's nothing.
Well, he did last year.
But there's nothing else to worry about. So that's how I would answer it. Yes. He can be elite again. He can be what he's most comfortable with. To use the analogy I just used, he's back doing talk radio. He doesn't have to do play-by-play anymore.
I just gotta wonder, man, and he'll never answer it. He's gonna be on Radio Row, right?
I don't know.
I mean, he's got to go on with Sean and Seth, right?
I don't know. Have they booked it?
I mean, I would think
Nick Caserio, Texans GM, joining us on the show. Nick, you okay on time right now?
If he's out there, he's got to go on with Sean and Seth.
If he's out there, yes.
Yeah, he's got that's their dude.
Mm-hmm.
But I would like to ask him like a couple questions, just about. How comfortable are you? And he'll give you never get comfortable. No, seriously, I'd interrupt him. No, seriously, let's be serious. How much more comfortable is this than having to go through a head coaching search and all that type of stuff?
Yeah,
for real.
No, I think if you give him the truth serum, as people like to say, he would be like, whew, this is what I was born to do right here. Walking around at the Senior Bowl in Mobile and looking at tape and talking to guys and interviewing and scouting and all that. I don't have to mess with all that other crap anymore. No, he could have an elite offseason.
I mean, it's not. The thing is, it's not. They don't have 3 needs. They have more, but it's not. But they don't have really any pressing needs. Now, if you just run it back and if the Texans perform the way they did last year, there's a chance, and we'll get more into this in the 11 o'clock hour. But there's a chance that they come up short, right?
Mm-hmm. No, sure,
but. There's not anything that's just pressing. Running back for me would be the most pressing. You got to figure that out.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm intrigued to see how Nick Caserio does it. By the way, we already have the tape on.
I just pursed my lips.
Make a creepy style. It's already on. Figgy Fig just put it out.
Yeah, not creepy.
Nah, you weren't bad.
No, I just did how people curl their lip and nod their head. That's what I did.
Well, you looked twice. So what were you looking at the second time?
I did a double take.
Yeah, you did twice. So what were you doing there?
I have no idea.
Looking at her walk away.
Is there a Yeah, there's a reflection there. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I rest my case.
Where'd you put that, Figgy?
He put it on Twitter.
Of course he did.
Did Lopez make a creepy face?
Oh, that's not creepy at all.
Damn, Figgy. I've been spitting fire all day. You can put clips up that quick. I call Lopez a creep, and it's up in 35 seconds. I'm just solving all the world's problems, and it never makes it up there. Goodness gracious!
How
man.
is that even remotely close to creepy?
I don't know. I guess you would just have to be here, man.
I think the second time I looked, I saw Tyler going into the studio.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Make sure he was still upright.
My man is doing his thing, man.
Are you worried about Tyler?
Yes.
Because they're worried in the afternoons.
No, big time.
Aren't they limiting him now?
No, yes, I am.
He can only go out twice a week.
Dude.
Oh, man.
He doesn't sleep, man. He doesn't sleep.
This times he got here before me.
He's all yoked up.
Because he didn't go to bed.
Dude, he's yoked up. Dude, he's yoked up.
Yes, he is.
He's like completely cracked out. I'm serious. Like
one day he was here like 7 in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what you doing here? So
Bro,
couldn't sleep, so I decided to come in.
And the worst
I'm
is
like,
you can kind of see it on Twitter at times when he's like just recklessly
Oh,
saying
yeah.
stuff.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, man.
I was like, oh, Tyler made it.
Oh, he's here.
Must have been fun.
Oh, you took 2 Advil PMs and then woke up by taking whatever the hell you take to wake up.
Yeah.
Awesome, dude.
Oh, man.
I mean, you're functioning at a high level.
Oh, he's doing awesome.
I'm just telling you, like I've lived the life you're living. It gets a little bit more difficult, sir. And I went hard. I didn't go that hard.
Yeah.
I mean, I would come in at 2 and have to be at the morning show, like back in my day. But I mean, his passion carries him through. But oh, man, look at him in there.
Yeah.
This guy. He didn't even know we're talking about him.
No, he does not. He doesn't have it up right now.
This effing guy.
Yeah.
What's he doing right now?
He's elite, though. He can do the job.
He's doing the job, man. Just
Yeah.
might need to get some sleep. Man. It's the best. Lord. And you know what? I actually think having 3 dogs makes that more difficult.
Well, I mean, just
3 dogs makes it more difficult.
every decision you make,
They
somehow
probably all sleep in the bed too.
For sure. But every decision you make when you have 3 dogs, I'm actually babysitting 2 right now.
Yeah, it's hard, man.
It has to do with the dog. Oh, I got to get back, let the dogs out. I got to do this.
I would hate having 3 dogs. Be tough.
That's a lot. 2 might be the limit.
Because I think kids are hard, but like 3 dogs, it's like
yeah, that's a lot.
It's tough.
Yeah, that's an awful lot.
It makes it happen.
Plus, the ones I'm babysitting are wild.
Real deal makes it.
They're not Gibson.
Oh yeah.
Oh man,
they go all over the place.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. We saw one of our coffee table. One of our coffee tables was chewed on when we got home.
Oh man, no, you got to go.
Oh
if
yeah,
you're doing that.
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
Oh yeah.
I'll be right back, dog. I'm going to Ross, and I'll be right back.
What are you getting?
A Mike Vick jersey. Falcons Mike Vick. I'll be right back, dog.
He chewed on our table.
I'm going through the Ross
pick
rack.
this dog up.
Yeah. Yeah, he's had a baby, so.
Coming up, one of the Texans' biggest threats to where they want to go was on display yesterday. Am I a little more scared than I should be when it comes to something that happened yesterday? We'll cuss and discuss next.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen.
They say what.
Am I scared? Am I too scared of something? I've been known to be. I'm a scared mofo sometimes. And the localized lenses, which I look at football through, have kind of been adjusted where I'm up a few weight classes because I'm looking at the Texans and I'm looking at their competition and I'm getting greedy. I'm thinking AFC Championship game. I'm thinking could C.J. Stroud do what Joe Burrow did? Could he take the Texans to the Super Bowl in year 2? Can Nick Caserio put together a roster and DeMeco Ryans that makes that possible? And naturally, when you start having these discussions, you start looking at, the teams that got further than you. You look at the Baltimores. You look at the Kansas Cities. Hell, you can look at Cincinnati because Joe Burrow went down. Like, you look in all these places, and you look at the playoff teams. But I got to tell you, man, I think one of the biggest obstacles for DeMeco Ryans and for Nick Caserio and for the Houston Texans, I think it was on display yesterday, and it has nothing to do with anything that happened with the Chiefs or anything that happened with the 49ers. I think it's right there in Los Angeles with Jim Harbaugh. I think the Chargers right now are a sleeping giant, and when it comes to making like a significant leap and being in the same area, in the same tier as the Houston Texans, I have a big fear for the Chargers. The Chiefs right now, they're going to have to figure out what to do with Chris Jones. Travis Kelce's 34 years old. He likes clout as much as football now. Naturally so. He's got a nice life set up for him after he retires. Baltimore has dang near 30 free agents. Their weapons aren't great. They just suffered like a loss that sometimes it's hard to come back from. I'm looking at the Chargers. Justin Herbert, unrealized potential. Probably a top 7, 8 quarterback, however you want to look at it. A lot of talent on defense. They got Bosa. They got Derwin James. Oh, by the way, they were so bad this year that they have the number 5 overall pick in the draft. So they can draft someone that can make an impact there. They got Keenan Allen. They got other guys, other weapons. Jim Harbaugh, his first 3 years in San Francisco, they had a drought. They went to 3 NFC championship games, and they went to a Super Bowl. They were a few yards away from a Super Bowl. He's coming off taking Michigan and winning a national championship and ending that drought.
Yeah.
3 of his 4 years, he went to the NFC championship game. And in this year-to-year league, where we're having this type of conversation, 365 days after talking about where the hell are the Texans going to go, and then having the biggest long shot to win the Super Bowl, the fact that leap was taken by the Texans, like it's not far-fetched to say that this same type of dialogue, maybe even at a higher level, because there's more established veteran talent. And let's be honest, as much as we like DeMeco Ryans, Jim Harbaugh is a more established coach from a head coaching perspective and from an NFL perspective. He's had more success than DeMeco Ryans. I just have a healthy fear of the Chargers to where, even more so than looking at Kansas City and Baltimore, I'm looking at the Chargers, and I think that arrow is pointing up. And I have when it comes to the Texans getting where they want to get, I think that is a huge, huge hurdle that they're going to have to overcome.
The interesting thing about the AFC is it looks like it's so strong, right? But there are some vulnerabilities in the AFC, and I think he's in a place where he can maybe take advantage of that. Like the Chargers that you just laid out, I mean, they have a lot of things that can go the right way with the right guy in charge. Jim Harbaugh is by any account, no matter what you think about him, the right guy to do that. It's very real that 2 of the teams that are kind of like we're going to be talking about in the same vein as like Kansas City and Buffalo in the next few years are the LA Chargers and the Texans. Like the LA Chargers have so much going for them right now with the head coach and some of the things that you just said. Like the vulnerabilities in the AFC, you pointed them out. Like the Chiefs are in another realm. But what if Andy Reid decides to retire, which has been tossed out there? What if Travis Kelce retires?
We've never seen Mahomes without Kelce.
Yeah.
Ever. Like all this talk, they got rid of Tyreek Hill and they kept going. Yeah, well, they had the best tight end of all time, too.
Yeah.
He's pretty good.
Yeah.
He's breaking Jerry Rice records.
I mean, I don't think those things are going to happen, but what if?
Yeah.
That's the same division, man.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the same division.
I mean, at the very least, I think the Chiefs, and they've done an excellent job at this, and most dynasties do, they're going to have to evolve, maybe even more so perhaps than they already have. So they're going to have to figure that out. They're going to have to do that. I don't know if the Chargers right now, they can just crank it up a notch.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I put a gun to your head, do you think the Chargers are in the playoffs next year?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think you didn't hesitate, right?
No hesitation.
Yeah, I'm not hesitating. Figgy, Chargers in the playoffs or not?
Yes.
Next year. Yeah.
Yes.
Easy. It's easy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because their biggest obstacle was a buffoon. They had the biggest moron in the world at coach. Like the guy was overwhelmed.
Yeah.
He didn't belong.
Mm-hmm.
Now they have a guy who belongs, who wins. And oh, by the way, you have a top 5 pick.
Yeah.
This isn't limited draft equity.
Man, I forgot about that. Man.
They got a top 5 pick.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
Yeah, I mean, so you're talking about like what are they going to do? Are they going to tweak the O-line? Are they going to end up with Marvin Harrison Jr.?
Mm-hmm.
Are they going to get the best defensive player in the draft? Because there's talk that there's going to be 3 quarterbacks.
Yeah.
So they're going to have a crack at either Marvin Harrison Jr. or the top defensive player in the draft.
Yeah.
Right off the top, boom, just like that.
Just look at their division first, and then the AFC. The Chiefs in another realm, but what if, as I just mentioned, and then you've got Raiders' new coach. You got Broncos. Who knows? Right there. There's some opportunity for him to do it. I think Jim Harbaugh, you can say whatever you want about him, but he is pretty good at kind of gauging the temperature of where he's going.
There's no buts about this coaching. Like normally when a coaching hire happens, it's like, oh yeah, I like I'm talking nationally,
Mm-hmm.
and this is like localizing national stuff. Oh yeah, D'Amico's good, but he's never done this, and he's kind of a defensive coach, and they got a lot to do. I haven't heard anyone question Jim Harbaugh.
That.
Nobody's questioned Jim Harbaugh.
Look at his resume.
Yeah. It's 3 out of 4 years, 3 NFC titles.
Yeah,
2 different quarterbacks. I mean, that's ridiculous.
No.
Let's hear Jim Harbaugh talking about what type of team he wants to have and what kind of squad he wants to establish.
Humble and hungry. I mean, right there. I mean, that's where we are right now. Humble and hungry, and we're gonna respect all our opponents, and we're gonna strive that we're gonna earn their respect, and we're gonna earn our winning. Tough team, a resilient team, a relentless team, physical team is where we're going to aspire to be. Don't let the powder blues fool you. That's what we're going to aspire to do.
Okay. Don't let them fool you. Listen to him getting giddy about his squad. And when the internet goes nuts, 11:20 today. By the way, there is a local athlete in town that is the butt of the most jokes possible. I've never seen anything like this. My goodness. This guy's getting roasted. But here's Jim Harbaugh getting giddy about the talent that he is inheriting with the Chargers.
Justin Herbert, you see, I mean, he's a crown jewel. Derwin James, there's another one. Talk about somebody getting me fired up. I mean, let's go. Justin Herbert walks up on you, like, okay, all right, this is awesome. Keenan Allen, we got guys. Rashawn Slater. I mean, great to see him. I mean, in the building. Getting the work in, and that's been the feedback I've been getting in the communication with the players. They want to work.
He's the man. The confidence they have there has never been that high in L.A. I almost said that.
No, there's a little bit of buzz there.
Yeah.
A little bit of buzz there. He seems to be doing his thing. Said some funny things, too, that we'll get into when the internet goes nuts in more ways than one.
Mm-hmm.
Teams that perhaps are going to be a long-term threat to the Texans. Let's put the Chiefs and Ravens to the side. Teams in the AFC that are going to be a long-term threat to the Texans, including the Chargers.
Like about them?
Yeah. What are some other teams that
See,
could be
I mentioned this a second ago. The vulnerability in the AFC has never been better for an up-and-comer, whether it's the LA Chargers or it's the Houston Texans. You mentioned put the Ravens aside. Yes, but the turnover, the number of new faces at some of these contenders. Well, they're going to have a new defensive coordinator in Baltimore. They obviously they're still strong, so I'll set them up there. Let's talk about Buffalo. Buffalo, what is the amount of confidence in Sean McDermott right now?
0. I mean, I don't think anyone feels better about him now than they did.
I mean, he could get fired
into the season,
right?
I mean, some people thought he should have.
Yeah.
I mean, especially with Belichick and Vrabel on the market.
So there's that, and they have a new defensive coordinator.
Yeah. It's bleep or get off the pot time for them.
Now let me ask you a question: do these teams have a brighter future than the Texans or not? The Bengals. They have a new offensive coordinator. Who knows if Joe Burrow's going to be able to stay healthy? The Bengals, they have a brighter future
They're
than
going
the
to lose
Texans.
T. Higgins likely.
They're going to lose T. Higgins.
And Mixon.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps. I mean, do I think that the Bengals could be a better football team than the Texans next season? Sure, I do.
Do they have a brighter future?
Especially if Burrow's healthy. But if we're talking like chess, then I mean, no, I don't think so. Like,
Okay.
I don't.
Not by much.
Yeah,
I agree.
And the Texans could be as good as them, but could the Bengals potentially be better? Sure.
What about the Browns? New offensive coordinator?
Hell no.
Deshaun Watson.
Hell no.
I agree.
Hell no.
Figgy?
Yeah, I agree too.
Hell no.
We mentioned the Chargers, and I think they're going to be a threat. It's still the Chargers, and they've had a long history of great expectations and shortcomings. We'll see how that plays out. What about Miami?
No.
Figgy?
Quarterback.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Tua's a fine quarterback, but I think Tua is a.
I think they're a good regular season team.
I think Tua is a. He's like Kirk Cousins. Like, he's a guy who can. He's good, but I don't think he's gonna like take you up to where you want to go.
No.
CJ could be that guy.
Let me go rapid fire on some of these others. Denver.
Hell no.
Nope.
Hell no.
Indy.
No, I don't believe in Anthony Richardson. I do not. I like their coach. I like their GM, but no, I do not believe in Anthony
I think
Richardson.
it's closer than that, but I think the Houston Texans are better.
Jacksonville.
Nah.
Raiders.
Nah.
Patriots.
Hell no.
Jets.
Absolutely not. They got a 40-year-old quarterback coming off a torn Achilles.
Steelers.
No.
Tennessee.
Nope.
No.
Dude, that's Kansas City, Baltimore, Buffalo. I'll throw Buffalo up there. But Kansas City and Baltimore for sure. We'll throw Buffalo up there. We'll see what happens. They still have, obviously, Josh Allen and all that, but they do have a new DC. After that, that's it.
I think if you had like an imaginary fantasy draft where you just took all the assets, the entire roster, and you had a draft like 1 to 32, I think there's a chance the Texans go number one, for sure, top 3.
How about just for 2024, if you were drafting
just to
an AFC
compete
team
that year?
Yeah.
Like just to compete that year?
You have the first pick.
Well, I got to see what happens with Chris Jones.
Well, you have the first pick.
Do I have to do it now?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what's
And
gonna,
Andy Reid
if
and
Chris
Travis
Jones is
Kelce,
gone,
maybe.
If Chris Jones is gone, then no. Like, I'm
Who'd
not
you draft
taking the
number
Chiefs.
1?
Maybe the Chargers. Maybe the Chargers.
I'd probably take Kansas City. Figgy?
Without Chris Jones?
Yeah, just because.
Woo,
I know.
okay.
I know.
Have fun with that.
I know.
Have fun with that.
I know.
Now, what was it? Draft it. You have the
franchise.
number
1 overall pick for the 2024 season.
Just for one season.
In the AFC.
Just for one season, like to compete. But you don't know about Chris Jones, so you have to do it now.
I'm not sure.
I'm taking the Chargers.
I'd take KC just because of Mahomes, not knowing what the other guys are going to do. But where would the Texans go?
Top 5, top
Right?
4. Yeah.
Yeah. That blows me away.
Well, because I think right now, like the thing about the Texans and the Chargers that they have over the Chiefs and Ravens is that the unknown is a positive.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's like, you don't know Jonathan Grenard is going to be back. You also don't know how they're going to spend all their cap money, and you don't know how they're going to fill in these holes. So, like, the unknown, like, most likely it's going to be a positive, especially if you think the organization can function at a decent level. The unknown for the Chiefs is our best player, one of our 3 best players, and arguably the best defensive player in the league. Is he going to be back? Is our GOAT tight end that's in his mid-30s and is dating a freaking superstar and seems to be lining up a life after football.
Mm-hmm.
Is he going to come back? And if he comes back, is he going to be be the same guy?
Yeah.
I mean, Travis Kelce's never dated Taylor Swift for a whole offseason.
Boy, he's in for something.
That's
like
what I'm
said,
saying. Like,
good luck with that.
Like, it's one thing to like start dating like during a season where you have
You're both
excuses.
pulled in
Well, you have
different- yeah.
excuses.
Yeah.
You're like, I got to go to practice. I can't leave the facility. I don't have to go to the Grammys. I don't have to fly to Tokyo. I don't have to do all that. Like, Travis Kelce has never dated Taylor Swift for like the 9 months of the offseason.
Yeah.
That's not easy. Let's be serious.
Hell no.
That's not easy.
Hell no.
That's hard as heck, man.
Yeah.
You're inheriting like all kinds of stuff. So he's never done that. Man, geez, that would suck. So you have that. The Ravens, okay, they're still going to need receivers.
I would
Odell
draft
Beckham
them number
Jr.'s
2.
gone. Huh?
I would go Chiefs 1, Ravens 2. If I'm drafting teams.
They got a lot of free agents, sir.
They have a lot of free agents.
And they got a division that's going to be a lot better than it was.
I know.
Okay. See, this
is kind of proving my point.
going Chargers
like,
1.
The vulnerability of the AFC has never been higher for an up-and-coming team, whether that's the Chargers or the Texans.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean,
Who would you draft third, Buffalo or the Chargers? Or Texans?
Buffalo's up there, but Buffalo is a situation where, man, it's been the same damn story.
I think they're imploding.
I mean,
but they have Josh Allen.
They were a missed field goal away from perhaps going to overtime with the Chiefs, but it's like, maybe it's just the fact that it's been the same for 3 years.
They need a new head coach, man.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I
think so.
I think
Yeah.
they're just kind of accepting.
They're on the treadmill at this point.
Get a new head coach.
They're on like if the Texans with Bill O'Brien were like at an 11 speed on the treadmill, Buffalo's basically on like
11's moving
a 2. They're on like a 2. They're just basically.
I think I'd take the Texans or Chargers 4th.
Yeah, it's top 5, right?
Yeah. And this is
the unknown is exciting.
An opportunity. Yes.
The unknown is exciting here.
This is an opportunity.
Yeah, the unknown is exciting, and the things that you feel are the most important, they're in place. So we will see. That's an interesting discussion to be had. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. We'll be at the big game, courtesy of Yingling Flight and the Low T Center. Be out there on Monday, live from Radio Row. Be sure to follow along. We'll limit the guests. We're not going to be taking anyone. I'm sure we'll get some stuff thrown at us, but we'll make sure to make it as interesting as possible, and we will take you to the Super Bowl while continuing to do the same type of show here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, the internet goes nuts. It's time to acknowledge that Jim Harbaugh might actually be funny. Also, one of the local athletes, he can't catch a break. I'm actually starting to feel bad for this guy with how bad he gets roasted. This is getting rough. We'll talk about it next. First, I want to talk about Texas.
it.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez. Figgy Fig with you. Jim Harbaugh, had the internet going nuts yesterday. He had some funny moments. Here was Jim Harbaugh first. I guess there's a local TV legend out there, not Ron Burgundy, but a local TV legend tried to ask a question, and there was a little bit of a legend showdown, if you will.
Coach, this is I'm Jim Hill of KCAL 9 News. Congratulations.
You're a legend. Of course
No,
I know who you are, Jim
you're the
Hill.
legend.
You're a legend.
No, you're the
are
legend.
A legend.
Believe me, you're the legend.
All right, there you go. No, you. No, you. No, you. Apparently, Jim Harbaugh could be coming to an RV park near you as well.
I told my wife this. Should I tell him? Yes. Yes. Okay, so I want to drive my RV out. I want to drive my RV out and go to a trailer park, like down by the water or by Disneyland. There'll be two that I've researched that are close to the facility, and I want to Jim Rockford it for the for the next couple months until we move to the new facility.
TV show, I think.
I have that thought going through my head.
Yeah, that's an old TV show.
Yeah.
Who is Jim Rockford?
The Rockford Files. I think he lived in a trailer
mean?
park. Yeah. It was a popular show.
Jim Rockford, television character.
Yeah. Yeah, he lived in a trailer.
Okay. Never heard of him.
Jim Harbaugh looks exactly like a guy that would drive a trailer across the country.
Does he?
Yes.
He does?
The glasses, looks like a dad. Hey, let's get
Meet the Fockers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like one of those
Or We're
guys.
the Millers.
We the Millers, I meant.
We're the Millers.
That's an underrated ass movie.
That's one of my favorite movies, to be honest.
So good, man. It is so good.
Like if you...
I had a DVD.
If you drew up, what does a guy that drives a trailer across the country look like? It would look a lot like Jim Harbaugh.
One of the stars of We Are the Millers is also the star of Ted Lasso, if I'm not mistaken. Jason Sudeikis.
Yep.
Jim Harbaugh says that. Damn, what a transition! Nice alley-oop right there.
That was a real good one. Man.
Here was Jim Harbaugh talking about Ted Lasso being one of his motivators.
Oh, yeah, there's some things I've copied from Ted Lasso. I try to emulate Ted Lasso in a lot of ways. That's that TV show. Yeah, that's one of the best. Jason Sudeikis, tremendous. I got a great story of how I met Jason Sudeikis. But I think that there's a life lesson in every one of those episodes. If you haven't seen that show, piece of advice, if I may, watch the Ted Lasso show.
It's just in. He just looks like a dad, man. Watches Ted Lasso, drives his RV, has the glasses,
coaches his butt off.
Yeah.
By the way, they making the We're the Millers Part 2.
Oh, I'm gonna love it. That'll be good. That'll be good.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right. So speaking of Jim Harbaugh, Ryan Leaf says this irritated me. Ryan Leaf says that Saquon Barkley, and he's not the only one. There have been other reports, is at the top of Jim Harbaugh's list.
Should be.
This is what I'm talking about. Do it. He is. Just do it.
Yeah, he should be.
Yeah,
if he hits the market and you're competing with him, I think the Texans should be offering top dollar.
Obviously,
yes.
Ryan Leaf would know. He played with Jim Harbaugh when they were in San Diego for a year, I think. Year or two.
Buddies?
Yeah, they know each other. Yeah, absolutely.
You think he kept in touch with Ryan Leaf?
Yes, they did. Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah. Why do you doubt me?
No, I'm just kind of seems like Ryan Leaf went through a little bit of a.
Well, he did. Jim Harbaugh probably helped him, but he's saying
helped him do what?
Like helped him.
That's a hell of an assumption.
I'm sorry.
Holes in this story.
Yeah.
I think it's some holes in this story.
Yeah. By the way. Yes.
Got the music for a sec. I don't know where this is going.
Remember the holes in the story thing yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday, if you're just tuning in, Mark Andrews reportedly saved someone's life with his diabetic kit as the guy was sick, and Lopez had a disagreement with the listener who said there were holes in the story. The listener was in the medical field.
Yes. And I got a text this morning when it was brought up again because Sean was
I woke up to Sean asking what happened.
Asking
it was
me
like
about
a 640, 740 text.
And it was something like that. And a texter, sometimes the smallest things just irritate the hell out of me.
Oh, by the way, texters have updated us yet again.
Like this. So I'm glad you brought that up, the holes in the story. Leave it to Lopez to argue with first responders. Can you not?
Is that not a good text?
That's a horrible text. So since you're a first responder, you're exempt?
Uh-oh.
No.
Put the music back up.
No, let
Put the music
me
back
ask
up.
you. As a first responder, you're exempt from someone having a counter opinion and expressing it to you because you're a first responder. That's the silliest thing I've ever heard. Like you can't have a differing opinion and a discussion, an argument with someone just because they're a first responder?
Sure you can.
Of course you can.
Yeah, sure you can.
Leave it to Lopez to argue with a first. What are they? They're people with opinions.
They're heroes, man.
They are heroes, but they're people with opinions.
Yeah.
That might be the dumbest text we got all week.
That's a reach.
No, it's not.
That's a reach.
Leave it to Lopez to argue with a first responder. Oh, I was going to argue with you, but I see you're a first responder. Sorry, you're right, even though everything you said has holes in it. Like, what is going on here? What's going on here?
I think they just think you're a slime ball, man.
No.
I'm not saying it's fair. I just think they think you're a slime ball.
But why? Because I'm arguing with a first responder?
Because you're arguing with a paramedic.
Okay. Not supposed to argue with a paramedic. Give me the list of people you can't argue with. 713-572-4610.
Jesus.
Yes. And first responders.
First responders?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the list.
Yeah.
What the hell is going on here?
I don't know. You were the one that had the argument. I have no idea. I was just listening.
So since you're a first responder, you can pretty much say anything you want, and everybody's going to have to say, oh, sorry, yeah, you're right. You're a first responder.
Pretty much, John.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Jalen Green, man, there's rumors that he might be expecting a baby, and he's allegedly he's having a baby after some viral videos of him. We didn't really address, but like there were some viral videos of him and I guess a former teammate Josh Christopher that he was getting roasted about on a lot of podcasts. Shortly after that, it came out that he was dating allegedly a girl named Drea Michelle, who has dated a lot of people. She most recently dated Tyrod Taylor. Let me just give you a little background on Drea Michelle. She's very known in the industry. Very, 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 very known in the industry. This was her on The Breakfast Club talking about how jealous she can be. And she's connected to a lot of rappers and athletes.
Are you a jealous person? Very. I'm very jealous, and I'm very, like, psycho crazy girlfriend. I act like everybody's baby mama. Because you have dated celebrities. Isn't that a very difficult thing to do? Because no matter what, they're in the public eye. Women are going to be trying to get their attention. They're going to be on the blogs. There's going to be rumors. Well, it's so much easier now because now I got my own attention. I think before I had a hard time with it when I was not doing anything with myself. And when I had more time on my hands to, like, stalk my boyfriend. Whoever my boyfriend is at the time, I'm going to stalk his life.
Oh, wow. She's going to stalk his life. This was an example of when Drea got mad. This was her on Basketball Wives. This is an example of when she used to scrap, claw, fight, all that.
Next thing you know, they were fighting.
And guess what? Because you party, got to my friends, in the backseat of a
I don't give a. You are
figure out who your baby daddy.
Nobody's claiming your baby.
No.
So then she had a reputation as a hoe, and I'm not saying it. She would agree with it.
She's definitely a hoe.
This was her on The Breakfast Club, and she thought that her hoe-ness could get deleted. She's a running joke in the industry. Am I lying?
She's known.
She's known as like a bottle rat, a whatever. This is her on Breakfast Club, and now reportedly she's having Jalen Green's baby at 39.
I think that a hoe is somebody who sleeps with everyone. I don't think I'm considered a hoe no more. I don't really got nobody in the last 2 or 3 years.
No more.
She said no more.
Don't say no.
No, your hoe-ness can get deleted.
Your hoe-ness can get deleted, and
I
now
remember that one.
So Shannon Sharp. What Shannon Sharp does on his podcast is he just goes through all the stories. It's like if you watch It Is What It Is with Cameron and Mace, or if you watch Joe Budden and them, like they're going to go through like stories about like Jalen Green getting her pregnant is an A topic, and Jalen Green is getting roasted for it. Shannon Sharp had Gilbert Arenas on, and once upon a time, there was drama with Gilbert Arenas. Just type in Gilbert Arenas and Drea. There was concerns that perhaps, because Gilbert Arenas used to mess around with her, like many of his Washington Wizards teammates did, allegedly.
Yeah.
There was reports that perhaps her baby was Gilbert Arenas's, and is Gilbert Arenas the baby daddy? So Shannon Sharp's just going through the list of the A topics, because Shannon Sharp has like 50 shows now. Like, he's killing it. So I think he was just probably going through this because he knows this would normally be in Gilbert Arenas' wheelhouse. Well, it's in the wheelhouse. Maybe a little bit too close. This is Shannon Sharp and Gilbert Arenas. And Shannon Sharp being asked about, because Joe Budden called her a predator. This is the back and forth between
a predator.
He said she is a predator and she should not be getting.
She have a son the same age as Jalen Green.
Yeah, she should not be getting 21-year-olds, 22-year-olds to get her pregnant.
21-year-old.
Yeah, they called her a predator. That's what Joe Budden said. But here was Shannon Sharp and Gilbert Arenas talking about the Drea Jalen Green situation.
Thoughts on the rumored relationship between Drea Michelle and Jalen Green? Joe Budden called her a predator. But me personally, I don't know a whole lot about her. I mean, I know she dated Orlando Scandrick. I think they have a child together. Damn, Gil, why you under got a stone? Man, Gil, Gil, this man sat up here stone faced. I'm up here talking, so you know a lot about her.
Hey, your research team, stop researching.
God, yeah, I'm over here thinking about, man, yeah, you know.
Yeah, I know a little something.
God. Dude, Jalen Green is going to be like the joke of all jokes. If she's pregnant, and I'm not, like, if that's the route he wants to go, I'm not saying whether it's fair or not. I'm just saying, because he was asked about criticism the other day, and I think he's gotten mad at, like, some Rockets bloggers / local guys. Man, if you really want to get mad, say something.
Talk to them.
Yeah, say something to Cameron Mace.
Yeah.
Gilbert Arenas, Joe Budden, and all them.
Yeah.
Man, this is tough, man.
God, he just can't avoid it.
I feel bad for him.
Yeah.
If he really, like, because this is not going anywhere. Like, if they have a,
what's her number?
Like her body count?
Her hit list.
Well, celebrities, it's like in the 50s, like, of links.
Lord.
Yeah, Diddy's on. Like, there's some crazy ones on there too. Diddy, a lot of them. Yeah, I mean, she just admitted she was
50s. Like,
bro, she's on Breakfast Club and she's admitting she's a hoe.
Oh yeah, no, that part.
Like, that's not, like, we're not saying, like, I would never just unsolicited say this girl's a hoe. She literally said I was a hoe, but you can delete your honus. She literally said that.
Yeah. Well,
like, that's it's.
He said she ain't have a body in a couple years.
I don't believe that for a second. She said she went a couple years. Come on.
Yeah.
I knew Orlando too. Like,
I got the internet going nuts.
Poor Jalen.
Larry David.
He probably love her.
Larry David is just an American treasure.
You think?
So Larry David went on.
I hope so.
The Today Show today, and he had any number of things. He was saying, I'll talk about anything except I won't talk about Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. And of course, that was their first question, and he went off. But they had Elmo. You're familiar with Elmo, right? He came from the other side of the studio and put his hand like a claw on Elmo's face and started shaking it and took a swing at the Elmo's dad, and everybody's in shock.
Why?
And then he walked back and he said, somebody had to do that because Elmo was irritating, I guess. So this was Larry David apologizing for that.
From your heart.
Give him a camera shot.
From where? From your heart. Exactly. No, okay. Right.
Go ahead. We're ready.
What organ are you talking about?
Yeah, just,
your heart.
Okay. Go ahead. Say you're sorry.
Elmo.
Larry?
I just want to apologize.
Thank you, Larry.
That's very big of you.
I'm going to accept your apology, Larry.
Thank God.
What and Louis, will you drop the lawsuit?
I'm going to accept your apology.
Oh, he said he accepts it. Oh,
okay, cool.
Okay,
Elmo,
all right, thank you. Thank you.
You are such a sweetheart.
Thank you, Elmo. Yes. We're sorry.
Elmo, Larry, you are not a sweetheart. Have you ever heard that?
I'm really sorry.
Okay.
I'm really sorry.
I know you are.
What's wrong with you? All right.
Everything. A couple things.
Is Larry David getting in Peyton Manning territory with you where you just think everything that he does is funny?
I guess it wasn't funny. I thought it was funny. But here's the thing I was going to say about this.
You asked me if it was funny?
Yeah.
I thought it was cool.
Here's the thing about this. Like, he's on a promotional tour.
Yeah.
The show starts on Sunday. This is going to do more for the show and more for Elmo than anything else. Like,
Really?
he was fighting Elmo.
Does Elmo need pub?
Yes.
Why?
Because it would grow. Like, more people are going to be.
Elmo grow? Isn't Elmo like Isn't Elmo like the Oprah of Sesame Street? Like, Elmo's the biggest star on Sesame Street, right?
Is he?
Probably the more popular one.
Right?
Yeah.
Who's more popular
He's
than
the most
Elmo?
popular toy. Your daughter's going to have an Elmo, I'm sure.
Yeah, but who's more popular, Elmo or Big Bird or Ernie or Oscar the Grouch? They're all big. Time.
I feel
Elmo's the biggest,
like Big Bird was the face, but Elmo.
But Big Bird isn't as popular as like. Yeah.
I know it's not popular,
Big
but I
Bird
felt like it was the
hadn't
face.
traveled well. Big Bird hadn't traveled as well.
Yeah, nobody had no Big Bird toys.
Yeah, but they all have Elmo.
That's true.
But what I'm saying is, like, they could have asked for more. Then this is going all over the country now, and like for his show and for Elmo, spell the
You
name
think this
right.
curb is going to be good?
Yes. It's the last. It's the last.
trailer
go-around.
was kind of
Really?
meh.
I saw the one that was on Twitter.
Comes out Sunday. I mean, we reopened the HBO Max for it, so I'm not hiking my leg out. It's a must watch.
It's a must watch.
It's a must effing watch for sure. But I don't know, man. I'm a little concerned that I don't want it to fall flat. I've been watching a show that came out in 2009 that I didn't know about,
and that is
The Middle.
Oh, The Middle's good.
Knew nothing about it.
Yeah,
we're one season in.
I'm on the last episode of The Bear. It's a great show.
The Bear.
The Bear.
About Jack
I heard
Nicklaus?
about that show.
It's about a restaurant. It's Bedlam about trying to open a new restaurant. It's a bunch of levels.
Jack Nicklaus?
No, not that Golden Bear. The
Yogi
bear.
Bear?
Not the Golden Bear.
Yogi Bear?
Not Yogi Bear.
Coming up, C.J. Stroud fails on the national stage. We'll tell you what he did next.
Place your bets, ladies and
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
C.J. Stroud fails on the big stage. Tell you what happened in the hits, which are lit.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, so C.J. Stroud, man. Pro Bowl games. Gets to the finals, had the highest score in the first round, and then in the throwing competition with Baker Mayfield, he came up short.
I was in. I said last week I wasn't going to watch this. I was scrolling around.
It was cool, man.
Yeah, this is pretty cool.
Might be a regular thing for me now. Here was C.J. Stroud with Ryan Clark of ESPN talking about the honor, the privilege, and I'm sure he's going to say the blessing of being in the Pro Bowl.
It's a lot of pressure on the rookies, man. You came out and did a great job. Talk a little bit about that first Pro Bowl experience.
Man, it's a blessing. I'm super blessed to be here with such great players, such great legends like Ray, Payne, Eli. So I'm just really with great company, and I hope this is first of many.
All right, there you go. Baker Mayfield was funny. Obviously, the Buccaneers, their season ended on a Baker Mayfield interception. My man got jokes with Ryan Clark. Baker Mayfield talking about his last interception being to the Lions. A new trend. I want to talk about a new coaching trend.
Okay.
So 5 of 8 coaches hired in this coaching cycle. 5 of 8, over half. They were defensive guys. There seems to be like a popular notion, hey, you got to hire guys who are on the offensive side of the rock. They got to work with the quarterback. Dan Quinn, Mike McDonald, Raheem Morris, Gerard Mayo, Antonio Pierce, all defensive guys.
Yeah. Well, D'Amico's a defensive guy. But the key thing is, are you going to be able to toss the keys to someone that you trust on the offensive side? I don't think much has changed in terms of what works offensively in this league, and that is everybody is plucking from the Shanahan tree. But sometimes it's the head coach who's a defensive guy plucking. It'll be interesting to see all the offenses. Like I think head coaches who are from the Shanahan tree, as everybody knows, I mean, it's been almost universal success. If you're a defensive guy, you just got to have that guy calling the shots like Bobby Slowick. That's the thing.
Saleh would be the one where the jury's out.
Yes. Almost universal.
Yeah. Saleh would be the one that you look at and say, oh, okay. Nick Bosa plays for Kyle Shanahan right now. Used to play for D'Amico Ryans. Has had some really nice things to say about D'Amico. Now, as far as that Kansas City Chiefs offensive line, not a lot of good things to say. In fact, very short and sweet, as Joey Brosa, or Nick Brosa, I should say, often is. Here's Nick Bosa being asked about the Chiefs' offensive line.
Things stand out when you watch them?
They hold a lot.
They hold a lot. I actually kind of like this.
I mean, I feel like that's what he's actually seeing.
Yeah, it's like, I've watched the tape.
And they only call it probably like 10% of the time.
Yeah, I'd hold a lot, wouldn't you?
Yeah. If I get away with it, yeah. I saw it like the other day. I was watching the Chiefs and the Ravens, and I was like so amazed that in the first half, I never thought I'd see the day where Travis Kelce is breaking Jerry Rice's records. I was like, this is the craziest thing I've ever seen until they called 2 holding penalties on the Chiefs. I was like, damn, okay, it's the second craziest thing I've seen. Jerry Rice's records getting broken.
I mean, everybody else says, oh, they hold on everything. They don't.
They do.
They do some level of holding, but it's not.
They do.
It's not as egregious.
They do.
It's not as egregious. It might be like a little snag here or whatever, but I would. Hell yeah, I would.
They do. Jed York, owner of the San Francisco 49ers. He's come a long way. He had a tell about Kyle Shanahan and when they first saw Brock Purdy, when he was the last pick in the draft and a rookie. Here's the tale from the owner talking about Kyle Shanahan.
It's like, hey man, we got to talk. And that's generally not a good thing when your coach tells you got to talk. Like, all right, what's up? And he's like, I think our third string quarterback's our best quarterback. I'm like, okay. I'm like, what does that mean? He's like, well, obviously, like, we've invested in Trey. Like, Trey's doing a good job. Like, we're going to do everything that we can. We're not going to change that. And we're not going to change the depth chart. But, like, I think Brock will end up being our quarterback at some point. And, like, he didn't force it, right? You had 2 injuries, and that's how Brock ended up playing. He's always honest, even if it's not, like, one thing that owners don't love to hear when they've invested money and or draft picks or both into people. The last pick in the draft is the guy that we think is the best. That's generally not great news, but he's honest. He let it play out the right way. Ironically, I think his first game was against the Chiefs. he had some mop-up time, and Brock, I think he threw one ball into the stands. I may or may not have had some sarcastic comments for Kyle post-game. But when Brock took over last year, like, I think we had a calm about us, but there was a sense that, like, nothing catches you by surprise. You might not love everything that Kyle tells you, but he's always open and honest, especially in the moment. And he's very clear about that with me. I will tell you exactly what I think of a player, a situation, a coach in the moment. That might not be how I feel 3 weeks from now.
I got to tell you, like where Jed York currently is at compared to where he was before he hired Kyle Shanahan. Remember the back and forth, say something, you can't fire owners, all that stuff. You hire the right coach, you're in good shape. Like, this guy's owning the room now.
You come
this
off
guy went
better.
from getting grilled to
like he comes off better.
He does.
You just said, hey, what's up, girl? With your
Do
eyebrows.
what?
You just looked at. Was that a woman?
What do you mean?
Someone walked by. You
It was
just
the sales lady. She said hello.
and you went, hey.
No, she said hello.
What's up, girl?
She said
Figgy?
hello. I said, hey. She peeked in at Figgy and said, hey. She was talking
Figgy,
to us. Yeah.
Turnabout is fair play.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Turnabout is fair play. I think yours was more egregious.
I checked the tape.
I've never.
think yours was.
I've never stalked her Instagram like the one that you that walked by with you.
I've never stalked the Instagram.
I've never stalked her Instagram like the one that walked by with you, sir.
That is a lie.
That is a sweet, wholesome girl right there. That is in sales.
Total fabricated lie. You're thinking of someone else.
No. I'm talking about the original double take.
Yeah.
You've never stalked her Instagram.
Never.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jed York. Figure you're going to do this, right?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. I'm gonna pull a tape.
It made mine look a lot more
She
tame.
was looking right at me,
Okay,
saying hello.
okay.
She was eating. She opened up with the Figgy thing.
All right, let's go to the tape.
Yeah, go to the tape. And then let's go to the Instagram, and I'll show you. The stalked Instagram that Lopez.
So you
been
stalked
stalking before? No, I don't even follow.
Yeah, I do follow. I wasn't sure if I did or not.
Trust me, I know.
I don't know if I do. I'll check. But
Nah,
anyway,
you do.
Jed York.
You do.
All right, Jed York. He comes off better than he ever has, ever. Like, ever. Because of the success. And so he's doing Shanahan is doing everyone a favor with what he's doing. Do I? Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know, John.
Well, I don't stalk her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's your final answer.
Yes, because it's the truth.
Okay. I got you.
Yeah.
I got you.
Mm-hmm.
Jim Harbaugh likes his squad. He was introduced to the media yesterday in Los Angeles. This is Jim Harbaugh talking about his Chargers team.
Justin Herbert, you see. I mean, he's a crown jewel. Derwin James, there's another one. Talk about somebody getting me fired up. I mean, let's go. Justin Herbert walks up on you. Like, okay, all right, this is awesome. Keenan Allen. We got. We got guys. Rashawn Slater. I mean, great to see him. I mean, in the building. Getting the work in, and that's been the feedback I've been getting in the communication with the players. They want to work.
Scariest coach coming to the AFC, probably, and
well, yeah, especially what he's getting.
Yeah,
I equate what the Chargers are right now to. Let's go to 2016 when the Dallas Cowboys had a crappy season and they had a top 5 pick and they got Zeke Elliott and then they found Dak Prescott and all that. That for me, and it could have been Tony Romo had he not gotten hurt, but that for me is a situation where a team is drafted in the top 5. Their talent level is more than where they're drafting, but they still have the arrow pointing up. But unlike the Cowboys,
they got the right guy.
They decided that they're not like nitpicking and penny pinching when it comes to coaching. They got probably the cream of the crop when it comes to this. I think they're a scary team when we look at it through the localized lenses.
I agree.
Scary. Comfort can be scary, but when it comes to the Texans, is it currently a great thing? Slime Off coming up at 1:20. Lunchtime coming up next.
Nighttime.
Is live on the free Odyssey app.
Comfort. Is Nick Caserio in his comfort zone? New England, 2 decades. They were a move away each offseason. That's how Nick Caserio functioned. How much power he did or didn't have. I'm just putting that aside and asking, like, is this the most comfortable Nick Caserio's been, and what exactly does that look like?
Maybe in his entire career, huh? Because even in New England, as good as they had it, and he was winning Super Bowls, like it was Bill.
You're not in control.
It was Bill Belichick. Yeah. And boy, if I ever become a general manager, this is what I'm going to do. And if I'm a general manager for a good team, this is what I'm going to do. And
what are you working with over there?
Pasticcio.
What the hell's that?
It's like a pasta kind of like.
Man, it smells like a damn Italian heaven in this place right
it
now.
It smells pretty damn good.
All right, as you were. Yeah,
you know, Fridays are my cheat day, man.
God dang.
Fridays I usually have just a little bologna sandwich, ham sandwich, or something.
God,
I brought a little pasticcio today, man.
God, all right, keep going.
So yeah, and so he was. If I ever get there, I'm going to be loving life. Well, he's loving life. I'll go back to the analogy I used.
You
earlier.
think Nick Caserio is capable of loving life?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah. He's tightly wound, but he's not inhuman. He's not a robot.
I mean,
you think he might be a robot?
No. When he wins, he gets pretty pumped.
Yes.
My hand is still recovering from that punch.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So
he do that on a regular, man.
All the time.
Oh, he's the worst. He's dangerous when you dab
Every
him.
time I see him, he slap me on the back. Yeah, back be sting, shoulder,
like
and he's just
some fat there.
Let's talk about Nick Caserio.
There's that dad weight, you P word.
Let's talk about Nick Caserio for a while, for a second here, because he puts up a wall, and he's always on corporate mode, like saying the right things, using catchphrases, making these references to books that he's read and all that stuff. But when he can let his guard down a little bit. And I'll go back. Was it tickets we gave a listener? Or $100.
Yeah.
Remember he had something about whatever the bet was. I'll give you $100 out of my pocket.
Yeah, win his money or whatever.
Yeah. He was like, I was like, who is this guy?
Yeah.
Like he was just like relaxed, laughing, talking about whatever.
Yeah.
So I think that Nick Caserio is what we're going to see, not necessarily publicly, but I'm saying he's going to
he's got appropriate shield up.
Yeah, he's going to be that comfortable. And I'm going to use the reference that I had earlier, and I thought it worked.
And when I say is he capable of enjoying himself, I'm not saying it in a bad way. I mean, he's not like B.O.B.
Yeah.
Like, I think he functions at a good level. I think his routine's admirable. Like, if I could eat
that's
like
really
Nick
him.
Caserio and have the diet that Nick Caserio has
that's
and have
really
the juice,
him.
I would love that. Like, I would – I just like to indulge in other things. But
right.
So I'm not saying that – I'm not saying it like, his stiffness is going to hold him back. I'm just saying, like, I think
no, absolutely.
Because I've had conversations with Nick, like what you're talking about, like in the short, like I've interacted with him a few times, had a few conversations, and like you can cut up, but there is a snap of the finger where he goes back
when he's on,
where he gets caught though.
Like
there's like a boom, he's right back into it.
So a couple of years ago, I was chatting him at something we were at, and he goes, he was just kind of giving me a hard time, and like, so you can rip me? I said, absolutely, I'm going to rip you, and he's just laughing and all that. But now, all right, all the bad stuff is over. No more Deshaun. No more what are you going to do, the trade and all that stuff. No more David Culley and Lovie Smith. No more, short-term contracts just to fill a roster. No more acting like you're a real team when you know your plan is about something else. No more of the nonsense, for lack of a better word. He is –
I think it's a good word.
He is in his zone. He is in the place that makes him happiest.
No, and I agree. Here's another thing, though. So we're talking about like the comfort level and the potential to like enjoy yourself if you're Nick Caserio. You say he has it. I think he's just kind of wired a way that, hey, you might want your GM to function at. I want to look at another human emotion with Nick Caserio.
Mm-hmm.
Going deep here, man.
Love?
No, he's obviously in love. You hear him talk about his girls. He lights up, and his wife. So he's definitely capable of love. Is he capable of pettiness?
I think everybody is a little bit, but no. If we're just doing a sweeping, is he or not? I say no.
Okay.
Steven Nelson is the example.
Okay, but he's capable of letting his professionalism overcome any pettiness. Here's the pettiness that I'm wondering about with Nick Caserio. Like if I'm sitting around a table with Nick Caserio, and we're having a legit conversation. There has to be some sort of satisfaction in his tenure with the Texans where he went through what he went through. He had the rough years and the rough few years of decisions that he had. And right now, it's one of the most exciting teams in the league. It's one of the teams with the brightest futures. Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying that this was all Belichick's fault, but in New England, it's been a steady decline. They haven't won since he left. It's not because of him. It's because Tom Brady turned 40 and Tom Brady went and latched onto a good team. Yeah. And naturally, the Patriots kind of fell off. Bill Belichick didn't even get a job this offseason. The guy he used to have to answer to in the Patriot way, he didn't even get a job this offseason. There's got to be some sort of petty satisfaction in that you're thriving right now and Bill Belichick's not even in the damn league right now. There's
I don't know.
There's got to be.
I don't know.
There's got to be.
Everything he is because of Bill Belichick.
Yeah, but still. But he had to follow Bill Belichick. Why'd he leave him then?
Well, because he didn't want to be in the shadow. That's a whole different emotion. It's I know I can do this. I'm tired of being in Bill Belichick's shadow. That doesn't mean you don't. That means you want bad things to happen to Belichick. I don't know, maybe, but I don't know if I could get down with that one. I think he answered the pettiness question because there's a lot of general managers that you start talking about my vest or whatever, and you're a free agent, and we're still not sure how good you are. Yeah, I ain't gonna sign you. Go find another.
Or we're gonna trade you to a sorry team.
Yeah. Or we're gonna trade you. There's a lot of that. It happens a lot. And he was fine.
You don't think he sits here and has any satisfaction in the fact that he left New England. New England's falling apart naturally, not because he left. And Bill Belichick and them are out of the league, and he's still thriving. You got to.
You said satisfaction.
It's got to feel good, man.
You said satisfaction.
There's got to be some satisfaction.
I think there's definitely
against the Patriots.
There's definitely
or just in general.
Just in general.
Just in general.
I feel like he kind of beat that whole thing, that old Patriots way thing. I feel like he got rid of that.
Yeah, it's been gone.
That's the person you look at whenever you say, "Oh, a successful Patriots person."
It's been gone, and the funniest thing to me was I can't believe that there was even entertainment that. After a while, last year, it might have made sense when D'Amico was first there before you actually saw them work. Last year, I think when we were talking about what Lombardi was saying, I think it was fair to wonder what's the dynamic between Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryan's going to be. I think it was fair, especially with the neutered Nick press conference that we talk about where he was
absolutely
had his tail between his legs and all that. I feel like there was a fair dynamic, but this year with week 16 or 17 whenever it came out again.
Yeah,
that was an eye roll for me.
Yeah.
Why the hell would he want to leave this?
Yeah, no, that was an absolute.
He's the football king here, and he's not.
And he's not. Go back to New England.
Yeah. Yes.
No.
To do what?
But it worked here. He found what he was looking for. He was worried. Am I going to get along? Hey, whatever he wants, I'm willing to step aside. I mean, that blew me away when he said that. I'd be willing to we'll take a different role.
Yeah.
Whatever he said.
He was stressed.
But now he's like, hell, this is better than I thought. It's I never thought anything would be better than New England, but as far as the relationship, it's humming here.
Yeah, I don't know what the dynamic really is with him and Belichick. I don't hear them talk a lot, or him talk about him. He's kind of moved past that. I mean, he has to love him, but it's just interesting. He's thriving and
creating his own image.
Yes.
Instead of that, you had Bill Belichick running the show.
Yeah.
It does feel like there's it does feel like the pieces of pie. I still think, and I don't know that he minds this. I still think if there's a Super Bowl pizza, so let's say there's let's do this. Let's play pizza, okay?
Yeah,
I'm hungry. So let's play pizza, and let's divide the pizza, and let's say there's 8 slices on the pizza. Let's say it's a traditional 8 slices of pizza. Okay. Let's say that the Texans win the Super Bowl. Okay.
Okay.
And we have to divide out this pie.
Okay.
For credit.
Because we will.
Yeah. How many slices are you giving each person? Because I'm immediately going to give D'Amico and CJ 2 slices.
Oh, you actually drew a pizza on your notes.
Yeah. So D'Amico and CJ.
They get 2 pieces
They
each?
get 2 slices. They 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 might get more. They might get to go back for seconds. But CJ and D'Amico got 2 pieces. That leaves 4 pieces left. How you dividing out that pie?
I'd give them each. I'd give D'Amico 2 and CJ 3.
Okay, so you're giving CJ 3 slices of pie?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, where are you going to put those other 3 slices?
I'd give Nick 2 and everybody else 1.
Oh, so Cal and Hannah don't get to eat. Okay.
Everybody else 1.
So they're all going to have to share 1 slice?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. I don't think that's wrong.
So you're giving D'Amico 2 pieces, CJ 2 pieces, Nick 2 pieces.
CJ
and then
3.
Okay, CJ 3, D'Amico 2, and then Cal and Hannah and
Nick
can share.
2.
Cal and Hannah can share with John Weeks and the rest of the
They
team.
get first pick because they get the pepperonis off the top.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Everybody else eating that last piece. Figgy?
I will give Nick, CJ, and D'Amico two slices. I would probably get Cal and Hannah maybe. I was thinking, should I both get them 2? Or have them share 1? They can share 1.
Yeah, they can share a slice.
I don't think they mind.
They can share a slice.
And then the last slice for whoever on the team.
Yeah, whoever wants it. Just leave it out there. Just leave it out there in the box.
Send an email.
Yeah,
got pizza in the kitchen.
Pizza in the kitchen.
Argue amongst yourself. Yeah, argue amongst yourself. Y'all can fight for this slice.
Yeah.
When's it okay to take the last slice of pizza?
That's the age-old question, man.
When is it?
I think if you're the only one in there and there's a slice, you grab it. If there's more than one person, that's when it gets dicey. Oh, you want that last piece? No, you take it. No, you take it.
Are you a offer up when you think there's a good chance they'll say no type? Like, man, I want that one. Hey, you can have it, honey. No, you have it. All right.
Okay, I guess I will.
I'll take it anyways.
By the time it gets to the last piece, I'm usually set. I'm good because I'm not going to get turned away at the early pieces. That's for darn sure. You want some of this pasticcio? I haven't even touched it. I can give you some.
No.
You
I'm
sure?
Good, I'm good.
It's delicious. It's Greek. It's delicious.
Nah, I'm good, man.
All right.
I'm okay.
All right.
We mean Greek. It smells Italian.
It does smell Italian, but it's Greek. It's a Greek dish.
Oh, never mind. It's not good.
It's like
That's nasty.
It's like a pasta.
That's nasty now.
Oh yeah.
Show me it.
Okay.
Show me it. Let me check this out. How's that Greek?
It's Greek.
Brother, that is not Greek. That's Italian.
Well, you can take it up with the grease.
Let me see. What's that from?
What's that downtown? Downtown. Phoenicia.
Okay.
It's awesome.
It doesn't look as good as it smells.
It's delicious.
It might be artificial smell.
No, it's delicious.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
We'll check it out. 713-572-4610. Landry Locker, John Lopez.
Oh, we were wrong.
Figgy with you.
From the 713.
Uh-oh.
Nick's going to have a salad.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't need pizza.
Nick's going to have a salad.
That's a good point.
That's a real good point.
That gives me a lot more pie.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Hannah and Cal can each grab one.
Yeah, that gives me a lot more there.
So it's 2 slices left for whoever wants it.
Yes, exactly.
Someone on the text line 972 says, "Hey guys, after hearing Aaron Wilson, I'm afraid Nick's going to continue to be super conservative and not spend in free agency. What do you think?" I don't know what Aaron Wilson said.
What did he say?
I have no idea. I know he said D'Amico didn't want the job last year.
Oh, he did? He sure did?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what he said. I don't know what super conservative means. That's the other thing. Like I hear this splash talk where it's like, man, I want him to make a splash. Are you sure? Like, are you sure? Like, where has that been something that's worked? I don't know, like super conservative. I think being conservative, like a healthy amount of being conservative, would be fine with me with the Texans, with where they're at right now.
Where though is the question?
I
for
mean,
me.
I'm sitting here saying I'm not saying don't like the Zay. I like the Zay Jones. I would rather sign Zay Jones than I would Mike Evans.
Well, you know, I'm all about.
I meant Gabe Davis.
Gabe Davis.
Why
yeah.
am I saying Zay Jones? Screw Zay
Davis.
Jones.
Yeah.
Gabe Davis. I would rather sign Gabe Davis than Mike Evans.
Yes.
Which would be considered. It might cost you half the price. It's a kid who's 24 years old. By the way, there's talk about like, I don't know why Gabe Davis is. not as respected as he should be.
That's what my whole point
No,
was
I brought him up on the
yesterday.
stream yesterday.
Yeah.
You would have honestly thought that I said bring Randall Cobb in. No, I'm being serious. Man, he's a boomer bust guy. Can I introduce you to some stats?
Yeah, I looked at him. Yeah.
All right,
go ahead.
this is 4 years.
Yeah.
I saw he gets hurt a lot. All right, let me get these games played real quick in 4 years. Let me read this. 16, 16, 15, 17.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yeah.
That's seems like a lot of games to me. I don't know. 16, 16, 15, 17. That seems good. 163 catches in 4 years. 27 touchdowns. 16.7 yards per catch. He had 27 touchdowns in 4 years.
Yes.
He's 24 years old.
Yes.
He's played in big games.
And he's super fast.
Yes.
He was a beast in them big games.
You know what someone said on the stream yesterday? I put him in timeout. No, you get suspended or you get a full suspension yesterday. We go crazy on the stream. 10:30 locker room YouTube. Someone tried to say he doesn't have, but because, and this isn't like one person. Like some people were like, "What are we doing here? Why would we sign Gabe Davis? 4 years, $52 million. That's too much. He can't stay healthy." Well, obviously he can. Someone else said that's not good wide receiver 3 production.
He would not be wide receiver 3. He would not
That's
be.
not good wide receiver 3 production. Who do you want?
And by the way,
do you want Torrey Holt or something?
My wide receiver 3 is it Randy Moss? Is Randy Moss your wide receiver 3?
Man.
I said it yesterday. 7 touchdowns with 45 catches.
Yeah.
Think about
They
that
need
ratio.
speed, and they need someone who takes the top off things.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm big on him.
Well, I've been that's been the guy I've been kind of
Ain't a good number 3.
bucking for.
Yeah, as far as the whole the whole conservative thing, I don't know what conservative means. You know, I think sometimes like people will say, "Oh, he's going to be conservative." I mean, they're going to sign a lot of players.
Yes.
They're going to sign a lot of players, and I anticipate them being very high up in the running back market. I anticipate that they're going to address the tight end position in some way, shape, or form. They're either going to sign Dalton Schultz or they're going to sign someone in that same tier, and they're gonna bring in some guys on defense. So I don't know, like conservative. I don't know what that means. I think they're gonna function at the appropriate pace.
And what I have consistently tried to get across is smart big money. This is the definition of smart big money. A guy that he might be looking for that a bigger role, a number 1 role on another team, and he's going to cost a little bit, but he's not going to be costing you as much, and his numbers are going to go way up.
Way up.
Yeah.
By the way, you're reaching on my head, Nod.
No, God. Biggie, that is
the person who walked by was actually looking at me.
Yeah.
You were looking at her apple bottom,
and you went, "Hey, girl."
You were looking at her.
Let the video let
apple bottom jeans, baby.
Yeah, yeah.
Let the video do the talking.
You could have played "Zoom" by Boosie
No.
when you were looking. She get on back of that motorbike, and all you see is back on that motorbike. If they would have shown you looking right there, it would have been that.
Here's the difference between what I did.
The difference between you and me is she was looking at me.
Here's the difference between
she was looking at me walking by the sales thing.
She was looking at me too. Yeah, absolutely. But here's the difference between what I did and what you did. I did the curled lip bottom nod. When you nod down, that's just kind of like, hey. You did the raised eyebrows and up, like,
who
hey,
nods
girl.
down?
Everybody, like, hey, what's going on?
People nod down now?
Yes. No, not now. It's been going on like for eternity.
No, people nod down.
Someone crosses you in the.
No, it's always head. It's a nod up now.
No, that's not true.
No, it's a nod up.
No, that is absolutely not true. That is 100% not true.
You do that.
Like if somebody's passing you the hall and you go,
"How you doing, ma'am?"
No, you just kind of go like
that.
How
you doing, ma'am?
Yeah, you just kind of go.
Nobody nods. Nobody nods down now.
Dude, it's been going on forever.
No, it's not. It's a nod up.
No, nod up is like, hey.
No, nod down is weird and creepy.
Nod down is new. No, it's not. Nod down is you don't know the person, you're just saying hello. Nod up is either you know the person or you're a creep like you were. If you don't know,
let's do it. Let's do a test. Next person to walk by,
and you go like this. Hey, what's up? Like nod down. Hey, what's up?
What?
How do you not know this is real?
Do that again.
Like you go, hey, what's up?
That's how you say what's up?
I kind of go, curl my lip and nod down.
I don't know about this one, sir.
I think the rest of the world.
How you nodding?
What up?
Yeah, thank you. Head up.
Do you ever do down?
No.
When you don't know the person, you nod down.
Hey,
I'm not against it, but I always be like,
But Landry,
it doesn't even feel right.
But you're acting like it doesn't exist. It exists everywhere.
I don't know how many people nod down.
Like
the nod down to me is kind of like
Everyone.
some cowboy stuff where you like, hey man,
Yeah.
dude.
You take your hat off like, hey man.
Yeah, I don't know the nod down anymore. I didn't know that was a thing. I'm not trying to pick on you. I'm just asking.
No. It's all the time. Everyone like you're passing.
No, it's a head up.
If you know them or if you're a creep like you were with her.
No, I was a hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up, girl?
Hey, what's up? It was
What's
a
up,
head nod.
girl?
It was a head nod. Hey, I'm doing
And I
my
was just
thing.
kind of like, hello, hello, how are you?
Y'all are wired up for Vegas, man.
Hello.
No, I'm trying to I don't really I don't know where this comes from. The nod down?
Dude, you're getting destroyed.
I'm not getting destroyed
You're
by
getting
anything.
destroyed.
I'm not getting destroyed by anything.
Down to say hello, like it's coming in like a ticker right
Okay.
now. It's coming in like it's rolling.
All right.
Somebody said nod down is more serious. Nod up is like, what's up to your buddy?
Hey, someone, put your age by there when you reply, please.
Oh, brother. It always comes back to
No,
this.
no, I just want
It
to.
always comes back to this.
I'm doing a case study. I
Oh,
just want
yeah,
your
sure,
age. I just want your age. Frank and Laporte, how old are you?
Yeah, sure.
Frank.
You just can't admit it sometimes.
Frank and Laporte, let me get your age, please.
Yeah.
Shout out to all the loopholes if you
Dude,
listen.
I've never seen the text board going like this.
Yeah.
It is ticking, man.
Nod down is more respectful?
Yes.
All right, let me get your age too, sir. 832.
How about you get the age of the 300 people that are texting?
Lord. Good Lord.
I guarantee you they're not all boomers.
Somebody said nod up is for the streets. So that's probably why I always do the
Streets.
nod up.
Mm-hmm.
Nod up is.
All right, so 39. Someone 39 says Lopez is right for once. There you go,
For
39 years old.
once.
Good
That
age.
was unnecessary.
42.
That was
There you go.
Yeah. 32, 42.
Nod down, ma'am. Nod down, up. Ma'am. Yeah, ma'am might work, maybe, I guess.
It said nod down for people you don't know. Nod up for
Yes,
people
that's
you
what
do
I
know.
said. That's what I said.
Nod up for people you do know.
Yes, that's what I said. Like
Okay.
down nose, like hello. Like you're going to the elevators and you see someone. Don't you just kind of like go?
I'm 49 and I nod up. Okay.
Yeah.
36 years old. Nod down. Okay. Nod down. Lopez is right age 46. There you go. 33. Nod down. More professional.
Thank you.
Okay.
This
Nod
is.
down.
I'm impressed with the text board. It's like nonstop. Nod down, nod up has become
Nod
like,
down unless you know him. And
That's what I said.
Yeah. You know her.
Oh, but I was just being friendly. Like hello.
You're not friendly. You did the don't know her nod though.
I just said
Maybe
like,
you
She
don't
wasn't
know
looking
her.
at you.
I mean, she's not.
How
like-
you nod when she's not looking at you?
She was looking at me.
The person who I nodded at was actually looking at me. She wasn't even looking at you.
She was looking at
No,
me.
she was past.
No, she was not. Well, then why was I
now
nodding?
her badumpa-dump might have still been there, and I think that's what you were nodding at. But she was not. She had already passed. She wasn't even looking at you.
Apple bottom jeans, baby.
If you nod at someone when they're not looking at you, that's weird.
Oh, yes, but I didn't do that.
Okay.
I didn't do that.
Okay.
It's okay every once in a while to just say, you know what, you were right. It's only been 7 years.
Lunchtime confessions. Maybe I'll confess I was wrong. Maybe not next.
Place your bet.
fitness energy. In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. Slime off coming up at 1:20, but in the meantime, it is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All good with the first responder. All good.
With what?
With the first responder.
Oh, you made right.
Well, we both did. I actually was very irritated.
You apologized to him.
No, I did not. I was very irritated this morning with one texter who said, leave it to Lopez to argue with a first responder.
Y'all had a disagreement over the Mark Andrews situation where he reportedly saved someone's life.
Yes, and I was like, you're the problem, sir. You're the problem, not the first responder. The guy who said, oh, leave it to Lopez to argue with the first responder. Why? Because he's a first responder? He gets complete immunity from any discussion anywhere?
There you go.
First responder texted. Dude, I'm the first responder that you had the conversation with yesterday. I want you to argue with me. That's what it's about. He's a regular person. That's my point. I'm like, thank you. I actually texted him back. Thank you very much. All good. We're a sports talk show. We're a talk show. We can have discussions and disagreements. Doesn't matter if you're a first responder. Somebody said you can't argue with Jesus and first responders and what was the other one?
Jack Easterby.
Jack Easterby. I was like, okay, all good. See there? Can't argue with a first responder. Yes, you can.
Agree to disagree.
Figgy doesn't do it. Well, I guess you're right. It's a flat earth. You know what? I guess you're right.
Pro Bowl games, I got to confess, it might be a new mark the calendar event for me. And the reason is this. This is the 1 week without football. Like this is this is a week without football before the weeks without football. Know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good way to put
it.
It's
a week without football before the weeks without football.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoyed watching, man. I felt like that it was enjoyable. I felt it was kind of like a celebration of the year. They did a good job with some of the elements. There's some tweaks. While this is happening, NBA All-Star Weekend, as we know it, is getting completely destroyed. You have Steph Curry competing with some WNBA girl.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I say that because I have no idea
it's
who
Caitlin
it
Collins.
is. Never heard of her.
You have never heard of her?
Don't know who she is.
Neither here nor there.
Yeah, who cares? Yeah. Don't judge me.
Yeah.
All-Star Weekend used to be a must. Like that was a PPE for me. When growing up, that was a PPE. There's PPE, that pizza party event.
Yeah.
In grade school, pizza party. We're having a pizza party, and we're gonna watch Harold Miner, Brent Berry. Man, by the way, take the shooting shirt off when you when you dunk. Kobe Bryant. We're gonna watch all these guys. Used to be a must.
Mm-hmm.
Now, dunk contest. I'll still. I feel like NBA, which it just keeps getting pushed further and further back. The NBA has even screwed up All-Star Weekend, and now the NFL, without even being greedy about it. By the way, they threw this on a random Thursday. I feel like the NFL might be taking over.
Well, the one thing you're right, and the one thing they do very, very well is they extend these events for 3 or 4 days, and that's what they're going to be doing as well. They're doing it right, and you're right. I got sucked in as well. I said last week I'm not going to watch that. Well, I did.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
The one problem I have with the NFL kind of came to light today. It's making the rounds on social media. So Christian McCaffrey and Olivia Culpo, two very rich people, two very popular people, said they are not going to get a suite for the Super Bowl.
That's smart.
Because?
It's a mill, bro.
It's too expensive.
Bro, you know how much those Vegas suites are?
I do not.
Dude, this is going to be at least like a 1.5 mil. Like this, because like even the like the field suites for Raider games,
yeah,
insane.
Yeah.
insane. So I actually think that's pretty smart by them.
No, it is smart by him, but this is my.
Wasn't there a chick who asked for charity for her baseball, her son's baseball team or something like that last week?
I don't remember. I didn't hear.
Like some '80s star. I think she tweeted out that she wanted
She wanted a suite.
She had She had a GoFundMe to send her kids to some select tournament or something like that.
Oh, I missed that. Like just a star who presumably.
I only saw it because I think McClain retweeted it.
Like a star who presumably has some money who needed.
Not presumably. I don't know her. God, I don't.
But this is the thing. The one thing the NFL this is my confession that I'm very late on with the NFL. Because I've always thought, well, they still care about fans. I mean, they try to do a lot, put on a good product in the game, in the stadiums and all that. They don't care about fans. I mean, it's corporate partners, it's TV ratings. Lisa McCaffrey, Christian's mom, said, quote, "We looked into a suite, and we cannot afford it." This is Christian McCaffrey and Olivia Culpo.
Yeah,
they don't want it because it's too expensive.
It's a couple mil, I think.
It's what are we doing, man? Is it that stupid?
I don't know. Christian McCaffrey's mom gets into the game. She strikes me as someone who might enjoy it in the stands a little bit more.
Yeah, but they can't afford this.
I mean, they can afford. They just. I mean,
they're smart
can't
not
afford,
to.
Can't afford is like a subjective term.
Yeah, they have the money, but they're not going to be.
They
dumb.
being smart about it.
Yeah, they're not going to be dumb about it.
Yeah, I promise you, it's seven figures at least. At the very least, in Vegas.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
They don't care. They want corporate entities to get these suites. They want corporate people to. All they care about with the fans is
Mahomes and
TV
Taylor
ratings.
Swift will be in one. They might have paid for that.
Well, I mean, they definitely can afford it.
Okay.
She can.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig.
Oh, it was Alyssa Milano.
Alyssa Milano. Okay.
Yeah.
What was she in?
What was the show? I'm drawing a blank.
Charles in Charge?
No. When Charles,
Who's
maybe
the boss?
she was.
Who's the boss?
Yeah, Who's the Boss? I think it was Who's the Boss.
We started watching a little bit of that the other day. It actually travels pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
The mom was a hoochie.
Yeah. She was a what?
She was a hoochie, man. She's dating a young dude. Throwing it around, man. Little ginger firecracker.
I haven't heard that in forever. Are you sure you're not a boomer? That's what they used to say.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So, I've kind of been evaluating my life the last 10 minutes.
Thank God.
I'm kind of looking at this head up, this nod up, nod down. It still doesn't the nod down still doesn't feel right. Maybe if there's I'm trying to put myself in a situation. Maybe if I see an old lady,
you're gonna catch yourself.
Maybe if I see an old lady man, but I think the head nod is okay. I feel like the head nod's okay.
Well, I think they're both okay, but traditionally it's the way that I talked about, like down if you don't know them, up if you do, or if you're just being courteous.
Do you think Taylor Swift has to carry her debit card?
Why not?
I'm just asking, because we're talking about paying and Taylor Swift and stuff. Do you think she has to carry it, or do you think she just has an iPhone or what?
Yes, because I'm sure. Wasn't she tipping people $1,000 at the last Chiefs game or something?
No idea. That's cheap. That's it.
I'd take $1,000 tip. I'd take $1,000 tip.
Did you see what Travis Scott did the other day?
What did he do?
There was a janitor at his concert, and he pointed him out and said, "Hey, give this man $5,000. Take the rest of the night off."
Not a baby.
Yeah,
I love stuff like that.
Well, he needs to clean up the concert image. So,
there's that.
TMZ was saying,
It's a PR stunt.
TMZ was saying, so what if someone falls because it's not mopped? And I'm just like, oh, come on.
He ain't gonna care.
See what else? See what else Travis Scott did this week?
What?
Did you see this?
Mm-mm.
Brought someone on stage with him.
Who?
Said it was the only person who stuck with him through thick and thin. Only human being on earth who stuck with him through thick and thin.
Who's that?
Kanye.
That checks out.
Brought Kanye on stage. Man, that crowd went nuts.
Really?
Kanye was wearing a Jason mask.
Oh God!
They wrote him up.
That's his brother-in-law.
They wrote him up. Former.
Yeah.
They wrote him up. Wait, did Kylie and Travis Scott ever get married?
They got a kid together.
Yeah, they make a brother-in-law.
That's family now, man.
They wrote him up, and Kanye was singing in the Jason mask, and that crowd was just going crazy. He might be above being canceled.
Who, Kanye?
Yeah.
I think he...
No duh.
Has he been canceled?
All the stuff he's been doing.
He ain't been canceled?
He's still here.
No. He's had some stuff canceled. He
did a lot of stuff.
But he's still out there. I mean, he's still...
Yeah.
People still going to buy that music.
He could go on tour.
They brought him out there, man.
You know?
What if Usher brings him on stage?
I was looking at
They
those
don't have a
odds the
song
other
together.
day. Not
Wait,
Kanye.
Oh, I was going to say.
Not Kanye. But there's some interesting odds on who's going to bring up stage.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I wasn't sad, but I was a little like, damn, man, when I saw some news this morning. I was just like, dang it. Chalk up another grandchild of someone that I covered who is now at a premium position in the NFL. Chris Shula, grandson of Don Shula, who I covered when I was at the Chronicle, defensive coordinator of the Rams. Don Shula's grandkid has been named a defensive coordinator. That makes me feel old. I don't know whose dad he is. I mean, who his dad is. But it's
Dave Shula.
Is it Dave?
Is it the guy that coached at Bama?
That is Mike Shula.
Yeah, is it Mike Shula's son?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know if it is or
I remember
not.
Mike Shula was in the Cotton Bowl
So the
in
grandson-
05, 04. They were in the Cotton Bowl. They played Tech, I think.
Yeah. The grandson of somebody I covered in the NFL is now a defensive coordinator in the NFL. Awesome.
Good for you, man.
Awesome.
Good for you. Good for you, man. So are you going to be walking in LV or are you going to be Uber?
Probably both.
You probably need to Uber. I'm not saying
Man, what's wrong with you, man?
I'm not saying that bad. I'm saying you probably need to. For sure. What? What is your problem?
Why do I need to Uber?
I mean, I don't know. It's just a random thought.
You been picking on John all day, man.
I hadn't noticed.
What are you saying? What are you saying?
You called his smile creepy, and now you saying he can't afford to walk.
I just said you should probably Uber. What's your deal?
Why do we need the Uber? Why he can't walk?
Yeah, why can't I walk?
Man,
John is a walking man.
You're damn right I am.
I'm looking
Thank
out.
you.
I don't want you sore, dude. It might be cool the first
I won't
day.
be sore. Don't worry about that.
Oh, yeah, you will be. You get sore with all the walking in Vegas. You'll be sore.
Oh, we'll see.
Yeah, you'll be sore.
Okay.
Sure. Oh, there's a challenge.
You want to go hiking with me on Lake Mead?
20-mile challenge.
Why don't you
Here
go
we
with me to Lake Mead?
I don't want to. I don't want to go to a lake in Vegas. What the hell is that? Come on. That's crazy.
It's an iconic place.
That's absolutely nuts. Biggest threats to the Texans. Let's do a little exercise. Let's talk about the squads that could perhaps be in the way of the Texans, including one that I have a healthy amount of fear for. That's next.
In the Loop.
Get it done.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Biggest threats to the Texans' long-term and short-term plans. Let's go through the list. I'm bringing this up because I feel very threatened by the Chargers. I might even feel more threatened by the Chargers than the Chiefs and the Ravens at the moment when it comes to the start of next season. And let me explain this. The Chargers, right now, their unknown is a positive, okay? They have a coach who went in 4 of his seasons in the NFL. He went to 3 NFC championship games, including a Super Bowl. He's coming off a national championship at Michigan, who was in a drought. He has a quarterback who's regarded, even if you're skeptical on him, as a top 8-ish quarterback. He has a lot of top-end talent, and they have the number 5 pick in the draft. Their biggest unknown is what are they going to do with that number 5 pick?
Yes.
That's really it. Kansas City, on the other hand, they have 2 of their best players, 2 of their 3 best players, whichever way you want to slice it. One, Travis Kelce, 34 years old, flipping the switch in the playoffs, but he's going to be going through an offseason. He's going to be dating Taylor Swift for the first time in an offseason. I don't think that's easy. I'll just be honest. I don't think that's easy. You don't have the excuse of I got to go to practice and stuff anymore. You might have to fly to Tokyo when you want to just chill.
Yeah.
So you have that. And then you have Chris Jones at 30, and we don't know how they're going to pay him, how they're going to make that work. And on top of that, as good as they've been lately and as good as that defense currently is, without Chris Jones, it's not what it is. And they've got questions at weapons when it comes to receiver. They still have arguably the best quarterback of all time in Patrick Mahomes. So you always have a chance when you have that. But their unknown is not it's going to go well. Texans, you have a good young core at the most expensive pieces. You have a lot of cap space, and you have a lot of draft picks. They're unknown. I think you feel good that it's going to be a good thing. And Baltimore, it's kind of similar to Kansas City in that you got all these free agents, all these important pieces. So for me, the biggest short-term and long-term threat right now that I have fear of, maybe it's a rational fear, 713-572-4610. I fear the Chargers, man. I fear the Chargers big time.
I think that's fair. I can't go as far as you did with the Chiefs, even though you didn't even mention slight, but very much mentioned possibility of maybe Andy Reid retires if they win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Maybe Travis Kelce retires.
Yeah, I think I think the second one's more possible.
If they win the Super Bowl. But I still can't, I still can't go beyond the Chiefs or the Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes, that whole thing. But I put it differently. I just say, this conference is vulnerable. It is primed for a Chargers or a Texans to take over. Maybe not immediately over the Chiefs or even the Ravens, but they are in a good position. There are a lot of vulnerable teams out there. The Chiefs have vulnerabilities, even though I can't go where you went, but they have vulnerabilities. The Ravens, not a whole lot. They've been looking pretty good, but they've got new faces coming in as well.
I almost feel like the way in which they went out, I feel like you take 3 steps back.
They might have. It was embarrassing. Buffalo's very vulnerable. Very vulnerable.
They're on a treadmill.
They might have a new coach next year.
They're at a speed of 2 right now. Yeah. They're on a treadmill.
The Bengals are vulnerable. They got Joe Burrow. Well, okay, stay healthy. That's number 1.
Might lose T. Higgins.
Might lose
Mixon.
And they're going to have a new offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
The Browns are
although Zach Taylor's pretty much,
but still.
Yeah.
We were going through that here.
Yeah.
Who's going to be doing what? That type thing on the defensive side. Browns extremely vulnerable. Is Deshaun Watson even salvageable? And they have again offensive-minded coach, but a new offensive coordinator. Chargers, you mentioned them.
I fear the Chargers.
Yeah, I think the Chargers
maybe too much, perhaps.
I think the Chargers and the Texans are primed to take over. Miami,
Tua
extremely vulnerable.
Tua is Kirk Cousins. I think he's like that tier.
He might be. And they have a new defensive coordinator coming in. It's oh man, when you draw this thing up, I always talk about the little breaks with this team that they're finally going their way. The little breaks are going the Texans' way in the conference.
And not even breaks. It's
whatever. Advantages, little things that are going their way.
Yeah. I just have I have a healthy fear of the Chargers, and it's going to remain that way. In the rounds, they had a dope at coach,
and they've just had bad luck and bad things happen for decades. But Jim Harbaugh's different. You know what? Things do change. You know, and he's going to definitely try to do that.
Like I think they're in the playoffs next year. I don't have any doubt about that.
I think they're in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think the Chargers are in the playoffs. It's going to be really interesting to see. It just seems like these players, they gravitate to Jim Harbaugh. A weird dude. They gravitate to him.
In a weird way, just likable, too. Very strange. Like, you shouldn't like him as much as you do.
Why?
Because he's just kind of different and out there.
Oh, you shouldn't like different people, huh? Is that a lesson you
did
teach?
I say that?
Are you going to teach your grandkids that? You said you shouldn't like him because he's different.
I said...
Check the tape.
Yeah, different in a bad way.
Like what?
Like, he's just...
What
like,
does that mean?
He does things differently, and he rubs people the wrong way. Couldn't get along in San Francisco, got out of there after all that stuff. Michigan, you know, the cheating and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But he's likable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that good enough?
No, I was just trying to get my lesson straight.
Okay.
Man, I'm trying to you spit that fire. I'm trying to follow along, man.
Well, I hadn't noticed.
By the way, this needs to be mentioned because we got people watching us on YouTube. We got people watching us on Twitch. We're wearing the same damn shirt today.
Yep.
It was a freebie at Army Navy. We're wearing the same shirt today.
I don't mind it.
I feel like we're on like the coaching staff or something.
We're
like
Twinkies.
Yeah, I feel like we're on the coaching staff.
Yeah.
If we were coaches, Figgy, what kind of coach would I be and what kind of coach would Lopez be? I just want you to tell me first. Do me first. Like what kind of where am I? If you saw me walking and you heard this guy's a coach, what am I coaching?
You look like a quarterback's coach. I can see you being a quarterback's coach.
That's a good pull right there.
I'm a guru, man.
That's a good pull right there. He does look like a
I can see Lopez being like a highly respected offensive line coach.
I'll
like
take
you,
that.
like
I'll
you in
take
the
that.
trenches. Oh, ain't nothing wrong with that,
Yeah,
man.
I'll take that. Mm-hmm.
I feel like you've been an offensive line coach for like
I've seen
35 years.
Oh wow.
I've seen things, man.
You was coaching the offensive line back in the 70s.
Yeah.
And you still around.
Damn right I am.
Man, being an O-line coach would suck.
It's actually got some advantages though. Like people don't recognize you. You're making really good money. You know?
Yeah, but
I feel like a lot of people ain't recognized Bill Callahan for a long time.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, he just went to Tennessee. Bill Callahan. How about that?
Coaching under his son.
Under his son.
Yeah.
Did you coach under your son?
Absolutely.
No, you couldn't.
Okay.
BG, you could. BG, you could. Jacob, no way.
Absolutely. 100%.
Jacob would be, they would be bossing you around, man.
Well, he wouldn't be like a
And y'all
a
would
jerk.
disagree.
He wouldn't be a jerk about
Y'all would
it.
disagree, and you'd try to tell him what to do, and he'd be like, I'm the head coach. That would not go well.
That would be fine.
All right, if y'all started out 0-4, you think you and Jacob would be fine?
No, we can communicate.
Yeah, but he'd be letting you know who was boss.
He's actually doing a lot of the CFO stuff for OG Sauce. He's doing all the billing, all the website, all that stuff.
Yeah.
I'm good with it.
Yeah, but if y'all went 0-4, I would worry about you and Jacob. You and BG, y'all be fine.
I'm good with either one of them. I could absolutely. See, I don't have that kind
The
of
middle
ego.
son.
The biggest misconception you have about me, of all the misconceptions you have about me, and you can pretty much pick one in every segment, is like I have this giant ego.
I don't think that.
You've always like, well, you're this. And
No,
you're that.
you like to brag.
Well, that's not.
Yeah, you like to brag.
It's not. You call
You're
it.
not ego at all. But you like to you like to brag, and you like to bring it back to you.
No,
But that's not like an ego.
Let me tell you about radio.
But you've done a lot.
Let me tell you a thing or two about radio. Long time ago, I had someone come up to me and said, "You've seen everything. You've been everywhere. You've done a lot of things. Don't keep that to yourself because the people that you're talking to have never done those things. And they want to know what it was like or what you were doing." So I've always kind of remembered that, like, because I kind of check it sometimes, but I'm like, well, these
Where's
people,
this person at now?
actually at another station, doing quite well. And so I'm like, okay, I get that. So I've always done that. So you call it ego?
I don't
or
call
bragging.
it ego. I don't think. I think.
I've always thought, okay, it's like, let these people that listen to us every day, and thank you very much if you listen to your loophole, and we appreciate it. Into the world that you've seen.
No, but I feel like
lived.
But working under your son, that's got to be. That's not ego. That's crazy.
No, so what I'm saying is I wouldn't be like, well, I'm your dad. No. No way.
No, but you would naturally be like the authoritative voice, like the wisdom.
Well, I would have advice.
I think I'm saying more about Jacob than you. I feel like Jacob would be the one that's out of control. I'm not sitting here saying it's all you. I'm talking about your specific oldest son, and I'm saying Jacob would be out of control.
I can see him be like, "This is my team."
Yes, that's that. Like you're making that. You're acting like I'm saying this is like a you thing. I'm talking about the personalities. This is not an imaginary son. Like I know the sons I'm talking about. Yes. I'm talking about Jacob. I'm talking about BG. I feel like Jacob could end up like B.O.B. and trying to put you in your place.
Like B.O.B.
Yes, you're making this about you. It's about the son.
We'll see about that. I don't know if he's B.O.B.
It's my squad.
Yeah.
So is he going to call him dad, like around the facility?
Yeah.
Hey, dad.
No, it's like...
yeah, what do you call your dad if he's working under you?
Coach.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
It's like, have you ever watched Deadliest Catch?
Yeah, that stresses me out, though.
It's wild. I love watching.
It's crazy, but it stresses me out.
But like the dad's son is one of the premier, the top deckhands, calls him captain the whole time. They get off the boat, he calls him dad.
Yeah.
That's what it would be like. In that realm, it's coach or boss or whatever.
Yeah.
But once you're out of that realm, then it's dad.
On the text line, someone says Monty Kiffin worked for Lane Kiffin. I don't know where and when, but Bill Callahan's still a really good O-line coach. By the time Monty was working for Lane, he was basically coaching brooms in a broom closet. Like it wasn't like he actually had to worry about him.
Dad, there's your office.
All right, Mop, we need to...
If I get a broom closet office, then I'll know. Then I'll know.
Coming up, the most out there things that can happen at the Super Bowl, the wide receiver dream that won't be considered a big splash but could be a big move, plus C.J. Stroud on the national stage. Round the league next.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen.
Free Odyssey app.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the league. C.J. Stroud, he was at the Pro Bowl yesterday. He came in second to Baker Mayfield in the precision throwing contest. This was C.J. with Ryan Clark on ESPN.
It's a lot of pressure on the rookies, man. You came out and did a great job. Talk a little bit about that first Pro Bowl experience.
Man, it's a blessing. I'm super blessed to be here with such great players, such great legends like Ray, Payne, and Eli. So I'm just really with great company, and I hope this is first of many.
Yeah, Peyton and Eli coaching the competition. Peyton was coaching the AFC and Eli the NFC.
A lot of fun. I actually got to the point where I was kind of like breaking it down.
Oh, I was rooting for CJ.
Well, not just rooting for him, but I'm like, why do you put so much on that ball? Just get it there.
Yeah.
He zipped one. I think it was the one on the right, that long one, the number 5.
Was that a 5?
The one way up there, number 5.
Oh, yeah, the 5 that was going across?
Yeah, I was like, just loft it. Why do you have to zip that?
The 4s were just
You're
on
not
the
trying
ground.
to beat a DB.
Yeah.
I was like breaking it down.
Yeah, it seemed like they were having fun. A lot of guys seemed out of shape. Like Tua and
it happens fast, huh?
Tua and Geno Smith were they were huffing and puffing. Ryan Clark even asked Geno. Geno's like, all I do is hold my kid. Looked a little big,
Okay,
man.
good.
Yeah, Geno.
You earned it.
Geno looked like he put it on, man.
Yeah.
Big time. Tua out there. Not looking great. Texans have re-signed John Weeks. John Lopez has John Weeks stats. Could I interest you in some stats? John Lopez has our friend John Weeks, probably going to join us next week. I talked to him yesterday. He's going to be in town. He's got to figure out his schedule. How about that? He's like,
He's got a lot of things going on.
A lot. Walter Payton, Man of the Year stuff.
John Weeks, by the numbers.
Okay.
Does this get him in the Ring of Honor?
No.
Yes, I realize he's not going to be in the Ring of Honor.
No.
But I'm going to state the case anyway.
Wait, what?
I'm going to state the case for him to be in the Texans' Ring of Honor.
Okay.
Tongue in cheek. He averages one solo tackle.
Tongue in cheek. Okay.
Every 16.2 games.
Okay. So
How about that?
One tackle a game.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, one tackle a season.
One tackle a season.
Is what he averages. Roughly.
One tackle a season, I meant.
One solo tackle a season.
I mean, a lot of times the punt's down.
Hey, he's a deep snapper. I think that's good. Put him in the Ring of Honor.
That's fine.
He's played only 4 fewer games than Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
How about that? Aaron Rodgers, John Weeks, birds of a feather. He's only been called for 3 penalties in his entire 14 seasons. Just 3.
What did he do?
2 of them were false starts, which I'm guessing had some.
They just blamed him for someone else.
Yeah, I'm guessing was something with the snap.
Yeah.
But he had 1 holding penalty in his career. When we talk to Weeks next week, I bet you he remembers exactly that play.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I bet you he remembers exactly.
That's how Wade Smith is. He said he remembered his holding call.
But John Weeks only had 1, which is a credit. That's why he should be in the Ring of Honor. He's played in every playoff game in Texans history.
Is that a case for or against?
Well, I'm making it for.
Okay, well, I might look at it a different way.
Yeah. You know when you go on Pro Football Reference, it has the comparable players to this player?
Yeah.
In history?
Yeah.
The comparable players to John Weeks are Jim Otto and Jeff Saturday. both Hall of Famers.
Okay. Like, how are we getting that? I love Weeks.
Don't ask
Jeff
me.
Saturday?
Jim Otto?
Hall of Fame center Jeff Saturday?
And Jim Otto.
I mean, what are we doing here?
He should be in the Ring of Honor. He was a 2015 Pro Bowler.
Okay, that's good.
Take that.
Yeah, that's good.
2023, Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee.
Okay.
See what I mean? Put him in the Ring of Honor. When he came into the league, C.J. Stroud was 9 years old.
Okay. That's good.
Ring of Honor or no, Figgy?
Maybe we could put his name on the wall or something,
Put
man.
something up. You got to do something. Right?
He'll be a hero.
A statue of him bending over a ball. That's Instagram ready.
Just
like just him bending over a ball about to snap it.
You know what I want to do next year? I want to, because those things hum, man.
Oh,
I want to.
1 point something.
He'll do it. I want to have him. Snap us some.
It'd kill us.
Balls. No, I catch it. It'll hurt though.
You'll catch it. First one you catch.
Yeah.
The first snap from John Weeks, you're going to catch it.
Yeah.
I think it's about a 60% chance you catch it.
It's about a 99. I mean, it's
damn.
just
Okay, we're gonna have to make this happen.
We're going to make this happen.
It's just a football. Like it's coming right.
Of course, it's just a football. It's not me throwing it.
No, it's just. I mean, it's just a football.
Dude, that thing hums.
That's fine. I mean, it's right there. Now, if he's going to be a jerk about it,
well, no, like just a regular snap.
Yeah, I mean,
just a regular
I don't want him
snap.
to be a jerk about it.
Like, I'm gonna show Landry Locker.
I'm giving you the benefit
Just
of the
the football
doubt.
my ass.
I'm going to give you a benefit of the doubt, but I'm not going to go higher than 60%.
Okay.
60% chance you catch.
Okay. He's just snapping it. Cam Johnston catches it.
Cam Johnston's a better
Punter.
athlete than you.
Well, I mean, he's a punter.
Yeah, and he's used to it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But he's got to catch it and go in stride. That's tough. That doesn't get the respect it deserves.
Oh, we got to do this. We might do it on Radio Row.
I don't think Weeks wants attention on Radio Row. I don't think. We'll see, though. We'll see. Stealing from the rich and adding weapons. We talked about the 3 under-the-radar targets that the Texans could potentially be looking at. I actually got a video of it on YouTube, Locker Room on YouTube. Gabe Davis with the Bills. You brought him up. Almost seems like you really, really want Gabe Davis.
Yes, I do.
4 years, $52 million is the projection. In 4 seasons, he has 27 touchdowns, and he averages 16.7 yards per catch. He's been in some big games. He's battle-tested. He's from Florida. He's had to freeze his ass off in Buffalo. Last time he was on the field in Buffalo, fans were yelling at him for not playing in the playoff game. Seems like there was a little bad blood there. Gabe Davis is the guy that nobody's talking about when it comes to a potential target. He's not going to cost as much as T. Higgins. He's probably not going to cost as much as Mike Evans.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, he's not going to cost as much as them. Might be a guy with unrealized potential that you could bring in and really do some work with.
Yeah,
CJ needs that deep threat.
He does. I think Gabe Davis would be great here. And just so you know, it came out today, I think Jonathan Alexander did kind of like a survey, if you will, of people in the NFL about what the chances are and what Mike Evans would command. And they landed on $25 to $30 million.
Oh, wow.
For a season. Well, how about 4 years for 52? That's why as much as I like,
I kind of feel like someone's going to give him more. I don't know.
Maybe, but that's why as much as I like Mike Evans, I'm like, nah, I'm gonna have to be out on that.
I could see someone giving him like Christian Kirk type bread for unrealized potential, but who knows? But I would keep my eyes on Gabe Davis. I would at least kick the tires. Cedric Wilson, he's a slot guy. 6 touchdowns his final year in Dallas. Then he got shut out in Miami. They added Tyreek Hill. They have Jalen Waddle. They have all these weapons. And then 3 last year. This is more so, and I don't think this is expensive. This is more so one of those gadgety guys that you can put in the slot. The Texans need someone who can do something in the slot.
Do something, bro.
John Mechie, I don't know that he's that guy, man. And if you don't think he's that guy, Cedric Wilson might be a nice addition.
Yeah.
He knows the system, too.
It's kind of make or break for John Mechie. Cedric Wilson has been there. He's proven. He's done it. He's not like superstar by any stretch, but I think that's absolutely would be a good get, too.
Text line, someone says, no chance Landry catches it. What do you think I am? I'm a freaking athlete. Like, I mean, I'm not running around trying to play flag football in my 30s or anything like that, but what do you think this is, sir?
Come on, somebody said 6%, not 60.
Yeah, well.
I think you got a shot, but it's going to surprise you.
Person can't even put the percent sign in the. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah.
Like,
I think it would surprise you.
No, I know how fast it is.
Yeah.
I know. I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like catching an MLB pop up a little more difficult.
You ever caught a ball off of a jugs machine?
Yes.
Like John Harris likes to talk about?
Yes. It's basically that on steroids because it's going up.
Yes.
Yes.
But it's
work on a jugs machine.
But it comes at you pretty quick.
It's going pretty fast.
Mm-hmm.
And then Devin Duvernay, this would be a special teams. This is a 2-time Pro Bowl return man. The thing about Devin Duvernay is he has 94 catches in 4 years, but he had just 4 last year.
Mm-hmm.
They've kind of weeded him out, man. Like, I don't know why, but Baltimore's just weeded him out of the offense. They got 2 tight ends that can make plays. They got Zay Flowers. They got all these running backs. So he's from the state of Texas. You already have some of the best special teams in the league. Imagine Devin Duvernay returning kicks instead of Dameon Pierce and Devin Duvernay returning punts instead of Desmond King. And, oh, by the way, Bobby, you like to run reverses?
Well, he's good at that.
Got a surprise for you.
Yeah.
Devin Duvernay, another one of those kind of like under-the-radar receivers I would look at.
I like all 3 of these, but they also are kind of in a different class. Not kind of. They are in a different class from each other. Like Gabe Davis is going to he's going to be popular. He might get more money than that projection, but these other 2 are going to have to be good fits.
Someone put Seth at 70% catching the ball. I have better hands than Seth.
It's a good question.
Like, I have better hands than Seth.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah.
Pendergast would be 2%. That's about right.
That's generous.
Landry, 6%. I think it's 60.
Okay.
Me at 10%. I'm not going to argue because I don't know. Figgy, 30%?
That's crazy.
30%?
Now, I might be the lowest at the station, man. I ain't going to lie.
Ron.
Appreciate you looking out, but nah.
Yeah, Ron, 50%.
You know how deep the punters are, right? Like, it's not like
14 yards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I would not be able to do that would F me up? I would definitely break a finger.
What's that?
Take a snap from center.
Oh, like an actual yeah.
How fast that thing goes up?
Yeah. Yeah, it pops.
Yeah, and if your fingers are in the wrong place, it's broken.
Oh yeah.
I wouldn't even claim to be able to do that.
Yeah, you got to get all up in there. And pop them. I would trade Clint and Seth.
Clint would definitely catch
Clint
it.
catches them. He's done it.
Yeah, exactly.
He's done it. Seth would be more like 10%. Ron's, they said 50%. I think Ron would tell you 100% because he's kind of cocky, but it's more like 10% too.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's an easy catch for me.
Yeah.
That's my thing, man. You got hands.
You got hands.
Don't make me run, though. Lord. Sure that's right, Coach?
That's a mile, isn't it? It's a lap. Oh.
Wait. Was I lined up 48 yards out? Here's Jim Harbaugh talking about the identity of his squad and how he's feeling as we go around the NFL here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610.
Humble and hungry. I mean, right there. I mean, that's where we are right now. Humble and hungry, and we're gonna respect all our opponents, and we're gonna strive that we're gonna earn their respect, and we're gonna earn our winning. Tough team, a resilient team, a relentless team, physical team is where we're going to aspire to be. Don't let the powder blues fool you. That's what we're going to aspire to do.
Okay, gotcha, man. That sounds great.
That's going to be his swarm, right? Don't let the powder blues fool you.
That's a shirt.
Yeah, that's going to be the swarm of the
He
Chargers.
probably put together about 8 shirts yesterday. He's their dream.
Yeah.
Like at his press conference, he probably put together 8 shirts. He also laid out his squad. Our boss came in here and said it sounded like he didn't know more than 3 of his players. I want to put our Parker came in here and said, "Man," he kind of paused after these. Let's
He's looking at the roster.
Let's put our boss to test and see if his theory adds up.
Justin Herbert, you see, I mean, he's a crown jewel. Derwin James, there's another one. Talk about somebody getting me fired up. I mean, let's go. Justin Herbert walks up on you, like, okay, all right, this is awesome. Keenan Allen, we got guys. We got guys. Rashawn Slater. I mean, great to see him. I mean, in the building, getting the work in, and that's been the feedback I've been getting in the communication with the players. They want to work.
All right.
Did
he know his players?
He did pause a little bit. I could see where you would think that. Maybe he was looking at the roster.
Nick Bosa, he was asked about The Kansas City Chiefs offensive line is what he had to say.
Anything stand out when you watch them?
They hold a lot.
They hold a lot.
They hold a lot, okay.
Not wrong.
See how that goes.
Yeah.
By the way, San Francisco is a 2-point favorite.
Went up, it was 1.5, right?
I'm betting on them.
Niners?
I'm betting on them.
Come on now.
Trust me, I know. I'm just doing it. I couldn't quit betting against Tom Brady.
You're going to feel so bad.
I feel like too many people are just like, hey, I got to take the 2. I'm betting on the Niners.
Yeah. Okay.
-2.
Okay.
I might play it up to 6.
You'll be in the right place. Oh, wow.
I might play it up to 6.
What would the increase be?
I think you probably get like 2-1 or something.
Okay.
Maybe. Yeah. Play it up.
Well, you'll be in the right place to make those bets.
Nah, because I won't be able to cash it, so I'll probably have to someone else up.
Oh, yeah.
Perhaps. Who knows? Maybe not.
Or go back.
This is the game that is sweeping the nation, the Super Bowl game. Forget your Super Bowl squares. The OG presents, as we go around the NFL, what are the most out there things that could happen at the Super Bowl? What are the odds?
You think this is going to happen? Would you pay to see it? What are the odds? Taylor Swift chugs a beer with Jason Kelce. I think the odds are pretty
after
good.
the game?
Like after a score, after a score or something, or maybe tailgating. Do they have tailgating? I'll bet you. I mean, that would be like social media heaven, right?
Do they have tailgating in Vegas?
I don't know.
What do you think they're going to do?
It's all corporate.
Why would you want to tailgate, though? Wouldn't you want to just hang out and then walk?
That's what I'm
over
saying.
there?
It's like it's so regulated and corporate.
Like if the Chiefs win in the post-game celebration, maybe does she drink beer?
She would.
I don't think she drinks beer. I could honestly see Taylor Swift. She's so fake. I could see her have her assistant go pour out the beer and then put like a lemon water in it, and then act like she's shotgunning it and just chug the water.
This is on the table, right, Figgy?
Nah, I don't.
She's shotgunning a beer.
I don't think so.
I do.
That's not her image, man. I don't think she's gonna do that.
But
now.
I mean, because everybody got
champagne.
But she's not gonna let Jason Kelce get all the run. Tony Romo is good.
Like on the call?
On the call. What are the odds?
See, the odds, I don't. He knows these squads. He knows that he's been criticized. He's probably putting in as much work as he's put in. The problem is, and I'm kind of telling on myself here, I don't like, even if he's good, I don't know if there's any way that he wouldn't annoy me. So I might be the wrong guy to ask.
Just his voice at this point.
Yeah, just the sound of his voice bugs me.
Do you think we're going to be saying afterwards, he wasn't too bad? I don't.
I don't think so, man. I think he actually probably gonna be all right, man.
He's got 2 weeks.
I feel like Jim Nantz probably gonna have a talk with him or something.
Who's the hipster now?
Well, funny you mentioned Jim Nantz. What are the odds that we finally hear Jim Nantz get snappy or short with Tony?
He's been doing it, man.
Not like
he's been doing it
subtly.
No, but he's been doing it, man. It's been happening.
So you think there's a chance that he'll just kind of okay?
No, I think Nance's ego's too big to allow himself to lose his cool in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's gonna keep it professional.
But he's been doing it.
What are the odds Travis Kelce proposes to Taylor Swift after the game if they win?
I think that's a high odd.
28%.
You think it's pretty high? Dude,
I'm going to say about 40.
Both of them are just, they can't avoid it, right?
He wants all the attention.
They want all that attention. What are the odds we get another visit via social media from Jackson Mahomes? What are the odds that he rears his head again?
Has he not been on social media?
No,
lately?
remember he got in trouble.
His lawsuit just got dropped, though.
They got dropped, but he's been laying low. Like he was in the suite, but he was just kind of standing there.
I don't know, man. Okay. I don't know.
Is he going to do one of those again?
Here, the thing about Jackson Mahomes is that now like in the past, I think Brittany Mahomes was a little bit more lenient towards him.
Yeah, not anymore.
But now, I mean, she's part of the Taylor Swift crew.
Yeah.
Like her following is quadrupled. She's nearing 2 million.
Oh, I didn't even know that. I'm sure it makes sense.
Yeah, and she's been ride or die with Patrick. So now, if you're Jackson Mahomes, you're not only damaging Patrick Mahomes' brand, which should have stopped you to begin with.
Yeah.
But now you would be damaging the strongest brand in America, maybe ever.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that's a hot take, but you would be damaging the strongest brand in America ever.
Yeah. No, I agree. That said, I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay, well, he better be careful.
What are the odds? And remember, I was telling you that I actually looked at these story or odds or whatever of this. Justin Bieber performs with Usher at halftime.
Do they have a song together?
They're best. They kind of Usher
best friends.
They really tight.
Nah, Usher discovered him.
Broke him into
when he had that baby,
he was signed under Usher.
Yeah, that was
Usher broke him
Usher.
into the business.
Yeah, Usher signed him.
And I was looking at the odds.
Hopped on it.
He's plus 300.
Yeah, he might. I mean, he discovered him, so it's not like Justin Bieber's too big for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And some of the other ones mentioned are Lil Jon, of course.
He's there, 100%.
Yeah, he'll be
100%.
there. Nicki Minaj was on the odds board.
No, she is not. No,
you can't put her. You can't put her in public at this point.
She's at a 0%.
She's making a fool of herself.
I'm just giving you the odds.
She's a little too focused on somebody else
that have been talked about.
Big
there.
time. God.
Pitbull is on the list.
What's he sing with Usher?
I don't know.
Oh no, he's. It seems like they use him for everything.
Yeah, I feel like he have his own show. To be honest,
Alicia Keys.
I don't know.
I could see that they got a song together.
Yeah.
I could see that.
Beyonce and Lil Wayne.
0% Beyonce, Lil Wayne, maybe.
I don't see Lil Wayne.
Ludacris is 100%.
Oh yeah, he was on there.
Yeah,
Ludacris 100%.
Luda was on there. All right, last
Ludacris
one.
and Lil Jon are 100%.
I think this is high. I think this is like 60, 70%. What are the odds? CJ Stroud does a commercial with Snoop. Snoop is all over the Super Bowl. He has commercials for a number of different things. That's his guy.
Is CJ going to have a Super Bowl commercial?
Yes.
So the Cheetos is going to be on?
No. Well, that one for sure.
Did JJ ever have a Super Bowl commercial?
Had to have, right? I don't remember.
I don't know.
I think this
be the first Texans Super Bowl commercial ever, huh?
It might be. I think this is definitely in play. They're real tight. He called him his mentor and all this other stuff. Snoop,
I mean, he played in his Pee Wee League. Snoop
has done, a bunch of commercials. Will do a bunch of commercials on the Super Bowl. I think we're going to see C.J. Stroud in a Super Bowl commercial with Snoop, or in a commercial. But I think with Snoop.
I think that Cheeto commercial definitely going to be in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
All right. There you go. It's around the NFL coming up. Slime off, man. This one, you're going to have to pick a side. There's a beef. We got to pick a side, which is the slimiest. Plus, there's a third contestant that might be the overwhelming favorite. It is time for the slime next.
Nighttime radio. John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
All right, we're going to have to pick a side here. There's a beef from the AFC Championship game. As the Texans sat and watched, there was a beef. We have to decide who was the slimiest, or do we? Because there might be the most slimy of all. It is time for the weekly slime off.
It's time for the weekly slime.
Slime season.
The biggest displays of weekly slimery.
Man, you going to hell on scholarship.
As decided by your favorite H-Town hosts and the loopholes.
Man, look at this slime ball.
This is the Friday Slime Off on Sports Radio 610.
All right, so we had the viral drama between Justin Tucker and Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes, in which Tucker's helmet and kicking tee and stuff were thrown to the side. We're going to hear all three voices. We're going to investigate. And then we're going to hear someone else, another contestant in the weekly slime off. Here was Justin Tucker's side of what went on.
I find it kind of silly that we're even having to address it or talk about something that happened before the game that I really don't see as a big deal. I think if you just see the whole interaction and then you see us at the coin toss, we're all dapping each other up and then we just get on with the football game. But, for those that don't know, the way it works is each team's kicker goes to the other team's designated warm-up area on the field. And for me, it's usually about 90 minutes before kickoff. So I've been doing the exact same thing for 12 years, never really had a problem with anybody. And I saw Patrick there trying to warm up and get some drop back. So he asked me while I was on the ground stretching, like, if I could move my helmet. So I happily got up and I moved my helmet out of the way. At least I thought it was enough out of the way. And Travis comes over and he just kicks my stuff and he throws my helmet. And I just thought it was all just some gamesmanship, all in good fun. But they seem to be taking it a little bit more seriously. I'm totally willing to let it all go, but it's not like I'm out there trying to be problematic. I'm just trying to get ready for the football game, just like they are. And that's all I really got to say about it.
Okay, well,
just to be clear.
Have you ever had in those 12 years of doing that? Have you ever had an issue like that?
No, like I just said, never had an issue with anybody. At the end of the day, we're all professionals, just trying to get ready for the football game. Those are two of the best players that have ever played the game at their respective positions. They're just trying to get ready for the football game. Obviously, it's an intense environment, so it's really whatever to me, man. I'm just trying to get ready for the football game.
You said nothing. You just let it go, right?
Yeah, I was just getting ready for the football game.
All right, so Justin Tucker, that's his side of things. You want to hear the other sides, or do you have a take on that?
Before we do anything.
All right, here's Patrick Mahomes on 610 AM up there in KC.
I've had like 7 years of kind of doing that same warm-up routine, and there's only been, I think, like 3 occasions where there's been a kicker that wasn't, because you usually talk to the guys, there have been a kicker that wasn't necessarily moving out the way, or you weren't kind of sharing the field in the right way, and I mean, it was in Baltimore all 3 times, so he does that little stuff, I think, to try to get under our skin, and I asked him to move his stuff, and he got up and moved it, I think, 2 inches. But didn't move it out of the way, and I was going to kind of let it slide, but Travis kind of got it and moved it for me, and then after that I wasn't going to let him put it back down. So it's something that we move on. I mean, I have a lot of respect for him as a player and as a kicker. One of the best kickers of all time, probably the best kicker of all time, but at the same time you got to have respect for each team, and we all share the field, and we try to do that in a respectful way.
All right, so there's Mahomes. Now let's hear Travis Kelce. This is on the New Heights podcast as we try to get to the bottom of who should win the weekly slime off this week.
If you're trying to go onto the other team's designated area, you kind of stay out of their way. You don't interfere with what they have going on.
That is the unwritten rule.
That's the unwritten rule. If you want to be a about it, you keep your helmet and your football and your kicking tee right where the quarterbacks are warming up and they're dropping. Eyes are looking left and they got a helmet down by their feet.
It's actually kind of dangerous, really, but
like if you're not going to pick that up, I'll happily move that for you. And I get it. I mean, he was kind of winking at me, like being a about it, like trying to get under the skin.
Yeah, he knew what he was doing.
I get it, but
he got under your skin a little bit.
Me and Pat, sorry if we took it to a level that you didn't think it'd get to that way, but if you're going to be a I promise you, I can one-up you every time.
All right, so there you go. Let's get to the bottom of this. Slime off.
So I'd heard about this. I never saw the video until we started talking about it the other day. And I went back and looked at the video. Justin Tucker's a slime ball. I mean, he's a slime ball. He knew, like they just said, he knew exactly what he was. Did you see where he was 2 footballs in the helmet? And Mahomes wasn't lying. He moved it like about a couple of inches at the most and was just kind of watching the whole time. It's almost like you're a guest on their side of their field, you know? Like a guest in someone else's house. You're not going to do that.
Yeah.
So I got to go with Tucker.
You're going with Tucker.
Tucker's a slime ball.
Okay. Biggie?
Yeah, I might have to go with Tucker too, man. Especially hearing Kelsey saying he had a little smirk on his face and all that other stuff.
All right, now, if that were all the contestants, then that would be the end of this, and we would give it to Justin Tucker.
Yeah.
However, there's another guy that's nominated for this week's Slime Off. Kadarius Toney of the Kansas City Chiefs. Last year, he was a contributor in the Super Bowl. This year, he's been a negative for the Kansas City Chiefs, and he's on the injury report. This was him on Instagram Live, Kadarius Toney, the run-in contestant. Can he take down Justin Tucker? Here's Kadarius Toney on Instagram Live talking about his injury situation.
All these play me on God, because I just don't got to get on this, be on no go clear no because I'm ready. Give a I don't with y'all. Have y'all do something. I do something. Hey, I ain't get on that on God. But hey, look, y'all reading all this cap. You hear me? Believe it. I don't give a I ain't never been that go do all that. But yeah, man, that cap. I'm not hurt. None of that Say that my too. Oh God, not hurt. None of that. Hip, been, what? It go from hip to ankle to this to that. What else? I'm in a body cast right now, huh? At this point, huh? Fuck out of there. Man, they don't need man, go run out and tell the information that ain't Go tell them what's going on with this I want to sit and play with it. I don't know.
All right.
Beg your pardon?
So does he take down Tucker, or are you staying with Tucker?
It's almost like 2 categories for me. Like, it's stupid beyond stupid is Kadarius Toney. But Slimeball is still Tucker. Like, you know, like Toney was just like, come on, man, you're killing yourself. You're never going to play in the league again. How dumb can you be? But is that Slimeball or is that just dumb?
No.
I might have to stay with Tucker, man. I got to stay with Tucker.
Fig?
I might have to stay with Tucker, too, man. Like, Kadarius, that's a whole different topic, man.
Yeah.
I think Justin Tucker, what he did, and he knew what he was doing, too. And then after the game, he tried to act like, oh, yeah, I can't believe we talking about this. He knew what you was doing, man.
Justin Tucker.
Yeah.
He is the winner this week.
Who would you vote for?
I would have voted for Justin Tucker for sure. I think he was kind of playing it up. I wish he would have just said, yeah, I was kind of messing with him. I was having some fun. But
then you kind of look at it differently.
He doesn't want to admit that.
Can't believe we got to address this.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
You could kind of look at it a little differently. He's like, hey, man, I was just trying to get under their skin. But he was just kind of double down the way he moved it and all that stuff. Yeah.
By the way, it is the Slime Off, so we got to give the Lifetime Achievement Award to John McClain.
Yeah.
The all-time Slime Off winner.
I thought about this, but at the same time, he could still win it.
He is on Twitter a lot.
Yeah, via Twitter. Maybe he's writes or says something somewhere that is slime ball worthy. But it's got to be named in his honor.
The John McClain Slime Off?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that.
I mean, he's got a space in the press box. He needs a space here.
Okay, so the John McClain Slime Off.
The John McClain Slime Off.
I like where your head's at.
Thank you.
Winner of this week's John McClain Slime Off, Justin Tucker. You're on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's time to get ready for the big game. How did the Texans get there? Is Nick Caserio being comfortable? Increase their chances. We'll talk about that next.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen.
They say what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Not when you follow Sports Radio 610 on YouTube and Twitch. Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row.
From the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, final words before the big game in Sin City, Las Vegas. We will be there, courtesy of our friends at Yingling Flights and the Low T Center. The Texans will not be there, although C.J. Stroud will likely win Rookie of the Year in the city. D'Amico Ryans has a shot to win Coach of the Year. How they get to that big game, who knows? But I think it's safe to say the man in charge, the man who's been here through the good times and the bad times in the last few years, Nick Caserio, he's comfortable, man. This is the level to which, or at least closer to the level to which he's used to functioning. This is a more familiar offseason for Nick Caserio than the previous three, going back to his time in New England.
Yeah, and he has experience at this level. Now, he wasn't calling the last, the shots. Ultimately, it was Bill Belichick. But that's something that we've talked about here and there, but it's very important for this team. D'Amico has been through this whole thing at this level, getting to the next level. Caserio has been through this whole thing, getting to a certain level and then getting to the next level. So that's a very big, and he's in a good spot right now because he's comfortable with what he's doing now, Nick Caserio.
Sometimes you can get too comfortable, though.
I don't think he will. I think this is what he's been craving.
He's also got a floor that is so high with the quarterback and coach to where the margin for error might be a little bit higher, perhaps.
Yeah. And he also has, not just a comfort zone, so to speak, but the like I said, not just the comfort zone, not just the experience, but he's the pieces to put together around the franchise quarterback. How many times has he done that? I mean, just go through the last 20 years before he got here. He's learned how to manipulate, and that's with a guy with a big contract. Even though they reworked Tom Brady's contract here and there, he knows how to get the right pieces and the right things done around a franchise quarterback.
I'm wondering if C.J. Stroud's going to get that first Super Bowl commercial, man. I didn't even think about this.
No, I do. I think
it's Cheetos. Cheetos is spinning bread.
Cheetos for sure, but I think
Cheetos is going to push those Buffaloes. So C.J. Stroud's going to get a Super Bowl commercial.
I think so.
J.J. never got one.
I don't think so. Now that
I don't think he got one.
I started thinking about it. I think he's going to get another one. I think he might do one with Snoop. I really do.
Advertising what?
What does Snoop advertise?
Everything.
Corona.
Everything.
I mean, yeah.
CJ ain't going to advertise beer.
But I'm saying as an example.
I don't think. Yeah, he can't.
Yeah. No, I mean, who knows? But Snoop, how many endorsements does he have?
Like 50?
Yeah. So there's going to be an opportunity there.
Are you still a commercial guy?
If I'm watching and I'm not going to get something to eat or the bathroom or something, I'll pay attention. Really, just more
covered all ground there.
Well, I mean, that's what happens.
I'm watching. I'm not eating.
What do you do during the commercial break?
It just kind of.
You don't go to the bathroom the whole game?
It just kind of depends.
Okay. I really just kind of do it for us, so I don't miss something that might be cool to talk about or that people are talking about or whatever. I'm not that into them. If they're funny, I'll laugh. But it's not like it used to be. People used to be plugged in, man, to the Super Bowl commercials.
People that wasn't into the game will be all about the Super Bowl.
I feel like they still are. Has that gone away?
It might still be there, but I don't see it as much. Not where I'm hanging out. Not with people.
Yeah. I feel like people ain't pumped about the commercials.
It used to be as much a part of the game as anything.
Yeah, you power rank them and stuff like that.
And that's still going to happen. But if I happen to see them, I will. If not, whatever.
Some people hate commercials so much that anything but commercials makes them happy.
What do you mean?
My wife, on the DirecTV stream.
Oh, the countdown?
There'll be some commercial breaks where they just play the music. She'd rather have that than commercials.
I love the countdown.
She's so anti-commercial.
It says a minute 30, and then it counts down. That's better than commercials by far.
I don't mind commercials.
Because you know exactly how long. Okay, I can go do this. I'll be right back in a minute.
I found myself to where if someone's annoying me, on the radio, I'll listen to commercials instead. That's when I know that I'm just man, I'm just I need a
man. That's bad.
I've never done that.
It happens, dude.
Let me see if I can find a commercial.
If I'm punching out, when I do the P1, P2 exercise, where when I drive around and listen to sports radio, I always try to do it as if they're punching out here, my punch out.
Yeah,
I'll just sit there and listen to commercials, man.
That's interesting.
Yep.
That's something I've
Damn.
never done in my life.
Yep.
Let me see if I can find a commercial.
I'm not looking for it, but if it's there, it's there.
Sometimes I just ride in silence, man.
Oh,
You ride in silence?
There's a lot to be said
all
for
the
that.
time.
Really?
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
a lot to be said for that.
Like nothing, like even like light
Nothing.
background?
Just
Me
nope.
too.
You just ride in silence.
Yep.
Do you think Nick Casario rides in silence? No, he listens to Jim Rome.
He's a big sports fan. Yeah, he listens to us. He listens to Rome.
He listens to Jim Rome.
Yeah. No, he's a big radio listener. But I'm with you, Figgy. Like sometimes,
Some
I
days
just want to be like,
I'm like, I don't want to hear nothing.
no, not today, not this trip or whatever.
So you're just like
Quiet.
One time, me and my wife was riding in silence, and I brung it up. I'm like, damn, like we must really be tired. We sitting there riding in silence and not talking.
How long you do that for?
Just riding in silence.
Yeah.
Sometimes the whole ride home.
Mm-hmm. You don't do that?
I don't think so.
Therapeutic.
It is. I agree with you. It can
Just
be very,
silence.
Clear your head.
I think driving is therapeutic.
I love driving.
And walking.
It depends.
I love
It
driving.
Walking.
depends.
By the way, don't walk in Vegas. We gotta look out for him. Let's look out for this guy.
Well, you don't need to worry about me.
No, I will. I'll be there.
You
for
don't need to though.
I'll be there for you.
Okay. Yeah. Hold my hand.
I'm gonna put my hand on his shoulder.
Yeah. Yeah. Carry my backpack.
Be careful, man.
While I walk.
Need some help, sir?
Yeah.
Be careful, man.
Okay.
Come on, man.
Yeah, do that. I'll take advantage if you want to offer. You can carry my backpack.
Like, are you tray carrying aids? Like, are they going to help you carry your tray?
Who?
Like, if we went to like as a team, like let's say me, you.
Why is he doing this, man?
If me, you, and Figgy went to Luby's as a team right now, you think they volunteer to carry your tray?
Oh, yeah, sure, absolutely.
Sir, can I get that for you?
Yeah, sure. You want to get
What would you say if they did?
I'm good.
Would you say, no, I got it, or would you let them do it?
I would say,
Because if
no,
they
I got
ask
it.
me, I'm going to say, all right, let's go. Come
No,
on.
you would not.
Yeah, I would.
There is no way you would do that.
Yeah, what? I'd say, let's
No
go.
way.
All right. There you go, man.
I think I've said
Don't
this.
drop any okra, though.
I think I've said this.
I'm
once-
kind of stingy with that.
I think I've said this once or twice before.
Why are they so stingy with fried okra? Those little cups. That's the biggest complaint I have about Luby's. That's not a big side, sir.
I think I've said this once or twice before. How old exactly do you think I am?
You?
Yeah.
I don't think you're old at all.
Okay, so why are you saying that?
Well, I'm just saying, like, at what age do they decide at Luby's, I'm going to help carry your tray? It's not about it's
a look. It's not an age.
No, it's like when at what point, like when you get to an age and you're like,
I don't think it's the age. Like a 50-year-old that has got
like, do you really
issues.
like when someone cards you? Sometimes, do you think they're just going through the motions?
I got carded the other day.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what are they doing?
I think because they have to.
Okay.
Yeah, but well, there's cameras in these stores.
But like at what? Like, how do they decide at Luby's? Okay, I'm gonna get that tray for you.
I think it's a look.
Like, what? Do you
is
have to
this
have
guy-
a walker?
Does this guy look, or just look like he could use the help, or she could use the help? Like you could be 50, you could be 80. You know, it doesn't matter.
You know what I've been dominant in lately?
What's that?
Like along these same lines, I've been freaking dominant at out alphaing in the elevator.
How so?
Go ahead. With the
I
guys,
always do that.
with the men, hey, go ahead, man. And then they'll say, nah, go ahead. Like they ain't.
Oh,
even
you double down.
Double.
Gotta stand your ground, man.
Dude, I'm on probably like a 3-month streak of you go first, buddy.
That is a very Larry David thing. We were talking about Larry David earlier. That is very much.
I am unbeaten in 202024, and I
won
probably
the
have like a
elevator.
3-month streak.
What do you mean you won the elevator? I won
Every
the
time.
elevator.
Every time.
Yeah.
Because hey, go ahead. Nah, buddy, you go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, go ahead. Every time, I'm dominant.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm dominant now.
All right. I win.
Yeah, that's right, B.
That's right. I win. Why does that matter?
It's a small victory.
I know,
man.
but why
It's
does
just
that matter?
It's just a small
I'm
victory.
not saying you're wrong, but that's the silliest thing
I'm
ever.
the man of
Do
this
you look at
elevator.
people weird when they step in front of the lady and go
Always.
first on the
that happened
elevator?
today. I put my hand out, like, go ahead. And some dude
Some
goes
big
in.
chunky dude
yeah, some
go
dude
walking
went in
first.
before the lady. I was like, where are
You're
your
like
manners?
3 ladies right
Where are
here,
your
man.
manners? Yeah.
I'm on such a streak right now, like such a dominant streak. I let 2 guys go in the elevator before me after the lady.
Oh, wow.
That's how powerful I am. I walked in and there were like 4 people, and this lady, I said, "Go ahead, ma'am." And then these 2 guys were like letting me go. I go, "Nah, y'all 2 go ahead too." Boom, walked in. I came in.
I'd have just taken the next elevator.
And then I would
have been counting the stops.
And then I really flexed my dominance. You know what I said to those guys?
What's that?
What floor are you going to?
Oh God!
Let me get it for you, buddy. Dude, I come in here feeling like a real man. Just letting him know what's up.
Yeah.
What floor?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. How about you, sir? It's the small victories, man.
And why?
It's the small victories. You want the stroll into work. Anyone who works at work, whether you're in a factory and you got to hit that card, or whether you're in an office, you got to go up that elevator. Wherever you work, whether you got to go get that delivery truck or whatever like that, you got to have the small victory.
Yeah.
I got the warm coffee.
You
I got the last bag of Doritos in the thing. It gets your day started off right. You got to get that small victory, man.
No, I don't disagree. It's just silly.
Small victory.
Yeah. I mean, it's what we do. Absolutely.
You got to get it, man.
Mm-hmm.
Take the dubs. Stockpile wins. Stockpile dubs walking into work. Like C.J. Stroud walks in.
Mm-hmm.
He don't have to worry about this because people are getting out of his way.
Oh, yeah. Well, he'll have his own elevator.
People are getting out of his way.
Yeah.
John Weeks, he's got to figure something out, man.
I had somebody on the elevator.
John Weeks has to let him in the elevator.
Told me Happy Groundhog's Day on the elevator.
Yeah, that's weird.
That is very weird.
What was their demo?
Probably 45, 50.
Guy, girl,
woman. Yeah.
They must have been on social media or something.
I don't know.
Is today Groundhog Day?
Yeah, today was Groundhog Day.
So what does that mean?
He did not see his shadow, so that means spring is coming early.
Is Groundhog Day made up?
No, it's been there forever.
So it really happens?
Yeah, they have. Punxsutawney Phil is really there. Adam Schefter reported it. He reported that
he's getting a little too comfortable.
Why is he reporting Groundhog
I don't know.
Day?
He's like doing a little too much, man. Like I don't like Adam Schefter in any role. Like when they have him in studio, I'm like, what are you doing?
No, he reported Punxsutawney Phil did not see its shadow, so spring will be here early.
Like, do you like?
And then 7 minutes later, I saw another tweet
him
about
like
it.
when they put him on
Somebody else
on the
reported
set?
it 7 minutes later.
Do you like seeing Adam Schefter on the set?
He's good. He's fine
on the set.
Yeah.
Like when they're breaking down games.
Yeah. Well,
I like the news. Not a go-to. We're going to go to Adam Schefter. He's going to give us a 2-minute stand-up. Like when he's sitting at the desk, you like that?
No, I think he's more. That's not his role.
Might be a typecast type thing.
Yeah, probably because you know what he brings. He just brings the news, and so you're kind of expecting it when you see him on the set.
Like, because I couldn't take.
I don't expect him to break down the game. I want news. What's happening?
Like I can't watch Modern Family. I've heard it's a great show. I've heard it's good. Al Bundy can't do it.
You got to watch it.
I get it, man.
Yeah.
I've heard great things. I can't get past Al Bundy.
Mm-hmm. He looks different.
There's a lot of things I can get past. I can't get past
He's still Al Bundy on that show, though, man.
His character is very similar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just an older version.
But he's not. Like, Sophia's not Peg. Like, it's not the same.
No, it's different, but it's similar.
I can't do it.
Yeah.
Can't get down.
You would love it. You would love it. Get over it, man. Get over yourself.
I'm trying. I would love to. I mean, I would love to binge the show. I can't get down. I can't do it. Just can't get on it. Shout out to all the elevator folk out there doing their thing.
Shout out to the elevator folk.
Elevator folk, man. Got to get that dub, man.
So call your shot.
On what?
Oh, I don't know. What's happening next Sunday?
So I'm going to predict the Super Bowl 8 days before?
No, we're going to pick it on Radio Row.
Who you got in the big game?
No. Next week we'll do that.
Yeah, so what shot am I calling?
Like Radio Row. We're on our way.
Yeah, what about it? What's the shot?
Well, what do you think is going to be the story on Radio Row?
I mean, it's just going to be.
You think it's just going to be?
I don't think there's going to be any drama. I don't think any of these people are going to talk trash. I don't think any of these.
There's
players,
always something.
I don't know.
Who at the station going to get into the most drama?
Drama?
Yeah,
Nobody.
like something's going to happen.
Nobody.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so.
So everybody going to be squares from Delawares.
Yeah,
just nothing.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's got to worry about that.
I don't think that's going to be an issue. Plus, it's not like when you tell your wife, "No, really, I'm just going to be busy." No, you're not. We're going to do other stuff. I'm working, honey. I know I'll be in Vegas for 5 nights, 6 nights, but I'm working. Yeah, I'm going to be busy. No, we're not. We're going to have plenty to do, but it is going to be work as well.
Not going to be enough hours in a day for me, man. I can tell you that now.
Yeah, you're all over the place.
If we got to work and play, it's not going to be enough hours in the day for me, man. I'm going to let you know now.
You're going to be all over the place.
I cannot wait to get started.
Yeah. Let's go.
I'm going to play. Fellas, I hadn't gotten blackout drunk in a long time.
But
I plan on doing it.
Nah. And see, I don't
it may be just in my bedroom.
Nah. Okay, so
It may just be in my hotel.
I'm not gonna be out and about just flat out drunk in Vegas. I'm not going to be doing that. I'm going to be pacing myself.
The corner we're in straight. I'll show you. I'll show you like the perfect little walks. It's perfect.
I just want to lose a little bit of control.
You should.
That's it.
You should. Why wouldn't you? Like, you've both been to Vegas before, right?
Only one.
Me only one. Both of us only one.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, good luck.
Yeah. With the wife. She said to me this morning, she said, whatever you do, man, just enjoy yourself. Have a really good time.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Noted.
Your boy
duly noted. Yeah, man.
I got my tour guide,
yeah.
Landry, right here.
Yeah.
Landry's got
I feel like pacing is the big thing because we're going to be there for a minute, man.
Yeah.
Like the time I went, I think I was only there for a couple of days. We're going to be there for 4 or 5 days.
Which is too long, by the way.
Yeah, it's too long.
I know. So
don't like it's way too long.
Yeah, pacing is important.
Yeah,
very important. But I do plan on having a really good time.
Well, you should.
Yes.
Like I'm talking a lot of stuff, John,
and
Landry, Brandon. I've reached that age. I just don't think I can probably even approach blackout drunk. I don't think I can.
Oh, you're too smart.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, you're too smart now.
Something at, I'm about to be 40. Something that will stop me. Hey man, what we doing?
Yeah. No, when you're young and dumb, you don't think that way.
Like what we doing?
Yeah.
Being washed is like awesome.
Yeah.
Like it's cool.
And we used to go out. And we'd line up. Everybody in the house, my roommates, we'd line up 8 shot glasses, and throughout the time getting ready, whether it's your shower, whatever, you got to take them bad boys for. I mean, and I was ready to go. I don't think I got that in me no more.
No. We had a 5-shotter, man. Like, we had like a big SoCo. Can't mess with the SoCo.
Oh man,
can't do it.
Yeah, there are definitely limits and levels to what to exactly what a good time is going to look like. But
the thing is, though, well, this is all well and good. Something about Vegas just gets in your head, changes you, man. It just changes you.
I've thought about that.
Dude, it just changes you, man.
I have thought about that.
I just stay in that mode.
Yeah. Like
that way you don't got to worry about
what you're
it.
saying.
You're right, Doug. Tyler, just stay in that piece.
That's just
like what you're saying. You're like, okay, yeah, I'm not that guy anymore. All of a sudden, we're gonna see Ron hanging from a chandelier somewhere.
Nah, we'll look out for you.
Hold on, so.
Yeah, Tyler, though, man. God, I'm
just walking somewhere by myself at 3 a.m.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, man.
I did do that, didn't I? Forgot about that little stroll I took down the strip.
Okay.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. My goodness. The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live on this beautiful Friday. T-Mill is in the building. You heard that voice. Brandon Scott is in. Clint is off, I think, getting himself ready for next week. And he'll be in town, and he'll be with us in Vegas, as we were just talking about that. But today you got Brandon Scott, SportsRadio610.com. You hear him on the station all the time. You hear him on In the Loop every single Thursday. You hear him with us with his Texas and Rocket reports every Wednesday. So you know the voice. So we're going to take care of you. We're going to have ourselves a good time as we finish out this week.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
I know you don't.
None. Zero.
I know you don't.
Zero. None of them.
Yeah, I think that might have been the last time we got busy. That was one of the last times, and
it was good for me. Was it good for y'all?
Hey, we sure act like we was in Vegas that day, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. Yeah. I was digging it.
Oh, we've done this a time or two since then.
Tyler, I was digging it. I really feel like Tyler is a guy like, hey, and I kind of got this in me. Let's press this thing right to the edge. I mean, let's get right to the edge of getting fired, right?
That is kind of how I treat things, and today, like days like today, I'm feeling a little extra spicy, so I'm really feeling dangerous.
I got papers. I love this. I have got to get this.
You do love whipping around those loose leaves.
I like the papers. I'm gonna add this to this. I used to before here. We used to print out the whole rundown.
Landry does every day.
I know he does. We used to print out the rundown, and I did. I was a paper. I would do this all the time with the rundown.
It's helpful, even with the digital space. It is helpful.
I just like having papers. By the way, we gotta address something because I do want to get to something because I asked Tyler a question about the Texans. Same question I posed to Brandon. I want to pose it to you all in a second, but Listen, I don't ever claim, and some of you get mad because I wasn't born here, but I'm not going to lie to you. I don't claim to be a Texans fan because I think that's disrespectful for the folks like you who have bled, cried, stayed at home, showed up late, sweated, all you've had to do
So many tears.
in the times to be a Texans fan. I ain't going to just roll up in here in less than 4 years and say I'm you. I root for the Texans.
Right, you cover them. You want them to do good.
Yeah, as long as they don't play a certain team. But I root for the Texans. All right, I'm not going to lie to you. But I'm not going to say I'm that. But this question I posed to you, too, made me kind of have a little bit more empathy for what the Texans fan has gone through.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool, baby.
Just good. And I do, man. I feel like I understand a little bit.
Hey, Tyler, before he continues, do you see this Chiefs fan over here with his team in the Super Bowl trying to patronize us?
I'm not.
Like we ain't got nothing. Like we ain't never had nothing. Like we don't got nothing going for ourselves. Do you see how he's trying to play us? He's trying to play in our face right now. You see how Ron trying to play us right now like we some suckers? I understand.
I have
Go
more
ahead.
empathy.
I'm gonna let you finish. Go ahead.
I
hear you though. I understand what's going on.
We'll get to that. But
I hear what you're saying.
We got to handle this. All right. Somebody just text what Tyler said to us right before we walked in. Carl Weathers. We lost Carl Weathers.
Man. A legend.
And I just want to know.
That is sad.
Because this right here, the response we're about to get from those on YouTube and Twitch, appreciate you rolling with us. From the people on YouTube, B. Scott, those glasses are fly.
Yes, sir.
As hell. And to those of you on the text line 713-572-4610, you can jump in. I just want to know, when you hear that Carl Weathers died, because as soon as he said it, it made me want to bring this question. When you hear that Carl Weathers died, the first thing I said was, damn, we lost Chubbs? And then Brandon said, R.I.P. to Apollo Creed.
Apollo Creed.
I mean, Apollo Creed. Apollo Creed.
Specifically, rest in peace, Apollo Creed.
Rest in peace, Apollo Creed.
Shut up, Happy.
When you hear Carl Weathers died,
My hand back, see?
do you think Apollo Creed or do you think Chubbs?
So, two things here.
Right here, when he came out here, this gets me every time.
White lace.
When he came around that corner, started singing that song. But no, when you hear that Carl Weathers died, is it Apollo Creed or is it Chubbs? I feel like a lot of age will roll in this thing. I don't know. I guess it's Chubbs for me. Although I remember Apollo, obviously. But it is. I just see Chubbs. I just see that fool with them fingers missing repeatedly, him trying to put it together.
Nah,
Dude,
man.
Happy Gilmore is a classic.
Happy Gilmore is a classic, and I'm a bigger fan, I think, of Happy Gilmore than I am of, say, necessarily Rocky. But they made so many damn Rockies and then made so many damn Creeds. And the reference that I made, rest in peace. Like, I might think Chubbs,
that's Wayne,
but when he dies, I say rest in peace, Apollo Creed, because Lil Wayne said that like 15, 17 years ago.
Text line, Action Jackson is the only one who's not following directions. Other one, Chubbs with the wooden hands glued together. I'm telling you, man, that fool right there. Apollo Creed.
Yeah.
Apollo Creed.
It's got to be Apollo. It's got to be Apollo Creed.
No, it
gotta
is
be
Chubbs.
Apollo Creed.
110% Chubbs.
Your age probably.
No, but I'm agreeing.
But Apollo
I think
is
Chubbs is a more memorable character. I'm agreeing with y'all's point there. I just think that.
I think he's a more memorable character to us. I think Apollo Creed is probably a more.
Yeah,
I mean,
because
Rocky,
there's more of it.
Rocky was up for Academy Award, for God's sakes.
Well, and they made 137 of them.
If we're all honest with each other, Rocky is overrated.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't think
extremely overrated.
That's what I'm getting.
That's a hell of a take. I'm not going to join you.
I've always felt this way. Every Rocky movie is
well done.
Overrated.
No, I think Rocky is good. I don't think it's. I think it's treated. It's treated like something that it's not.
Okay.
I think it's fine.
Like, we're all just going to sit here and act like Sylvester Stallone is Leo DiCaprio or something.
He was in that
The
one.
Rocky movies,
He was in
I'm
Rocky.
not saying they're bad movies. They ain't near as great as people act. People act like Rocky are like God's gift of sports movies to the world.
I don't get it.
They are so overrated.
It's well done.
so overrated.
It's nicely done.
It's not overrated.
And let me also say the fact that Philly has a statue of this fictional boxing character is a joke, and I laugh at them every time I think about it.
What is wrong
No.
with you?
I told you I felt spicy today.
They have a statue of Rocky.
Stupid.
It's a great statue.
But
when
not
you go to Philly, don't you want to go see it?
No.
Don't you want to go jump
Hold on,
in?
wait.
Don't you want to go?
Nope.
Get out of here.
Walk, run up them steps?
Nope.
You are crazy.
No urge to do that.
That's lame. They've got a statue of Rocky, but not Joe Frazier.
Yeah, like what are we
An
doing?
actual Philly boxer.
There's probably a statue of Joe Frazier somewhere in the city.
Exactly.
We may not know.
But not somewhere
Maybe
where
in
you're
the
allowed
woods
to go
somewhere.
if you're a tourist.
Maybe so. Stop this. No. There's no reason.
It's
for you the slander.
It's
No.
overrated, dude.
It's not.
The acting is below average. The storyline's okay.
No, you got to put it in its time.
No.
It's just not for you.
Oh, I
Just
can name
say
movies
that.
during that time that are
say
actually
that.
great movies.
It's not just. It's just not for you. Adrian, come on, stop.
Yeah, you sound like a dope.
Yes, dude. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take us on that, but I just it's ridiculous how many
They should have stopped making the one.
And there are things that happen there that wouldn't translate well.
Of course, there are other
Travel
movies
well
like
with time.
that.
Very true.
Yes, there are other movies like that.
I'm good.
But even before that, it's just not a good movie. It's just
It's just not for you. What the hell is wrong with you? You sound stupid. Rocky is a classic.
You want to watch a good boxing movie, watch Cinderella Man. Rocky is not a good movie. It's just not.
It's just not for you.
It's
just not for
overrated.
you.
It's like the
cool.
Beatles.
It's cool.
It's just overrated and always has been and probably always will be.
The Beatles are not overrated.
Very
Stop it.
overrated.
Oh my god.
Very overrated.
I just
I hate it when you throw stuff in my window.
It's not. The Beatles are not overrated.
Yes, they are. They did a lot for the music industry.
It's not overrated.
God, the boss
Stop
just
it.
walked by and you almost broke bottles.
Stop it. Now stop it.
You
Damn
legit
it.
almost just broke
You're
some
probably going to say the Temptations are overrated.
Nope.
I bet you won't say that, will you?
I don't believe that. I'm sorry. So,
Tyler and
mean,
B-Jock
Happy Friday.
Or joke. I just wanted to see
I mean,
what you
the
thought of
832,
Carl
the
Weathers.
832 that says we're a joke is just someone who's like groupthink.
Yeah.
Groupthink. I think it's popular to say that it's a classic, and so we just call it a classic.
I don't think you're
and so
a
therefore
joke.
it's a classic.
I disagree with you.
But it's not.
think you're
It's fine. It's not that great.
Text line in, Beatles are overrated as hell stuff.
they are. They did a lot for the music industry. Their actual music, not as fantastic and amazing as everybody acts.
Their actual music and what they did influenced a lot of what has come
And
behind
I get
them.
that, and
So
I
you
get
can't
that.
say they're overrated.
They are
all right?
overrated.
Just
They are.
ridiculous.
They're
It's ridiculous.
overrated.
It's ridiculous.
How much Beatles you be banging at the house?
I like the Beatles. Yesterday's a very good.
They on your
quality
They on your
movie.
Spotify.
I like.
They on your Spotify
Sgt.
right
Pepper's, Sgt. Pepper's is a great album. I like it.
Man.
Like Yesterday. I am. Yeah. Hey Jude. Yeah, I got him.
Hell
Yeah, I
no.
know. Hey. See, that's y'all issue. Just because something ain't for y'all think it ain't.
No, man, they were just the European
Can I get-
sweethearts.
can
If
I
that
get
would have
to
been an
this?
American band, nada.
Can I get to this? Because we got people out here who are about to wreck their cars in anger.
Rest in peace, Apollo Creed.
Please.
Yeah,
I think we can agree on that.
AKA
Chubbs, yeah. Rest in peace, Chubbs. He
AKA
got his hand back. He's getting his hand back.
He's got all them fingers back. He's got his hand and all them fingers back. Sean Pendergast is calling right now, and I'm sure he is pissed. All right, I'm sure Sean looks like he's calling because he wants in on this. Sean Pendergast has probably absolutely had it. Listen. I want to go here, and this is the question that I posed to both Tyler and Brandon, and it's given me a little bit more understanding, and as I said, the proper word, empathy, for what it's been to be a Texans fan. Because I don't know immediately. I don't know. I'm not a Texans fan. We're just not going to get here, all right? Just sometimes I feel like a preacher who is trying to get the entire church calmed down.
I like this.
And trying to get the sermon off the ground, but everybody keeps shouting out here. Sean, you want to step in? I know they have pissed you smooth off.
I want to clear up misconceptions. I want to level set. I want to do everything here when it comes to this Carl Weathers thing because look, there was no greater actor playing an athlete, I think, than Carl Weathers as the heavyweight champion of the world as Apollo Creed. He was believable. He was athletic. He walked the walk. He talked the talk, and he talked the talk again. Here's the thing, okay? Couple things. I keep hearing mostly Tyler talking about the level of the acting in the movies. I can say this as somebody who was in the theater for the release of all of these movies.
In the damn
While
theater!
You were in diapers or in your mother's womb, Tyler. None of us went to the movies for the quality of the acting. None of us went for the quality of the acting.
The emotion.
It was the 80s. It was the 80s. The acting was by and large cheesy and terrible in all of our movies. And that's the thing. I think because are any of you guys, like, I know Tyler's the youngest. Show or Brandon, are either you, I don't know, are you guys 40 or like,
I'm almost 40.
Okay, I mean, the Rockies were cultural, like, iconness from, like, 77 through 85. Like, everything after Rocky IV is just, like, cheeseball garbage, if you want to call it that. I get that. Like, when we talk Rocky, we're talking Rocky I through Rocky IV. That's, like, 77 through 84. I don't think you can say something is overrated if you weren't there to experience what it was there for. Like Rocky IV was there to resolve the Cold War. Rocky III was there to get Mr. T over, to then throw him into WWE and throw Hulk Hogan in there at the same time. These were culturally significant movies. And the first one, which is actually the worst one of all of them to me, because I will grant you guys that one is a slow-moving. The first two are a little slow-moving, but the characters are so good. And honestly, Carl Weathers was so good. He carried those first two movies. So I cannot sit here. I'll allow you your opinion. I'll allow you your chubs. I will. But I will not sit here and allow them to be called overrated, because what they were there for, you were not here for. Play my music.
Hey, I got to give him this.
I tell you, that's what sports radio is about right
I got to give him this.
That's what radio is. Say something that makes somebody react. Sean was on his walk and said to hell with this.
Hey, I got to give him this much.
The Catalanesian.
He says from whatever to about 87, and so we weren't there for it. He's right about that, man.
Yeah, you're old, Sean.
I ain't even get here. I ain't even get here to 89, and I probably ain't watched the movie till about 97. So I watched the movie 10 years after it was this cultural phenomenon.
Didn't understand it in 97.
Exactly. So yeah, I'll give you that. It cannot be a cultural phenomenon to me when I was not culturally here or here at all. So yeah, no, we feel differently about it. But I do love the Apollo Creed character. I said rest in peace Apollo Creed. But the movie it does not hit like that the same, because I wasn't doing the 80s thing like that. Yeah, man. But I feel him though. I feel y'all.
I didn't feel a lot of what Sean said, but I loved the energy and what he brought. That reminded me of the old days, being a clone listening to Jerome.
You know what I was thinking?
That was legit.
You know what I was thinking when he was talking? I was like, I'll just have to take your word for it, because I don't know nothing about what you're talking about.
You don't know anything about Rocky.
I seen the movie, but I wouldn't hear back then feeling how y'all was feeling.
Sean, don't beat me up.
I didn't feel that.
Yeah.
Sorry, man. Was, my bad, man.
Yeah, that was
wasn't here.
Yeah, that touched him right there, boy.
Hey, you didn't disagree that the Beatles are overrated, though.
Well, he didn't touch that. And it was the Rocky thing was clearly
volumes.
I see how old our text line is, though. We got some old folks. Tell them. You're right, Sean.
You're damn. I bet you some of these people ain't that old.
Tell them, Sean. Tell them how good Rocky was.
Yeah, I just
tell them how good it was back in the day. A simpler time.
I watched Rocky and then I walked uphill in the snow for 2 miles. These kids today.
I like all the Creeds better than the first two Rockies.
I bet you would.
Somebody get at me.
I haven't
They're
seen
better.
the
quality of
They're better.
Somebody get at me.
They're better.
So we got Brandon Scott and Tyler Milner who are just choosing violence today. That's what
I told you I came in feeling spicy.
And listen, and I can say this. This just goes back to that profile on me. I'm a visionary.
Your personality profile.
I'm a visionary, and
Shout out AI.
I saw all of this coming. When I kicked things off with the Chubbs or Apollo Creed debate, the visionary saw this coming. Damn, man, that profile thing is on the money. God, Ron, the visionary. That sounds good. Damn, that's good. Now I'm standing here with one shoe on, but that sounds good.
Yeah.
Hello.
Sidewind ass tennis shoes.
Kiss my ass, Larry.
I'm gonna say that thing was guessing.
Thank you. Well, I feel good about that. All right, I want to do this because we're going to get to this. I really did. I swear I felt like a preacher in church that has tried to wrangle everybody together, and you just can't do it because somebody else just
yes.
And you got to start back over. Yeah, I did. We're going to reel it in right here, though.
Hey, did it used to scare you when they would fall out in church?
Oh, no, I was ready for it. I used to pick them apart. Who's going to be next?
Early on, that would worry me.
Rebecca Shepherd. She's going next.
Because they would start shaking a little bit first.
There we go. Yep. Yeah. You try to pull them in.
Or going back and forth. Anyway.
Always trying to get to that scripture. Just can't get to it. All right. I pose this question to these guys. And I'm serious. I do. I can now feel more of an understanding of the difficult nature of being a Houston Texan fan. I really can. I feel better about that. We'll discuss that coming up next. R.I.P. Chubb.
In the Loop.
This team has $34 million.
best of Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
As we try to get back on track here, because I know there has got to be somebody out there losing their minds. What are they talking about? Hell, I'd settle for them to talk about the Rockets at this point.
Now, don't lie now. Whoever you are that did say that, don't lie.
Somebody out there.
I seen the numbers on the H-Town Hoops podcast.
Come on.
Let's go, Rockets.
Talk sports. And Rocky, a movie with Rocky does not count as sports, though it's boxing.
Beg to differ.
Yeah. Or Happy Gilmore and it's golf. Does it count?
Yes.
Everybody about to blow a gasket and lose their minds and threaten us with lies of, I'm not going to listen to you anymore. Yes, you are.
The top-ranked show in the city.
And I'm not saying that to be a jerk. I'm just saying, I mean, you spend the time to text into the show about something like that, you may step away for 3 minutes. Hell, maybe even 4.
You know you love us.
Maybe even 4.
You're coming back. You're coming back. And you're coming back for wonderful content like this. I joke. Listen, as I say every day, we appreciate you.
I joke.
We are the number 1 drive time sports show here in Houston, and it is because of all of you, even you, who complains about hardcore not sports being talked the entire time.
The arrow's pointed up.
You hang in. You hang in.
I hope
we appreciate it.
Hey, I hope to see you at Toyota Center tonight too. By the way, whoever you are.
Yes.
Hope you're there for some good old Rockets.
Let's go, Rockets.
I'll be like, those people be like, because those cats are just, I mean, they are convinced that everybody else listening to them hates this as much as they do. And I sometimes just want to send a screenshot of all of the interaction that we get online, whether it's YouTube, Twitch, or the text line, and send it to them, and how probably amazed they would be that they are one of 57 messages that are complaining about it.
Yeah.
But
oh my God!
All right, so I posed this question. I posed this question about the Texans to Tyler and to Brandon Scott. And how long have the Texans been around? What is this?
2002. I got it over here on my jacket.
Since 2002.
Got it over here on the jacket.
They've now completed the 2023-2024 season. And I'm looking at this, and I said, Tyler, this past season, and this is a year that the Texans won the division 10-7. They got in the last week of the season, their last game. They clinched when they beat the Colts, and then the Jags lost. They won the division.
Yes!
They beat the brakes off the Browns, and the Ravens beat them in the divisional round. I'll just say it that the Ravens beat them in the divisional round of the playoffs. And we saw this whole season, and I think this has got to be, for a Texans fan, the most gratifying, maybe even memorable, exciting season because of what you dealt with before, and then like seeing CJ and D'Amico and it actually working to a level that most people being serious haven't even thought was going to be the case, of them to reach this level and them to play that well. I could see it being one of those seasons that's exciting, memorable, one that you won't forget, the most fun you've had.
The expectations got a lot to do with it too.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Has to do. But I posed to you two, is this a top 5 all-time team for the Texans?
Yep.
This year's team, this
100%.
past year's team.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a top 5 all-time team for the Texans?
Yeah, man. It's not a lot of contenders. You know?
That's exactly right.
It's not a lot of contenders. The issue,
because Tyler said easy.
Well,
as soon as he said easy.
No, yeah. Didn't have to think about it.
Yeah,
just given where the finish line was alone.
Yeah,
like that's just The conclusion is there waiting for you. They made it through the divisional round of the NFL playoffs. Unfortunately for us that have been with the team since 2002, that hadn't happened a whole lot.
Yeah, I think that the issue with a lot of top fives, whenever you try to have a top five discussion, is that there's normally more than five that could occupy the space, but you only get five in the top five. So normally there's like 8 or 9 that could contend for the 5. In this case, I did have to think about it because they have been long enough or around long enough to have to think about it. But once you start rattling it down, I mean, there's only there's only 3 or 4 teams that are in the conversation.
19 comes to mind.
Yeah, so you start with 11 and 12. I don't think anything before 11 and 12.
These are Wade Smith and
those
teams we talked about with Wade and
was 2011 the year they won? What was it, 11 or 12 straight?
Yeah, so that was JJ's. I think that was Watt's first year. Then you've got the second. So that was the best. That is widely regarded as the best Texans team ever. The 2011 team, the only one that anybody thinks actually had a chance to win a Super Bowl. Okay, I think going into the 2012 season, people thought the same thing, but they sort of unraveled there at the end of the regular season. But those are 2 teams that have to be in the conversation. You really start there.
Absolutely.
So that's 2. The 2019 team that Ron mentions is another one. I think is the 3rd team. And obviously, they went to the divisional round as well. And we're up 24-0 on the team that eventually won the Super Bowl.
Still hurts.
It still hurts. It's got to be in that conversation, though. And it's probably the peak of the Deshaun era, right? You can't forget about the Buffalo game before that.
It was the peak and then a very sudden plummet. Yeah. Very, very far down.
Yeah. After those 3 teams,
but when we're talking about this, though,
I don't feel like you've got too many more teams that are really in the conversation, though, after that. I think the 2018 team is in the conversation because they did win double-digit games. They won 9 straight. I do remember that the 2018 team actually started off either 0-2 or 0-3, and they rattled off 9 straight wins. Now, they went down to the Colts in the playoffs, and it was disappointing and everything. And we had probably the best Texans historian on running in the last segment, is Sean Pendergast. But I would say the only teams that even contend for this are 11, 12, 19, and then I don't know where you go after that. So they've got to be 4 or 5, certainly in the 5 and probably at 4. Just ahead of that 2018 team.
Yeah, 11, 12, and 19 are the only teams that I look at and think are clearly better.
Yeah. But the 18 team does have players on it.
Yeah,
a lot of the great ones are on the 19 team, right?
Yeah,
so JJ's on that team. Whitney Merciless is better at that point.
Team.
Hopkins is on that team.
But like you said, that was the
DJ
best.
Reader, I think, was still on that team.
Yeah.
And of course Deshaun is on that team. So yeah, I mean they're in the conversation.
Was the better one because to me the 19 team, and I know many of you, at least what I've heard, didn't believe that you thought the 19 team was a real championship contender. I mean, when I was in Kansas City covering them, they walked in and beat the Chiefs in the regular season. They lost the second one, but they walked in and beat the Chiefs in the regular season.
Yeah, I remember that.
And that's the year the Chiefs won the Super Bowl.
Right.
They won that game. To me, it was like, whoa, okay, that's a serious group. And I thought they were legit contenders at that team.
Yeah, that's revisionist history. Anybody that's saying that team was not a legitimate contender, that's a team, or that's probably somebody that's looking back on the Bill O'Brien experience, the Deshaun Watson experience, how it ended. And ultimately, when you look back at it, you can see why you wouldn't believe in that team. But in the moment, at the time, that's not how we talked about them. You are correct. We talked about them as a serious contender.
Yeah, and I look at that and I'm just thinking, not to be. And I know some would think you're trying to be an ass. Not to be an ass.
Not you ever.
But like it puts into perspective like what it is that you guys, when I say you guys Texans fans, have dealt with that, and I think probably the excitement is that over the next decade you may have 5 teams that are better than all of these teams that we're talking about. But the thought of that a team 10-7 getting into the playoffs the last week of the season is one of the top 5 all-time teams, which puts it in perspective. And I understand the Texans haven't been around for 50 years or 70 years like some other organizations, but it does put it in perspective that over 20+ years, like it's generally been a lot worse than what was put in this year. And that's what I said. I've got empathy and can maybe understand a little bit more of
it ain't been easy, bro.
Like the emotion, the feel, and why this year was such an emotional time for people.
Yeah, I would say keep the empathy though, because like you're a Chiefs fan, so you're in a really good spot. Your team's in the Super Bowl, and Patrick Mahomes is Patrick Mahomes and all of that.
Not always been.
But look, I would much rather be the team that doesn't have the history but does have the future, as opposed to, say, a Steelers fan right now.
Yeah.
Or a Cowboys fan right now. Or a Patriots fan right now, where it's like you feel like you've got a little bit more history than you've got future. You can look more back in the rear view than you can look into the windshield. So, like, I'd much rather feel much better about the future than I ever have before than feel much better about the past than I ever have before. So that's why I'm like, hey, this is a good spot to be in, that the best season that you ever had, you feel like that's only the beginning of even that era, right?
One of the best. Yeah.
So I think, or one of the best that you've ever had. A top 5 season that your franchise has ever had is only the beginning of what is next to come. So that's pretty good.
Yeah,
I'll take that.
And Texans fans deserve it. I mean, you deserve what hopefully is ahead of you when you think about everything that has happened the first 20-plus years here. You deserve it. Texans fans deserve it. And I mean that, wholeheartedly.
Yes, it's about damn time.
I got to understand. I was like, when you come back and say easily, I'm like, damn, that kind of puts in perspective that he deserves it.
Well, think about it.
That kind of puts in perspective of what it's been like.
The last 3 years were rough. You've been here for those.
The last 3 years, I wouldn't wish that upon any fan base.
The first 4 to 5 or 5 to 6 years were rough.
When the Missouri Tigers.
Seth Payne played on most of those teams. So like we're only talking about a little bit in between there.
Stop being a dumpster fire.
And then there's a lot of mid in there that did do some winning. So we got some mid teams that were successful, but nobody would ever confuse with great. And we got like a very few really good to great teams. This was one of them.
Yep. All right. Rank this in order. I want you to think about this because we're going to have this conversation on the other side. Rank in order what you'd like, who do you like the Texans to get if you had a wish list of an order? Derrick Henry, Josh Jacobs, or Saquon Barkley. And you can take everything into account. Contract, age, everything. Who would you want the Texans to go after? Henry, Jacobs, or Barkley? We'll get into that coming up next.
We couldn't run the ball.
All right, Clint Stoerner here for Generator Super Center of Houston. Look, it's a bad feeling to lose power at the house, y'all, whether it's a freeze. We've had a couple.
I'm getting a cold.
Honey. Try DayQuil Severe Honey for powerful cold and flu relief. DayQuil Severe with honey flavor. The daytime coughing, aching, stuffy head, fever, Honeylicious, power through your day medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we will continue riding through. As Clint is out today, but Brandon Scott is in. And you hear him all the time on Sports Radio 610. You read him on SportsRadio610.com. And you hear him on the H-Town Hoops podcast as well.
Just recorded one of those this morning. Posted to wherever you get your podcast. Make sure you subscribe to that.
There you go. Yeah,
yes, sir.
So you can catch him. I joined you on your own personal podcast.
Yeah, that's right. B Block
last week. Yeah, B Block. So go ahead and check that out. I haven't been invited to Tyler's yet.
What podcast do I do, Ron?
You don't do one?
No.
I thought you had a T-Mill I thought you had
a a year and a half ago.
I think you should restart.
Appreciate you following.
I think you should restart that.
Nah, I'm good.
I'll be your first guest. You can have.
If I ever start one, I will definitely have you on.
I'll be the first guest. You can have. It'd be the visionary episode.
Hey, look, man, I just dusted mine off. Look, y'all know I've had a rough last year and some change.
Fair.
And so I wasn't able to really commit the time to it, but I'm able to reestablish. I don't think it's a bad idea to invest in your own thing.
Well,
do it.
Ideally, I would, but it all comes down to time, man.
Yeah. He just did it. He dusted his off. He had 3 more listeners than he did the last time he had released it, and the visionary was on it. So I'll add at least 3.
Yeah.
No, I might start it up. It's all about a time crunch.
Now you may have 10 unfollow you after having me on. So I don't know if you want to.
Nah, that wouldn't happen.
By the way, programming note, little housekeeping. Tonight or today, coming up at 4 o'clock. Stay tuned with us. The last time John McClain will make an appearance with us here on the station. I don't know if it'll be the last time you'll hear him. I would imagine you'll hear him again probably, but the last time he'll have his weekly appearances coming up at 4 o'clock. So make sure you're tuned in for that. John McClain will join us at 4 o'clock for the last time, so stay tuned.
Excited to talk to the general, the Hall of Famer, man.
Yeah, the Hall of Famer,
legend,
great one, John McClain.
Yep.
So stay tuned for that. All right, we've talked about a lot, not just on this show, but across the station, the running back situation. Right? It was clear in the last game you played in the playoffs. You're only able to get 38 yards rushing,
man,
and you just didn't have a chance. And that's and really the Achilles heel of the offense the whole year was the running game. Had some moments there, but it was the run game. And so and the thing is, there is an opportunity. What it appears to be potential free agents out there for you to go after, and we've talked about a lot of them. I want to throw these 3 out here. 713-572-4610. You can jump in. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, I already see some people rolling in with their thoughts. If you had to, if you're looking at it and you're saying, give me this. Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, they're going after one of these running backs. You want them to get, in order, Derrick Henry, Josh Jacobs, or Saquon Barkley. I see some people jumping in on the text line. Henry, Jacobs, Barkley, in that order. As someone texted in. Saquon, 1A, Josh Jacobs, 1B, Henry, 3rd. Where are you at on that? I'm going to tell you what right now. I'm Saquon all the way, and I want no parts of Derrick Henry.
Okay.
None. 0. I don't want any parts. Josh Jacobs, I like, and that would be the second one. I'm so strong on Derrick Henry. I'd rather give Devin Singletary the ball, the rock, for a full season and have him be the featured back than to spend the money that it would take to get Derrick Henry, which I think Derrick would actually be cheaper than the other two.
I was going to say, what's
because of his age?
I mean, you think it's a lot of money? You think the running back is going to cost a lot of money?
But even for me, from what you're going to get to me,
you think he's not good? You think he sucks?
I don't think he sucks. I think
because that would be the only argument against him is if you just don't think he's good anymore. I mean, he's got a lot of tread on the tire.
Yeah, I don't think
he's older now.
I'm not going to disregard. I don't think he sucks.
Okay.
I don't, and I know he was second in the league in rushing, but he also led the league in carries, and it was it took a lot to get there. Like he was second in the league to Christian McCaffrey, but I mean there are other backs that finished behind him that you'd rather have. And I just like for me in this day and age, I think being a part of the passing game and that part of that being the weapon is a big key. Like for me, and I'm saying you've got to help even push this a little bit more. I've always wanted my running backs to be versatile and can catch the ball in the backfield. But even more, when you look at the Christian McCaffreys, you look at the Gibbs from Detroit and Bijan Robinson, I want the ability to do all of those things. And one, I do think the tread on the tire is getting up there with him, and I think we saw him slow down this year. Now, I think a part of it had to do with his surroundings, but still with him, we saw him slow down. And they need more of a game breaker and game changer to me. And that's why I would rather go with the younger guys that have more versatility that can help you more in the passing game. For me, I don't want any parts of Derrick Henry.
They need a game breaker. They need a game changer. There's no argument against Saquon Barkley being more in line with what you're talking about. The new age running back who can run between the tackles, but is also a factor in the passing game. And adding Saquon Barkley to me, if you were able to sign him, would be a lot like, okay, I'm not saying you're as good as the 49ers were when they added Christian McCaffrey, but I cannot argue against it feeling a lot like that. Like you're changing your team to that degree, that level. So if we're going to rank them and just all things considered, I'd have a hard time arguing that Saquon Barkley is not the best and most well-rounded running back on this list.
But everything can be considered, whether the injury factor, and so that's the money, and all that can all be considered.
Now
I'm willing to take a chance.
When I consider, that's where I'm at. When I consider everything, I'm willing to take a chance on the things that you're not, like the tread on the tires, the idea that he's not as versatile of a back. Like I think you can accomplish everything that you're lacking in the run game, everything that this football team is lacking. I think you can accomplish getting that by signing Derrick Henry. Like, I think this team needs a much higher level of physicality. They need to be able to run the football in the cold, in the rain, in January when it comes time and when it comes down to it. And I like Derrick Henry much more in that scenario, somebody who can just lean forward, who performed, by the way, behind one of the worst offensive lines. That's the part that you left out when you talked about him being second in the league,
his surroundings,
but having the most attempts. It was one of the worst offensive lines in football. And I know we talk a lot about this offensive line not being great, but I do expect it to be better. Derrick Henry behind an improved offensive line next year, I like a lot better than the Derrick Henry that we saw last year. Now, do I want to give Derrick Henry Saquon Barkley money? Do I want to give him a 3 or 4 year deal? Do I want to give him the Jonathan Taylor contract? Absolutely not. And honestly, if it's anything close to that, then I'm going to push back a little bit, or I'm going to pull back a little bit. And Saquon is the best. But I think for what you're trying to accomplish, okay, like this team should be centered around C.J. Stroud giving you a lead in the first half and Derrick Henry putting it away in the second half. That's the way that I envision this Texans team if they're able to go after one of these running backs. I feel like Derrick Henry gives you more flexibility to go after other guys as well. So if you consider everything, not saying he's the best player of the three, but if you consider everything, that's the one that I want the most. Henry, then Saquon, then Josh Jacobs.
Text line rolling through. You act like Barkley doesn't get hurt. I know he does. And there are factors in it, and that is the drawback.
And I think you got to think about that too.
With him, no, it's a fair thing. But I mean, for me, I'm gonna swing. And if I'm gonna pay the money, and the money, what it could look like here is, if you just judge off what Jonathan Taylor did, the most recent one, he got a 3-year deal, $42 million, 26.5 guaranteed. Now, I think these three guys would fall somewhere in the range of that. I think Derrick Henry would be the lowest, but still, it would still cost you money there. It's interesting you brought up the offensive line because, see, that's a part. Like, when I think about this offensive line, and sure, I think it can be improved if you play Titus Howard in the position he's supposed to play, right? And we see what they do at left guard and Juice Scruggs, who is a center. You feel better about that. But still within this, like, I still think that Laramie Tunsil, Scruggs, Mason, and then obviously Titus are going to be there. That's not a group. Now, I could be wrong. We'll see what happens next year. That's still not a group where I'm like, hey, they're gonna move people. Like, they're gonna get on, and they're just gonna move people, and you can give the ball 25 times and roll through. I don't think they're going to be that. I think they'll improve, like you said, but I don't think they're going to be that. I think you need a back that has the ability to squeeze through tight holes, the ability to kind of make things happen even when they're not there, with either their speed, their ability to make you miss. And I think at this point in their careers, I think Derrick Henry lacks that more than the other two. Yeah, to me. And I'm not going to say we've not seen him do it. I just think he lacks that.
And see, I guess, I don't know, maybe I'm just thinking about it different, but I'm trying to think less about tighter holes and think about, like, moving mofos forward, like falling forward. You know, like, I get what you're saying, but to me, Derrick Henry, I think, is in a better position to make more out of a lesser offensive line than those other two backs. Yeah, I think that. I think just his bigger body and physicality and his durability and availability gives you that. I think his career has shown you that. To me,
earlier, like last year, man, I saw some Derrick Henry stuff, and I'm not going to say he didn't have a. He had one of the worst offensive lines in the league.
He
had one of the, and they was,
and still gave you something. Like
he still gave you something. But when they would get back there, which we saw happen a lot to the Texans, his ass was getting touched.
Mean, if the Texans' offensive line is going to play like the Titans one did this year, then
or even the way they played
kill the
last
conversation.
Year.
We can start talking about baseball at that point.
Even the way they played last year, like I'm looking like maybe I'm wrong into thinking that this offensive line is going to take major steps in their run blocking. I'm not going to assume that. For me, what I think the offensive line needs help. I think the offensive line needs help of a running back that can get through.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's truly what I think.
I guess that's what we see differently. I don't see.
I'm talking about running. I feel like the offense needs somebody that'll run through so and so's face. You know, like Marshawn Lynch used to talk about, run through an MFer's face. That's what I feel like it's lacking on the offensive line. In the running back room, it don't have guys that will run through your face, and that's what I'm looking for. And I feel like Derrick Henry gives you that.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
Saquon, I think the other two too. I think the other do as well. Maybe not as much as Derrick. The age, he'll be 30, and he's still going to give you. You're still going to have to pay a good amount to him, at least in terms of what you got to pay running backs. I want the more explosive player that I can really use in the passing game, and I think those other two.
Yeah, hey, look, if you want to spend the money, absolutely bring them on down. I'm absolutely with it. But I feel like you can do more and still accomplish your goals with Derrick Henry back there. I do feel like that.
As someone said, that the fact that Henry came from the zone blocking schemes puts him at the top of the list for me. Nah, I'm good.
And I honestly don't even give a damn about the blocking schemes when we talk about these three guys. Like all three of these guys. Don't tell me about the blocking scheme, dog. We're good. We're good with all three of them.
Exactly. I can figure that sucker out. I think it could. All right, coming up, we'll let you know the latest. As CJ was in Orlando at the Skills Challenge, we'll give you the latest on that. And the Rockets made a move. We talked about that a bit late yesterday, but they made a move. What does this mean as they get a player that can't play this season? We'll get into all of that coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
The Rockets are making moves for the future. Former Grizzly center Stephen F. The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Clint is out today. He'll be in Vegas with us coming up next week. And Brandon Scott, he'll also be in Vegas with us coming up next week. And he is in for Clint today as you hear all his work. You hear him right here. He's on In the Loop every Thursday at 11. He's on with us every Wednesday at 4:40 with his Now Rockets report. And he is getting all the info, talking to all the people in locker rooms and clubhouses, everywhere. He's doing everything. And you can catch all of his writing and his work over there at SportsRadio610.com. So Brandon Scott is this chair over here is in good hands, as you know him very, very well. And last night, now I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. I did not watch a lick of this. It didn't have a fault to watch a lick of this. But C.J. Stroud appeared to finish second in the skills challenge. Pro Bowl. Did you watch it, Tyler?
Hell no.
Baker Mayfield. He finished second to Baker.
I mean, good job, CJ, but
the NFC has got the lead right now. Did you watch it?
Oh, man.
No, man. Come on now.
You didn't? I'm not going to lie to you. I didn't even know it was on. But, no, congratulations to CJ in this thing as he is showing himself good. I've heard great things about him from the Pro Bowl. It is interesting to me because I understand that of why they're doing it. It is just a surprise, even at this point. It is a surprise to me how much people are good to consume football, even in these forms. Because when I it's still a surprise to me, even because now we didn't watch
and basketball was on.
Yeah, and we
there were other things on.
And listen, I'm gonna say this because if you say it out loud, all right, they're gonna get all these cats to Orlando. Hell, I think I saw Gardner Minshew out there, so I mean he's taking up a spot. They're gonna get all these cats to Orlando. We know this is the NFL, and these are NFL players that have a standard of living. They ain't staying in Ramada. Is that still a hotel chain, by the way? Are there still Ramada Inns out there?
There's got to be. There's got to be some Ramada somewhere.
Is there still Ramadas? But
somebody
I know
took
there's
over.
La Quintas.
I know several La Quintas.
Somebody probably took over Ramada.
Shout out to Shannon. But no, they're putting them up. They're spending the money, the hospitality, everything they've got to do for them. And it has to make out in some way because the ratings and the amount of people that are still watching the flag football game that will occur on Saturday. People are still watching, and the numbers are so high. It's one I don't understand. But I get it. Hell, if people are going to keep watching it and they're going to keep making money for it, why not? But, like, none of this. I honest to God, and I know for Texans fans, CJ's involved, and he may, but these are two of the biggest Texans fans I know. Do you guys intend watching a drop of any of this Pro Bowl weekend stuff?
No, man. I don't have time for that.
You're not watching a lick of it.
No, man.
Not a second.
It's just for me, man, like at this point, either give me the real football or I'm perfectly fine to just move on to the other sports. Like, I don't need football so bad that I got to watch some bastardization of it. Like the football stars doing non-football things, but because I love football so much, I'm just going to watch them do it anyway. Like, no, I'd rather just watch, Jokic or Kevin Durant or, you know what I mean? Like, I'd rather just watch something else.
Yeah.
Or like a movie or a TV show.
I wonder how many people were out there watching it.
I spun the block on the Steve Harvey show a couple of days ago on HBO Max.
Wow.
You know what I mean? I'd rather do something like that as opposed to watch something like this.
I keep saying to myself, I don't know why they just don't just shut this down. But the ratings, you remember how bad the Pro Bowl started to get at the end? And then they started getting to the point where the offense and defensive line didn't even rush. They just stood up and did stalemates.
Oh, yeah.
And the numbers those Pro Bowls would get were absolutely.
And I never got that. I never understood it.
Like, the numbers were huge, and people, and I'm like, well, hell.
Like, if you want to watch it, more power to you.
I keep putting this thing on here, too.
Yeah.
They making money.
Was it the Hawaii element? I don't know.
No, people just crave to watch it. I guess.
But they actually played.
But it was even worse at a point where they would snap it and say hike, and it would be 7-on-7, and it would just be Aaron Donald and them standing up there. Just standing up there with each other, like talking and stuff. It is wild to me. But we'll hope. I think the one thing is you hope CJ and Will and all of them that are out there for the Texans continue to show off and have a good running out there and show a little bit more. But boy, I cannot believe this thing is still a thing and that they are still. It feels like they're wasting money until you see the ratings and you're like, they're not, because we're gonna watch it.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
All right, a trade yesterday for the Houston Rockets. Tyler came in the last segment of the show yesterday. The Memphis Grizzlies traded Steven Adams to the Houston Rockets for Victor Oladipo and 3 second-round picks. Now, the thing is, Victor and Steven Adams, neither one of them have played this season, and I know Steven Adams is out for the year. I think Victor, there's a potential that he may be as well. They both had surgery, and they're out for the year. So this is not a move for this year.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on when you saw this trade, what this means as you cover the Rockets as well as anybody. Steven Adams, is this a future play, or is this a play of let's package him to get something else?
Yeah, because right now it feels like a move more about math, because you're just trying to find salaries to match to kind of mix and match and do your thing. But in terms of the basketball part of it, it is a move, a future play, like a move toward the future. I think a lot of the conversation was the Rockets need to find a backup center because who they signed it to be their backup center this year has not quite worked out. So they need to find that if their goal is to win this year. But what they did instead was invest in their backup center for next year, which I think this is a perfectly reasonable trade. Like, the trade on its face, the value of it, the logic of it, I think is just fine. There's nothing wrong with it. I think the only, the unfulfilling part of it is okay, so what else are you doing? What more? This just feels like housekeeping. Okay, these contracts offset. You're doing something with these picks. You're getting Steven Adams here next year. You feel like he's a good option behind Şengün next year. But what move are you making to improve the team right now when it feels like you need to make a move to improve it? And it doesn't feel like they're going to really make much of a move to do that. They could still go out and get a ball handler, maybe somebody like I know Malcolm Brogdon's name was thrown out there, but that feels less likely after this deal was done. So you would have liked to have seen a move like this.
They could definitely use some shooting
to result. Yeah. You would have liked to have seen this move result in more significance, in more import. I think it's fine, but I think it is a little underwhelming. That's how I would classify it.
What's your confidence level? Because that's the other thing is you're at this team, and I'll be honest with you, I think they're kind of teetering right now at 22 and 25 right now. They're in a bit of a zone where they need to kind of put together a run to keep themselves afloat in this thing.
Yeah.
Do you get the sense, or do you have confidence that they will do something to add to the team this year to make the team better this year for right now over the next 7 days?
Not in the way that I feel like you're thinking. Because, like I said, I feel like the move.
Well, you know me. I'm big. I'm just
right.
Even a shooter, even something.
Yeah. I think they can still do something along the margins. Yes, I do still think they can do something along the margins between now and Thursday when the trade deadline hits. I do think that is the case. A name of theirs that's been out there that teams are interested in, aside from the young players. I mean, you probably have some teams that are interested in some of the young players, but I get the sense that their young players are off limits. Guys who are not off limits that are actually appealing to others. It's probably Jayshawn Tate. His name's been put out there. I don't know how much you're getting.
He and
back.
Jalen Green were really the only young players. I think Sham had a report out that him and Jalen Green were the only ones that wasn't on the non-traded list.
Untouchable list. Yeah, but we're talking about different kind of trades then if you're going to trade one or the other, right? Like you'll let Jayshawn Tate go for a marginal return, something that'll just make you better this year. Whereas if you decide to hit the reset button on Jalen Green, then that's got to be at least you feel like an organization-changing type of move, especially if you were to do it now because there's nothing rushing you to do that. So you don't do that just to get better along the margins, just to go from the 11th seed to a more comfortable play-in team. You don't do that. You do that to go get you a star and somebody that you think is going to make you one of the higher seeds in the Western Conference and build you up for the next however many years.
Yeah.
I think they might move along the margins.
I hope that because Udoka seems like playoffs, at least play in, is what he is looking at this year. Like that seems to be on his mind this year, and I'm curious and wondering if they're going to make more moves, because this is just a move for the future, and we'll see what happens with that. But they're in a spot right now where they need to kind of figure out what it is they want to do competing-wise to try to get in this. Because I just like the Texans, I think the drive to get into any kind of playoff-level ball, whether that's a play-in or whatever, I think it's a big, big thing for this team. Even down the stretch, having a battle to get in, I think would be a big experience step for this team.
Yeah, I think the difference right now, though, is that they're in a position now. They've shown enough improvement, just enough improvement, to sort of have and they have enough time to where they can kind of have their cake and eat it too right now. Like they can right now still try to compete for that coveted play-in spot and try to be competitive this year with the group that they have, improving along the margins if they can between now and the deadline, but also still have the time between now and next year to make that fateful Jalen Green decision, right? So it's not like they're so bad this year that they got to do something to make them close this gap to where they can become a play-in team. They're right there around where they were hoping to be, or where we're making the jump that they were hoping to make, and they're still getting a beat on their younger players. I think they're able to have the best of both worlds right now.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens. The trade deadline is when? Next Thursday, right?
Yeah, February 8th, next Thursday.
So that'll be a big day to see if the Rockets make anything from a minor move or any kind of a big move that kind of potentially changes the course of the organization. I think both are on the table. Is something that we'll watch for next Thursday.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, fellas. Sometimes when you hear statements, you say them out loud. You just wonder how that gonna go. In your mind, you just don't get the real good feel. And I'm going to need Tyler's help from somebody who can say the name of this town and city, this city and state better than I can. But the Raiders have decided to sign Cliff Kingsbury. They have hired Cliff Kingsbury.
You really don't like him.
As the Raiders' offensive coordinator.
Ron hates Cliff Kingsbury.
I don't hate Cliff Kingsbury. I do believe Cliff Kingsbury has completely gotten a privilege of getting jobs that he don't deserve to get.
I'd have to agree.
And this would be the latest. But when you just say to yourself, and a lot of this comes from, and I know you, Tyler, watched the Johnny Manziel documentary. I'm not sure if you watched the Johnny Manziel documentary.
I feel like I watched it and somewhat lived it.
And
like we were there, Tyler.
Many of you, and I saw Cliff on there, and I just say to myself, Cliff Kingsbury in Las Vegas, Nevada. Thank you, Travis. I just, in my mind, when I hear that,
it's a bad mix.
Hey, I kind of want to. Is he gonna be there next week?
I
kind of want to link up with Cliff.
Listen, I want to have a great party. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. When you think about it, it's like,
hey, Tyler, let's try to book that. See if we can link up with Cliff next week.
Well, I won't be there.
Yeah, Cliff, Vegas. Right? Like that to me sounds like, what are his evenings like? That don't sound like that's a good, like Cliff seems like at his best of his abilities, Cliff needs to be in Morgantown.
Oh, come on, man.
We're going to Las Vegas.
That's not gonna get it done.
Green Bay.
No.
I hear what you're saying.
That's
dude.
not going to get it done for Cliff.
It's right. It's right. It's a scary mix that's happening out there.
Listen.
I just don't think you get a Cliff. Like, you're either going to get him or you're not. And there ain't no Cliff in no Green Bay. He can't Cliff out there.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
But Brandon, I think maybe he doesn't need to Cliff if you want the best out of Cliff.
Well, you ain't going to get it because that's all he is Cliff. Okay, that's what Cliff is going to be.
I know it.
All right, he's a city slicker.
I shouldn't.
He
be.
ain't going to know.
Listen, I don't know
Columbus, Ohio.
Vegas.
Well,
does
nothing against Columbus.
Vegas does not seem like the best spot for him. I will just say that. Like putting Phil Mickelson and just having Phil Mickelson live out of a hotel in Vegas.
Now, I don't know if he has the same problems as Phil has more documented problems.
I know it, but
I don't know if this is that bad.
I feel like Las Vegas can intensify the problems that Cliff may have.
Cliff is in his 40s, man.
I heard you. I'm just saying I saw Cliff on that documentary on Johnny Manziel, and I'm just going to say I don't know. Maybe Cliff was sick. I'm going to tell you, Cliff looked like
was that or
he
a
had a
bender?
good time, and he kind of let us know, hey, Johnny, just do whatever you do, don't get caught. That was seemed to be his mantra at A&M. But I'm just saying, I shouldn't be. Are you surprised that Cliff got a gig in the NFL like this as an OC?
He was getting interviews out the wazoo. The Bears interviewed him.
Just keep happening.
He is regarded for whatever reason, valid or invalid, and I don't know if I'm in a position to say I don't know him well enough, but he is regarded as a progressive or an advanced offensive mind in the game, both on the college level and it's probably the Mike Leach connection and people, and the way offenses have evolved over the years. People want a taste of that. Yeah, no, I get it. I think that I do agree that there's probably some overrated stuff happening here, some privilege that's happening here based off of the network, maybe based off of the look, off of the image, maybe based off of the pass. But yeah, man, I'm not surprised at all. Work hard, play harder.
Yeah,
one or the other.
And I will say for Cliff, I think Cliff's an awful head coach and should never be considered again. But we've seen it happen before. And he had some success with Kyler, especially at early points. Now I don't like, but I think him running the entire show probably is a part of it going downhill.
Yeah.
Right. So, but it does feel like, for me, with Cliff, you have to have the right type of quarterback. You have to have the right type of guy to go get him. Maybe they have a plan in the draft.
Yeah,
I mean,
everybody. I mean, that's never going to be your reason to not go get an offensive coordinator you believe in, though, right? Because either you have the quarterback or you are actively trying to find him.
Yeah.
So now they're like, okay, we got our offensive coordinator. Maybe even he can help us find a quarterback. And I'm not saying that maybe you love that idea, but maybe they do. I get it. I could see it. Not the route that I would go, but I get it.
All right. John Harris, he was at the Senior Bowl in Mobile, and I listened to him. He was on with Payne and Pendergast. He said he had a great time.
Yeah,
he said he had a hell of a time in Mobile, and not just from watching it. He said Mobile's a great spot. So, like, if you're looking to cover the Senior Bowl, Mobile, like, that's a beautiful spot. John said he had a great time. But he did have some thoughts about the wide receivers in the draft and as it pertains to the Texans that really had me thinking about a thought in a conversation piece that I want to discuss coming up here next on The Drive.
Pump sling at 7.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen.
They say what happens in Vegas hits like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
R.I.P. Carl Weathers. To me, when I think of Carl, I think of Chubbs. To others, it's Apollo Creed. R.I.P. Carl Weathers. That thing is getting some real run. It is all I see on social, and then ESPN did it on the bottom line. Carl Weathers. Carl Weathers. Formerly of Apollo Creed.
Yeah, why
and
would it
Chubbs.
not? He's Chubbs and Apollo. Why would it not?
Sometimes he's
Apollo Creed.
know. Sometimes you don't know.
Yeah. You never know when the.
You never know what is
he is, but he is crossover. Like he's one of those where he might not necessarily be as big in the one community, but probably bigger than in the larger community. Yeah,
Action Jackson.
Yeah, he's crossover.
But R.I.P. to Carl Weathers. Someone said, could you guys please do a tribute to Carl Weathers? Well,
have you not been listening?
Check out the first segment of the show.
Yeah, man. Odyssey app, baby.
Sean Pendergast decided to do a tribute to him as well. All right. Speaking of Sean Pendergast, Payne and Pendergast, I was listening on the way, dropping the kids off for school today, and I was listening to them, and they were talking to our guy John Harris, sideline reporter, and a big-time draft guru as well. And they were talking to him about kind of what he saw as he was in Mobile. Tyler, he was in Mobile this week watching Senior Bowl.
Yes, he was doing a damn good job. No need to send anyone else.
I don't know, boy. I think could have helped him. That'd have been a great spot for you, I think. Tyler, I'm making a push for Tyler, yearly, Tyler to go to the Senior Bowl in Mobile. I think it would.
What you got against Mobile, man?
It would be
nothing.
Boots on the ground.
My whole point. Y'all know I would go. My whole point was he was saying I should be down there while y'all are in Vegas. That would sting a little.
It's not y'all. You'd be there right now.
Don't be a hater.
Back. John's back. Vegas hadn't happened. I just thought it would have been great 2 or 3 times an hour. We rolled at him for questions and get his updates. Just 2 or 3 times an hour. He's in Mobile, and I feel like he'd be talking to a lot of wind. But I thought that'd be great.
They're reporting live, boys.
But it's the Vegas thing, though. The Vegas parallel that really gets to him.
It could have been you and John together. That's a twin.
And
bill
I love
right
that.
there. That would have been
Johnny's
great.
my boy.
You too. You kind of holding this thing. But he talked about the receivers in particular this morning on Payne and Pendergast. This is what he had to say in terms of what he's seeing out there and comparative to what the Texans may need to do and want to do in the offseason.
I'm getting the sense that my dream of perhaps having a Mike Evans might be really irresponsible just because, A, the Texans already, they've got some strength at that position to begin with, and then, B, you might be able to get younger and still improve to that position.
Yeah, absolutely, Seth. And I mean, it becomes kind of a supply and demand thing in some sense because, these guys, like I said, weren't even in Mobile. Marvin Harrison Jr., Roma Dunze, Keon Coleman, Malik Neighbors, Troy Franklin, Jalen McMillan, Jalen Polk, Xavier Worthy. Those guys, Adonai Mitchell, none of those guys were in Mobile. And the guys that were in Mobile were super studs. Malachi Corley from Western Kentucky. I call him kind of a fake Debo in a sense. This dude's got his thighs are huge. He's a running back. Yesterday he was running a slant route, and the defensive back was waiting for his cut and didn't move. And Malachi was like, "All right, I'll just run you over." And he just literally ran him over, caught the ball for a touchdown. And the refs threw a flag, but they didn't know what to call. He is a great runner after the catch. I think he would be a good fit with what the Texans do.
That was him talking about some of the receivers that are there that he is seeing. And that's been the thing is this is a rich receiver draft. And last year, every year seems like a rich receiver draft. You look at Tanks in the 3rd round. Rashee Rice is in the 3rd round. And multiple young receivers who have had big impacts on their team. This is now John talking about here coming up.
My computer's frozen.
Well, we'll get that here, though. But John also talked about it, the fact that, hey, man, not sure if you really want to spend that type of money on a Mike Evans and get what you want to do. You don't want to put yourself in a position where it stops you from doing things down the line and signing a Mike Evans down the line. And it just kind of brought me to something that I have been thinking through and wondering about for a little bit here is, like, we've talked about receivers a lot, and it looks like there's going to be a potential. You talk about the T. Higgins. You talk about the Mike Evans. We talked about those two in particular. Gabe Davis has been brought up. Other guys that are going to be potentially in this free agency class. Do you feel like it is a necessity that the Texans go out and add a big-time receiver like this? Do you feel like it is a necessity that they do that? They go out there and add one of these top guys that we have been talking about?
Not if you specify a receiver. Like, I think it's a necessity that they go out and get a game-changing player. Now, what position does that game-changing player play? That's up to the market and the fit and all of that kind of stuff, right? Like, how does it all come together? But whether that is a receiver or a running back or a tight end or exactly what it is, I'm not exactly sure. But I do think it's necessary that they go get a player that can change the game. You know, another dynamic player. I know you talked about speed a lot when we were having the running back conversation. Part of the reason why you like Saquon so much is because he's just such a dynamic player, can run between the tackles and have that breakaway type of big playability. So I think it's important that they get that type of player. Like, this really ties into the running back conversation for me, because it's like, if you can get Saquon Barkley, then no, I don't think you need to go get a big-time wide receiver. But if the running back route that you end up going is a cheaper but, say, like really effective Derrick Henry route, then yeah, I'm maybe it's not Mike Evans at the $25, $30 million a year clip or whatever it is he might command. But I still think you need to be looking at receiver, on the high end, looking at a top receiver that you can possibly get if you go cheaper at running back. Like, I think you need at least one dynamic playmaker, and I would prefer if you're able to split the atom a little bit and get two.
Yeah, they need.
I don't care what position it is.
They need another fear player.
Yeah.
Game changer, however you want to put it, game changer. I just want to stay away from Cam's words, but like someone that
there's
puts,
something to it though,
that puts fear into a team, someone that they've got to really look at and really
like Saquon Barkley,
like multiple, yes. And to me, it doesn't matter. Now, hell, that it could be Mike Evans, it could be T. Higgins,
yeah,
but it could be
Josh Jacobs.
It could be Saquon. It could be a big tight end. It could be whatever, because I look at certain offenses and I can see offenses that appear like they have lesser quarterback play than you, that don't necessarily have that big guy. And like, I go to Detroit, and I know that Amon St. Brown had a great season.
Yeah.
And he wasn't a Pro Bowler, but somehow he became an All-Pro. But
which is what really matters. So
he's a first-team All-Pro, but I still wouldn't consider him like Justin Jefferson, Tyreek Hill, Devontae Adams, Jamar Chase. I wouldn't consider him as like, hey, dude, that's a quarterback that, a wide receiver that is just.
Talking about St. Brown?
Right, yeah.
He's a slot guy.
Yeah, I'm just saying
He's probably the best slot receiver in the game.
Maybe. For me, I don't like. I feel like there's a different level from him to those guys.
Yeah.
So I don't necessarily think they've got like some sort of they got a Mike Evans. They got a dude like that. But then they got a big time running back. They have two running backs that do different things, and then they've got flash players in a Gibbs, and then Laporta, who's a really good tight end that makes big plays.
Another all-pro
for them.
Yeah.
Right. So they have that guy. But if you get it could be a Barkley. It could be whatever. Now, I do think they need to improve the wide receiver room.
Yeah.
Right. Like, if you aren't getting Evans and you do add Barkley, I don't think it's all right, we're done. No, I think you need to improve above a Robert Woods and Noah Brown to me, which can be done in the draft with all these guys we're talking about. But I don't necessarily think that player has to come from the wide receiver position.
Yeah.
I don't think that.
And I think it's fine to even look at, and I agree about the point about needing to upgrade the room overall, but going in the Mike Evans direction, even though I'm a fan of it, okay? I'm a fan of it, but I do acknowledge it's luxury. Like, when you start talking about going to go pay Mike Evans, you're talking about dealing in a place of luxury at that point. because you do have Nico Collins, who you're going to have to make a contract decision about next year. You do have Tank Dell, who you're going to have to make a contract decision about probably in a couple of years. And then what about the rest of your team? So I think it would be incredibly luxurious to go out there and spend on Mike Evans. And from that standpoint, it's hard to call it a need. But to your point, you do need to overall upgrade from, Tank, Nico, or bust, right? Noah Brown's a free agent. So, you would probably want to upgrade from him anyway, but you ain't even got him. So, you definitely have a group of wide receivers where it's Tank Dell, Nico Collins, and then, Robert Woods is on the team, but he should be fighting for his job. Every other wide receiver on the team should be fighting for their job. That's the type of upgrade you should be doing in that room.
Yep. And so, to me, the wide receiver is not a necessity, as I thought it would be coming into the year. They just need to add.
Not to that level.
They just need to add. Yeah, they just need to add a big-time piece somewhere. Because one more would just change this thing. And if you draft it, someone text in Keon Coleman, who's kind of in that mix, that area.
Bring him down.
To me, you draft him and you add a Saquon Barkley and your top three is that.
Let's go.
That is something that doesn't necessarily mean it's got to be Mike Evans or T. Higgins or Ridley, if that comes up. All right. Usually, as we all know, and the entire Drive family knows, that I am the visionary. Sometimes the visionary can need some help. And I am willing to listen on an athlete in Houston that I have made getting close to making a decisive decision on. I'll listen to it. I will listen to it from my cohorts. I will listen to it from the listeners. I will listen to it. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Nighttime Radio is back on Sports Radio.
simple.
Babbel.
Babbel. Go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's BABBEL.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's just something we gotta really do. Is we gotta re-look at, how we view the help of what receivers can do immediately coming in. We gotta look. I mean, I knew last year was a great year for wide receivers in the draft. As we were just talking about that, do the Texans need to go after a guy like a T. Higgins and Mike Evans? And, yeah, they got the money to spend, which makes it more of a thought. I mean, I look at this, and it's just nuts, the receivers and the production that happened in this class of receivers. Jackson Smith and Jigba, I mean, he was solid in Seattle. Quentin Johnson was a fail early, but Zay Flowers and Jordan Addison, all those guys would change. Like, production like that would change, this team. You had Jaden Reed that went to the Packers from Michigan State, was really good. Rashee Rice, we've talked about with the Chiefs, was their best receiver. Marvin Mims was a big play threat for Denver at times whenever they wanted to play him.
Yeah.
Tank Dell
is your own example.
Right here. And Josh Downs we saw was good at times. And then like the big one, Puka Nacua, who was second in the league in yards down there in the fifth round, getting selected, pick 177. I'm not suggesting that the Texans do that, but man, we're seeing that these guys come in and can contribute big time immediately. And when you already have Tank and Nico, if you were to add another one of those players that were as productive as guys like we saw in that draft, your receiving core is cool, especially if you add that with.
Does it, like, as we're talking through it, the segments we did earlier about the running backs, like I'm talking through it, thinking through it in real time here. Does it not feel like, all right, now I've already told y'all I like Derrick Henry for the price, but does it not feel like the best route might be to do the young wide receiver and whatever best running back you can get? Whether it's like, if you can get Saquon, get Saquon. If you can't get Saquon, but you can get you can get Jacobs, get Jacobs.
Eckler,
if it comes down to it, and Derrick Henry's the best you can get, obviously I'm clearly down with that. Like, swing big as you possibly can at running back. I know you're not pro Derrick Henry at all, but swing as big as possible at running back.
Tony Pollard's out there. There's others.
But then draft that wide receiver. That feels like the best route. It feels
and I'm all right with it at one or in the first round, second round, because you've got things and you can put money other places. All right. Listen, what'd you say? Trade deadline is next
Thursday.
It's next Thursday,
February 8th.
And listen, I am one in a space right now. I've heard many people have conversations about Jalen Green. Should they be really actively looking to move him before this deadline, or should they wait more time? I've heard people say different things about can't give up on him yet, you can, whatever. I'm in a space, and I am willing to listen from listeners, the Drive family on the text line, 713-572-4610, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, Brandon, Tyler, whatever. I'm willing to listen. I'm going to tell you where I am. But I am willing to listen to the opposing thought point, which I really am, but I'm really listening to all right, maybe you need to check yourself right. Like, where I am is I get the sense that I don't think that he is going to be a one or two for your organization.
A one or two, huh?
Yeah, I don't have that. For me right now, I don't think. And I said I'm willing to listen to the argument of if I'm not being fair for him. Because the thing that sparked me on it was like, hey, this is just his first year with Udoka, and his first year, Fred VanVleet said this, his first year playing real ball.
Yeah.
And so that made me pause.
Because mind you, he did the He did the G League thing. You know, he didn't go to college or anything. So yeah.
And the last couple of years are just kind of like like Trevor Lawrence's first year with Urban.
Right.
Like so
none of it's been real ball.
You know, and so I'll hear that. My thing is, I'm watching Sengun really take major steps.
Yeah.
And they're in like the same vein, and you're watching them in the same program. And even and I'm even annoyed by what he has done here in the last stretch, because to me it almost feels like, I'm hearing my name in trade talks. I gotta do something now. Let me turn it up. You know, I'm gonna do something actually more than scoring. I mean, he's not only just averaging nearly 30 points, he's averaging 7 rebounds and 4 assists, which really you would just see him just do scoring. So something about that makes me feel like it is almost like a contract year type of a scenario that he is starting to really turn it on here, because his name's being talked about in trade stuff.
Or those things that you mentioned before. It could be that too.
Could be those things too.
Could be that too.
Okay. It could be those. But I'm just saying, where I am is, like, if you can make a sensible deal to move past him, I'm with it. I've heard Mikal Bridges. We've heard that floated around with the Nets. I don't know if that's possible, whatever. But if there is not just, I'm just going to do it because we got to get rid of him. No, I think you don't have to do that. But if there is a sensible deal to move him, I'm at the place where I am ready to go ahead and move on.
Yeah.
But I am willing to hear, like I said, what Fred said, I'm willing to pause and hear the argument of the opposite of Jalen Green. Are you ready to move from Jalen Green?
Yeah, and so I'm not, because I don't think that deal is there. It doesn't, based off of what I'm hearing, what I'm seeing, what people who are far more plugged in than I am are hearing, it does not seem like that deal is around. What's interesting about this year, and it being kind of like this judgment period for Jalen Green, is that star that I would trade Jalen Green for, that I would want to acquire for Jalen Green, isn't, to me, really available this year. Like last year, Kevin Durant was available. Last year, Kyrie Irving was available. There was a thought at one point that Jaylen Brown was available. Like, players like that have been available at various points. Right now, the best players that you hear being talked about being available, especially after like a Pascal Siakam's been traded, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, like the types of players. Like, if you're going to give me an all NBA kind of player, and you can pick which one you like, then we're having a different conversation.
It's probably probably more of a potential, like a Jalen Green, maybe type, or a younger player.
Yeah, see, and so I would not do that. I would not do that. I wouldn't give up on one gamble for another.
Yep.
Like, for me, it's at least not now. For me, it would have to be next year before I'd be willing to do that, and I'd have to have all the more information. The fact of the matter is, you talk about being ready. Hey, I'm ready to do this. That's fine. We can be ready. All entitled to our opinions, can be ready and all that. The fact of the matter is, you just don't have to do it. You can be ready to do it and not be forced to do it, and I think that's where they're at. There's not a move to be made where it's like, all right, push the button, this is forcing our hand on this way and this is forcing our hand on the other way. Like, we've got to get rid of them and we've got this player available. Neither one of those is the case. You got another year until you got to decide on this contract. You got another year before maybe there's a player available that you're willing to go out there and get. So to me, it's perfectly fine to just kind of wait on it. I agree that he does not look like he's going to be the best player on a championship level team. I think based off of what you've seen sort of recently from him, he's showing you that he absolutely can be, at the very least, the second. Oh, he can be the second best player on a championship team. He's just got to obviously do it more consistently. Like, you can't watch him play and tell me, I don't think he can be as good as Jamal Murray.
He has the talent to.
Yeah,
it's just,
right.
As you said, consistently. And
it's hard to be consistent when you're born in 2002. Like, he's that recent of a human being. He's younger than C.J. Stroud.
I think the big thing, because I do think it is fair when I hear the thought of, he's actually now in a real basketball environment.
Yeah.
And I think there is some real fair thought to that. But Alfie's in that environment too.
Yeah.
And they're the same age, I think. 21. Both of them, they're the same age.
Yeah.
And the steps that Alfie, to me, has taken in the same time frame, I had the expectation that maybe Jalen would do.
Yeah, I hear that.
And that's the part that is an alarm for me of like, why?
But see,
why is it not moving like that?
Yeah.
And I understand maybe everybody moves their own pace,
and that could simply be
and
it.
maybe we'll see him coming on here. But that's the part that has me hung up on what Fred said.
And to me, I think you got to ask yourself whenever this kind of thing comes up is, just because something doesn't match up with your expectation, does that make it a failure in and of itself? Does that mean that it's not worth investing in, that it's not worth keeping around just because it doesn't look exactly like the way you envisioned it? And I don't think that that's necessarily the case. It might be, maybe so, but I don't know if that's necessarily the case. Hey, this isn't what I thought it was, therefore I must punt on it and try something different. I don't know if that's necessarily the case. So while I don't think he can be or is or looks like, like he's going to be on that Luka level, on that Jokic level, like I don't think he's going to be that type of player. Could he be a contributor, the second best, third best player on a winning team? I'm not ready to say that he can't be, having been born in 2002. He's that young. Yeah. He's that young. And everybody's not on the same timeline.
Yeah. From the 832, why would you trade Jalen Green? I live in Arizona. He reminds me a lot of Booker and how he progressed. Yeah, I just don't see that.
Well, I mean, it's his third year. He's he's shown the ability to score at a high level. He doesn't impact. I think a similar criticism of Booker was that he didn't impact the game enough beyond when he wasn't scoring. Now he was a more consistent scorer at the time, so that's where that would be the difference.
Yes, yeah. When and to Texter, when Chris Paul got there, we started to see a change with Devin Booker, but even Devin was more consistent than Jalen.
Yeah, it just might not look like the other things look like, and I think that can be okay. It doesn't have to be apples to apples to, hey, this guy's developmental timeline and exactly what the way it went for Alfie or the way it went for Devin Booker, it didn't go that way for this guy, so he must be hopeless. I don't know if that's necessarily the way it works.
I don't know hopeless, but I'm not saying hopeless, and I don't think the guy, and I'm not saying the guy is trash or anything like that. I don't think he's going to be a 1 or a 2 on the team. Like someone texted in it earlier and said he feels more like Lou Williams than Jaylen Brown. I think maybe that's.
I don't think that's unfair.
That's in my mindset.
But he's more explosive than that. Like he's clear. I think he's more talented than that. Like Lou Williams was my size. Jalen Green's 6'4", can dunk on anybody. Like there is a difference. I get the point there. But he's a more talented player, more physical upside than that.
And I know Sengun played professionally before he came here, but like the leap that he has taken in this since Udoka has come, especially defensively, the leap he has taken, like I don't.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
All right, let's do this. The General, John McClain. He will join us for his final appearance with us.
Brian, let me stop you right there.
What? No, I'm not going to let you stop me. I don't care if it's your last one. John McClain, he's coming up next.
Our Vision Homes. I'm talking about Houston's premier turnkey custom home builder.
Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
John McClain, the Hall of Famer.
And I'm bad to the bone.
All right, welcome back to The Drive. It is Friday. It is 4 o'clock, so that means we got Big Sexy with us. I mean, Medium Sexy with us right now, my soda weight loss brother and John McClain. Clint is out today, John. Said he had a little something pop up on him today, but Brandon Scott, who I know you know very well, is in with us. John, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well, getting fired up about Super Bowl week. I may do a report card on Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Give everybody a grade. Grade I grade the Texans.
Yeah, I'm going for it all, John.
Yeah, I'll take that.
I'm going for big swings here, John.
Man.
I'm going for it all. All right, John, we were talking about this earlier, and I posed a question to Tyler, and nobody will be better to answer this, to Tyler and Brandon. And I said, this last year's team, because I'm not going to lie to you, their answer gave me a bit of a perspective and I would say empathy to where Texans fans have been. You've covered every last one of the games here. It was this past year, would you say this is a top 5 all-time Texans team? This season from last year, an all-time top 5 Texans team?
I would, because there wasn't many until Gary Kubiak's 11 and 12 teams, and then Bill O'Brien's first team where he had Arian Foster and Andre Johnson, and they didn't even make the playoffs, but they were good. So I would say absolutely, and this was because you had D'Amico doing a great job as a head coach, no clock issues, no game management issues. When I was watching those games last weekend, Dan Campbell having all kind of issues, John Harbaugh having issues, and Andy Reid usually has one, but things were so smooth. And the fact that they started 0-2 and bounced back the way they did, I would say without a doubt.
John, before the decision to pay Bobby Slowick, give Bobby Slowick a raise, give Gerard Johnson a raise, and them stay and everything happened there, John Harbaugh going to the Chargers and all those dominoes falling, you wrote for SportsRadio610.com that you thought Bobby Slowick and Gerard Johnson should stay with the Texans. Did you have like a premonition? Did you have some intel there, or was that just a lucky swing there? Like, what did you make of that ultimately coming to fruition the way that you wanted it to happen?
I based it on I didn't think either one of them's ready to take the next step after one season in their current position. Gerard never been a quarterback coach. He's quarterback coach one year. There's a lot of other people out there call plays. You had a track record for him. Bobby Slowick, been an offensive coordinator and a play caller 1 year. I think both of them did great jobs. I think both will benefit from an extra season with their expertise. Bobby will probably be gone next year, even though the schedule's brutal. They might not have as good a record, but still be a better team. And then I think Gerard could be elevated to be a play caller. And if his ultimate goal is to be a head coach, which I believe it is, I think he'd have a good chance to work here because D'Amico, just like with Bobby, leaves the offense to him. And so I think this is a great situation. And, of course, it helps when you have a great young quarterback.
Yeah, when I first saw we were at the Houston Sports Awards, and I first saw that they were going to give Bobby Slowick a little bump in pay, one of the first things I thought about, and then it obviously enhanced this thought when they did it with Gerard Johnson, was it has got to be, to me, a completely different view of how people look at the organization of the Houston Texans now as opposed to, hell, just a year ago. And when you look at the McNair family, them, to me, stepping up and saying, hey, we see what you all have done, and we want to reward you for what you've done. I don't know that was something they had to do to give those guys a bump in pay, but I do think, that was just another another thing shown of how different I believe the Houston Texans organization is viewed now than they were, like I said, just, less than a year ago.
They are viewed differently, and the McNairs have always given them money, whatever they want. You want to expand the locker room, sure. You want to expand upstairs. You want to go to training camp, spend $4 million in West Virginia. You could do that. They've always stepped up. And this would start with DeMeco Ryans wanting to reward his offensive coordinator and quarterback coach, and then going to Nick Caserio. Nick saying, "I'm all for it. We'll do it." McNair signing off on it. And that shows people. It shows when players get paid after they play well, like I'm sure Nico Collins is going to get an extension because he's earned it. And when players see that, they go, well, if I play like that, I got a chance to get an extension too. And it's the same way with the coaches. They know if they do their jobs well, then they got a chance to make more money. And everybody's in it for money, of course.
You think Jonathan Grenard's going to get an extension?
I think they're going to try to extend him. It depends on what he wants. I think that Jonathan getting hurt at the end of the season could be a benefit to the Texans, because if another team looks, they say, okay, he's been hurt every year. What kind of money do we want to give to a guy that's been hurt every year? They're legitimate injuries, but I think here, because of the emphasis that DeMeco puts on the line, and how he talks about how it all starts up front. That's why I think even Grenard's back, they're going to use that first-round pick on a defensive lineman, because that's the way the 49ers are built. And so I think they'll make every effort to keep Grenard. They'll have a budget for all their players, because they got 36 guys up, and they don't want to sign. There's a lot of them will come back, I'm guessing, on one-year deals, and there's a few of them that have a chance to make a lot of money, and they'll have a budget. If they can get them, they will. If not, it'll be things for the memories, and we'll go find somebody else.
John, I do trust DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio to figure things out on this defense, but I want to go back to the offensive side of the ball just for a second here. What do you feel like is that next step to take now that everything is in place? I know this show with Ron and Clint, they did a segment earlier in the week about, hey, this should be the expectations to be, this is a top 5 offense, going into next year, or by the time next year ends. What do they need to do to take that next step, you feel like? Now that they have Bobby Slowick back in place, C.J. Stroud going into his second year, he's got his quarterbacks coach back, they've got resources at their disposal between the draft and the offseason, free agent capital. What do you think needs to happen for the Texans offense to take that next step from good to great?
They've got to improve the running game. They've got to improve the running game dramatically. And it starts, they have to decide, all those linemen that were hurt, who fits the zone scheme? Is Chris Strasser, who coached it for the first time, did he make enough strides coaching the zone scheme to bring him back? Well, I don't think they fired him, so he'll be back. And, they're going to have a lot of linemen. But if they see somebody out there say that blocked in that scheme, it's available, they might get them. But I don't think anybody's going to get, any free agents from other teams are going to get big contracts. That's not the way Caserio has operated. And the people think, okay, they're fourth in the league with $68 million. You don't have 68 to spend. You got to take a lot of money comes out of that for draft choices. And I think they'll want to reward some of their guys. But if they don't start with a running game, then they're going to be spinning the wheels. That just puts so much pressure on C.J. Stroud. They're going to be playing defenses that are so much better this year, playing a first place schedule. And whether it's they trade Dameon Pierce, keep him, re-sign Singletary, go get somebody else, it's got to start there. Then they decide, do we want to bring back Dalton Schultz? If they don't, they got to start over at tight end. And then the other thing is they need a third receiver. It's a really good draft for receivers. It's deep. It's talented. You don't need one in the first round. Probably don't need one in the second. You're looking for a Tank Dell in the third.
Oh, man, hey, look, I don't mind them swinging big if they do see that guy in the first or second, but I hear what you're saying, John. Let me ask you this, though, since we talked about improving the run game. Obviously, that starts up front. I'm curious what you think about the offensive line. Would you feel, given that they haven't done anything of significance yet at this point in the offseason, as a Texans, should Texans fan feel more pessimistic or optimistic about where the Texans offensive line is right now, given that they were decimated by injuries last year and weren't as physical, I think, as maybe some had hoped? I know it's a zone scheme, but they weren't as good up front as I think people had hoped. But also they got some pieces going back into place, maybe some guys getting healthier. Is the arrow pointing up or down for this Texans offensive line, in your opinion?
Well, I think under the circumstances, it was pointing sideways because of the injuries and the fact they struggled to run block. And so everybody's supposed to be healthy. Kenyon Green's supposed to be healthy. He's the number 1 pick. They're not giving up on him yet. You got Juice Scruggs. They traded up as a second round. He's a center, played left guard. And Jared Patterson, when he started as center, played better than anyone thought. Then he got hurt. It's amazing the injuries they had in that line. They need to come back, put Titus Howard at right tackle, leave him at right tackle.
Thank you, Jim.
Injuries may force them to make more changes, but if they were just relatively healthy, I think about Bill O'Brien's first or second year, only one starting lineman missed one game, and that was Brandon Brooks when he got ill at right guard. Everybody else started every game. And if that could be that anywhere even close to that for the Texans, it would be a humongous advantage.
John McClain with us here on a Football Friday. Well, John is here, usually a Football Friday with us. John, I'm wondering for you, because, see, I feel like I've been putting a little bit too much trust potentially on thinking that Nick Caserio and company will do what I want them to do. I think that's
well, that is, of course, that's the most important thing.
Yeah,
is for Caserio to do what the show wants done.
And it's right, but I mean, I know he believes we're close. Me and him are close, so I'm sure he would do that. And my thought is, they will, at least with the resources, third most amount of money to spend in free agency and the draft, that they will add a significant playmaking piece, whether that is like a Saquon Barkley, whether that is like a Mike Evans that's been thrown around, whether that's like, a tight end or something. I feel like they are going to take this point with C.J. Stroud on a rookie deal to start to spend money when they see where their offense and where their team was last year. Do you get the feel that Caserio and D'Amico and company will do that, at least allocate one resource to getting a big-time, maybe even proven talent?
Well, on offense, I don't think offense was a problem. I think defense was a bigger problem. Problems in the offensive line, but they're not going to spend a lot of money on a lineman. If it was, it would be either somebody in the defensive line or at running back. I don't think they'd spend a lot of money on a running back because you don't need to in the zone scheme. And I don't know if they let Dalton Schultz go. They got to get a tight end, but good tight ends, they're not available. Like good pass rushers usually aren't. Sometimes they are because they price themselves out of the market with their current team. But I don't think he's going to break the bank with a guy like Mike Evans. Mike Evans not leaving Tampa. He had one of the best seasons of his career. They won the division. He'll be back there either as a franchise or signing 2 or 3 year deal because he's as healthy and as effective this year as he's ever been. But I think it depends on who they lose. And whether it's a pass rusher, if there's a pass rusher out there is available and Jonathan Gennard leaves, then I think there's a good chance it'd be a pass rusher. But, inside they need to re-sign Sheldon Rankins. He played really well. He's not going to break the bank at his age, but he was perfect for what D'Amico wanted done up front. Will Anderson Jr. is only going to get better. And as we know, they got to get depth. And Steven Nelson's contract's up. And Des King, you think Des, okay, they cut him. He came back. He played well. They got to worry about corner. And then they ended the season with their 2nd through 4th safeties. All were signed off the street because of injuries. So they got to worry about a playmaking safety too.
Yeah, I'm just not going to accept that, John. I'm gonna get my hands on a running back. I'm gonna continue to dream of the Saquon Barkleys of the world, the T. Higgins of the world. I'm just going to continue to dream that, and
you keep dreaming.
Yeah, I will.
But don't wake up. Don't wake up.
But John, let me ask you though, because I think you're right in what you said about Mike Evans, but then you said you don't think that they should spend. Do you not think they should spend?
I said I don't think they will.
Right. And I agree with your point about, Mike Evans, his home is probably best where it is. But in terms of the running backs, like there's 3 really, really good running backs that are available. You don't think they should throw money at any of them? The Saquon, Josh Jacobs, Derrick Henry trio that we've been talking about on the station this week?
No, Derrick Henry's going to be 30. If you could get him for a good price, of course. But if you get him for a good price, he's going to stay in Tennessee. And I don't think Barkley's going anywhere. And Josh Jacobs, what did he do this past season? He was great 2 years ago, and there's no guarantee. Now, Derrick Henry played in his own scheme. It took him a while to learn it, and then he was great. So it's also, do you want another guy that's never played in it who might not be able to adjust to it?
All right, this is interesting. I'm just not going to accept that. This is John McClain, and John, this is your last show with us. And just kind of wanted to give you the floor, man. You've been doing this a long time on this station, and we all enjoy all the moments we've had with you. Just wanted to give you this time to kind of say your goodbye.
Well, I appreciate everybody that I've worked with for 24 years on the mic, behind the mic, guys like Tyler and Figgy and Ben, and guys like Brandon, who was great to work with on SportsRadio610.com. I had a great time working with Brandon, writing columns and posting our podcast with Sean Pendergast and Sarah Fraser, the big boss, and then Parker Hillis. They treated me great. I've been treated like royalty by the Chronicle. My first 14 years at KTRH, my last 24 at 610. And you never know, just because I won't be on 610 doesn't mean I'm going to be like an old soldier and just fade away.
Oh, yeah. No, John, I just want to echo my end of it. Working with you and getting to edit your stuff, man, being around you, man, it's really been an honor. Kind of a bittersweet day because we get to talk to you. We get to chop it up and talk ball, but then also it's the last time, man. I really want to thank you for, how kind that you've been to me, on behind the scenes, personally and professionally, man. It has been a true honor to be around you, man.
I'm glad when I was speaking at Sam Houston State and you were a student, I was nice to you.
Yeah.
Then you end up being one of my bosses. And I've been treated so well by people here ever since I tweeted this week about being laid off. Those had over 1,900,000 views and almost 37,000 engagements. So I appreciate all the listeners, the readers, and everybody. I'll still be doing my 6 shows in other cities, Texans Radio, and I do KRIV 1 or 2 mornings a week. And I shoot a video with Mattress Mac, so I'm not going away. Guys, thank you very much. And tell Clint, tell him I said, bye, I'll be listening next week. Y'all have a blast in Vegas.
All right. Thank you, John.
Appreciate
Echo everything that Brandon said. That is John McClain. The last time he will have his appearance with us, John McClain. As Brandon said, man, it's always been a pleasure with him. I remember when I first started working here, and I was like, oh my God, I'm going to talk to John McClain every Friday.
Man.
Even in Kansas City, you knew John McClain was.
Yeah.
So
I met the guy 15 years ago when I was in college. 15 years ago. So it's full circle for me. I was obviously nobody. So yeah, man, full circle.
So shout out to the General John McClain as he signs off here with the Drive. Coming up, we'll continue rolling on the Drive here as we get you ready for Super Bowl week and heading to Vegas. All of that coming up next on the Drive.
I'll break 1,000 more, baby, before I am through.
All right, before we get to that convo, I got to tell you about these cold Coors Light. I want to start by tipping my cap to all my fellow Coors Light drinkers out there. If you're drinking the world's most refreshing beer, and yeah, hell, you're looking good doing it, man. So just keep on keeping on. If you're not drinking Coors Light,
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Shout out to John McClain, who just joined us for the last time. I'm sure we'll hear him again on the station, but as a regular contributor, it's the last time as he will join us.
I imagine he's going to do plenty for Texans radio.
Yes.
So like Texans All Access.
I would
maybe
imagine.
even some of the pregame shows. Yeah, game day stuff next year. So you'll hear more. You'll still hear some John McClain, some of him. Yeah. Thankfully,
from the text
love
line,
having him around.
We'll miss you, John. Been listening to you since I was a kid. Also, is he retiring? No, he's just leaving. He's just finished his time here doing his weekly segments here with us on Sports Radio 610. The General had a great run. Someone texted in. And then someone texted this one. I love this. You think a person really is serious when they say, like when they lead off with, Ron, it's nothing personal, buddy. That's my favorite part, buddy. Mm-hmm. And you just announced that John McClain has signed off the drive. Well, there's a few of us out here that want to know when you're going to sign off the drive. It's nothing personal. But Big Ron, you're not cut out for this, buddy. You're riding on Clint's coattails.
Why do you give this guy
for
the
too
time
long?
of day?
Now, I think you
here, ain't you?
Need to follow McClain's path. My thing is when you say it's nothing personal.
It's not personal. I just want you to not. I just don't want you to earn your living anymore.
What an asshat! Don't give these asshats the time of day. This is gonna piss me off.
Hey, nothing personal, Ron. But take up construction.
It's nothing personal.
Hey, friend, texting is just not for you, bud. I'm going to need you to stop
I want to tell
texting.
the person,
Hey, nothing personal. Go back to school.
Like, I wonder if the person types it for real like this. Like, this really isn't personal, man. I'm just thinking.
No, it's a troll coming out from underneath their bridge thinking they're smart. And whenever they think they're being clever, they're just coming off as a jackass.
I was going to say, hey, man, like in the future.
It's like somebody said,
if you're not trying to come off as personal, it's personal.
It's like no disrespect, but your breath stinks.
The buddy,
it's
the buddy part is my favorite.
Go back under your bridge, troll. Dumbass.
Hey man, nothing personal. But we're wondering when you are gonna sign off.
That person also hate listens to you. Like they probably genuinely don't like you, but they also, I bet, listen to hate you. Which by the way, also works in this business. Just so you know.
In my heart, I truly believe that person typed that and didn't think they were being personal.
You're not cut out for this, but you got the number one afternoon show in the fourth biggest market. You're not cut out for it.
This could be his opinion that it's due to Clint.
I'm just over the jackass.
I don't want to make it personal, but that person could also be stupid.
They most likely are.
I'm just saying it's possible. I don't know. I don't know the person. They could be dumb. So maybe they did text that thinking that they weren't being personal.
You're right, and it's not their fault if they're dumb, right? I mean, if you're a low IQ individual, most of the times it's just kind of something you're born with. It's not your fault, friend.
I just wanted to know, like it's kind of personal. If you miss, because I really think, man, I really like you. It's not personal. It is. Doug, you gotta read. Like I challenge that person who sent that in. I want you to try that in another message and try to do it. If you're not trying to be personal, try to do it. Like I would help. Like I'll help you. Like, hey, Ron, man, it's nothing personal. Just for me, your style is just not my cup of tea, man. And I can see that you work hard, but it's just not, my cup of tea, man. And just not for me. Yeah. I can get that.
Yeah.
Like, that's not personal. I think that's
matter of preference.
That's what you're trying to push across.
But then instead, he said, "Don't let the door hit you."
I want you to go.
Let a good Lord split you.
I want you to stop being able to support your family.
Like, hey, Ron, I know you changed zip codes, area codes, and every other kind of code to move down here, you and your whole family. But get on up out of here, man.
As the
not personal though.
As the visionary here, I've got an idea. of what I'm going to do. We're going to be on Radio Row next week. Brandon, you'll be around. Clint will be around. And Radio Row, usually you have, interviews with a lot of different people from a lot of different walks. And I know we already got some planned. I won't give them away. We got some planned from different walks. This is my plan. Because I keep seeing these potential prop bets of will Kelsey propose on the field after the game to Taylor Swift.
That's so whack.
Stop.
He might, but that's whack.
I don't think he will. But do you think he proposes by the end of the year? Do you think that Taylor gets a ring from Travis by the end of the year? And honestly, I think I'm gonna pose that question to every single person that joins the show next week. The opening question will be, Tyler, to every one of them, hey, real quick before we get started, you think Taylor going to get a ring from Kelsey by the end of the year?
I like this. I like this idea a lot.
It feels like you're trolling, hey, Ron, it's not personal, guy. It feels like you're trolling him.
I am. I feel like it'll break the ice.
Because he's going to hate that. He's like, oh, this guy that I want to go follow McClain.
You know what? You probably are. He probably is.
But all the more reason to do it also.
He probably is. But no, I think this is done. I don't think he's going to propose on the field. I'll be surprised. Okay.
You would be surprised if these super famous people took the Super Bowl as the place to announce their engagement?
Yeah, I would. I'd be surprised.
Come on, Ron.
I'd be surprised.
You've lived enough life for that, dog.
I think by the end of the year, this thing is sewn up. And I think by the end of the year, these two are engaged. I would make that bet. Is there a bet? Does your bookie have that, Tyler? I would make that bet by the end.
I'll check.
By the end of 24, I bet Kelsey proposes.
Let me ask y'all this: as two married men, okay, let's put the publicity stunt element of it to the side. Publicity to the side. How long does it take to know? They've been together for a few months now.
I don't even know how long they've been together, to be honest with you. We know they were together before it was public at the first game she attended.
Yeah, but you can track. Him and his brother were on the podcast talking about him trying to get into the concert. It
was
long
around
ago.
that time frame.
Yeah, so it wasn't before that. I don't think, because it didn't seem like he knew her well enough to do what he was trying to do just to be a Swiftie. So let's just start there. That's not quite a year ago, or maybe roughly, but not quite a year ago. By the end of the year, it'll be more than a year.
By the end of the year, that feels perfect.
Yeah, that's why you piqued my interest when you said it.
That's around the time frame I proposed.
Yeah, I think
about a year and a half in or so.
I think a year some change is enough, especially if you spend enough time together. A year and some change is enough to know. Wouldn't you agree? Do y'all agree?
It's
enough time, right?
Because a lot of people think this thing is going to end. A lot of people think they're going to break up.
Oh, they are going to break up.
No, it's true love.
They're going to break up.
They're not breaking up.
It feels so real.
They're going to break up. But the point is, are they going to get married first?
They're not.
No, this is
forever.
Do they break up before they get married or after?
The divorce rate in this country is pretty high.
I think they're at least 20 years. Okay, I think they're at least 15 years.
All right, my guy.
I think they're at least, counting this year, I think they're at least 15 years.
Okay, my
You
guy.
don't think this is lasting?
Oh, they seem so happy, B.
Why would it?
Too much money involved.
Yeah. It doesn't have to, man. They live in an alternate universe, man. The happily ever afters that we covet and romanticize. I don't know if people of that type of fame and wealth covet it the same way. You know, they'll have their time and then they'll move on.
Someone texted in, football offseason is going to destroy them. They break up before next season. No, I don't think so, man.
It's in play.
Football offseason is going to draw them closer.
Yeah, they're going to have more time to be in the sack.
Do you think?
You can really start working on some things, start communicating more about what you're looking for, what positions.
Do you think them having more time together is a negative thing for their relationship?
Yeah, I think the older you are, I think the older you get, and they're in their mid-30s now. I'm the exact same age as both of them. I feel like the older you get, the more that time together can put a strain, especially if you're used to time apart.
Yeah, for this person, somebody texted in a great point. He's not proposing on the field because what if they lose? He's not. You don't plan that one. You think Correa would have still proposed if they lost that game?
I think that's a prereq.
You can't do it.
Even
did Correa have a ring with him?
Yes,
he did.
But even if you have the ring,
he had Ken Rosenthal holding it for him.
It's a prereq 100% that your team's got to win the game.
Yes.
Got to.
Got to. Or you're going to look like, I mean.
That'd be tight if somebody did it in a loss.
And especially if you're Travis Kelce. Like, if you've won as much as him, you probably could, but you probably shouldn't also because you're Travis Kelce.
If you lose, where do you do it?
Yeah, the team behind you celebrating, dogpiling like Gatorade showers, and you're just on a knee
in the corner
after taking an L?
In the corner of the locker room?
Yeah.
Like, where do you.
That would be the. Oh, that's a bad look for anybody.
Yeah, no.
Somebody said she's gone during OTAs. Man, Travis may not go to OTAs. I don't know if she's cut out to. I mean,
if they lose,
is Taylor ready to live in Kansas City?
Come on, man, they can live anywhere. They have a gajillion dollars. They will live in the best of whatever it is.
She may have to live there a little bit. I don't know if she wants to.
She got enough money to recreate Kansas City. She can move there and just redo the place if she wants.
I think these two are engaged and together at least 15 years.
Yeah, man. I don't know.
I believe. All right.
Yeah. If they lose, he's got to wait until her next tour, until her next performance, and then he can maybe do it at a Swifty show.
I don't think it's public.
Oh, it's going to be public.
I don't think it's a public
Now
proposal.
You're just missing a moment.
I don't think it's going to be a public proposal. We'll hear and get pictures.
Okay.
No, you're right. It's in public. It's going Saturday Night Live something. It's going to be in public. All right. We've talked about, and John McClain did earlier, the number one thing, this thing for this offense needs to improve its run game. Its run game needs to improve. Who do you want the Texans to go after? There are running backs out there. Who do you want the Texans to go after? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Advanced hair. Their treatments, bald spots, receding hairlines, thinning, men, women, young, old. It doesn't matter, man. Advanced hair is the real deal, and they're available.
Or your money back. With all the parts you need at the prices you want, it's easy to bring home the win. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. As Brandon Scott is in, Clint is out today, but he'll be back with us as we are in Vegas. I like that, man. Hey, man, y'all think Taylor Swift gonna get that ring from Travis by end of 24? Like that. That's gonna be right there. That's gonna break the ice.
I like that one right there.
Only person who would have an issue with it is if it was Jim Nantz.
Yeah. I think that's also a good barometer, a good way to tell if that's somebody.
The red carpet, we're wanting to get into a controversy.
Like, do you not think that'll be a good way to tell if that's somebody that you want on the show or not?
I mean, I might cut the interview.
Yeah, like if
that's a good point. If they don't have a good answer, all right, thanks for stopping by.
Even if they don't have a good answer,
is
like
if they think they're above it.
Yeah, if they don't respect, they don't get the show. If they don't respect the question, they don't get the show.
Trying to get in a controversy.
Yeah. At that point, you say, well, hey, really, thanks for stopping by. We enjoyed our time with you. It was great talking. Catch you next Radio Row.
Yeah.
You get them in and out?
We're not catching the vibe here.
That's the way it's got to go.
See you later.
Yeah. Ass.
Number one show in the city here. We got expectations.
Yeah. And what helps us become number one is knowing
the questions that need answered.
Yeah. You just shut up and let me do my job.
Come on, man.
You think I run in the gym down there?
Oh, God, I want you to.
Face to face. I'll get Jim.
I want you to so bad.
Nah, the New York Post made a good observation. Jim is much more likely to be, like, what circles are we going to be, rubbing shoulders in? Because I'm just not sure if Jim is grimy enough to be with the people the way that we're going to be with the people.
Hey, Jimbo.
Unless we get into some type of pristine, you know what I mean, type of party or something.
You don't think he'll make his rounds?
On Radio
Row?
I think that might be beneath him. Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Radio Row?
Yeah, you're right. Time to get down to the controversy.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right. We've been talking about this, man. And listen, there are a lot of running backs out there. I'm going to make it very clear. I wonder where you're on this, Tyler, because I'm going to make this very clear. I do think that the Texans, I disagree with what John McClain said. I do think that the Texans, well, I guess John didn't say they shouldn't get one, but I disagree with the thought that the Texans don't need to go out and get a back.
He ain't sound like he wanted them.
The idea.
Yeah, no, he ain't sound like he wanted them
to go and get a back. Rather, he said he didn't want it or he didn't think they would do it. I disagree with that. I think, honest to God, I think the running back position is about to be that market inefficiency that, like, the Patriots took advantage of when nobody really looked at tight ends as being big-time game changers, and then they went and got Hernandez and Gronk together and changed the offense a little bit now. We see how tight ends can be so effective, and tight ends at times can be as big play as wide receivers, but they just didn't cost as much. Or you could draft them later, like George Kittle. The two top tight ends for the last 5-10 years are Kittle and Kelsey, and Kittle goes in the 5th round and Kelsey in the 3rd.
Yeah.
So I mean, you can get these guys later, and now we're starting to see people put more of an emphasis on tight ends. I think running back is about to be that, because running backs don't cost huge amount of money. Like Jonathan Taylor got $26.5 guaranteed.
Worth it. Worth every penny.
He got $26.5 guaranteed. And I know Titus Howard got 10 plus million more guaranteed than him. Titus comes out to 18 per. But the guaranteed number was up over 38 million that he got. And he's a right tackle, right? Like that got that. So the market does not cause you to spend major money, but we see Christian McCaffrey's an MVP candidate.
Yeah. and took the San Francisco 49ers over the hump, put them over the hump. Obviously, they added Brock Purdy, substituted Brock Purdy in for, Jimmy Garoppolo / Trey Lance, but it's the Christian McCaffrey effect that has made that offense what it is.
But Saquon Barkley, we saw they had issues all over the field this year. Last year, that's a guy that helped this team, and he was their number one weapon, their best player to get to the playoffs and win a game, right? So we're seeing that running backs can have major impact on the field like other big-time offensive players. So I disagree with the thought that you don't bring in a running back because you got a lot of money to spend. That position won't cost you as much. It is clearly a need and a failure spot that you had last year. And they got big-time guys that can really be dynamic players for this offense. And I think there are a lot of guys out there that you can go and do this with. I love it. The Saquon Barkley, love it. He'd be the number one guy that I'm targeting. Josh Jacobs, love it. Austin Eckler, a guy that's a dual threat from the backfield, running the ball and catching the ball. I don't like him as much as others. But, Tony Pollard is open, a guy that can run it and catch it as well. Those guys are dynamic players that can make big chunk plays repeatedly, and you have that missing from your offense. I love all of those as an option. I do not love Derrick Henry. I will say that right now. I am not a fan of Derrick Henry. Tyler, you in that? Tyler, would you be a fan of Derrick Henry coming in?
Absolutely not. No.
Really?
Nope. No.
Yeah. Good, I'm with you.
Nope, that goes directly against every philosophy I have about running backs in the NFL.
Hold on. Would you have an issue with them signing any of them?
I mean, obviously the money matters. That would go into the decision, but for the most part, no, I don't want older running backs. I do not want running backs that aren't on the younger side.
This is interesting. Would you have a problem with them giving $26 million guaranteed to Josh Jacobs or Saquon Barkley? You would say no to that.
That's so much. I could
just to be clear, I would not. I would say yes immediately.
My knee jerk is absolutely no. Josh Jacobs is the only guy that I would want to hear about, but that's a lot of money.
You got to stop making.
That's a lot of money. No,
you got to stop making a hard line on.
No,
there are some. Listen. I think. Would you agree? Would you agree, Brandon? It's this year because Tyler, the money they have. Yeah. They have a huge amount of money, and there's just not spots where you're like, yo, man, they got to get a quarterback.
Yeah.
Right? They have to get a corner. They have to get a edge rusher. I don't think that.
And I think Saquon very specifically here is worth that. Like, out of all of the guys that we're talking about, I do feel like Jacobs 2 years ago, I would have said is worth that. Last year kind of concerns me a little bit, but Saquon is the only one I would say with my chest definitively, yes, he is worth $26 million guaranteed, and then whatever else the rest of the money is, do it. Like, we don't have to have much of a conversation about this. Do it. My thing is I don't think that that's going to be, A, in play because the Giants are better off actually trying to keep Saquon, and then B, I think the lesser money that you could spend on a Derrick Henry would allow you to still do other things and address other areas.
To pay Saquon, like they're going to not just franchise mess with him again.
Yeah, whatever it is, whether it's a franchise or to pay him. Yeah, I think that they're better off with Saquon, and so they'll figure out a way to keep him. Yeah, I do think that.
We'll see.
I think for the same reasons that you want Saquon and everybody around Houston wants Saquon is the same reasons why
we'll
the
see.
New York Giants should be keeping him, because they don't have nothing else going for themselves, to be clear. And we know that.
We'll see, because if they franchise him, obviously it's the second time they franchised him, and that number is going to be a big hit, which would be just like, well, why don't you just sign him? That number will grow from what it was last year, obviously. And then it's a thought of, is Saquon ready to move on? That also too, is Saquon ready to move on?
He might be, and if he is, I think it's like, to me, it's just a pretty obvious idea. He's a great talent. The only concern is the durability. I would take the risk on it because he's just that dynamic of a player. But again, that is the argument for me for Derrick Henry. For as old as he is and all of that, he doesn't have the same durability concerns, and he big as hell. To me, that just matters.
Yeah, I mean, Christian had durability concerns too.
Yeah,
he had some injuries.
And Derrick Henry's been good recently. Like, he did not show signs of significant decline. He's not the Derrick Henry of 4 or 5 years ago, but also he played behind an offensive line that was terrible and was still productive.
I know this may sound bad because he was the second leading rusher in the game last year, although be it with the most attempts. I watched Derrick Henry, and not just the games that he played the Texans, but I watched Derrick Henry several times. I watched him against the Dolphins. I did catch a lot of bad Derrick Henry games. I watched the last game of the season against the Jags where he had, a really good game. Derrick looks like he's about to hit that wall.
All right.
To me, he looks like. And listen, I think Derrick would be an improvement over what they had last year. I will not deny that.
I'm not asking for the Derrick Henry that we are talking about, or the Derrick Henry that we're used to, the one that was going for 200-plus yards every game for the Texans. I don't feel like I need him to be that Derrick Henry. If I did, then we'd be having a different conversation. But I don't think you need that version of Derrick Henry. For the version of Derrick Henry that you need and for the amount of money that I suspect that you'll have to pay him, I think it would definitely be worth it. Now, if you're telling me, hey, you're signing Derrick Henry up to be the dude that was shattering records and going for 200-plus yards against the Texans a couple of years ago and all that, then, I'm going to push back a little bit. I'm going to say, nah, that's not what this is. But for the role, like, this is C.J. Stroud's offense. This is not going to be the Arthur Smith's, Ryan Tannehill's Tennessee Titans where we lean on Derrick Henry. If that's the plan, then we're having a different conversation. But it's not. It's lean on C.J. Stroud to build you a lead and then have Derrick Henry available to you to keep the lead and put the game away.
Let me ask you guys this. Do you all get the sense and feel that Derrick Henry is still a dynamic player? A dynamic player in terms of a guy that's like, this is a dude that puts a ton of fear in people, in coordinators' minds. This is a guy that is big play ability.
But
you still feel that? For
yes,
him?
But to a lower degree than it's ever been.
Yeah,
I don't feel he's dynamic.
And also, to answer your question, kind of. But again, that's not what I'm asking him to be. I'm asking him to be a brute.
And I feel like the Texans need to get another dynamic
and they can
player.
draft one. They can draft one. So go get one. So go draft one. But they also need a badass. They also need to be more physical. They also need to be able to run the damn football in the cold, in the rain, or when the passing game is not working, whatever the case may be. They need to be able to control the game after they've gotten the lead. The way Kansas City was able to control the game, from start to finish because they had a running back that they could depend on in Isaiah Pacheco. Like, I feel like Derrick Henry offers you the best late season option as a running back. And that's kind of, maybe it's the recency bias for me, but I'm viewing it that way.
I look at this, boy. Saquon Barkley would have been the third best receiver on this team last year. And he is nasty. He is dynamic. He can take the ball.
Go get him
from anywhere. He can go play receiver.
Go get him.
That dynamic element.
Yeah. If he's ready to go and the Giants are ready to let him go get him.
Someone has just made an excellent point. Ron, I think you're supposed to sit out running back conversations. Coming up next.
What up, DJ?
The Rockets. It's unnecessary, man. The Rockets. Damn it, I really, really believed in Dameon Pierce. The Rockets, they got one tonight against the Raptors. We'll get you ready for that. And stuff coming out of Baltimore that, to me, should have been a no-brainer, and a big weekend in college basketball, including right here with U of H and a team that I know and love very much. We'll get into that. All of that coming up next on a little 5 o'clock fire.
Been injured in an accident? If so, you ought to know this. No question about it. You have the right to hold the negligent party accountable.
o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty, who is not here today, he will be rolling with us as he returns in Vegas next week. But in his spot, B. Scott. Brandon Scott is with us. So you got B. Scott, the DILF.
The big DILF.
And I can't wait to say that on Radio Row. I'm going to say it loud. The DILF and Psycho T/T Mill.
Oh, King Dingaling in there.
That fella. He is, and we've got the latest. The latest is the Rockets. They got one tonight at a day off after they took an L to the Pelicans the other night. They got a day off. They're 3 games under 500. B. Scott, 22-25. I think they're still in the 11th spot. They're in the 11th spot in the West there, but a game or so behind those in that 10th spot. And to me, man, the Raptors are a bad team.
Yep.
And traded their best player to the Pacers. They're a bad team. 13 wins on the season, I believe. These are the games that you got to have. These are the games when we look at guys like Udoka who are looking to win right now, looking to win this year, trying to get into at least the play-in. Got to have these home games, which you've been really good for the most part this season at home. Got to have these games. But, Brandon, it feels like to me we're in, I don't want to say a danger zone, but let's write this zone. 7-10 in January, and now starting this month. Shout out to you. Happy Black History Month, Tyler. This month.
Thank you.
You're welcome. They're kicking this thing off. It feels like they need to kind of make a little move here to kind of get themselves back into the fold here.
Well, since you did mention Black History Month and us being on Radio Row, I am very intrigued to see how the public at large, the Radio Row public at large, is going to respond and receive your energy, if I will, your energy and personality paired with Clint's. And God forbid that I join y'all at any point. I know I will on Wednesday more than likely. So yeah, I cannot wait to see that first and foremost. On to the Rockets. I feel like the issue with their inconsistency lately has been a couple of things. Bad luck health-wise and a more rugged schedule that they've run into. Well, this is an easier part of the schedule, okay? The Pelicans, decent team. The Lakers, I know you know, unfortunately are not as good as Lakers fans probably want them to be.
Don't know.
And they're closer to being the caliber with the Rockets than they probably should be. But that's where they are. But the Raptors are not, should not be in your class. You should go out there, especially with a day's rest, especially with the way that Jalen Green's been playing, the way that Alperen Sengun has played really overall. And I think he was questionable because of an illness. I'm not sure if he's going to play. But either way, they should take care of business, absolutely. I think part of the inconsistency has been the schedule. This is a lighter part of the schedule, and you're at home.
And I'm going to be honest with you, man. Games like this is where I was hoping to see the greatest factor of having Udoka as the head coach. And
games like this one against the Raptors?
Yes, and I'll explain.
Okay.
One of the things that would get me about this team here in the past, and I think it's gotten better, but there's still been some leakage with this is, I can see the Rockets showing up to play LeBron and AD.
Yeah.
I can see them showing up to play Zion. I could see, the Bucks are coming. I could see it. The Sixers are coming. All right, the Celtics are coming. I can see them. The Warriors, that's one of the Warriors and the Nuggets. Those are two of their favorites to really get themselves gassed up. I said
Jalen likes the Lakers.
Jalen
Green likes the Lakers.
The Lakers, Nuggets, and Warriors are the ones, and the Warriors are behind them, but they get themselves juiced up for those teams. It's these games. It's the Raptors. It's the Hornets. It's the Trailblazers.
Did you say the Spurs yet?
It's the Spurs.
Yeah.
It's those teams. It's the Pistons. It's those teams.
They almost lost to the Pistons.
It's the Wizards. It's those teams that they go and do what the Celtics did last night. The Celtics played the Lakers without AD and LeBron and just had like 9 turnovers in the first quarter and just sit there with it.
Yeah.
Like these are the games where I was hoping Udoka would have the biggest impact, and I think it has gotten better. They have I've seen them times just beat the brakes off the Hornets, but like you said, they've had some close calls against teams they shouldn't. I want to see the same effort that they do when they play the Lakers than when they play the Raptors tonight. And this one, like that Lakers game, was it close? They beat the hell out of them. It was 30, in the second half. I want to see that kind of effort and performance tonight, and I think that's something that I would believe Udoka would get through with these younger groups.
Yeah, I do think that the effort has been better and the effort has been there. There are times I think still when, and I don't think that they're coached to do this. I think sometimes maybe they just go rogue, but when, they take some bad shots and they're just overall not a good shooting team. But, everything comes back to how they defend. And the Raptors
that fell off.
And to your point about this, the Udoka effect and the opportunity that's in front of you with this game specifically, you should be able to go out there with the gains that you've made defensively, personnel-wise, and with your coaching. You should be able to go out there and ratchet up the defense against a Raptors team that's not very good. Like, you should be able to apply pressure against a Raptors defense or against a Raptors team, and your offense should be feeding off of and predicated on your defensive effort. I also like that one of the texters, the 346, mentioned they need to turn Cam loose during those games. Talking about Cam Whitmore. Hey, man, put him in the game, coach.
Let me tell you what.
Like, let's go.
Let me tell you what, Tyler. Cam Whitmore, he going to get him up.
Yeah. Never met a shot he didn't like.
Cam, the other night.
You've been saying he's the guy to be watching on these game nights.
But he's getting them up, baby. I'm telling you, he had the second most attempts on the team the other night.
I love getting it up.
Yeah, and also let's say you are resigned to the Rockets' development. How many games they win, how much progress they make. Say you're resigned to that, and you just want to straight up be entertained. Oh, Cam Whitmore will entertain you.
Every time
Jalen Green even will entertain you at times.
Cam saw LeBron, he was going to try to dunk.
Oh, dude! And then did you see him in this last game?
I was disappointed.
Take off of a jump ball. He just takes it, and it looked like he put his head down and never looked in front of him, and just marched down the court and did a spin move and was right there at the rim to dunk it.
I got to say, I was thinking about that. I was a little disappointed in LeBron's physical effort in terms of his appearance that he gave us that night. He made himself look real old.
He definitely wasn't trying to get dunked on. I saw that.
Not even just the dunk. Yeah, he got out the way.
He kind of turned around like, I don't know what's going on behind me.
Clearly, LeBron's using some beer, some Just for Men or something. He didn't use any of it that night. The gray was coming through.
Yeah.
He didn't get a haircut for coming to Houston. I know he could have gone somewhere. I was really disappointed.
But I've got a reverse thought on whenever you let yourself go appearance-wise. That to me tells me you're ready to ball. Like, to me, when you
He don't do every city like that.
Yeah, when your edge up's not right, or you haven't dyed the beard, whatever it is.
Is LeBron's edge up ever right?
Yes, it has to be to hold it.
He should stop edging it. He needs to cut it all off.
Well, we know that, but he acted like he was. He acted like he was going to Salt Lake.
Nah, see,
he acted like he was going to Indiana. That's the kind of haircut and hair that he gave.
How do Mormons wear their hair?
Yeah. Just like, hey, man,
it's not like LeBron.
It's no,
or me,
I didn't mean
or
it
Ron.
I didn't mean it like
by
that.
the way,
I meant it like hey, man, it's Utah.
Yeah,
I ain't gotta get.
Okay, I got you now.
Like Houston is one. Houston's got to be one to say, hey, I need to get it right.
If not if you're LeBron, what? Yes. Me and you got to get edged up.
You got to get it right. LeBron.
Oh, my God. No,
he said, hell, man.
LeBron James?
We're going to Oklahoma City tonight, man. I could pass on a haircut.
Yeah. Houston, but I would expect you to play better than that. But you did notice, though, when Cam Whitmore started to light them up the other night, he went and checked them. He went and said, okay, I guess I got to guard this kid. He did do that. Cam came.
That gray was just, it was
he
too
had like those
gray,
last 12 points of the first quarter, whatever it was, and LeBron's like, well, hell no.
Yeah, it was too much gray. I'd be disappointed if I was his partner. I ain't going to say nothing, but I'd be disappointed.
You'd be rich, too.
5 o'clock fire.
That's the one person who want everybody to shut up about him cutting his hair off.
Yeah.
Is that barber. All right. John Harbaugh, the coach of the Ravens, who I think most people expected to be playing in the Super Bowl, lost last week. He says this of Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson is to have a bigger role in the game plan moving forward. Harbaugh said Lamar is a driver, and he needs to have more input in what's going on in the car. We just come to this? So you hold on. He wasn't having input?
Thanks for playing.
What? He wasn't having more of an impact or a role in the game plan? Is that why he never took the ball and ran it?
That's ridiculous. I've thought. What was that profile that I read on ESPN.com about how he's taking ownership, how he's got a different look in his eye? Like they're talking about him like he's got that maniacal competitive streak in him, like he's a Mahomes or a Jordan kind of space now, where he's like, I got to get a Super Bowl. Like, you mean that guy is setting that kind of tone in your locker room, and y'all haven't already taken that step? I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Come to the realization now after this game. All right, our next step is we're gonna have Lamar have a bigger role in the game plan.
No,
was that all Todd?
I don't believe it. I don't believe that.
That is. Hell, he's saying it. Jim maybe, but Jim's a liar. But John's never been known of as a liar. Lamar more of a role in the game plan. Interesting.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a problem if there was any room for him to have more of a role. Like, I struggle to understand that.
Like right now,
you know what I mean?
CJ should have an enormous role in the game plan next year.
Yes,
I tell you what,
like CJ Stroud,
right now, the ball every play,
year two, but where he is, like this, like I'll say this, like there's some quarterbacks, like what's my man in Tennessee, Will Levis. Will Levis should not have a big input in the game plan.
You don't think Kenny Pickett should have been telling Matt Canada what to do?
Kenny Pickett shouldn't have a big input in the game plan. Like they've not arrived at that point yet.
Yeah, right.
You know, I don't know if Brock Purdy with Kyle Shanahan should not have a huge input in the game plan.
That's more of a Shanahan thing than a Purdy thing. Yeah, I think Purdy could help you, but I trust Shanahan.
Yeah, maybe Purdy tells him some things he likes.
Yeah,
but not a big. Lamar and CJ and Mahomes and Rodgers. Well, Rodgers is calling the offense. Like they should have
and bringing in Randall Cobb and Alan Lazard.
Yeah, like
and Nate Hackett.
Like if I ever heard D'Amico come out next year, maybe this past year, I get it. D'Amico come out next year and said, "Boy, we just not really letting CJ have enough involvement in the game plan." Hell, him and Bobby and Gerard ought to be all three sitting down, putting our heads together with this thing.
And they say no.
I tell you this though,
unreal.
Whoever game plan it was, whoever idea it was, when the Ravens played your Chiefs to not run the damn ball. Whether that's Lamar, Todd Monken, I don't give a damn who it was. Whoever game plan that was, that's the person that need to have less say in the game plan or let the other person have more say. Like whoever's going to tell them, hey, let's run the ball when we're running it well, or let's have a little bit more of a balanced attack when we're the Baltimore doggone Ravens, that's somebody that needs to be speaking up, whoever it is.
Let's stay in the family. Jim Harbaugh, he was introduced as a Chargers coach. You have been, as much as anybody I know, you have been high on the Justin Herbert bandwagon.
Yeah.
I think, Tyler, did you pick Herbert 2 years ago to win the MVP?
I sure as heck did, man.
So you've jumped off that, I believe.
Yeah.
You think Jim is going to be the answer to get the highest level out of Justin Herbert? Do you think we're going to see Justin Herbert take off even more than he has?
Yeah, Harbaugh is a fixer, and I think, like, to me,
I'm very nervous.
Herbert's talent.
I'll be honest with you.
Herbert's talent is undeniable to me. So, like, anybody who's not in on his talent, I just don't understand what you're watching or seeing or what you believe in. But, yeah, no, I think Harbaugh's track record shows that he is a fixer. He is a winner. He's never failed, basically. He knows what he's doing with quarterback, knows a thing or two about quarterback, played it himself, has coached it well. So, yeah, it's hard to look at Jim Harbaugh's pedigree and his past accomplishments and Justin Herbert's raw talent and ability and feel like this is not a match made in heaven. I would be shocked if this does not work out.
I'm concerned for the Texans, even more concerned for the Chiefs since they're in their division. Yeah, I think the Chargers are going to be a team that reaches the potential that we thought they should. and they're going to be in the mix in the AFC. I believe that high. I mean, he's 44-19. He's weird as hell.
Yes.
And I think he's most weird because I don't think he is as weird as he is, but I think he's trying to act weird, which is weird. He tries to make himself look older. His glasses don't have to be bifocals like it appears that they are. They are always hanging lower down from his face. He looks like he's trying to look like his dad on purpose.
Well, he don't have to try very hard though.
I know, but he looks like he's doing it even more.
He doesn't have to try very hard. It looked like old Daddy Harbaugh spit him out.
Yeah,
he couldn't deny him if he wanted to.
Early on, right now, I don't know. I've got the Chargers as a playoff team next year.
Yeah, no, I'd be shocked.
I'm going to do it right now.
I wouldn't be shocked. I would be. No, I'm saying I would be shocked if they were not.
Oh, yeah.
I
would be shocked.
No, if Harbaugh, maybe not next year, but if the overall Harbaugh / the Harbaugh-Herbert pairing does not succeed, does not win at least a playoff game, I would be shocked.
Yeah.
Playoffs?
Yeah, man. That fourth place schedule they get to roll through is something fantastic for them.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, this weekend, a big weekend in college basketball. Multiple top 10 matchups. Kentucky, they're going to play Tennessee. Also Duke, Carolina. And then the big one around here, and a big one for me as well, tomorrow, the University of Houston. I think the top 2 teams in the Big 12. Houston is going to travel to Lawrence. I don't know if they've played there before. I don't ever remember U of H playing in Allen Fieldhouse before.
I don't have a recollection
I've watched
of it either. No,
every Kansas game since like 1990. They're going to face the Kansas Jayhawks in Allen Fieldhouse, a battle of top 8 teams in the country. This will be a big game for the top, towards the top of the Big 12.
Go Cougs, that's my guy.
Sure, I'm going to be going the other way.
Jayhawks going
down. We'll see. Houston's going to play football half the way in there, and it's going to be entertaining. It's going to be a big game. If the game is, and I'll give them up quickly. If the game is in the 50s and 60s, I think the edge big time goes to Houston and their play. If it's up in the 70s and beyond, I think that means probably Kansas.
Yeah, no, you already know what Houston's about. Like, they're going to play defense, they're going to play physical, they might even frustrate you a little bit, and they're going to be mostly poised in the clutch. Like, if it becomes a close game, that often is, and I know we're talking about Kansas here, but that is often advantage U of H, advantage Houston with Kelvin Sampson and how he kind of keeps a collection of poised, calm players. So, yeah, man, that is a marquee Big 12 matchup, even if it is going to be ugly, even if U of H makes it ugly.
This will be the first of 2. The second one is the last game of the regular season here at the Fertitta Center at U of H.
We got to fall in that thing.
Oh, I will be in it.
Yeah. I'm going to go to antagonize you.
I've already got tickets.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I'm
in there.
I don't think I'll pay to go. But
Mom and father-in-law are flying in for it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
A true fan experience. Yeah, I'm a nickel and dime my way in there, but yeah, we'll do it.
It'll be a good one. I can't wait for this weekend in college basketball. I'm gonna sit on my ass and watch a lot of this. All right, coming up, I can feel. I don't want to say feel. I can understand the pain much more after I asked Brandon Scott and Tyler Milner a question about the Texans. I can understand your pain as a Texans fan. We'll discuss that coming up next.
It felt like it ripped my nuts off.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen.
They say what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Not when you follow sports. New Twitch and YouTube live stream. Every show, every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron, you're not in Kansas anymore.
Good one.
I got that one. God. What I would say to you is, hey, tomorrow Houston may have a problem.
Dude, you beat me to it. You might as well say, Houston, do you have a problem?
I'm about to walk out.
Good Lord.
No, but
I'm about to let y'all
to
have
the
this
texter, LJ Cryer, U of H. No, yeah, listen, I know a lot about him. He slid over from Baylor. I know a lot about L.J. Cryer.
Yeah.
He adds a scoring element to that lacrosse game that they like to play under Kelvin Sampson.
Hey, teach your boys how to squabble.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Tell your boys to get their weight up, man.
It's a good game.
You know what I'm talking about?
Watch out for that Australian. Might catch you off guard. Watch out for that long, lanky Australian.
All right.
Not too bad. Old Johnny Furphy out there. But
they be tough out there, too.
It'll be a good game tomorrow. Big day in college basketball tomorrow. All right. This is a question that I asked Tyler and Brandon earlier. And when I got the answers from them, I said, damn, I can kind of better, I think, understand. As I've said, like, I'm not going to mess with you. Now, some of you all, honestly, it's a personal thing for you. It's an issue for you that you don't hear me openly tell you that I'm a fan of the Texans or the Astros or the Rockets. And really of that is I take the fan thing very serious.
Yeah.
And I know people in this industry that will do what I did, move from markets and go to other markets, and will just try to embrace those teams. I'm not going to lie to you and tell you if I've not been asked to do that before in different times. But to me, I want to be as honest as possible as I can. Like, I'm not going to say I'm a fan of these teams like you are, because you've bled, cried, paid money, done all, lived and died for years with these teams and with the Texans.
And you shouldn't have to lie to kick.
And I'm not on that.
Why would you?
I haven't done that. I'm not on that. Just like if you moved from Houston to Seattle, I don't think within the next 3 years you'd start being a Mariners fan.
No, they would actually be bugged by how much I put on for Houston. Right. It might be a problem even. So it might be.
So I don't call myself a fan. I rooted for them to beat Baltimore. I rooted for them to beat Cleveland. I did. And I root for them. I like the guys in the locker room. I like Greg Grissom. I like Omar. I like the McNair family. You know, Hannah's my homeboy.
We've enjoyed the Astro success.
Yes.
Does this count as us being on your show?
Yeah, that's right. Like Cal, me and him, we get along. We flip burgers.
That's right. Y'all be cooking.
Hold on, Joe. So I want them to do well, except for against one team. I want them to do well.
Cal.
But I felt like I got a better understanding. I see my man Larry. Nothing more. I do. I want Larry to experience a championship.
Hold on, so
at least an AFC championship game. I want him to experience that. I do. I want him to squirm like I am, me and my relatives this week, getting ready for a Super Bowl. I want that for you. I promise you I do. I do. But I got a better understanding. I ask you guys, is this year's team, this team that just finished, this C.J. Stroud, D'Amico Ryans, this group, is this one of the top 5 best Texans teams of all time? And that's since 2002. And you all said easily.
Yeah.
We talked to 3.
Yeah, it's easy.
Brandon, how many teams would you say in the history of the Texans are better than this group?
Yeah, and I'm really only doing it out of respect for those teams. I think you could even argue this team against those teams or with those teams, I think, and a lot to do with the coaching and the quarterback. But I'm going to say the only teams in Texans history that were better than the one that we just watched in 2023 are the 2011 and 2012 teams. I think those are easily the best teams that the Texans have ever had in the history. So the list starts there, 1 and 2, and in that order, 11 and 12. And then after that, I would go 19. I think it's clearly the third best team. The one that went to the divisional round was up 24-0 against Kansas City, and we know how all of that ended. But then after that, like, the only other team that's competing with the Texans for that 4th spot is the 2018 team. And I think the Texans are better than them.
They got further. Yeah,
they got further. You could make the argument.
Both teams won the division.
Both teams won the division, but you could make the argument for the 2018 team because it did have a lot of the pieces of the 2019 team.
Yep.
So you could make that argument, I think. But I would, and they won 9 games in a row. Like, I think that's important too. It's a team that rattled off 9 wins in a row.
Did they start off what?
0-3, I believe.
0-3, yeah.
But then rattled off 9 wins in a row. I don't think you can sneeze at that, even if, whatever you want to say about the schedule. That's significant. And again, it had a lot of the same players in 2019, and then also had Kareem Jackson, also had Jadeveon Clowney, if my memory serves me correctly. Those guys were on those teams. So I think the 2018 team makes a case, but then that leaves you with a fifth. And then the Texans are clearly there if you're going to give the benefit of the doubt to the 2018 team.
Yeah.
So they're possibly fourth, no worse than fifth.
Yeah. And it just put in perspective for me of, man, like if you say it out loud, this was a 10-7 team that got into the playoffs the last week of the season and won the division last week of the season, 10-17, that got to the divisional round, that is one of your top 5 teams. It just puts in perspective, just kind of the tough seasons, the tough times, and the amount of high-level winning that's been done here. Kind of puts in perspective, and like I said earlier, have a little bit more empathy for how a Texans fan feels. I get it. Like Larry and Stafford, I'll let you jump in here.
Yeah, it's up from here, dog. Let them know, Larry.
I got a better.
Hey, let them know. Don't try to play us, Larry. You're trying to play in our face, dog.
I'm just saying, I got a better feeling and understanding of man. Hey, shout out to you, man. I got a little understanding of what you've been going through, Larry. I can understand why you pissed off, why you drinking Hennessy straight.
Let them know, Larry. We good, man. What's up? What's up, Larry?
We see exactly what Show trying to do with that condescension, man.
I'm dead serious.
He's trying to play us, Larry.
Exactly. I ain't going to let him play us because y'all was asking a question about when them U of H Cougars going to play them Jayhawks. I can tell you they played them Jayhawks before, but them Jayhawks ass went missing when Five Slammer Jammer was around because we didn't get a piece of that ass back then when Dream and all them boys was over there. Them Jayhawks was irrelevant. So we know what's going to happen. So it's going to be a good time for basketball over there in Kansas this weekend. We're going to see what them Cougs going to be all about. But I want to hit on a couple of things. Y'all talking about them Texans. B. Scott, you said it. They number 3 for me. That 11 team, that 12 team, and this year's team is probably the best 3 teams. And because I know when Deshaun went to Kansas City and lost that 24-point lead, we still had that silly-ass Bill O'Brien over there, so we knew at some point.
The coaching is a good argument. I do think that team was better, though. Go ahead.
At some point, the wheels was going to come off that bus because he couldn't help himself, man. So with D'Amico and CJ, you got to have that kind of symmetry to be able to go far, and now we got a piece of it. So I'm putting it right over there. And the fact that on that 11 and 12 team, that's when Bray and Arian Foster was doing the business. So can't put nothing past them, boys. Right. But here, I want to talk on a couple of other things real quick. If them silly-ass Rockets trade Jalen Green, man, I'm going to be pissed off. You can't give up on young talent right now, man. Let that dude continue to develop, man. I don't know what the deal is on the Adams trade, but if it's a trade to get another player or something down the line, I'm for it. I know they got a lot of first-round picks over there, but I like Jalen Green, man. Now, all that fingernail polish wearing stuff and all that other, wearing tutus and sleeping with Drea and all that other stuff, I could care less about that. I need him to put up buckets. Last thing before I let y'all go.
I'd have done it, too.
I've been trying to be real respectful of letting the general ass go by and say all this goodbyes and all that other stuff. But see, then when he comes on the radio and say that, well, the Texans ain't going to sign nobody or they shouldn't sign a running back or they shouldn't sign Mike Evans or anybody, they got money, but they shouldn't do it. When he starts talking like that, that just confirms to me that his ass really needs to be gone. And let me explain to you why.
Butt.
See, I missed the general when he was eating those brownies with Barry Warner and getting high with Dan Passerini trying to get on the back of the motorcycle with Farrah Fawcett. But ever since his ass got over there to the Chronicle, and the last 3 years or so, he been riding that Tennessee bandwagon. So, General, I understand that you in the city. I understand you from Waco. We wish you the best. But get your ass on out the way, man, so we can go and take this thing to the 21st century. Hey, Show, y'all ass in trouble when them Cougs get to Kansas tomorrow and I'll holler.
We'll see, and I'm sure you'll call back, Larry.
I'll holler.
If it don't go that way and express yourself. I just want to say, I hear what you're saying, Larry, and I completely disagreed with him. I told him I refused to accept that from John. Anybody out there?
John,
but anybody out there a little nervous that John Wright? Anybody out there a little nervous that maybe that Nick Caserio and company up there are thinking a similar thing of, hey, we don't need to go after those big. We're going to continue to build through the draft and go in a different direction. Anybody nervous thinking of that?
Not that they're not going to do anything. Nervous that maybe they don't do the thing that you want them to do.
The big move.
I think they will make a big move. What is the big move? That is relative. They might view the big move differently than I do, and I can accept that. But no, I am not worried that what John says is going to be true and they're not going to make a big move at all. No, I would be shocked if they don't make a big move. I think they will. Now, what move is that is the question. That's the part that we're not sure about.
I try to put a lot of trust into that.
No, based off of what I've seen, I mean, did you expect them to go? You mentioned this to me in the break. They went and got
I need
whoever
it is who said we're going to trade up from 12 to get Will Anderson.
Yeah.
I need them nuts in the scene.
They still there?
I need them there.
Did they ain't fire nobody this year?
I need them in there. Go ahead, get it, Nick. We buddies now. All right, coming up, apparently Tyler has a going-away present for us, a going-away present to Vegas for us. I can't wait to hear what that is as we close things out here live on The Drive.
Nighttime radio is back on Sports Radio 610.
We might once again be on the doorstep of entering into the golden age of Houston sports.
The Astros are still going to be good. The Texans, they won 10 games. They won the division. They won a playoff game. The Rockets won 23 games last year. They already have 22 wins.
Nighttime radio is back on Sports Radio 610. Area 45 with Bajani and Creighton. Weeknights from 7 to 10.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's 2024. We know all about trends and the cult-like following they have online. But unlike all those trends that come and go, Mountain Dew Baja Blast has been enjoyed by fans since its introduction way back in 2004 and has remained a fan favorite. The longevity of Baja Blast has crossed generations with its ocean-like color and tropical lime flavor that keeps fans coming back for more. It's bold and refreshing, and don't you think that's worth celebrating? We sure do. That's why we're finally giving the people what they want. Baja Blast in stores everywhere. That's right. Baja Blast is now in stores all year long. And for a limited time, with every purchase of Baja Blast in stores and at participating Taco Bell locations, you can collect coins for a chance to get Baja gear or a Taco Bell deal. So what are you waiting for? Pick up some Baja Blast today at a store near you. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18+. Subject to official rules at BajaBlast.com. And 6/15/24. Void where prohibited.
Every little thing. I remember every little thing.
Houston, let's rodeo with Carly Pierce. Wednesday, February 28th. Tickets at rodeohouston.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or
football reasons, and obviously we're going to be in that thing leading up to the game. I can't wait for it.
Yeah, the Brock Purdy conversation is interesting to me. It's becoming bigger than anything else, and it seems to be the number one conversation is, what is Brock Purdy?
That's dumb.
It really is.
Why?
What is Brock Purdy? Who is he this? Is he that? It's the number one story.
I don't get that.
Which is interesting.
I don't get that.
At least it was his first
dog. Week. Christian McCaffrey's right there. Deebo Samuel is right there.
Or you could just talk about Brock and what he's done, and not and not like
that too.
Brock. What is he?
That too. Yes.
I was watching Damian Woody the other days, and man, they got to him. You know how these shows everybody got their turn.
Yeah.
They got to Damian, and he was looking good for a big fella. He was 2 buttons down on his shirt with no tie. Nice pocket square. He said, man, I'm about tired of this damn conversation. That's what he said.
He does keep it real. I always wonder what production meetings are like with him. You know what I mean? Because he is just going to keep it. He's going to keep it a stack.
I like Damian because you never know what he's going to wear.
Oh yeah, I forget Damian what episode that was.
I just see Damian up there just in a polo.
Yeah, the green polo one day.
The green one, yes.
I was like, where they pull him out from?
Come on, man. He need to go find one of them Herm Edwards jackets laying around there.
He too big to be in just a polo.
He came in a polo
because it looked like a tablecloth.
But I felt like everybody just walked through. I said, well, who gonna be the one to tell him? He got to wear a button up in a jacket.
You play to win the game.
I ain't be the one to tell him. All right, Tyler.
Tell him a damn thing.
Our producer, Tyler. Tyler, you don't have the best of today, do you?
That is factual, but not by my doing.
That's all right. I know it. It wasn't your fault.
It's all right. I wouldn't.
As a texter anyway. Said to me earlier, do better.
Tell my computer to do better, friend.
All right, you said you have a going away present for us.
I do.
All right, let's hear it.
I'm really excited about this too.
Visual. Can I
I guess what I need to do here is I need to kind of set the stage as to what's going on.
Oh Lord, we got a stage setting here.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna send you and Dirty Red to Las Vegas for this Super Bowl with a new piece, an article of clothing you're gonna get to take with you and sport while you're walking up and down the strip.
Make sure it's a good fit, though.
Anyway, you said something. This was January 5th. So what? How long ago was that? Well, I don't even know what today's date is.
Almost a month.
Almost about a month ago.
Yeah, you said this January 5th. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start playing this for you. Let y'all listen, and I'm going to go grab what it is that you'll be taking with you on the plane to Vegas. Sound good?
Let's hear it.
All right.
I like gifts.
Do it.
I really, really want one of them big hats. Those big hats, I've seen them circle around here. They got the real oversized hat. I really want one of them big hats.
Do you really?
I do.
What logo would you put on it?
I really don't care the logo right now. I just want one of them. I'd like a Sports Radio 610 one.
Oh, okay. Now we're getting boy, it's hard to get a polo around these joints, and you're gonna get a new hat, huh? One of them big hats, huh? That's what we're gonna do.
Damn.
That's what we're gonna do.
Yes.
Can't get a jacket, huh?
Yeah, I want one of them jackets, man. Let me get. Got the Sports Radio 610 logo on it.
Well, if it has Sports Radio 610 logo on it, I believe that should be given to me.
You're gonna expense it.
That sucker.
The big hats.
How about this?
A big hat. How about that?
Big enough to fit over the wig.
Oh,
Let's
yes.
See.
I gotta wait a little bit. We're a little bit behind on that.
Twitchers, YouTubers.
Oh man,
y'all gotta check this out.
Goodness.
My headphones don't fit on over.
You need to be on YouTube and Twitch, and you can watch this. You can see it. I got a big ass hat on my head.
Y'all gonna be repping in Vegas, baby. Y'all gonna be repping.
Oh, I'm bringing this puppy.
Yeah, no, there's no chance. There's no chances of making it in my luggage. But yeah, there's no way.
It is. I will find
no way.
Absolutely, I will find a way.
Hey, my host asked me for a big hat. He gets a big hat. And it says Sports Radio 610 on it. Isn't that freaking beautiful?
That's beautiful.
Yeah, this is almost as good as the best of. I gotta say. Maybe better.
This is,
given the moment.
I forgive you for the best of.
Yeah.
It's really warm, though, I'm discovering quickly.
I'm good on it.
It doesn't breathe a lot.
I love it. Boy, the big hat action. Look at Tyler, man. I'm telling you, that's why he's second.
Moving on up.
All of Afternoon Drive host not in L.A. and New York.
My cousin Justin's watching on Twitch. He said this ain't it.
Oh,
you gotta get with it, Justin.
You wrong.
You gotta get with it, cuz.
Now I will say I did not spend the 160 or whatever that the guy was pricing for you at that event y'all were at.
I do like to Sidney Dean this though. I am.
Yeah, I had it Sidney Dean, but you can't see the Sports Radio 60. But we need one on the flap. We need one on the flap.
Tyler, do you know what Sidney Dean means?
I do not.
Oh, you do, but you don't. You do, but you don't.
You do. White men can't jump.
You've seen White Men Can't Jump.
Seen that multiple times. I love
Wesley
that movie.
He has said black man and White Men Can't Jump. Sidney Dean.
Is Chubbs in that one?
He's
he's not. I'm just kidding.
He's not.
Damn it, Carl Weathers again.
Yeah, he's not in that one.
Yeah, man, I got you some big hats for your trip.
I like that.
For
big
the brand,
hats.
you know.
Yeah, big hats. Yeah, this will be good. If I can't, now listen. Someone's saying wearing on the plane.
I'm not sure they'd let you.
Listen, I'm gonna lie to you. I want to bring this with me, and I am going to figure out and try to do this and get it in my.
I'm gonna mail it to y'all. I'm gonna mail them to y'all.
To my suitcase. I'm gonna try to.
I didn't think about how big.
I'm telling you, man, this will change the game, baby.
Even though they're called big
if I'm in that bad boy, because I'm telling you, man, if we have some important people to interview and I'm just sitting there and I'm straight faced, man.
Yeah, like acting like we don't have it on. Like,
it was good, baby. Yeah. Hold on, real quick. Let's just be honest. If you are on YouTube and Twitch, and you ought to be there, you ought to get there. All you got to do is go to YouTube and Twitch, look us up. Isn't that right, B. Scott?
Yeah, at least on Twitch, we're 610 Houston.
There you
Everything else, Sports Radio 610. On Twitch specifically, 610 Houston. Check us out.
I'm going to tell you, y'all think Clint would wear this?
No chance. He's too cool.
Yeah.
Is this going to mess up his hair?
Yeah, pretty boy.
Yeah.
He'd wear it. You don't think so?
No.
713-572.
I think that's silly as hell.
You see the hat on YouTube and Twitch, 713-572-4610. You think he's going to wear this hat?
No, he's got an amazing combination of like jock, tough guy, hardo, and pretty boy, way too self-conscious about what I look like type of thing going on. Like he's got those things mixed perfectly together. Because he is all of them wrapped in one at the same time.
100%.
Will cut his own grass, but cares way too much about his hair.
I'm taking a picture.
He's going to cut his own grass, but he'll be wearing a nice outfit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Sidney Dean it. There it is. I'm going to post that sucker. How about that? I appreciate that.
I got you.
Yeah, we are heading down. We'll be there near Taylor, near Travis, near
Nevada.
That's right, in Nevada, near Jim Nance. God, I want an encounter. I want to run into the gym so bad. I can taste it.
He's just
Shut up and let
he's not gonna be in the mix.
Like
he's not gonna be in the mix.
I know a couple other people that Jim's had run-ins with, and I know they're gonna be. I think they're gonna be down there. I want us to band together. Like three of us hard walk at him. Hey Jim, you remember me? The other one goes, you remember me? I asked you a fair question about the Washington Commanders. You remember me?
What are the chances that he remembers any of you?
None of us.
Because he's Jim Nance. So it's
Jimbo.
like, no, I have no idea. You want to get into a controversy.
Yeah, hey, Jim's over there stressing about what this is going to be like with Tony Romo. That's what Jim's stressing about.
You don't remember these guys, Jim?
Look,
Jim.
Yeah, someone said Clint ain't rocking that big-ass hat.
His head's big enough.
Yeah, he can fit that sucker. Fit it. It's just he gonna mess up that hair, man. That's gonna be an issue.
It's for the brand, dude. It's got Sports Radio 610 on it.
His hair is for the brand, and in his mind, I think. His personal brand is keep the hair right.
It is a beaut. Coming up behind us, Area 45. I see him. Sean Bajani's in there. Patrick Creighton. Stay tuned. Listening. They're coming up after Best of Today with Tyler Milner from 6 to 7. Then at 7 o'clock, our new nighttime show. Area 45. Make sure you're listening. And again, I want to hear whatever this is that Patrick Creighton has. Don't hide it from the people. Apparently, Patrick Creighton's I've heard a birdie tell me the other day that Patrick Creighton's got some dirt on me. Said he didn't go in and talk to some people that I know.
That'd be shocking.
Dude, we're on fire right now. I've been saying I want him to bring it up, but if it's something that's really bad, I can't have you depart in the drive.
It ain't bad enough. I just want to know what it is. Because I told you, baby, I am the visionary. I am Ron the visionary. I am
the visionary.
I am that. I mean, just calm down. You saw
the vision with us in these ridiculous ass hats.
I saw him.
And here we sit on camera, sitting here with these silly ass hats on.
I am. I'm just saying, man. Yeah. I am the visionary.
Visionary takes Vegas.
The non-bike riding. The non-bike riding.
I forgot about that. You learned, though,
17 Camry driving. Sexy ass son of a gun. That's who I am, baby. All right, hey, on the way out, man. Big night, big Friday, big TV night. Hey, me and Tyler, we go back and forth about stuff we watching all the time. What you watching up in here, yep. Tyler? I had to let go of and Ocho. I know Ocho. He hits me up all the time. I got Tyler on. Tyler, you started the Bear, didn't you? You started?
I didn't start it.
I started the Bear like 5 times and just can't get through it.
What?
It's not that I don't think it's good.
Oh, Lord.
I just haven't had the time. I like it. I like it.
It's amazing.
I haven't had the time.
I've been working my way through Beef.
I want to check out Beef too.
Beef is. Finished it. Beef. Finish Beef. Get to Bear.
Yeah.
I moved off Beef and I tried to watch True Detective, the latest one with Jodie Foster.
Ooh, I want to go back. And
I can't do it, man. I tried the first.
Clarice is in it.
The first episode and a half, and last night, man, I can't do it. I'm out. A game and an episode and a half. I can't do it.
It's just not good enough.
I like the other True Detectives. The one with Woody Harrelson was good.
Yeah.
The one with Mahershala Ali was really good.
Yeah.
The Vince Vaughn one and Colin wasn't that great, but
I thought that one was fine. It was okay.
It didn't hold up to the I think I'm coming off of watching that one with Woody Harrelson and Matthew McConaughey, and I'm like, oh, this is about to be.
I need to watch that. I've heard that one season in particular is like life changing.
Yeah, no, it is. It just didn't capture me. So I got to figure something else to watch. Normally Friday night, shout out to Gary Parrish in the building. Normally Friday nights is Dateline for me.
Dateline.
Oh, hell yeah.
Like the news?
Oh, and if it's Keith, it's not the news. It is a breakdown of some sort of a murder mystery. And if it is Keith, and if it's Keith Morrison, oh.
Between this and your NCIS binges, dude, I can't.
It was just New Orleans.
Because you also have great taste. You recommended Beef, and it's been awesome, and I've heard the Bear is awesome.
Every damn thing I've recommended. Tyler hadn't watched what's the one with William H. Macy? The one Shameless. He hadn't watched Shameless. Got him on Shameless.
Great show.
It is a great show. I've got great taste.
But then you watch NCIS for hours.
There are people out here who know Dateline is the real. Especially when it's Keith. Nobody, like I have watched Keith Morrison to learn teases. Keith Morrison will hit you with that tease. He'll go, coming up. Old Danny thought he got out of it. Except he had to deal with that old DNA. That pesky DNA.